Chapter 1. Youthful years. Extraordinary individuals often find themselves entwined in extraordinary circumstances. Xia Xiaosan can be considered a seasoned recluse. During the era devoid of computers, he immersed himself in the works of Jin Yong. And once computers emerged, he succumbed to the allure of gaming. Perhaps due to an innate peculiarity, this young man remarkably remained free from myopia. In his childhood, after finishing a Jin Yong tale, he would whimsically emulate the martial arts masters within, haphazardly practicing his own version of martial arts, thus maintaining a relatively robust physique. Even recluses occasionally bask in sunlight. During one such period, Xia Xiaosan found the idea of being a backpacker quite intriguing. He packed his belongings, consulted a map, and ventured into the mountains. Mountains are splendid realms. Countless legendary lives of martial artists began their journeys within their heights. There was once a predecessor named Zhang Wuji, who, after tumbling down a cliff, stumbled upon the 9 Yang divine skill, subsequently becoming invincible, surrounded by countless beauties. Another figure, Yang Gua, similarly found a cave by sheer happenstance and mastered unparalleled martial arts. Xia Xiaosan indulged in such fantasies. Yet as he matured, he realized that dreaming of such exploits was far less fruitful than hoping for exceptional loot, leading him to relinquish these daydreams on one particular day as he ascended a mountainside. Leaning on his knees to catch his breath, his thoughts solely fixated on the summit, entirely neglecting the myriad experiences of revered masters, later, due to the dilapidated state of the guardrail along the path. While gripping tightly to a metal pipe and chain in his effort to climb, Xia Xiaosan was suddenly propelled off the trail. As he plummeted, his mind was eerily lucid. Is this how Zhang Wuji fell? Thus concluded Xia Xiaosan's final thoughts in this realm. As for the remains that followed, whether they became fertilizer or a late-night meal for someone, no one could ascertain. Xia Xiaosan's demise sent ripples through this world, directly causing significant hindrances for a certain guild's raid that month. The disappearance of their primary tank was infuriating, leading to his expulsion from the guild. It is curious, however, what enabled him to survive until that point. It matters little now, for Xia Xiaosan was already dead. In the city of Tabuli, the blacksmith was in high spirits today. His wife had just given birth to a robust baby boy, whose cries resonated throughout the room. Surely a child full of vigor. Regardless of strength, it mattered not, for he was still his son, and the only one thus far. The blacksmith, named Smith, ran a small forge in Tabuli. He could not forge legendary weapons nor create high-grade armors if one lacked funds. He could fashion a simple iron sword for temporary use. Should one possess wealth, he would carefully craft a fine steel longsword. And for those exceedingly affluent, Smith would enthusiastically direct them to the abode of a master blacksmith. In the realm of weaponry, his skills allowed him to create only a decent steel longsword. Nevertheless, the quality was commendable. Surviving adventurers praised his work, resulting in a modest number of repeat customers, though visits were infrequent, as quality swords are not consumables, and warriors who wield them as such either perish swiftly or become legends. Yet, Tabuli had not birthed a legend in nearly 50 years, a fact that bore no significance to the blacksmith. With the arrival of a new child, Smith was exceedingly elated. In his excitement, he lost track of his strength, ultimately ruining 2 blades before deciding to close up shop for the day. He had yet to name his newborn. The father was filled with joy. A child brought forth an entirely different sentiment. Upon birth, the infant's senses, sight and hearing, were still in a semi-closed state. However, the human soul possesses a remarkable essence. In the midst of chaos, Xia Xiaosan's thoughts remained vibrant. Am I dead? Is this what the afterlife entails? He found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for those who sought liberation through self-harm. He even felt a strange compassion for others. If this is death, does it not resemble an eternal existence within chaos? Eternity must be filled with anguish, yet that anguish belongs to the realm of the everlasting. Merely a continuation of ordinary time. My thoughts are so clear. Perhaps I can ponder the ultimate questions of life, the universe, and everything within this realm of immortality. Questions like where I came from and where I am destined to go. Nonsense. I have arrived here. Could there truly be reincarnation? Lost in exuberant musings, Xia Xiaosan felt no trace of fear. This recluse was indeed extraordinary. This sensation persisted for an indeterminate period, devoid of sunlight and lacking a watch. He could not gauge the passage of time. Ultimately, when he opened his eyes, he realized he had not perished. Moreover, he was quite hungry. Some instincts remain untouched by the soul, and thus, as he suckled from his mother, Xia Xiaosan felt a touch of astonishment. Nursing, although I have done so before, experiencing it with a conscious mind feels somewhat embarrassing. Is this woman my mother? She resembles someone of European descent. This fabric, linen? The room is dark and devoid of glass windows. Most peculiarly, I am an infant. Have I been reincarnated? What of the soup of Mengpa? What of hell? What of heaven? Where is this place? Ah, I am so full. I shall rest before pondering further. In the subsequent days, Xia Xiaosan learned a few things. Observing his father's attire, it was evident he was a blacksmith. The family's meals were simple, consisting of hard bread and meat broth. There were no chopsticks or knives and forks. But at least there were bowls to soak the bread in the broth. The bowls were black, their material indiscernible, yet they were certainly not metal, likely crafted from wood. The home contained a bed, with linen-like sheets and blankets. When taken outside to be entertained, he noticed the sky was exceptionally clear, and the buildings were not tall. I must have traversed to another world, Xia Xiaosan mused internally. It appears I have landed in a dark medieval era. A time of ignorance on the European continent, filled with lords, knights, religions, and monks. With my intellect, this era shall be mine. Thus, amidst nursing, sleeping, and expressing needs through cries, a year passed. It was time to learn to speak. What is this strange syllable? Is it papa or mama? How perplexing. Why are they only focused on holding me and babbling? Nevertheless, Xia Xiaosan managed to utter, mama. The blacksmith was overjoyed, especially when he later heard his son call him papa. Time flew by, legends had yet to emerge and tabulate. And the adventurers frequenting Smith's forge had changed numerous times. Aside from the occasional brawls in the streets and the sporadic news of someone falling to a monstrous foe, everything remained tranquil. Xia Xiaosan was now 2 years old. Throughout that year, he learned to say papa, mama, and other nonsensical words that he also learned his name in this era. Joni. Xia Xiaosan vowed to change it in the future. Beyond that, there was little else. The locals circulated tales that Smith's son was a simpleton. Modern scientific research indicates that infants possess an innate talent for language acquisition, marking a golden period for learning. The issue, however, was that blacksmith Smith's son, who appeared perfectly healthy and normal, was indeed Xia Xiaosan. His mother tongue was Mandarin, with a rudimentary grasp of English. Now, thrust into the hands of 2 unqualified caregivers to learn a new language was nothing short of tragic. Time leapt forward dramatically. Xia Xiaosan, Joni, was now 4 years old. The good news was that he had learned the local language. Though he could neither write nor read, daily life posed no challenges. The 4-year-old had already mastered walking. With over 20 years of experience behind him, he walked with remarkable ease. He often played at the forge, and Smith delighted in nurturing this young boy's enthusiasm for his craft. Gradually, however, troubling news emerged. Adventurers were not always in a hurry. On the contrary, they often seemed quite idle. Thus, they were poor. When adventurers came to order or purchase weapons, they would invariably find a place to sit, engaging in idle chatter with the owner or other customers. Boasting of their past exploits. One would recount tales of being surrounded by 20 goblins, while another spoke of slaying 2 ferocious bears. Then, someone claimed to have single-handedly defeated a troll, silencing the room. Trolls were formidable foes, capable of regeneration, incredibly strong, and exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Fire and strong acid were essential to kill them. Yet, this did little to curb the boastfulness of the patrons. The fellow, whose belt bore what appeared to be a troll's head, left the forge amidst odd silence. Little Joni was thoroughly frightened, returning home in a daze, unsure of what to think. This was undeniably not medieval Europe. Goblins. Ferocious bears, trolls. Is this the Forgotten Realms, the world of Dungeons Dragons, Fair Inn? It felt vaguely familiar. Yet, did such a world truly exist? Joni was not a fragile child. Merely taken aback, It was akin to preparing for 3 months to pursue a girl, only to discover a diamond glinting on her ring finger when he approached. After the shock, all was well. If I have truly entered such a world, are there wizards? Are there gods? Are they real deities? Monotheistic or polytheistic? Is there chi? Is there cultivation? He was merely a child, with ample time to indulge in fanciful thoughts. With questions lingering, time sped by once more. 8-year-old Joni was now able to assist his father at the forge. From his father, he gradually learned of the existence of gods in this world. Many gods. Though Joni had no intention of taking a believer's word as truth, This world also had wizards, noble beings. Yet they bore no relevance to the blacksmith's forge.as for Chi. Who could say? The warriors seeking blades here certainly lacked such prowess, as a humble citizen. The foremost priority is to earn a living and pay taxes to the Lord. Though Tabri City is not expansive, those who govern it are formidable figures. The forces under Count Delis are quite powerful, ensuring that law and order within the city are relatively stable and taxes are collected punctually. Fortunately, Count Delis is not an avaricious man, which contributes to the general contentment among the populace in a world imbued with magic, regardless of its potency. It is not a mere child with modern knowledge who can easily wield dominion over it. Participation is a formidable challenge. Thus, Johnny has adopted a pragmatic mindset, intending to start his journey as a blacksmith. Yet, he is not resigned to a life of mediocrity. What is a blacksmith? Do you think it merely entails being a skilled laborer? Far from it. The protagonist in the Heavenly Dynasty is a paragon of martial prowess and striking charm. He hails from a blacksmith's lineage and ventured into the military. Consequently, Johnny still harbors dreams of heroism. "Father, I wish to learn." One day, Johnny exclaimed in his youthful voice. "What?" Old Smith was engrossed in his work, the rhythmic clang of metal rendering his hearing less acute. "I want to learn to read and write." Johnny shouted again. "Ha!" Old Smith chuckled heartily. "Incredible. Our Johnny aspires to learn to read. What is amusing about that?" Johnny was perplexed. All right. Just think about it.is reading something attainable for someone in our circumstances." Old Smith laughed for a moment, waved his hand, and returned to his forge.is tuition exorbitant. "Why is that?" Johnny tugged at Old Smith's trouser leg, shaking it earnestly. "What do you mean, why?" Smith halted his work. "Oh, reading? Don't be foolish. I've heard many knights don't even know how to write their own names. That it seems the only place to learn in this city is the church. And only nobles, or those chosen by the divine, may attend to Oh, you think you belong to either category, my dear son? I see. Well then, let time flow by the time Johnny reached the age of 16. His skills had developed commendably. Though he could not quite rival Old Smith, he was not far behind. On his birthday, Old Smith meticulously crafted a fine steel longsword for him. The old man understood his son's aspirations, although he was reluctant for this sole heir to pursue a path of adventure. Ultimately, it was a journey Johnny must undertake himself. The best he could do was provide him with a weapon for self-defense to smoothen his path ahead. Over the years, with the readily available arms in the shop and the simple guidance from passing warriors, Johnny's martial skills had become quite respectable. He had mastered fundamental movements such as slashing and charging, and years of running and jumping practice had rendered him quite agile, coupled with the combat experience gleaned from adventurers. It is safe to say that young Johnny, though lacking in age, was already superior to many second-rate fighters who frequented the shop. As he received the longsword from his father, Johnny felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. 16 years had fostered a deep connection. However, he ultimately did not wish to spend his life beside the forge, tirelessly hammering away at iron to forge ordinary steel blades, only to marry, have children, and watch his own son take up the hammer before peacefully passing away. What a nightmare that would be. "Father, I am grateful for the care you and mother have provided over the years. I understand that blacksmithing is our family's inherited craft, but I still yearn to become a warrior. Shouldn't a man fight?" Smith nodded, then playfully swatted Johnny on the head. "You little rascal. Am I not a man for not having fought?" Johnny rubbed his head and offered a sheepish grin, the earlier bravado dissipating. "Yet you have a point. Young people often have their aspirations. This sword represents my stance. Over the years, you've crafted and sold many items. So here, take this." He produced a heavy pouch from his clothing. "Here are 10 gold coins that we still need to make ends meet at home. So I cannot spare more. Be cautious when you venture out. Buy yourself some decent armor, then report to the Warriors Guild. Save what's left of the coin. When taking on tasks, keep your wits about you. Valor and honor are luxuries we cannot afford. Remember, your life comes first. Your mother and I wish for you to lay us to rest, so do not leave us before our time." After much back and forth, Old Smith suddenly embraced Johnny and patted his back, then abruptly released him, turning away. "All right, go rest. Inform us before you depart." Johnny felt a tinge of sadness, yet the thrill and joy of adventure tempered his sorrowful farewell. "Father, take care of yourselves while I am away. I will rest now. Good night." The night passed in silence. During that lengthy night, Johnny pondered extensively. He suddenly realized the absurdity of his own thoughts. He was not embarking on a journey around the continent. Why act as though it were a life or death separation? However, adventurers inevitably venture far from home, so perhaps this was merely a prelude to acclimatization. Upon awakening, he bid farewell to his parents, partaking in a life different from the tranquil existence he had known. Chapter 2. Adventure requires credentials. With the long sword at his waist and a pouch of coins in his possession, Johnny made his way to a nearby armory, similar to Smith's blacksmith shop. This region's armory offered no high-end merchandise. The leather armor was crafted from water buffalo hide, and the chainmail was woven tightly, though the materials were somewhat dubious for the plate armor. The proprietor could produce some, but one could hardly blame him for dubbing it tin, as a solid punch would leave a dent. Yet, given Johnny's scant 10 gold coins, such equipment was all he could afford. "Uncle Tom," Johnny greeted the clerk, shaking the pouch in his hand. "It's Johnny." Back again. An elderly man seated behind the counter slowly lifted his head, his gaze landing on the pouch rising and falling in Johnny's grasp. "So, you finally plan to make a purchase?" Indeed, Johnny nodded. "How much for a decent set of reinforced armor?" Reinforced armor entails the addition of iron plates at critical points of leather armor, a relatively high-end item. 6 gold pieces for a set of reinforced armor, Uncle Tom replied with interest. "Why don't you go rob someone instead?" "Because the Lord forbids it," the old man grinned. "Didn't you say you wanted something decent? Come, take a look at this piece." He rose and retrieved a dusty suit of armor from the storeroom. Ignoring Johnny's astonished expression, he blew vigorously on it, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Then patted it down before returning to the counter, handing the armor to Johnny. "This relic from the War of the Gods." Johnny scoffed, examining the item in his hands. "Don't underestimate it." The old man didn't take the bait. "First, look at this leather. Do you think it's ordinary water buffalo hide? This is the hide of a unicorn rhinoceros. Now feel the lining. Do you think it's just regular iron? It's top-grade steel. Look at the craftsmanship, the design, the quality. Then why is it in such a state? Alas, the cost is too high, and so is the selling price. Those who come here are mostly impoverished. So it remains in my possession. This armor truly has a tragic story." Johnny nodded, scrutinizing the reinforced armor in his hands. "It must feel quite lonely to..." "Never mind. 4 gold pieces." Uncle Tom snatched the armor back from Johnny's hands, turning without a glance toward the storeroom. Hey, at least give me a price. You can't conduct business like this." Tom halted, turning back. 5 gold and 5 silver. "If you don't want it, so be it. I'll consider it a personal collection." As Johnny donned the armor, his heart ached. 5 gold and 5 silver. How could it be so exorbitant? Yet, upon reflection, life was more precious, and seeing that old man exert effort to clean it was somewhat satisfying. After all, money is but a means. It can always be earned again. Where to earn it? The Mercenary Guild. Undertake missions, exchange for gold coins. This is the arduous beginning for all low-tier combat workers. Some toil their entire lives on missions, barely scraping by, but it is still better than being silenced by monsters. Reflecting on the lives of heroes, they appear infinitely romantic, yet reality is often brutally harsh. Countless young souls are stirred by the tales of valiant heroes sung by bards. Some succeed, becoming new legends, while others fail, relegated to mere background characters. Of course, many more perish. Yet, in this tumultuous age, being a farmer means exploitation by the Lord. Being a craftsman requires mastery of a trade. What then? Then let us fight. Certainly, individuals like Johnny, who possess skills yet seek discomfort, do exist. Name: Johnny Smith. Profession: warrior. Level certificate. Warrior Guild. Turn left upon exiting and look for the sign. Next, the receptionist exhibited no surprise. Every month, several impassioned youths, spurred by heroic tales, sought their futures here, and he had grown accustomed to it. Did they believe being a hero was so simple? First, go obtain a level certificate. After inquiring with many, Johnny discovered that this world also demanded educational credentials. The reason was straightforward. The Mercenary Guild, as a significant intermediary institution, received numerous individuals daily to accept and assign missions. From the simplest task, I was robbed by goblins. I cannot bear this indignity. Whoever brings me the heads of 5 goblins shall receive a silver coin. To embark on the relatively challenging task of escorting a caravan to Jamusi Fortress. Traversing through the barbarian territory and the largest dark forest in the region, We seek 5 capable individuals. Each will receive a reward of 10 gold coins upon successful completion. Moreover, for the most arduous quest of all, the dragon slaying, we require 5 participants who will receive an advance of 100 gold coins, along with the opportunity to select 2 treasures from the dragon's lair once the task is accomplished. These assignments are tailored for individuals of varying skill levels. However, should one lack a level certification, a novice who is incapable of even defeating a solitary goblin might rashly accept the subsequent task of hunting a troll. It could lead to considerable complications. His demise would be inconsequential, yet the mission would be delayed. Thus, Johnny dutifully approached the entrance of the warrior guild. Indeed, he beheld the sword and shield. Would you like to join the warrior guild? Indeed. 1 gold coin. What? Why don't you go rob someone? The burly man in charge of registrations lifted his gaze, appraising Johnny momentarily. I've attempted that before. The risks were too great. If you're short on funds, you'll need to procure them yourself. Alternatively, you may work here to offset the cost from your wages. You'll acquire some combat skills in the process, but the tasks are not without difficulty. The man stared intently into Johnny's eyes. Life and death are at fate's disposal. This guild assumes no responsibility. Johnny was taken aback by this statement. Is it truly dangerous? What kind of work is involved? The man leaned back against the chair, responding casually. Oh, nothing too grave. For instance, when our guild requires materials, you must go gather them. If we need to capture beasts, you will set traps. Should there be a need to raid, to confront other tribes, you will take the lead. And if dragon slaying is required, well, don't be anxious. You won't be at the forefront. You'll merely assist from the sidelines. Johnny recalled the scenes from fantasy films where hapless bystanders were tossed about by monstrous foes. No, thank you, I have money. He produced a gold coin and handed it over. Very well, your name? Johnny Smith. Would you like to enroll in warrior school for training? The tuition is 1 gold coin. And we guarantee you will graduate to level 5, just like in the temple. Why don't you go cough? No thank you. I'll proceed directly to the level assessment. If that is free of charge. We're not a scam operation. Of course. It's free. 2nd floor, left turn, testing hall. Here is your registration form. You are indeed a scam operation, Johnny thought to himself as he made his way to the testing hall on the 2nd floor. Inside, a robust young woman approached him upon his arrival. Greetings, I am Stella from the Warrior Guild, responsible for the occupational level assessments. Have you undergone an assessment before? Oh no, this is my first time. Very well. May I see your registration form? The fee for the level certification and processing totals 5 silver coins. Thank you. What? Why don't you go rob someone? Haha, I've heard that robbers are having a tough time. Here is your certificate. Please proceed with payment. How exorbitant. I can hardly see the path without a lantern. Johnny fumbled out silver coins, lamenting internally about how many young people's hopes had been squandered in such a manner. Nevertheless, 1 gold and 5 silver was still within reach for an ordinary family. Thank you. This way, please. Stella led Johnny to the weapons rack. Please select the weapon you are proficient with. Without hesitation, Johnny grasped the longsword. Now, please strike, chop, and thrust at the wooden dummy before you. Thud, thud, swish. Stella lowered her gaze to mark something on the certificate before raising her head. You are now a level 1 warrior. If you wish to proceed to the level 2 assessment, please follow me. Blood spitting. This initial level was indeed quite simple. However, glancing at the weapons displayed, they all appeared rather weighty. This a test of strength. Contemplating, Johnny approached the edge of the hall, standing beside a long, straight path. Please traverse back and forth within the time limit set by the hourglass. Begin. What? Johnny was momentarily stunned, glancing back at the hourglass. The sand seemed to be falling at a steady pace. Time is limited. You should hurry. Damn it. Johnny dashed off in a fluster. The hourglass did not indicate how much time was allowed. Who knew how fast he needed to run? Giving it his all, the path was not particularly long, and soon Johnny returned, only to see the hourglass still had more than half of the sand remaining. Gasping for breath, Johnny steadied himself and glared at Stella. Next time there is something like this, could you at least say ready first? Stella smiled apologetically, marking the certificate again. You have successfully completed the level 2 warrior assessment. If you wish to participate in the level 3 assessment, please follow me. Level 1 strength, level 2 speed. Those with weaker physiques would be eliminated. How intriguing. The level 3 test involved striking targets and dummies, assessing accuracy. Level 4 was an obstacle course, testing physical fitness under complex conditions. While level 5 was a real combat scenario against a wolf rumored to have gone 3 days without food, sustaining even a minor injury would be deemed a failure. However, with Johnny's abilities, he could easily conquer all of these tasks. Congratulations on completing the level 5 warrior assessment. You are now a level 5 warrior. Would you like to proceed with the next assessment? Why the sudden inquiry? Wasn't he supposed to be taken directly? What does the next level entail? From level 6 onwards, you must challenge the respective level head to progress. Alternatively, you can accumulate qualifications through completing tasks from the mercenary alliance of the corresponding level to advance. Challenges only support level jumps, meaning you will face opponents who are at least 2 levels above your current certification. So, that would be level 7. Johnny mused. He recalled that the warriors he had seen at home seemed to be level 7 as well, and Johnny would stand no chance against them. Thus, he could only opt for tasks. Tasks? Good heavens. What exactly is the Mercenary Alliance? It seems akin to a monopolistic industry. Regarding tasks, complete 10 tasks of level 9 or above to be promoted to level 6 warrior. Level 9 tasks. Johnny felt a headache coming on. You're not aware? Well, here's the Continent Mercenary Guide. 5 silver coins a copy. You'll understand after reading it. It seemed rather inexpensive, or was it? In this world, 100 copper equals 1 silver, and 10 silver equals 1 gold. A typical family of 3 would require merely 10 copper coins to eat adequately each day, and 30 copper coins to eat well. Even a night of drinking ale at the tavern wouldn't exceed several dozen copper coins, though lodging would cost more. Yet 5 silver coins for a single book? Johnny scrutinized the crudely bound papyrus sheets before him, internally cursing. Isn't this paper too shabby? Moreover, I can't read. To be honest, Blacksmith Smith was illiterate, and this book wasn't even written in his native tongue. If it were made of parchment, it would be 5 gold coins a copy, but I assume you don't need that. You seem like a young man with great potential. I'll explain it to you. By the way, our warrior guild offers literacy classes, teaching basic writing skills for 2 gold coins, with a guarantee of proficiency. Interested? Can I learn to read? Johnny was somewhat intrigued. Wasn't that only possible in church? Not quite. You'll merely learn to recite the Mercenary Guide. Thank you, but I'll pass. Johnny's mind was spinning, upon rough calculation. 2 gold coins for mere memorization? Thanks to Stella's explanation, Johnny finally grasped the nature of the industry he was about to enter. The Mercenary Alliance is a monopolistic organization providing international private military services. Closely collaborating with various occupational guilds, they also engage in the acquisition of loot, maintenance of high-grade weapons, personnel medical care, and a series of supplementary services. The Mercenary Alliance is backed by the war god Tarpa and the god of commerce Charlotte. When accepting tasks, the Mercenary Alliance evaluates them, categorizing them into 9 levels, with 9 being the lowest and 1 the highest. If a wealthy patron were to issue a task for the unrestricted extermination of a lich or the annihilation of a red-robed mage, it would not be impossible. However, the difficulty of such a task would be separately listed. There have indeed been instances of this nature, but since those employers quickly met tragic ends, no one has ever completed similar tasks. In these chaotic times, such occurrences can arise. For example, a level 7 task might require reclaiming goods from a goblin tribe, only for the mercenaries to return bloodied and report that it was not a mere goblin tribe, but rather a bear goblin. Thus, after investigating and gathering evidence, the Mercenary Alliance would reassess the task and demand that the task issuer increase the reward. Tarpa? Johnny recalled novels and games from his past life. Wasn't he the god of war from the Forgotten Realms? Could it be that I am now in that very timeline? Yet, it didn't quite add up. Drizzt Duerden never took a warrior certification exam, and besides, he was also a ranger. Just a coincidence. Surely, but soon Johnny found solace in the thought. Even if it were a world he recognized, what did it matter? Everything remained unknown. Holding a pair of curved daggers alongside a dark-skinned elf with purple eyes and skin did not guarantee benevolence. Based solely on his limited gaming memories, it was as if he possessed none at all. Historical knowledge held no significance for Johnny, who had ventured into another world. Everything would rely on his own efforts. Consequently, after receiving his warrior level certificate and the badge of a level 5 warrior, Johnny re-entered the Mercenary Alliance. Chapter 3. Cleaning the tavern. Upon entering the Mercenary Alliance's hall, he found the same window and the same receptionist. Name: Johnny Smith. Occupation: warrior. Level certificate: Johnny produced the 5 silver parchment and handed it over. Very well. 5 silver for the processing fee and registration. Why don't you go rob someone? Why don't you go rob someone? However, Johnny did not dare to inquire further. He feared he might hear a provocative response. Truth be told, robbery indeed did not yield as much profit as they did. After paying, a soldier-level certificate and a piece of parchment were handed to him. Please keep this scroll safe. All your task history and information can be accessed from it. If lost, it can be replaced for the same fee of 5 silvers. The functionality was quite advanced, and it was worth that modest cost. You are now a level 9 mercenary and can accept level 9 tasks. Please proceed to the task area on your left to select a task that if you are interested in joining the mercenary guild, you may inquire about it on your right. Safe travels. A mercenary guild. Johnny shook his head that he preferred not to work with too many people. Whether being held back by others or hindering them would leave him feeling uneasy. Long ago, when he played World of Warcraft, he joined a guild and formed parties to tackle dungeons. But that was only because he could freely vent his frustrations at those excessively incompetent teammates over voice chat. However, in reality, perhaps it was better to avoid such situations. The task area on the left was not as Johnny had imagined. Rather than a few large bulletin boards plastered with countless chaotic task listings, it resembled a counter, behind which stood several young women. Likely due to their inherent patience, Johnny approached and expressed his desire to see what tasks were available. The attendant smiled and handed him a thick book made of papyrus. Please select a task. After flipping through the book, Johnny nodded, then closed it and raised his head to ask, "What if I cannot read?" Truly, it was a major monopolistic industry, and the staff's caliber was commendable. The young woman remained unfazed, her smile unwavering. "Allow me to introduce some suitable tasks for you." Johnny expressed his gratitude. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, it seemed illiteracy was no longer an option for him. The 3 most lucrative level 9 tasks are as follows. Test the safety performance of locks for the Wild Bear Lock Shop. Requiring 100 locks, with a prerequisite of level 5 rogue or above, and a reward of 8 silvers. Collect an unlimited number of wolf pelts, 10 pelts yielding 5 silvers, essentially counting as 1 task for every 10 pelts. With the requirement of intact pelts, clean the wine cellar for the Lost Tavern, for a reward of 3 silvers. Not being a rogue nor a hunter, he was left with only the last task. Johnny mused. However, the remuneration was exceedingly paltry. While it would suffice for subsistence, it was hardly better than returning to his forge. After registering and confirming the location of the Lost Tavern, Johnny made his way to his destination. The tavern was modest in size, and at that moment, not many patrons were present, scattered throughout the various corners of the room, mostly drinking and staring into space. Johnny walked straight to the bar. "Boss, I am from the Mercenary Guild, here to clean your wine cellar." "Oh, splendid. Finally, someone has come." A rotund figure approached. "Follow me." They walked to the entrance of the wine cellar. "I haven't dared to go down for a couple of days. If you hadn't come by, the stock at the bar would have run out." The rotund figure said to Johnny, "There are 2 large rats down there, perhaps more. I saw 2 and fled. I'd appreciate it if you could clean up afterward." The rotund figure unlocked the door and stepped back, saying, "Go down when you're ready, and remember to close the door if you forget. It's no trouble, I will close it." Johnny observed the proprietor's demeanor, seemingly terrified of what lay within, which struck him as somewhat odd. After all, they were merely rats. Creatures of this world were not particularly unusual, and he had encountered them at home, no larger than the common mice on earth. The tavern owner was excessively timid. Was it truly worth 3 silvers? 3 silvers? Johnny glanced back at the door leading underground. Logically, any customer could have been sent down. Why was the task so exaggerated? Moreover, 3 silvers was a considerable sum, enough for a month's sustenance. The tavern owner was growing impatient. "Hurry up, what are you thinking?" Even if they were mutated creatures, it had to be done. It was merely a level 9 task. Did he truly want to return to a life of forging iron? Thus, Johnny opened the door and descended. The wooden door slammed shut behind him, plunging the world into darkness. "Hey, you bastard, hand me a torch." Upon re-entering the wine cellar, Johnny raised the torch and surveyed his surroundings. The space was surprisingly spacious. He had not anticipated such a large wine cellar within such a humble tavern. There were barrels of wine, woven baskets containing vegetables and cured meats. He ventured further. He spotted large pieces of cured ham. Upon closer inspection, He noted that one of the cured pig legs had already been gnawed halfway. With a clang, Johnny unsheathed his longsword. Good heavens, such a large piece of meat gnawed to half. These rats were surely no ordinary pests. Cautiously, he proceeded, periodically swinging the torch around as if he were a police officer in a Hong Kong film, gun drawn and scanning the area. Suddenly, a flicker of light revealed a shadow lurking in the corner. Johnny quickly directed the torch towards that direction, simultaneously positioning his sword defensively across his chest. A rat. No, a rat the size of a hunting dog. Johnny swallowed hard, thinking, how on earth did that creature manage to get in here? Holding the torch aloft and gripping the sword, Johnny took measured steps toward the enormous rat, which seemed either asleep or startled, as it did not flee, just as Johnny was entirely focused on the large rat in the corner. A tremendous force struck him from behind, causing him to stumble forward. Concurrently, the seemingly immobile rat lunged at him, its claw striking his chest. That moment, the advantage of quality gear became evident. Johnny regained his footing, rolled to the right, and upon glancing back, he saw a gigantic rat, half his height, glaring at him with its blood-red eyes. How on earth did it get in here? The immediate priority was to eliminate them, otherwise. Tonight, these two beasts would have a fresh dinner. With the torch in his left hand, he took a step forward, twisting his torso, and with his right hand, he swung his sword down with force. The giant rat leapt back, evading the blow, and immediately counterattacked. Johnny retreated 2 steps, using his sword to shield his chest. The giant rat, seeing this, dared not press forward and retreated as well. The hunting dog-sized rat was not idle either. It leapt, striking at Johnny's chest armor before retreating. This expenditure was truly worth it. Johnny glanced down at his chest, and scathed. Lifting his gaze, he swung his sword again. The giant rat, as expected, leaped back and then lunged again. This time, Johnny did not retreat. He suddenly dropped to the ground, tossing the torch aside, raising his long sword to meet the trajectory of the giant rat's assault. Johnny felt a tremendous force in his hands as his sword sliced through the rat's soft belly. Its innards spilling forth, the giant rat vaulted over Johnny's head, and as it landed, its entrails cascaded out, and it inadvertently stepped on a quivering intestine, letting out a wail before collapsing and convulsing on the ground. Clearly unable to continue fighting, having witnessed similar scenes many times, Johnny thought to himself, never did he expect to find such a moment in reality. Just as he was about to rise, his longsword was knocked from his grasp, and he was forcibly brought down again. It turned out the large rat had lunged at him, knocking his weapon aside. In that moment, the rat resembled a vicious hunting dog, pouncing on its prey. Johnny's heart raced as he saw the rat's head tilt, seemingly preparing to bite at his neck. He abandoned the thought of retrieving his weapon and instead reached out with both hands, grasping its throat. With a swift motion, he hurled the rat aside. In a hurry, he picked up the torch, stood up, faced the rat, steadied himself, and began to back away, intending to retrieve his longsword. The rat, having been thrown aside, quickly regained its footing, crouched low, and sprang towards Johnny. As the rat approached, Johnny dismissed the idea of reclaiming his weapon, and with a swift kick, he sent the large rat stumbling backward, much like he had done with a rabid dog in the past. Before the creature could mount another attack, Johnny advanced a few steps and delivered another kick to the rat's abdomen. The rat, in pain, ceased its assault and frantically scurried towards the corner. Seeing he could not catch up, Johnny let it be. He turned to retrieve his longsword, roughly wiped the blood from it on the fur of the dead rat, and sheathed it. Steeling himself, he moved in the direction the rat had fled and discovered a large, square hole with a wooden frame around it. It was clear that it was not created by those 2 rats. After illuminating the passage with his torch, he saw that it twisted and turned, its destination unknown. Johnny thought little of it and returned to the entrance of the wine cellar, knocking on the door. "Hey, boss, it's taken care of. Come take a look." After a moment, the door swung open, and the rotund figure hesitated, stepping forward with a heavy gait, seemingly fearful, and asked, "Is it really resolved? Both of them? Are you sure there are no others?" Johnny waved his hand, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Rest assured, the large rat has been dealt with, and the smaller one has scurried away." With that, he shot a glance that bore a hint of menace. "But do you have any idea how large those 2 rats were?" "How large?" "Quite large, I suppose. I didn't look closely. How large?" "Come with me." They approached the corpse of the giant rat, a foul stench of blood and intestines wafting through the air. Boss, explain this. You didn't mention in the task details that we'd be dealing with such a monster. Could it? Could it really be that big? The proprietor appeared utterly horrified, mouth agape in shock, before letting out a sigh. What a waste of my resources. Hey. Johnny felt the urge to kick him. That's not the crux of the issue. A creature that large is dangerous. Do you understand? How could you fail to mention it? If it weren't for my skills and sturdy armor, it would have been my life on the line. But for me, the loss is the primary concern, the rotund figure muttered, catching Johnny's glare and hastily altering his tone. But it's good that you're unharmed. That's what matters. I shall go and stamp it for you, to certify your completion of the task. Now that sounds more like it. Also, come and take a look at this hole. Johnny led his employer to the entrance of the hole from which the little mouse had fled. You dug this, didn't you? Oh, this? It was necessary for business in my earlier days, so... Cough. Let's not dwell on it, that I'll have someone take care of it. Let us ascend. Johnny mused that this fellow was likely not a reputable businessman in his earlier years. Nodding, he accompanied him to the exit of the wine cellar. Oh, by the way, the task required cleaning the wine cellar. The tools are at the entrance. Please be so kind as to tidy it up. It's part of the assignment, you know. Damn it. What a schemer. The customer is indeed a deity. Even if the deity errs, as long as the price is right, they remain a deity. This was what the receptionist at the mercenary guild had informed him. It seems that this commercial deity and the war gods affiliated organization were not fanatics, as such blasphemous words could be taught to newcomers as doctrine. Upholding this spirit, Johnny bore even the greatest grievances. Albeit with some reluctance. Grasping various cleaning tools, he approached the corpse. The stench was truly unbearable. Although he held no aversion to slaughter, the physiological discomfort was still present, gritting his teeth against the nausea. Johnny drew his long sword and began to slice, chop, and hack, severing the enormous head of the mouse and setting it aside. Simultaneously, he cursed his employer inwardly while cleaning up the mess, returning to the mercenary guild. Several hours had already passed. The lingering scent of blood drew many curious glances. Johnny held the severed head aloft as he approached the receptionist who had attended to him earlier. Miss, I have completed the task. But it seems it was not as described. The young lady remained calm, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Let me check. Cleaning the wine cellar, is this the creature from the cellar? It appears to be in worse condition than indicated by the task issuer. Please hold on. As she spoke, she tugged on a nearby lever. Shortly thereafter, a rather burly man approached the counter. Stephen, please accompany this gentleman to the Lost Tavern to negotiate the bounty. The receptionist instructed the man before turning back to Johnny. As for this task, given the monster's head, there is indeed a certain level of difficulty, but it does not warrant an 8th level classification. Therefore, we can only offer you economic compensation this time. Here are 3 silver coins. The rest will need to be negotiated with your employer. Gazing at the 3 round silver coins in his hand, Johnny felt tears welling up. It had been a tough day, having spent nearly 8 gold coins, and finally, he had made a profit at this rate. If he completed a few dozen more tasks, he could recoup his expenses. With such thoughts, Johnny truly felt like crying. Upon returning to the Lost Tavern, he argued with the rotund owner for quite some time, finally managing to extract 2 more silver coins. He caressed the hard-earned money. Johnny couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What of those adventurers who had perished in their careers? Had they died in battle, or had they succumbed to poverty? Stephen from the mercenary guild, seeing that matters were settled, turned to leave. Suddenly, Johnny thought of a question. Mr. Stephen, don't you find it strange about such a large mouse? The burly man turned back and nodded. Indeed, it is somewhat odd. Typically, such mice are hunted in the wild. Their presence in the city is indeed peculiar. However, since it has been slain, there is no matter to discuss. Having said that, seeing that Johnny had no further inquiries, he strode away. Typically, they are. Is this truly a normal specimen? Johnny whispered in dismay. What manner of world is this? Life must go on. Johnny discarded the mouse's head into the refuse pile behind the tavern, conveniently combining it with the remains he had cleared away. Glancing at the sun, it was already noon. Feeling his stomach, he realized he was indeed hungry. Thus, he ambled slowly back home. This adventurer's life was truly unsavory. Johnny felt he ought to prepare himself further. Chapter 4. The forest. By the time Johnny returned home, his elderly parents had already finished their lunch. Smith was chewing on a toothpick while surveying the storefront in the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Johnny enter clad in armor, stained with blood, he was startled and hurried over. "You're not hurt, are you? What happened to you? Why are you back so early?" "I'm fine. This armor is quite sturdy. I just wrapped up a task and returned for a meal since I was hungry. Oh, by the way." Johnny retrieved his pouch and extracted 5 silver coins, handing the pouch to Smith. "This is the remainder of what I had after purchasing the armor and registering. You may keep it. From now on, I can support myself." Smith opened the pouch, glanced at the contents, and winced with concern, but said nothing. He instructed Johnny to eat something in the backyard while he continued to manage the shop. Johnny removed his armor, rinsed it off, and set it aside. He thoroughly washed his hands, which had held the mouse's head, before entering the house to eat. The lunch hour had just passed, leaving little of substance behind. A few pieces of dark bread accompanied by a bowl of water filled Johnny's stomach. Such coarse food, in his previous life, he would have starved before even considering it, since arriving in this world. However, he had gradually grown accustomed to it, knowing hunger was inevitable. After satisfying his hunger and taking a brief rest, Johnny fetched a brush to clean his armor in the yard, leaving it to dry. He returned inside, set aside his longsword, donned a leather apron for blacksmithing, and entered the workshop. "Aren't you going to take on any tasks this afternoon?" Smith inquired, puzzled. "Not today," Johnny replied, picking up a piece of iron and weighing it in his hand. "I realized I was lacking some equipment while on my task, so I planned to forge a piece myself." The entire afternoon, Johnny was engaged in the rhythmic clanging of the forge. Occasionally, when customers arrived, he would step forward to greet them. It felt as though time stood still. Life remained unchanged. Johnny, the blacksmith, seemed as though he had never sought a warrior's certification or joined the mercenary guild. Smith. Little Johnny remained simply the blacksmith at home, hammering away and tending to the business. Did this lad wish to give it all up? Certainly not. Johnny was crafting a dagger. Although he was not a rogue and had never practiced with a dagger, his morning's peril had revealed to him the necessity of preparing for unexpected close combat. Had he possessed a dagger at that moment, he could have swiftly dispatched that wretched mouse with a single cut to the throat. Furthermore, having learned from the mercenary guild that such large mice were merely a normal species, he might encounter similar situations in the future. Thus, he set to work on this exquisite weapon. While exquisite may not fully encompass it, to Johnny's eyes, this small blade was immensely satisfying. The curved blade gleamed brilliantly. The edge, meticulously honed, exuded a lustrous, bloodthirsty sheen. The specially carved blood groove further accentuated the weapon's deadly nature. Johnny admired this finely crafted dagger and smacked his lips in appreciation. He fashioned a simple sheath for it, strapped it to his thigh, and tested its draw, finding it easily accessible. Satisfied, he nodded and returned to the backyard to don his armor, secure his longsword, bid farewell to his parents, and set out once more. "This is a dagger. Ha ha ha. Then tell me what a short sword looks like. Hoo ha ha." This would be a remark made by a thief on a future day. From Johnny's perspective, what rested upon his thigh was indeed a dagger. Upon entering the mercenary guild again, Johnny confidently approached the counter of the young lady from the previous day, as if he were a seasoned veteran. "Excuse me, what tasks are available today?" "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The seasoned veteran revealed his true novice self. "Johnny Smith, level 9 mercenary." He handed over his mercenary scroll. The young lady scribbled something on a piece of paper and made a notation on the scroll before looking up with a smile. "You are eligible to undertake level 9 tasks. Would you like to see the task list?" "No need. I can't read." How lamentable it was to be illiterate. The 3 highest paying level 9 tasks are: unlimited collection of wolf pelts, 5 silver coins for 10 pelts. Counted as 1 task for every 10. Locate Mr. Edward, who has gone missing in the Tabri forest, provide clues, and upon verification, you will receive 4 silver coins. Hunt and collect 9 goblin skulls for a reward of 2 silver coins. So there really was an unlimited collection of wolf pelts. And it was posted as a task, providing clues about the missing person? Who knows how long that would take? Finding it and confirming it sounds troublesome. I wish to take on the task of hunting goblins. Another round of writing and recording ensued, and Johnny left the mercenary guild with renewed ambition. "Goblins, huh? Your good days are numbered." Johnny mimicked a fervent line he had heard in the past, whispering to himself as he stepped forth, heading toward the mercenary guild once more. "Excuse me, where can I find goblins?" Johnny feigned calm as he approached the previous receptionist. "Goblins? There is a goblin tribe in the Tabri forest, just outside the West City Gate, but they tend to hide well. So you will need to search patiently. Due to human activity, they may be lurking deeper within the forest. The young lady maintained her cheerful demeanor. Johnny marveled at the attentive service. Indeed, it was a large company. As a native of Tabri City, it was truly remiss of him not to know where goblins could be found. However, as a blacksmith, his days were consumed with forging, running errands, training, and by the time night fell, he was simply too exhausted to venture beyond the city limits. Consequently, Johnny had never set foot outside Tabri City. Though he had never left the city, he was nonetheless quite familiar with the Tabri forest. The mercenaries, or adventurers, who frequent the blacksmith shop in search of weaponry are not all blessed with the financial means to register with guilds and alliances. Their battlegrounds predominantly lie in the vicinity of the Tabri forest. Often, as they select their arms or bide their time, they boast of their combat experiences. While much of their bravado is embellished, an abundance of genuine information inevitably surfaces due to human activity and the presence of Tabri City. The Tabri forest is not particularly perilous. Occasionally, formidable monsters or races emerge, yet the Lord's Guard promptly eradicates them. Thus, the prospect of a harmonious and serene Tabri forest remains a distant dream. The Lord's Guard is preoccupied. Only the most powerful creatures warrant their intervention. Their motives for action do not stem from a noble desire to protect the realm and its people. Such lofty ideals are foreign to the lords of this world. The sole reason the Lord's Guard cleanses the Tabri forest is when trade routes are threatened. A matter of paramount importance concerning commercial taxation. Aside from this, the Guard remains within the city, either patrolling or training. Leading lives that are said to be quite comfortable. It is common for one or two individuals to mysteriously vanish within the Tabri forest. Some are later found as corpses, others as mere bones, while some remain among the missing. Such trivialities are, of course, beyond the concern of the Lord's Guard. It is in the aftermath of tragedy that the value of the mercenary guild becomes evident. The Tabri forest is primarily inhabited by goblins, bearfolk, and kobolds, among other lesser races, alongside packs of wolves, wild bears, venomous snakes, and other common wildlife. Additionally, some customers have mentioned the existence of ferocious beasts and unknown powerful entities. Escaping from the clutches of the strong is an experience the weak take pride in, and these individuals are prone to exaggeration. The words of the man with the troll's head should be taken with a grain of salt. Yet fortunately, he is the only one bearing such conspicuous evidence over the past decade or so. Armed with this understanding of the Tabri forest, Johnny strolled leisurely toward his destination. Tabri City is neither too large nor too small. Soon enough, he had exited its gates. Continuing along the road, he veered off the main path and plunged into the forest. Ah, the forest, Johnny mused to himself. This is indeed the forest. As a half-hearted adventurer, he finally experienced the essence of being one. He reveled in the scenery along the way, the gentle breeze from nature, the lush greenery, the faint odor of decaying foliage in the air. This was the feeling he had sought to embrace with his life. Yet, evidently, years spent as a blacksmith had caused him to forget much of what it meant to be a true adventurer. Provision, his inaugural expedition ended in disappointment. Returning home, dirt-streaked and disheartened, Johnny hastily consumed some food and lay in bed, silently chastising himself. You, my boy, are a traveler, having lived for over 20 more years. How could you commit such a novice error? Do you not feel ashamed? Upon reflection, it seemed not particularly shameful, for no one had witnessed his folly. However, this was hardly the time for self-reproach. Rations, water, what else? If only I had a bow, it would save me so much trouble, but alas, I cannot shoot. Rations, water, I must not forget. Rations, water, could I not use a crossbow? How foolish, but I have no money to purchase one. Am I to craft it myself? Elastic steel or something. Rations, water. His thoughts spiraled, and Johnny drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Johnny filled a leather water pouch with fresh water and, clutching the 5 silver coins he had obtained yesterday, he hurried to the food merchant. His gaze swept across the items on the shelves, then fell upon the meager 5 silver coins in his hand. Ideally, these coins could sustain a modest existence, yet the money he earned felt precious, especially when he had been a wealthy man just 2 days prior, holding 10 gold coins. Nevertheless, he could not deny himself. Dropping 1 silver coin, he purchased a delectable-looking assortment of jerky. With the jerky in hand, Johnny felt that his venture in apparel might lack the seriousness it warranted. Thus, he dashed to the tailor's shop and acquired a seemingly sturdy cloth bag. Using up his change from the silver coin, after stowing away the water and food, Johnny suddenly rekindled the sensation of slaying monsters and leveling up. Backpack, water, meat, weapons, gear. Huh. How many slots is this bag? 6 slots. If only I could add a bandage and a few potions, I'd be living the real game. It is truly lamentable that games and novels were the only remaining ties to his former life. What of gunpowder, glass, economic systems, MSG, and sugar? He heard none of these questions echoing in his mind. Before long, Johnny found himself deep within the forest, where the natural breeze, verdant hues, and the faint scent of decay persisted. Yet no foes appeared. In this area near the main road, should dangerous creatures roam, the Lord's Guard may be busy, but merchant caravans or passing adventurers are often at leisure. As he admired the scenery, Johnny ventured deeper into the woods. Having resided in a concrete jungle for over 20 years, and then in a lowly abode for over a decade, witnessing the breathtaking natural landscape today left him somewhat entranced. The crisp, melodious chirping of birds, the rhythmic buzzing of insects. Nature. Nature. This is the essence of the wild. Nature not only possesses an aura but also extends a welcome. A gust of wind suddenly swept from behind, startling Johnny into a crouch. A wild wolf leaped over his head. What an exuberant welcome! Drawing his longsword, Johnny cursed under his breath, crouching low to scan his surroundings. Fortunately, no additional wolves emerged. This was a lone wolf, and not a scout from a pack. Turning to fixate on the wolf's gaze, Johnny observed the creature, which, having failed its ambush, did not launch a second attack. Both man and wolf remained poised, nearly crackling with tension. They shifted their feet, one attempting to flank the other, as they began to trace a circular path. One bore a weapon, the other, natural armaments. This wolf clearly lacked the hunger of those tested within the warrior guild. Patiently holding its ground against Johnny, as their movements approached the formation of a taiji symbol, Johnny could no longer contain himself. He had not come to sketch patterns with a wolf. There were goblins to slay. Moreover, if some other beast appeared shortly, matters could become complicated. Thus, he advanced a few steps, sword raised before his chest. The wild wolf, recognizing the circle was complete, understood that it was time to engage. It began to retreat step by step, its body tensing as it gathered energy. Finally, the wolf halted its retreat. With a sudden burst, it lunged forward, feigning an attack. Johnny too stepped forward, sword poised to strike down. The wolf surged toward him, leaping aside at the last moment to evade the descending blade. Then sprang up again, claws aimed to push Johnny down. This must be the origin of the term lecherous wolf. Johnny had no time to ponder such matters. At this close range, the length of his sword became a hindrance. So he quickly retreated 2 steps to stabilize himself, letting the sword fall to the ground, and swiftly drew a dagger from his thigh sheath. At that moment, the wolf's momentum had waned, and realizing it could not topple its opponent, it stood on its hind legs, head tilted slightly, preparing to bite Johnny's neck. Johnny, now dagger in hand, leaned back, threading his left hand into the gap to press against the wolf's throat, pushing outward with force. Simultaneously, his right hand struck swiftly, plunging the dagger into the wolf's back. The blade entered cleanly, and blood flowed forth, painting a gruesome scene. The wolf yelped in pain, struggling to break free from Johnny's grasp. Johnny, unwilling to let it escape so easily, yanked out the dagger, gripping the wolf's jaw with his left hand, pushing outward, while his right hand sliced across its front. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Once the lifeless wolf was pushed aside, Johnny wiped the bloodied visage from his face and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. How careless, he muttered. Did you think this was a picnic? Get your act together, you fool. Now alert, Johnny recalled numerous wilderness survival tips he had heard, one of which warned that the scent of blood attracts other animals. That he rose to his feet, retrieved his longsword, and sheathed it. The blood on him was unavoidable and would have to be managed. He glanced down at the wolf's carcass, the thought of a 10 silver bounty flashing in his mind. Shaking his head, he would not skin it, especially since the back had a gaping hole. He wiped the dagger on the wolf's fur before returning it to his thigh sheath. After surveying the surrounding environment, he continued deeper into the forest. As for the wolf's body, it would adequately provide sustenance for some of the forest's inhabitants. The forest remained as beautiful and tranquil as ever. Chapter 5. The girl in this world. The forest continued to exude beauty and serenity, filled with the songs of various birds and vibrant life. However, after experiencing life and death, Johnny found little joy in appreciating nature's splendor. The journey had left him in agony, First and foremost was the physical discomfort. Any mammal, when its throat is severed, will release a copious amount of blood, and the wolf was no exception. That stunning slash, the flash of the blade, the blood gushing from the wolf's neck resembled the most magnificent fountain, showcasing the vibrant beauty of life's final moments. In that instant, Johnny had been too concerned about blood getting into his eyes to truly witness the splendor, yet he bore the full weight of the consequences that followed. The dried blood had congealed upon his clothing, skin, and the space between the two. The blood clots on Johnny's face rendered his expression rigid. He dabbed at them with a piece of cloth dipped in water, and the thick blood spread across his entire visage. Once dried, it became even more unyielding. The blood on his body had coagulated, clinging to him and causing immense discomfort. The blood on his clothing had solidified into chunks, occasionally rubbing against his skin, sticky and unpleasant. The worst part was when sweat began to trickle down, causing those clots to seem as if they were liquefying. If one were to draw a comparison, it felt akin to having not bathed for 3 days, sweating profusely, emerging from the subway only to find that there was no water at home, rendering a bath impossible, and it was even worse than that. Aside from the physical discomfort, Johnny's mental state had deteriorated from prolonged vigilance, leaving him utterly exhausted. The rustling of the grass behind him caused him to instinctively grip his sword and glance back, only to discover a small snake. A nearby branch snapped, and upon looking, he found it was merely a rabbit. A gust of wind swept overhead, prompting him to survey his surroundings, only to confirm it was indeed just the wind. The phrase, "every bush a soldier," aptly described his current state. As he ambled along, stopping intermittently, he realized it was already midday. Since encountering that wild wolf, no other beasts or monsters had disturbed him, yet Johnny still felt weary. As though he had just endured a fierce battle, he carefully scanned his surroundings, found a large tree, and leaned against it to rest. After catching his breath, he opened his backpack, retrieved some jerky, and began to eat. The forest remained alive with the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing, while the air still carried the scent of decaying leaves. Once seated, Johnny relaxed, yearning for a good nap to restore his energy. I can't sleep. I mustn't sleep alone. If I doze off, it could be perilous, he reminded himself. I must not. For the beasts, an armed opponent was a threat, while a sleeping one was merely prey. If Johnny were to succumb to sleep, this tale would reach its conclusion. Suddenly, a metallic clanging shattered the serene ambience beneath the verdant canopy, disrupting Johnny's gradually forming dreams. "Who goes there? Show yourself," he exclaimed, hastily rising and gripping the hilt of his sword, scanning his surroundings with keen, piercing eyes. Seeing no immediate danger nearby, the fatigue he had been suppressing surged forth, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He shut his eyes and pressed his hands to his head, steadying himself before reopening his eyes. Just as he did, another metallic clash echoed nearby. Following the sound, he found himself behind a thicket, yet more bushes. Gathering his belongings, Johnny drew his sword and cautiously proceeded toward the source of the noise. After traversing several bushes and maneuvering around a few trees, he spotted a figure, judging by the silhouette. It was a young woman, clad in form-fitting leather armor that accentuated her healthy curves. She bore a bow on her back and wielded a longsword, engaging in combat with a goblin. There were 2 goblins in total, one already lying on the ground. The goblins brandished iron swords, likely pilfered from some unfortunate novice. The battle raged on point. One goblin swung its sword at the woman, who raised her blade to parry. Seizing the moment, the other goblin lunged forward, but she deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a thrust aimed at the first goblin. That goblin, no novice itself, leaped back just in time to narrowly evade her blade. Observing the scene, Johnny noted that the woman's skills appeared somewhat lacking, putting her in a precarious situation. He hesitated, contemplating whether to play the role of a gallant hero. Suddenly, she cast a glance in his direction, leaping backward to evade the goblin's powerful strike, while allowing her sword to sink naturally into the ground. She then retrieved her bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed it at Johnny, releasing it in one fluid motion. Just as the goblin intended to pounce on her, she had already discarded her bow, drawing her longsword from the ground to block the goblin's attack. Johnny stood there in indecision until the arrow was halfway to him, at which point he registered her look of surprise. The arrow whizzed past his face, and then a piercing scream erupted, sharp as a knife. Turning around, Johnny beheld a goblin collapsing to the ground, an arrow embedded in its chest, thrashing helplessly, clearly on the brink of death. TSK. Johnny clicked his tongue, saved by a beauty. Glancing back at the ongoing battle, he noted that it remained at a stalemate. Though the girl possessed remarkable archery skills, her close combat prowess was lacking, prompting even Johnny, a mere novice warrior, to shake his head. However, mere head shaking would not suffice. Johnny charged forward. The two goblins, startled by his approach, faltered, their aggressive demeanor waning as they seemed inclined to flee. As Johnny closed the distance, one goblin witnessed him deflecting its companion's sword strike, then kicked that same companion off balance, following up with a powerful slash that cleaved the goblin in two. Instantly, their morale shattered, and they fled. The girl, witnessing this, relinquished her longsword, bent down to retrieve her bow, knocked another arrow, and aimed at the retreating goblin. As it dashed forward, a sudden force struck its back, sending it soaring into the air. When it landed, the arrow had already pinned it to the ground. The battle concluded in an instant, a spectacular finish worthy of celebration. Of course, that was merely a scene from a game. Thank you for earlier. They exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously. Ha ha. Surprised by their simultaneous utterance, they both chuckled. From a distance, Johnny had only noted the girl's agile movements, her lackluster combat skills, and her exaggerated archery. Now that he was closer, he realized she was quite beautiful. Her clean black hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, exuding vitality. Her face bore a wild charm, complemented by large, dark eyes. Goodness, she was exactly the type Johnny had favored in his previous life. Hey, what are you staring at? Snap out of it. The girl pushed Johnny, who had been fixated on her. Hello. I'm Johnny Smith, a level 5 warrior, he stammered, extending his hand. Oh, I'm Estelle Hughes, a level 6 ranger, she replied, shaking his hand. Level 6, ranger? As he felt the softness of her grip, Johnny couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. You wield a longsword? Estelle inquired, pointing at Johnny's waist. Yes. Where's your shield? Huh. Estelle appeared somewhat impatient. Your shield? A longsword is a one-handed weapon. Aren't you meant to carry a shield? It seemed she had a point. Upon reflection, those who wielded longswords typically had shields on their backs as well. Moreover, everything he had been taught revolved around one-handed techniques. While Johnny was lost in thought, Estelle recalled something. You were holding your sword with both hands earlier, right? Who taught you your swordplay? Oh, that? Self-taught. Self-taught. The girl looked astounded, appraising Johnny from head to toe before shaking her head. Your physical condition is decent, but your skills are severely lacking. You should seek a teacher to learn properly. Otherwise, improvement will be difficult. Lacking skills. Lacking skills, lacking skills. Those words echoed in Johnny's mind. And what about you? You don't have a shield either, and your skills don't seem particularly impressive. It felt as though he had returned to the days of fierce debates online. Estelle regarded Johnny with a look of disdain. Such a bumpkin. I'm a ranger. Don't you know the class system? Surely you've heard of bards. I am Estelle Hughes, destined to become a magical archer. Archery is my forte. This useless sword is merely a backup. Had these goblins not ambushed me during my rest, they wouldn't have even had the chance to engage me. A shield? Where would I even put one? Good heavens, this little girl, considering Johnny's spiritual age, was rather rude. Was it really necessary to react that way just for a slip of the tongue? Besides, a ranger? I know that rangers aren't merely archers. Dual-wielding weapons and finesse are class specialties. Aren't they? ISNT Tristan. Johnny abruptly stopped speaking. What nonsense. I just saved your life, and you saved mine in return. We're even now. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Estelle, clearly displeased with Johnny's inexplicable retort and noting the blood staining his clothes, waved her hand dismissively and ventured deeper into the forest, quickly vanishing into the shadows and foliage. Johnny was left standing alone, lost in thought. Indeed, this is not fair, he muttered to himself, lips moving. Just moments earlier, in his excitement, Johnny had blurted out what he believed to be the characteristics of rangers and their representative figures, all derived from his previous life's Dungeons & Dragons lore. However, based on Estelle's reaction, it was evident that such definitions were merely constructs of another realm. This world was its own entity, no matter how many aspects resembled the settings Johnny was familiar with. It was not any fictional realm he had ever known. 2 decades of life had yielded no benefits. All his knowledge of games, computers, literature, language, and history were mere legends. Some might be validated, while others would forever remain stories. Until proven, they held no reference value. He was truly just a 16-year-old lad from a blacksmith's family, possessing a robust physique but woefully inadequate combat skills and illiterate to boot. Johnny, who had always approached life with a light-hearted optimism, now wore a blank expression. For many years, a faint hope had lingered, only to be utterly shattered in the brief moments just past. When hope existed, the world seemed like a dream to him, an intriguing adventure. A fascinating experience. Even in the jaws of danger, he felt no despair. He firmly believed himself to be the favored protagonist, convinced that he held the subtle secrets of this world, despite its apparent contentment. Yet, that hope was now in ruins. With his head bowed and fists clenched, Johnny stood in silence, resembling a statue. The metallic scent of blood, which pervaded the air after slaying the goblins, finally attracted the first scavenger, a lone wolf. Observing the battlefield from a distance, the figure standing amidst the chaos appeared perilous. The wolf recognized the weapon hanging at his waist, having witnessed the devastation such items could unleash. However, that man seemed motionless. The wolf, cautious by nature, noted the foolishness of the goblins. 3 goblins, following the faint scent of blood, stumbled upon the scene, spotting the bodies of their kind, and the dazed Johnny in the eyes of these ignorant creatures. The iron sword on the ground and the finer sword floating in midair were irresistible. Why hesitate? The trio stealthily approached Johnny, leaving behind a series of creaking footsteps. It was evident how exceptionally skilled the previous 3 had been. Managing to ambush a level 6 ranger, closer and closer they crept. Johnny suddenly shouted, drawing his long sword with both hands, stepping forward, twisting his torso, and swinging his arm down with force. 1 goblin was cleaved in 2. Its halves collapsing and scattering in different directions. The remaining goblins were terrified. The goblins' nature dictated they feared the strong but preyed upon the weak. Yet, emboldened by their numbers, they decided to confront him. Armed with wooden clubs, they approached, their intentions pitifully evident. Johnny, after delivering a powerful strike that split a goblin apart, spun around, inadvertently severing one of their wooden clubs mid-swing. Simultaneously, he was struck by another goblin. Feeling the pain, Johnny turned his glare upon it, delivering a swift kick followed by a downward slash. The blade sank deep into the goblin's shoulder, which writhed in vain beneath the steel, emitting a wretched scream. This truly terrified the surviving goblins, who cast aside the remnants of their clubs and fled. Johnny attempted to pursue, but his sword was lodged in the goblin's bones and would not budge. Reluctantly, he released it, drawing a dagger from his thigh and throwing it towards the fleeing goblin. The dagger cut through the air like a white ribbon, striking the tree beside the goblin's head. The creature bolted even faster, vanishing into the thicket in an instant. Johnny felt a weight lift from his chest, exhaling deeply as a faint smile graced his lips. Let us start anew, he thought. With his long sword drawn, surrounded by corpses and the stench of blood, level 5 warrior Johnny lowered his sword, gazing down upon the aftermath like a deity surveying the remnants of battle. The observing wolf quietly slipped away. Chapter 6. The Skull Cap. Johnny extracted his dagger from the trunk, sheathing it once more, then glanced at the bloodstains on his sword. Bending down, he intended to wipe it clean on the goblin's body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that goblins lacked the dense fur of rats and wolves. Their skin a rough, greenish hue. Quite repulsive. They wore clothing, though it was merely a tattered piece of cloth at the crotch. Likely a remnant of some unfortunate adventurer's shirt. Johnny hesitated, sighed, and lifted the hem of his own garment to wipe the blade, then returned the sword to his waist. 6 goblins. He surveyed the surrounding corpses, nodding to himself. Then, his brow furrowed. How does one remove the skull cap? Once thoughts began to flow, they spiraled infinitely. From a purely anatomical inquiry, Johnny pondered the goblin race, seemingly sentient beings. Goblins formed tribes, utilized tools, understood the need for shelter, consumed cooked food, and, notably, did not wash. Though that last point was irrelevant, a merely technical question had ascended to a moral quandary. Johnny recalled his earlier act of slaying 3 sentient creatures. Logically, I should feel disgust, nausea, guilt, and perhaps even a sense of shame for my very existence, as if I should apologize for blocking the sunlight from an ant. Yes, it should be like that. The well-read Johnny stood before a corpse, contemplating his emotions. His sole connection to his past life seemed to be this indulgence in self-reflection. Shaking his head, he returned to the technical aspect of the problem. Having slaughtered data-constructed monsters and even humans, he had grown accustomed to the act. The visceral blood and gaping wounds, coupled with the cries of agony, had steeled his nerves. As long as it wasn't murder, it posed no issue. In fact, even murder. Johnny crouched down, scrutinizing the goblin's grotesque head. Sparse, bristled hair stood erect like steel needles. The hair was not short, tangled haphazardly at the back of its head. Its eyes, unblinking, held dilated brown pupils. The mouth hung slightly open, revealing yellowed, jagged teeth and a foul odor. Its long ears flared outward. It certainly resembles the goblins I once knew, Johnny mused, refraining from speaking. Goblins were far too odious. Rising to his feet, he drew his dagger once more. Then crouched again. He first prodded the top of the goblin's head with the blade's tip, but it would not penetrate. Adjusting his grip, he attempted to smash it with the hilt. After 2 strikes, the skull remained intact, but Johnny halted. The phrase brain matter exploding echoed in his mind, inducing a wave of nausea. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a sizable stone nearby. Johnny approached, hefted the stone, returned to the corpse, aimed for the head, released his grip, and jumped back. Brain matter exploded. Carefully avoiding the yellow fluid pooling on the ground, he moved the stone aside, gazing at the splattered remnants on the ground, akin to a shattered cantaloupe. Feeling a surge of revulsion, he suppressed his disgust, meticulously searching through the mess for the skull cap. The scene resembled a bowl of pumpkin porridge spilled across the earth, emitting a nauseating stench. Johnny turned and vomited. Afterward, rinsing his mouth with clean water, he felt significantly better. Releasing the pressure from his stomach made breathing feel easier. Only a slight discomfort lingered in his throat, but that was inconsequential. He looked once more at the remains resembling pumpkin porridge. Judging by the position, the skull cap should be directly in front of where the head had been. Indeed, there lay a fragment of bone, smeared with yellowish substance and flecks of skin. Johnny leaned closer for a better look, then turned away, retching again. As the saying goes, one becomes accustomed to vomiting. After his second bout, Johnny scrutinized the bone fragment before glancing back at the remnants of the goblin's head, concluding it must be the skull cap. Yet, how did it differ from other bones? Stifling his revulsion, Johnny picked up another fragment and compared it to the one in his hand. No discernible difference. Johnny muttered in confusion. There's no shape disparity either. So, couldn't I just collect 9 pieces from a single head? Hesitant to strike the head again, fearing the mercenary guild's requirements might differ from his assumptions, he set the bone fragment aside. Moving to another corpse, armed with his dagger, he measured the cut before commencing the task of severing the head. Regret washed over him. The blood, having seen numerous beheading videos in the past, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit. After lopping off the head, he grasped the goblin's hair to secure it to his belt. However, upon witnessing the blood cascading from the throat, Johnny halted, discarding the head and moving to the next corpse. After decapitating all 5 goblins, Johnny picked up the earlier bone fragment, rubbing it against the ground multiple times until satisfied it was clean. He then retrieved his coin pouch, tossing the 2 pieces of skull into it. After all, money must be spent. After a brief wait, he felt the blood in his head had sufficiently drained, and he began to lift the heads one by one, securing them to his belt as he retraced his steps. The pervasive scent of blood attracted numerous predators, yet upon noticing a human, armed, no less, they kept their distance, some retreating while others lingered. As Johnny moved away, they emerged to feast, engaging in their own skirmishes. However, this was of no concern to Johnny. Goblin meat, the mere sight of it now repulsed him. The sword at his side served to intimidate animals, while the heads at his waist deterred other creatures. Johnny made his way back to the city without incident, strutting through the streets and entering the mercenary guild. Those present turned to stare, murmuring among themselves, "Who is this fool?" Johnny paid them no mind. He walked directly to the task reception counter, unfastening one of the heads from his belt and holding it in his hands. "Excuse me, miss, my task states that I need the goblin's skull cap, but I find it indistinguishable from an ordinary skull." The employee, embodying the professionalism of a large corporation, greeted him with a beaming smile. Johnny suspected she had no other expression, and replied, "The skull cap is typically used to craft necklaces, signifying certain accomplishments in various regions. As for the location." She extended her hand, tracing a circle on the goblin's head. "It must be cut from this area to qualify as a skull cap." Johnny gestured. "This circle?" "Precisely." This posed a bit of a dilemma. How to make the cut? How does one detach it? A saw will suffice. A saw. Another expense to consider. Expressing his gratitude to the receptionist, Johnny exited the mercenary guild under the curious gazes of the onlookers. He needed to procure a saw, as such an item was of no use to the blacksmith shop. Hence it was absent from his home. As for where to purchase a saw, asking the carpenter would certainly yield the answer. "Good sir, may I inquire? What can I assist you with, esteemed guest?" The proprietor of the woodworking shop was exceedingly courteous, seemingly oblivious to the gruesome trophy adorning Johnny's waist. "No, I merely wish to ask, where do you procure the saws you use here?" "Ah, saws. At Vincent's scissor shop. Are you not interested in purchasing something?" "No. Thank you, kind sir." Observing the shopkeeper's displeasure, Joni quickly donned a smile and exited the premises. As he left the scissors shop with the saw in hand, he thought, how absurd it is that a mere broken saw costs 4 silver coins. Can the shopkeeper truly see into my purse? Moreover, why do these merchants in the shops appear utterly unfazed by the bloodstains and the head upon my waist? It's rather peculiar. The head certainly cannot remain in the house, for his mother's nerves were not of the strongest sort. Nor could he saw in the city. With this in mind, Joni glanced up at the sky. It was still a while before darkness would descend, so he made his way towards the city gates. Outside the city, he would commence his work. Chapter 7. The goblin tribe sawing through bone is an arduous task, particularly when it involves severing a skull. When cutting ordinary bones, one is left with merely bone dust, but when it comes to a head. Today, Joni had quite the cathartic experience. He vigorously scrubbed 5 pieces of skull on the ground, shaking them with all his might, and finally managed to cleanse them somewhat, leaving most of the brain matter and fur behind. He then retrieved dried meat and a water skin from his cloth bag, neatly stacking the 5 pieces of bone within, before hoisting the food and heading home. This cloth bag would serve no further purpose. Upon returning to the blacksmith's shop, dinner time was fast approaching. Old Smith was still overseeing the shop, and upon seeing Joni enter, drenched in blood, the elderly man was startled. Joni, what on earth happened? Why so much blood? Are you injured? Where? I told you not to play the hero. Were you off dreaming of challenging some formidable beast? Why must you be so disobedient, child? My words will not harm you, you see. Noticing that his father was inspecting him without any intention of stopping, Joni quickly placed his hands on the old man's shoulders, gently pushing him back while soothingly assuring, "It's nothing. None of this blood is mine. The blood on my chest is from a wolf. And the rest is goblins. Rest assured, Dad, it's all from others. I'm perfectly fine. Look, I'm standing right here before you." Smith, upon hearing this, scrutinized his son from head to toe, and, finding him indeed lively and uninjured, began to relax. "Come in and eat. Your mother has prepared a delicious pot of meat soup to nourish you." At the mention of soup, Joni's face turned slightly green. No thanks. I've had quite enough dried meat today." "See?" He raised the dried provisions in his hand. "I'll manage with just some water and bread." "You child, you waste money far too freely. Why purchase dried meat when you could simply buy some black bread? You earn your money yet show no regard for it. Tell me." Joni could only smile wryly, pondering how his father, a shop owner himself, seemed less composed than the proprietors of the scissors and woodworking shops. His timidity was truly baffling. Washing hands before a meal was a hygiene practice Joni had always adhered to, although there were priests in the city who could effortlessly cure the ailments of an upset stomach with their divine powers. The cost of such services. Only during their missionary period did priests exhibit boundless benevolence. The remainder of the time, they were merely profit-driven institutions. The Sun God Church of Tabuli was, without a doubt, such an institution. Joni filled a basin with water and meticulously scrubbed his hands, watching as the clear water gradually turned red. Lifting his hands, he noticed they remained stained. What a hassle! I'm so hungry. After all was said and done, the sun had set. A simple meal of bread and water sent Joni into a deep slumber. Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy. Just as dawn broke, Joni awoke. After freshening up and dressing, he practiced some swings and cuts in the yard, preparing to venture out, when he remembered his empty pockets. The only food he had was the dried meat left from yesterday. Recalling the events of the previous day made him feel queasy. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Smith were also awake, and Joni, mentioning his predicament to his mother, exchanged the dried meat for some black bread from their stores. The 5 skullcaps would certainly remain hidden at home. To avoid alarming his parents, he stowed the cranial bones deep beneath his bed. He dared not place anything in that bag again. Grabbing a ragged cloth sack from home to carry his provisions, he set out towards the forest. After the previous day's ordeal, Joni was no longer overconfident, nor excessively anxious. Maintaining a moderate vigilance, he delved deeper into the forest. The surroundings were alive with the songs of birds and fragrant blooms. A sight most pleasing, yet devoid of goblins. "Where are the goblins? Where are the goblins?" He hummed a nursery rhyme, scanning his surroundings. Those green-skinned fiends were exceedingly adept at hiding. Joni cursed inwardly. This vexing search persisted for quite some time. Until midday, when he finally noticed a change in the distance. Smoke was rising. Joni hurried towards the source of the smoke, stopping only when he was close enough to take several deep breaths before stealthily advancing. Concealed behind a thicket, Joni peeked out, and beheld several rudimentary grass huts, a smoldering bonfire, and a group of goblins awaiting their meal. 1, 2, 3, 4. There must be at least 20, he mused. Is this indeed the goblin tribe? They can use fire. They are certainly intelligent beings. 20 of them. This could be quite troublesome. Joni pondered silently. These goblins, much like the 6 unfortunate ones from yesterday, were bare from the waist up. Their lower halves draped in various scraps, from grass skirts to tatters of clothing, resembling a ragtag band of scavengers. Yet the iron swords and wooden clubs strapped to their waists clearly indicated that they were not merely scavengers, but rather marauders. After such a long journey, to finally encounter a goblin tribe, and yet to find such a large group, Joni felt a pang of frustration but was unwilling to abandon his quest. Remaining to observe the goblins as they prepared their lunch, the goblins were fixated on the fire, salivating, oblivious to the lurking observer. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, inducing a wave of nausea in Joni. Yet that scent, besides invoking memories of yesterday's grisly cranial surgeries, awakened his primal instincts. He was ravenous. Joni resolved to retreat. After all, this tribe would still be there, and he need not fear their absence. He began to back away, hoping to leave this perilous area in search of a secluded spot to enjoy a meal. Suddenly, a crack. Joni looked up to find dozens of gazes locked onto him. A chill running down his spine. Curse this wretched branch. How had he not noticed it before? One of the goblins, seemingly the leader, shouted, and a horde of goblins brandished their weapons, charging towards Joni with raucous cries. Without hesitation, Joni turned and fled. The goblins stood about half Joni's height, a small stature advantageous for stealth, and ambushed as Joni sprinted ahead. The goblins pursued closely behind, but gradually, they began to fall behind. Realizing they could not catch up, the goblins sheathed their weapons and returned to their camp. In their world, survival was paramount. Goblins lived not for knowledge or dreams, but for sustenance. Had they possessed a Bible, such a sentiment would surely be inscribed within. As Joni ran, he glanced back occasionally, relieved to see the goblins retreating, and he halted, panting heavily, grateful to have evaded disaster. Should they have caught him, the price of his life might have been far greater. Yet such an event would remain shrouded in silence. Future travelers would not regale tales of, "Look, that fool perished after slaying 5 goblins." They would not even witness the remains. Perhaps his femur would serve as a convenient weapon for some goblin. Heaven forbid, no bones would remain. Lost in such morose thoughts, sweat trickled down Joni's forehead. Just then, a growl from his stomach interrupted his reverie. Sated and refreshed, Joni paused for a moment before resolutely making his way back towards the goblin tribe. This time, he would proceed with utmost caution. This moment, the goblin camp remained unperturbed, the bonfire still crackling, bones scattered across the ground. The goblins lounged languidly, evidently satiated from their recent meal. Having been fixated on the fire, they now clutched their bellies, once again oblivious to the presence of the observer. Joni furrowed his brow. Judging by their demeanor, it would take a considerable time before these goblins would muster the energy to hunt again. They could afford to wait. But he could not. Wandering alone in the forest was brave, but spending the night within its shadows was sheer folly. Not to mention, even strolling through the dark woods posed significant risks, though the sun was high now. The night would inevitably arrive. Then, Joni noticed a large deer seemingly collapsed beside one of the small huts. Goodness, how had these creatures managed to capture such a prize? The presence of such a substantial catch suggested that this tribe could likely go the entire day without needing to forage for food. This was a boon for some goblins, yet a nightmare for others. Joni resolved to take action. However, he first needed to devise a strategy. Otherwise, the outcome would surely lead to joining that deer in its final resting place. Chapter 8. A tribe's calamity. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. Though it was not the height of summer, the forest still bore a slight heaviness in the air, creating a sense of discomfort. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, a divine blessing that alleviated the oppressive atmosphere in this harmonious and serene setting. The goblin tribe also seemed to exude a tranquil and peaceful aura. The green-skinned goblins were drowsy, with some simply lying down. Having feasted, their ambitions dissipated. Moreover, within the tribe, there lay a deer. Ensuring another meal was secured. What was there to be concerned about? Sleep beckoned, for only a fool would engage in other endeavors. Suddenly, a stone plummeted from the heavens, landing in the clearing of the tribe. The surrounding goblins tensed, sitting up and scanning their surroundings. After a moment of waiting, seeing no sign of creatures or disturbances. They gradually reclined once more, succumbing to slumber. Yet another stone fell from the sky. The goblins sprang to attention, again sitting upright. Still, tranquility reigned. They decided to lie down once more. Yet another stone descended. The goblins leapt up. Emitting furious hisses, they glanced around, still met with the same serene silence. This time, however, they were not inclined to lie down again. Such a coordinated effort was a true test of their core muscles. The goblin leader stepped forward from the throng. After all, they were humanoid, and cautiously surveyed the left and right, his nose twitching as if in search of unfamiliar scents the gentle breeze wafted through. Dispelling the heat and carrying tidings, the goblin leader gazed quizzically towards the direction from which the wind blew. Where a thicket lay, he signaled 5 of his kin, drawing their weapons, and they cautiously approached the bushes. The thicket remained eerily silent, swaying slightly with the wind before settling once more as the goblin squad drew near. The thicket remained quiet, as if nothing lay behind it. The leader hesitated, then, gathering his resolve, struck downwards with his blade. The 5 minions followed suit, weapons held high as they charged through the brush. After a flurry of grass blades, they discovered nothing. The leader glanced around, raised his head, and began sniffing the air again. No scent revealed itself. After all, goblins were not dogs. Disappointment flickered across the leader's face as he sheathed his weapon and waved his comrades to follow him back to the tribe. Just then, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Beside the thicket stood a tree, lush with foliage. From amidst the leaves, a figure leaped down, sword in hand, and with the force of descent, struck fiercely, cleaving a hapless goblin in half. It was Johnny. It went without saying that the previous 3 stones had also been hurled by him. Johnny had intended to use a distraction tactic to provoke the goblins, anticipating that they would investigate the source of the falling stones. Yet, who would have guessed that the goblins' hearts were so carefree, allowing them to simply lie down and doze off? Fortunately, their keen sense of smell saved the day. Otherwise, Johnny would have been left pondering alternative strategies. At that moment, Johnny rolled away from the severed goblin, attempting to withdraw his sword lodged within the bones, inadvertently dragging the corpse along with him. He quickly stood up, stepping on the remains, and with a vigorous tug, extracted his sword. The goblin leader and his minions, alerted by the commotion, turned to witness Johnny standing upon the corpse, sword in hand, momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of this intruder. Johnny met their gaze, grinning at the goblin's bewilderment, before turning on his heel and fleeing. Running away, chase him. The goblins, unable to match Johnny's speed, found themselves outpaced just as Johnny could never outrun Lu Xiang. Unable to catch up, they abandoned the pursuit. The goblins returned to the outskirts of their dwelling, dragging the corpse back to the tribe, placing it beside the dead deer, and casually stripping the unfortunate creature of its skin. Then, they plopped down among their kin, panting for breath before collapsing once more into slumber. Johnny stealthily approached, concealing himself behind the thicket, observing how the goblins dealt with their fallen comrade's body. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Clearly, they intended to use it as a food reserve. Cannibalism among their own kind surely marked them as an uncivilized, barbaric race that moment. The tribe lay sprawled in disarray, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from Johnny. Seeing that the goblins were so cooperative, he decided to take advantage of the situation. Glancing at the burlap sack he had used to carry bones the previous day, he noted it still contained several stones. Thus, he ascended the tree once more till a stone landed within the tribal encampment. The goblins lifted their heads but paid it no mind. Another stone fell, this time. The goblins didn't even bother to look up. Thud! The stone struck the leader squarely on the head. Will we never be allowed to sleep? The leader, incensed, bellowed, rousing the entire tribe. Weapons were drawn, and they scanned their surroundings, attempting to pinpoint the source of this irksome disturbance. The instigator, Johnny, perched in the tree, felt a flush of embarrassment. Although he had aimed at some of them, he hadn't anticipated such accuracy. Little did he expect that the goblins would be so dim-witted as to remain oblivious to his location. This cannot continue, the leader resolved. Determined to address the issue decisively, he rambled on, selecting 2 individuals, then led the remaining tribe members back to sleep. Johnny's expression was one of incredulity. Did they believe that having sentinels would ensure their safety? Thud. 2 sentinels, noticing the trajectory of the fallen stone, shouted, pointing in Johnny's direction, then charged forward, weapons brandished. Behind them, a few more tribe members rose, shaking their heads in confusion, following suit. They drew closer, inching nearer. Johnny employed the same tactic again, a slash. A roll, a foot planted, and the sword drawn. Taking advantage of the distance remaining between him and the goblins, he bolted. After a brief chase, the goblins returned empty-handed. Dragging the corpse back, they found their desire for slumber had evaporated. Each goblin exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do next. Johnny returned. This time, he did not climb the tree. Previously, the stones had fallen with no goblins in sight, allowing for another attempt. This time, however, it was in plain view. And even a foolish goblin should have sensed something amiss. If they surrounded the tree, standing tall, he hurled a large stone, striking one unfortunate soul squarely, leaving them bloodied and battered. They chased, but returned empty-handed. After repeating this process twice, the goblins began to fray at the edges of sanity. On the third attempt, the leader dispatched only 5 subordinates to pursue, allowing the rest to rest in place. When those 5 returned disheartened, the leader suddenly deemed this a clever strategy. Thus, 5, then 4, then 3. The number of pursuers dwindled, eventually settling on 3. The leader considered cutting down the numbers further, but the remaining 2 goblins insisted that they would not venture out without a minimum of 3. So, 3 it was. Finally, they could rest easy. As stones flew overhead, they paid little heed, resigned to their fate. Their misfortune was their own, while the others simply slumbered on. The 3 goblins ventured forth, never to return. Johnny returned 1 stone, 2 stones. When the 3rd stone flew, the leader groggily awoke, sensing something was awry. Sitting up, he saw Johnny grinning and waving, then hurling another stone, his irritation mounting. Where are those 3 lazy fools? You 3, quit napping and chase him off. 3 more goblins surged forward, never to return. At last, they could sleep soundly. When the tribe awoke, they discovered their numbers had dwindled, sending them into a panicked tribe of fewer than 20. 2 lay dead, and 6 had vanished. How could they possibly survive? The leader wore a grim expression, as did his subordinates. They had forgotten dinner, consumed instead by worry and fear that it was a calamity. Johnny cared not for the fate of the tribe. He was presently in an open field some distance from them. Dealing with the corpses. 3 goblins were still manageable for him. The goblins' weapons were inadequate, their strength lacking. Their only reliance lay in their numbers. A strike here, a blow there, they would eventually succumb. Johnny's armor proved invaluable. The iron sword scarcely left a mark, though this was largely due to the goblins' ignorance of weapon maintenance. Producing a saw, Johnny began to collect skulls. Having purged his stomach the previous day, he found himself growing accustomed to the task. After all, it was merely a bowl of pig's brains. What was there to fear? Comforting himself with such thoughts, he nonetheless vigorously scraped, smashed, and cleaned the remnants of brain matter and scalp before placing it into his burlap sack. Remarkably, he managed not to vomit, a considerable improvement. With 6 corpses yesterday resulting in only 5 skulls, today he needed only to saw through 4. Once he had gathered enough, Johnny lost interest in collecting anything further, leaving a field of dismembered bodies in his wake. He oriented himself and set off towards Tabri City, musing on how difficult it was to earn those 2 silver coins. Chapter 9. The retinue. After all the commotion, the sun hung low in the western sky. The day still shone bright, but Johnny estimated it to be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that he returned to Tabri City, first heading to his home. Smith was busy forging a weapon for a customer. Lifting his gaze upon hearing movement, only to see his son, speckled with blood. It's nothing, Dad, just goblin blood," Johnny interjected, preempting his father's barrage of questions. Smith nodded, scrutinizing Johnny for a moment before concluding he was indeed unharmed and returning to his work. Johnny entered the backyard, shedding his armor and weaponry, and washed himself in the water trough, rinsing away the blood and sweat. He then returned indoors to carefully brush and clean his expensive armor, also tending to the bloodstains on his longsword. Afterwards, he changed into a fresh set of clothing, retrieving the 5 skulls from beneath his bed and placing them into the burlap sack, not donning his armor. He took up his longsword and headed towards the mercenary guild. Upon entering, he spotted a beautiful figure, clad in fitted leather armor, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Johnny approached the task assignment counter, glancing sideways at the girl's face. "Esther?" The girl turned at the sound of his voice, sizing Johnny up with her gaze, scrutinizing his features. "You are, Johnny?" Indeed, indeed. What a coincidence. Have you come to submit a task as well? Considering their shared experience of battling foes and saving one another's lives, Esther was not unduly cold towards him, but he nodded. Indeed, the task of locating Mr. Edward. Did you find him? We discovered the body. It appears he was slain by a wild wolf or something akin to it. Strangely, however, the corpse remains relatively intact, and there are even personal effects left behind. As he spoke, he pointed to a pendant held by the clerk. That one. The body and belongings are still here. This is rather peculiar. A beast wouldn't merely bite without devouring, and goblins wouldn't overlook the possessions of the deceased as for others. In any case, it seems implausible that any remnants would remain. Nonetheless, Johnny didn't dwell on it. He didn't know Edward. What about you? Esther inquired. I came to report the goblin hunting task. With that, Johnny produced a cloth bag and poured out a collection of skulls. The task requiring 9 skulls. That should be quite manageable. I spent half the day in the forest before I stumbled upon clues regarding the body. Thankfully, the body is still here. Otherwise, it would be difficult to confirm if it was indeed Edward. Manageable? How could hunting goblins be easy? Didn't you struggle against 2 last time? Johnny felt a twinge of indignation. It was akin to when he scored a 98 in an exam, feeling quite pleased with himself, only for an annoying girl to saunter by and say, "Oh, only 98. What is there to be proud of with such a low score?" That time was close combat. Esther rolled her eyes. If it truly were about hunting, all you need to do is locate the goblin tribe, then hide in the trees, taking them out one by one with arrows. Wouldn't that suffice? Dazed, but I'm a warrior. As a warrior, Esther appraised Johnny's long sword at his side. A sword and shield combination can withstand dozens of goblins. Knock one down, slash at another, leap away, and then tackle yet another. Even when besieged, having a shield would make things considerably easier for you. With your single-handed longsword, however, it could indeed be rather troublesome. I understand you now. To slay 9 is truly commendable. Although it was a compliment, Johnny couldn't shake off the feeling of, given your intellect, achieving such a score is quite an accomplishment. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain decorum. Thank you. Johnny managed to nod, refraining from further comment. You mentioned you taught yourself swordsmanship. Johnny remained silent. But Esther took the initiative to speak. Indeed, I just practiced haphazardly in the yard. That won't do. You'll suffer for it later. Johnny found that remark oddly familiar. How about this? You helped me once, so let me assist you this time. Uncle Odala from the Lord's Guard is recruiting attendants. I could speak to him and see if you can try out. Attendant. How do you know people from the Lord's Guard? Also, what does being an attendant entail? Johnny knew what an attendant was. But out of caution, he deemed it wise to inquire about everything unfamiliar. What if, in this context, attendant implied something less savory? You don't know what an attendant is? An attendant is a knight's subordinate, responsible for caring for the horse, polishing armor, and assisting. Knights also teach their attendants martial skills. After all, on the battlefield, knights bring their attendants into battle. But no worries. Our city has no cavalry, so you won't need to tend to horses. As for me, the young girl paused, lifted her chin, and proudly declared, my father is the premier archer of Tabri City, the archery instructor for the Lord's Guard, Isatis Hughes. Incredible. This young girl is of noble descent. It sounds like she comes from a prestigious lineage. So your archery skills were taught by your father? Indeed. She held her head high. My father is a level 12 ranger, quite formidable. Level 12, that's a lofty achievement. How many tasks must one complete to attain that? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Do you want this opportunity or not? After reveling in her pride for a moment, Esther suddenly recalled the matter at hand and nudged Johnny. Ah, yes, I do. A chance of a lifetime. Good deeds indeed yield good rewards. However, some matters still needed clarification. What is the remuneration for an attendant? What weapons does Uncle Odala use? Remuneration. I believe it's 5 silver coins a month. Quite meager, but it includes room and board. In fact, there isn't much to do. Maintaining armor and caring for weapons. Other miscellaneous tasks are handled by dedicated servants and a crucial point. You must diligently practice your martial skills that if, after some time, your skills aren't up to par, Uncle Odala will surely dismiss you, and I won't be able to help you then. Uncle Odala doesn't use a longsword. He prefers his own greatsword, so you may need to start from scratch. But based on how you wield that longsword, perhaps a two-handed sword suits you better. Payment and the opportunity to learn martial skills. What a splendid deal. Oh, as an attendant, on the battlefield, you must protect your lord's safety, and your achievements will be credited to your lord. However, your lord will provide you with appropriate compensation. If you perform exceptionally well, your lord might even recommend you to the lord of the city. And who knows, you might become a knight. The constant reference to your lord irked Johnny, who hailed from a more modern era. Yet, he understood that in this hierarchical, survival of the fittest world, concepts like human rights held little weight. Moreover, he wasn't a true slave, merely entering into a master-servant relationship. Well, not yet established. All right, I'll do it, Johnny nodded. But what about my profession level? I can't level up without completing tasks. Oh dear, I can't stand you. Estelle rubbed her forehead. Can't you level up through challenges? After level 9, all upgrades are achieved through completing guild promotion tasks and have nothing to do with the mercenary alliance. Did the warrior guild deceive me initially? However, upon reflection, it seems they never explicitly mentioned the latter stages. Then I'll be counting on you. After receiving his reward and informing Estelle of his family's blacksmith shop's location, the two parted ways. See, good deeds are rewarded. Just a small favor for someone else leads to such significant benefits. What a delightful thought. Johnny mused as he walked. What a pure and kind-hearted girl. So beautiful and charming. If only I could marry her, life would be... No. What am I thinking? She's a noble's daughter. How could a poor lad like me be worthy? Yet, if I became a noble... His motivation surged. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Johnny recounted his day's extraordinary encounter to Smith, who was equally pleased. At least being an attendant was less perilous than being a mercenary. With a stable income, though he would have to go to battle, Tabri City hadn't seen war in many years. Moreover, being an attendant was, after all, a respectable occupation. He felt elated. Dad, do you know about greatswords? Greatswords? Of course, they're those long, large swords that require 2 hands to wield. Can you wield one? I can, but why do you ask? Johnny scratched his head. Well, I heard that Uncle Odala uses a great sword, so I thought. I see. Come, lend a hand. This task cannot be accomplished alone. The blacksmith shop resonated with the sounds of clanging hammers, seemingly heralding Johnny's promising future. Chapter 10. The greatsword is not a commonly used weapon. Yet it is certainly not rare. Smith had seen his father forge a few during his childhood, so he had a vague recollection, even though no one had ever come to purchase a greatsword. Knowing what it looked like should suffice to create one, right? Johnny had seen greatswords before, notably in movies. William Wallace from Braveheart wielded a greatsword as he charged into the fray, accompanied by the battle's roar and the melodic sound of bagpipes. Resembling a war god, cleaving and slicing with abandon, truly impressive, the father and son worked with ready steel ingots, hammering away for 2 days, and finally completed a greatsword that matched Johnny's imagination. When they stood the sword upright, the hilt reached nearly to Johnny's neck, its blunt, rounded tip, wide yet thin blade, and a portion of unsharpened edge wrapped in leather for grip. It was a weapon designed for slashing. After all, Johnny wasn't particularly skilled at thrusting. In truth, Johnny had not initially wished to wield a longsword. He believed the curved structure of a katana was superior. However, after several attempts, he found he couldn't achieve that form. Later, he thought a dao was impressive but found the quality lacking upon crafting it. It seemed there were unique techniques involved. Thus, he was left with the longsword, which was of just the right size. Johnny wielded the longsword but harbored a heart that longed for a dao and katana. Therefore, it was only natural for him to wield a greatsword with slashing motions. He was enamored with the freshly forged greatsword. Taking it into the backyard, he began a flurry of slashing that was indeed far more manageable than the previous longsword. Devoid of the light, airy sensation, the force behind each swing was invigorating. What a delight! What an exhilarating experience! As he swung the somewhat imperfectly balanced greatsword, Johnny felt he had unearthed the greatest treasure in this world. While Johnny was frolicking in the backyard, Estelle arrived. Estelle was a warm-hearted individual, albeit somewhat indiscreet. However, she was also quite forgetful by the time she returned home. She had completely forgotten the promises she made at the mercenary alliance. Meanwhile, Johnny was exuberantly striking the rough blade of the massive 2-handed sword, pouring his youthful vigor into each blow. Fortunately, when he chanced upon Knight Odala, certain memories resurfaced. Given that it was Alicia who initiated the conversation, Odala could not outright refuse. for the camaraderie among the members of the guard was quite amicable. "Bring him to the castle tomorrow morning," he said. "Let us evaluate the quality first." "Excuse me, is Johnny Smith available?" Old Smith, busy at the forge, looked up and smiled upon seeing a lovely young lady of apparent standing. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch him." Setting down his hammer, Old Smith ventured into the backyard and soon returned with Johnny. "Oh, it is Alicia," Johnny remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Have you settled the matter of the squire?" "Indeed. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow morning so we can visit Uncle Odala. He wishes to assess your qualifications." "Thank you ever so much. Do come in and sit for a while. Let us share a meal," Johnny warmly invited, reminiscent of his past life. "No, thank you," Alicia replied, waving her hand. "I have tasks to attend to. Remember to rise early tomorrow. And do not forget to bring your equipment. The squire's gear must be provided by you." With that, she bid farewell and departed. "Is this the girl you spoke of?" Old Smith inquired of Johnny. "Yes." Johnny seemed somewhat lost and thought to become a squire, then a knight, and eventually a noble. Then he could pursue Alicia, and then, Johnny sighed, reminding himself not to harbor such lofty hopes just yet, despite this inner admonition. That night, he tossed and turned. Finding sleep elusive as dawn began to break, he sprang from his bed, feeling a nostalgic thrill akin to the excitement of going on a school trip, energized despite having not slept a wink. With Alicia yet to arrive, Johnny finished his breakfast and, finding himself at loose ends, stepped into the yard to practice with the two-handed sword as a warm-up. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Emanating an aura of lethal intent as he swung the sword through the empty space, he contemplated. If only he possessed such a weapon back then, charging into a goblin tribe would seem far less daunting. An overwhelming sense of regret for not having met this opportunity sooner washed over him. At long last, Alicia arrived, clad in armor, with a long sword at her waist and a dagger strapped to her thigh. And the massive sword slung across her back, fully equipped, Johnny followed her to the entrance of the castle in the heart of Tabri City. The castle walls towered about 3 stories high, while the castle itself loomed nearly 5 stories tall, its stone facade adorned with a multitude of arrow slits. The soldiers patrolling the walls were well equipped, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. In this remote inland trading post, the castle served as a subtle reminder that war was not as distant as one might wish. The guards at the entrance appeared to recognize Alicia. Upon seeing her with Johnny, they refrained from questioning, merely nodding and smiling as they remained at their posts. The castle resembled a city within a city, housing infantry in training formations and archers honing their aim, though few in number. A palpable aura of martial discipline emanated from these professional soldiers. Alicia offered no introductions to Johnny, nor did she allow him to linger and admire the castle's ornate decorations and bustling activities. Noticing Johnny's curiosity, she furrowed her brow and whispered, "Do not gawk. If you become a squire, there will be ample opportunities to appreciate this later. Hurry along and do not act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world." In truth, Johnny was not so much awestruck by the castle's grandeur or the military's might. Rather, he was exhilarated by witnessing firsthand an army from the age of cold steel, the face-to-face contest of strength and agility, where life and death rested upon the blade and skill, always resonated with young men. Nonetheless, his expression was somewhat exaggerated. Sensing Alicia's irritation, Johnny dared not stare any longer and followed her closely as she led him around the castle to a clearing behind it. There, a burly middle-aged man wielding a two-handed sword practiced his swordplay. From a distance, Johnny observed the peculiar shape of the sword. "Uncle Odala," Alicia called out, waving to the man. "Ah, Alicia," he replied, halting his movements and planting the sword into the ground, the hilt swaying slightly beside his head. "Uncle Odala, I have brought you a candidate. Please assess him." Johnny felt an unsettling sensation akin to being sold like livestock. Odala scrutinized Johnny, appraising him from head to toe. Circling him once, Johnny felt more like cattle under inspection. Suddenly, Odala extended his right hand, startling Johnny. Pointing to the sword hilt protruding from behind Johnny, he inquired, "Is this your weapon?" Johnny exhaled in relief. "Yes, I heard you wield a two-handed sword. So I crafted this with my father to suit your combat style." Odala nodded. "Alicia must have informed you. That shows initiative. Now, let me see your sword." Johnny unsheathed the sword and handed it to Odala with both hands. Odala examined it, wielding it slowly through the air a few times before shaking his head and returning it. This sword is designed for slashing, created for that very purpose, and once gained much popularity for its ability to deliver multiple strikes. Once popular, Odala sighed and continued, while this sword is not poorly made, its balance leaves much to be desired. However, it remains serviceable for everyday use. Unfortunately, this design was rendered obsolete over a decade ago due to its tendency to injure allies in battle. Of course, mercenaries might still use such a weapon, but he turned and drew a sword embedded in the earth. What is currently employed by the military is something like this. Johnny regarded the sword in Odala's hand. Feeling a sense of familiarity, the blade was nearly as tall as a man, with a slender hilt and a moderately wide blade. Similar to his own sword, the base of the blade was unsharpened, wrapped in layers of leather. The difference, however, lay in the two small cutting edges protruding horizontally above the leather, curving gracefully toward the blade's tip. The point was exceptionally sharp, unlike his own blunt end. As he examined the intricately crafted hilt and guard, adorned with engravings, Johnny felt he was drawing closer to an epiphany. Goodness, was this not the German two-handed sword? Chapter 11. Swear by the true God of your faith, holding Odala's sword. Johnny's mind raced. During his days as a recluse, fueled by youthful restlessness and a boy's love for warfare, he often perused forums discussing ancient battles. He had once encountered a post about the German two-handed sword, its design mirroring the one before him, and the accompanying text had even praised it as the pinnacle of two-handed sword design. He never expected to find it here. What a remarkable convergence of paths. A good weapon is half a warrior's life, Odala remarked. I see you possess decent physical attributes. And to have crafted a two-handed sword shows diligence. That I heard your combat skills are self-taught. That is of little concern. For Alicia's sake, you may remain under my tutelage, and I will instruct you in the techniques of the two-handed sword. There is no immediate urgency for battle. Does this mean I have been accepted? Am I deemed worthy? Johnny's eyes lit up with joy as he looked up at Odala. However, should you lack diligence, possess insufficient talent for martial arts, or display a lack of integrity, I will not hesitate to dismiss you. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, Johnny replied, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. Which deity do you worship? Odala inquired. What? Johnny was momentarily taken aback. Which deity do you worship? I need you to swear your loyalty to me by your faith that a knight requires the protection of a squire on the battlefield. Yes, I understand, but faith? Johnny hesitated. What? Are you an unbeliever? Do you have no priest to guide you into faith? Do you not know that the souls of the faithless will find no resting place after death, ultimately scattered by time? Odala's evident disdain for the faithless was palpable, and his shock at Johnny's lack of belief was unmistakable, causing his voice to rise involuntarily. Johnny hardly cared for Odala's agitation. That it was not that there were no priests to preach. The Sun God Church in Tabri City, though it had devolved from a missionary organization into a profit-driven entity, still recognized the importance of nurturing followers. Regardless of its moral decay, vibrant grassroots remained. The local priests of the Sun God Church had once visited Old Smith's forge, attempting to spread the light of the Sun God to the youthful Johnny. It was during that visit that Johnny learned of the existence of the true God and mistakenly believed he had immersed himself in a world he understood. The priest, with a warm smile, had shared tales of the Sun God's dominion, expounding the church's righteousness and recounting how the Sun God, Darius, valiantly triumphed over the evil deities in the War of the Gods. Any other child, upon hearing of the Sun God's might, would have sparkled with admiration and vowed to serve him for life. But Johnny was not a child. Though atheism had long since vanished after his arrival in this realm, he was not so easily swayed to worship a deity. Moreover, in both the novels once perused and the games previously engaged in, such institutions representing light often conceal an unfathomable darkness. This, in turn, led Johnny to harbor a profound disdain for the Sun God Church from the depths of his soul. I have basked in the sun for over 20 years without the Sun God, he thought. Though he dared not voice this sentiment aloud, in the end, Johnny declined the missionary overtures of the priest, claiming his intention to become a blacksmith and venerate the god of forging, Ulla, in a world where true deities exist. There is no room for any church to oppress heretics at will. Upon witnessing the child's starry-eyed determination to follow Ulla, the priest relented and gracefully bid farewell, moving on to the next dwelling. As for the god of forging, Ulla, Johnny promptly forgot about him. Perhaps due to Ulla's daily engagements with myriad prayers, he paid little heed to the child's fickle words. After all, he was inherently a chaotic neutral deity. Johnny remained in a state of disbelief until today. In the past, priests of the sun god came to preach, but back then, I thought as a descendant of blacksmiths, I ought to worship the god of forging. So I refused. As I grew older, I believed that men should fight. Hence I ceased to pray to the god of forging that I know of no other deities, so it remained as such. Johnny animatedly explained, fearing that Odara before him might cast him away in anger. Upon hearing this, Odara's wide-eyed gaze gradually returned to normal, and the bristling short hair atop his head seemed to soften somewhat. Johnny felt a touch of embarrassment. Was it truly necessary? How fortunate he was to be in such a position. Had this been medieval Europe, a peculiar individual like Johnny, devoid of faith, would likely have met a fiery end. Odara clasped a pendant at his chest, stating, though it is understandable, one must possess faith and harbor reverence for true deities. How about this? Since you lack a divine figure to worship and happen to be my retainer, let us together venerate the god of war, Odin. The god of war, Odin, wasn't he the god of war Pashtin? The god of war is not. Pashtin, that is the god of war in your region. Your region? Johnny found himself somewhat perplexed. Odara continued, I hail from the northern lands. What followed was a sermon. Preaching is not merely a matter of casting a vote. One cannot simply check a box to declare allegiance. Even in an election, a speech is requisite, let alone in matters of such solemnity as faith. First and foremost, within the same realm, the divine offices cannot overlap. This was the understanding Johnny possessed, and Odara's words corroborated it. Pashtin governs mercenaries and adventurers. No wonder a mercenary alliance was formed in conjunction with the deity of commerce. Odin presides over foot soldiers. As for the serious mantle of war, it is held by the god of war. Alexander. Common folk are ignorant of the distinctions among mercenaries, adventurers, and foot soldiers. They merely recognize them as gods of battle. The distinctions are indeed precise, Johnny mused, and the names are quite familiar. The division of divine offices signifies differing objects of prayer. Adventurers beseech Pashtin for fortune. Foot soldiers pray to Odin for mastery in their martial skills, while leaders and soldiers alike fervently pray to Alexander for victory. Johnny reasoned that, from a logical standpoint, this prayer seemed rather unreliable. If both sides were to pray, of course, the reason these gods of battle could thrive was primarily due to their highly functional teams of priests. However, Odara did not elaborate further. There was no point. For Odin's priests were still holed up in the north. After hearing the introduction, Johnny found the god of foot soldiers to be rather commendable, and given the current circumstances, if he expressed disbelief, his role as a retainer would surely vanish. Thus, he resolved to accept this faith. I am willing to venerate the god of foot soldiers, Odin. It could be cultivated. Upon hearing Johnny's agreement, Odara's face blossomed with a joyous smile. He retrieved a metallic pendant from his bosom and handed it to Johnny, saying, this is the emblem of the god of war. May Odin bless you. Johnny accepted the pendant and found it to be a model of a two-handed greatsword, reminiscent of his own, yet appearing more archaic and even somewhat rudimentary. This was the weapon used by the god of war, Odin, before his ascension. Observing Johnny's dazed expression regarding the pendant, Odara explained, he was born in my homeland, wielding a specially crafted, even larger longsword, and fought his way to divinity during the War of the Gods that time. There were no two-handed swords to honor his past struggles. The god of war designated this sword as the symbol of the church. When the faithful touch it, they are imbued with an indomitable spirit, propelling them forward. As Odara spoke, he became somewhat animated. What a devout follower he was, Johnny thought. Following Odara's guidance, Johnny grasped the pendant with his right hand and pressed his fist to his chest, declaring, great god of foot soldiers, Odin, I, Johnny Smith, a humble warrior, hereby extend my utmost respect. I shall worship you, revere you, and serve you for life, that I will diligently hone my skills in foot combat, exerting myself for your glory. Upon reciting this invocation, Johnny sensed an unusual stirring within his soul, as though connecting with some unknown existence. Was it merely an illusion, or the fabled thread of faith? Estelle had been attentively listening to Odara recount Odin's tales, while solemnly observing Johnny establish a connection of faith with the deity. In this world, so bereft of entertainment, That moment truly provided a delightful diversion. Of course, she would never voice such thoughts. Chapter 12. The Retainer of the Great Sword after converting to the Northern God of War Church. What Odara referred to as their name, Johnny was to undertake a second oath. I, Johnny Smith, hereby solemnly swear to the great God of foot soldiers, Odin, the true deity I venerate. Johnny knelt partially before Odara, feeling somewhat anxious. He could not help but feel this way, for Odara's magnificent sword rested upon his right shoulder. And Johnny sensed a chilling breath brushing against his neck. I shall be loyal to my lord, Knight Odara Ludwig, serving him, contributing my valor, and upholding his rightful heir. Simultaneously, I request appropriate recompense and protection from my lord. I will guard this vow with my life, until the other party refuses to fulfill their promise or voluntarily relinquishes it. Odara affirmed. I, Odara Ludwig, hereby solemnly swear to the great God of foot soldiers, Odin, the true deity I venerate, in the name of my Ludwig family, that I shall protect this retainer, Johnny Smith, granting him suitable recompense in exchange for his loyalty to me and my rightful heir. As well as his service and valor, I will safeguard this vow with my life, until the other party neglects their obligations. Johnny sensed an unseen presence watching him. Was it Odara? No, Estelle? Neither. This gaze, seemingly able to pierce the depths of one's heart. Could it be that of the god of foot soldiers, Odin? Yet, Johnny dared not entertain such thoughts. Once the oath was complete, Odara withdrew the sword, and Johnny stood once more. Was the divine truly so idle? Sensing that gaze had departed, Johnny mentally completed the words he had nearly spoken moments before. Very well, from this moment onward, you are my retainer, Odara said, patting Johnny on the shoulder. Haha, splendid, Uncle Odara. I shall take my leave now. Estelle cheerfully bid farewell to Odara, then turned to Johnny and waved her fist. All right, you must strive diligently, or else you shall bring me shame, and I shall not let you off easily. What a delightful and kind-hearted young girl, thought Johnny, whose soul was already that of a peculiar old man. Now, let me show you around the castle and then take you to see your quarters. You shall reside here from now on. Odara slung an arm around Johnny's neck, jostling him from his daydream about Estelle. Odara led Johnny back along the path he had come, arriving at the castle's front courtyard. This is the training ground. To the left, you will find the infantry. Their instructor is Rule Nis. A level 12 warrior, he is the spear instructor of the Lord's Guard. A gaunt man observed his soldiers with a serious demeanor, swiftly reprimanding any mistakes with a kick. To the right are the archers in training. That man dressed differently from the others is Estelle's father, Isatis Hugh, a level 12 ranger, and he is the archery instructor, as you can see. The man, clad in leather and sporting a ponytail, calmly drew his bow and released arrows with remarkable proficiency. In the blink of an eye, he had loosed 2 arrows, both striking the bullseye. Suddenly, he accelerated his pace, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession, each finding its mark. Haha, that technique is truly impressive. Estelle would need to take her time to aim, if she tried to shoot as quickly as her father. 3 out of 5 arrows would surely miss, Odara remarked, clearly admiring Isatis' skill. Johnny felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The arrow Estelle had shot to save him had displayed similar finesse. She had barely aimed, drawing and releasing in one fluid motion, the arrow whizzing past his face to slay a goblin. He suddenly comprehended Estelle's eagerness to assist him, and cold sweat broke out across his brow. What are you dawdling for? Go greet them. Odara playfully slapped Johnny on the back, guiding him toward the center of the training ground. Hey, Rule, Isatis, this is my newly acquired retainer. Do look after him in the future. Rule glanced over, his expression unreadable, and gave a slight nod before returning his attention to the training. Isatis exuded warmth, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she waved invitingly. Truly, the resemblance between father and daughter was striking. Roar has that temperament. He may appear aloof, but his heart is kind, and you will come to realize that in due time, Odara explained softly, anticipating this very scenario as Roar glanced their way. Traversing the training grounds, Odara and Johnny entered the main body of the castle. The Lord's Guard consists of 9 members in total, Odara remarked as they walked, known as the Tabri 9. Johnny recalled the 9 of winter. Confusion etched across his face. What do you mean known as? Everyone in the city refers to you as the Lord's Guard, don't they? You've already met Roar and Isatis. Then there's Nicola, the Wind Whisperer. Don't look at me like that. He chose that ridiculous name himself. Nicola, the Wind Whisperer, is a 13th level mage who typically occupies the uppermost chambers of the castle, conducting experiments and delving into various arcane studies that are kept from our eyes. Just be aware of his existence. And there's a mage as well. I truly wish to witness the might of magic. The first floor is the hall. There's nothing of note there. The two ascended the staircase. The second floor is the banquet hall. What about the other 5 individuals? Why not introduce them? Joni's mind swirled with questions, though he dared not voice them. After all, Odara was the employer, and it was prudent to remain respectful. Continuing their ascent, the third floor houses the armory and the training area for martial skills. Henceforth, you shall train here as for your sword. Teske, who instructed you to join the same fellowship as us. Allow me to assist you. The armory should possess a 2-handed sword, Odara mumbled while searching among the rows of weapon racks. Tears nearly welled in Joni's eyes. Could it be that the great god of war, Odin, truly favored him, guiding him towards a path of fortune? Found it. Odara produced a 2-handed great sword, devoid of ornate hilt or embellishments. Its blade unadorned and starkly utilitarian. Indeed, the unsharpened portion lacked even leather wrapping. Here, take it and use it. Joni grasped the sword, weighing it in his hands. It was light, comparable to his own, with both hands firmly on the hilt. He swung it through the air a few times, finding it far more comfortable than his previous weapon. To speak more technically, its balance was superior. Instantly infatuated with the great sword in his grasp, he looked up at Odara, expressing his gratitude profusely. Ha, no need for thanks. We are all brethren in service to Odin, and as you are my squire, I must assist you that a sword like this would typically cost no less than 5 gold coins at a blacksmith. Considering the challenge of its craftsmanship, Joni felt a surge of happiness. 5 gold coins. When would he ever be able to afford such a treasure? Well then, Isidore will inform you that your monthly salary is 5 silver coins. Correct? I provide room and board, so these 5 silver coins will serve as repayment for your debt. We shall regard this sword as costing 5 gold coins, and in 10 months' time, it shall belong to you. What? Please, spare me that expression. I provide room and board. Moreover, how can I train you without a weapon? If you were to leave, neither you nor Isidore would be pleased, and I would be inconvenienced. Wouldn't I? As warriors, we must diligently hone our combat skills. This is merely my way of helping you avoid unnecessary distractions, and you ought to be grateful, don't you think? Joni gazed at Odara's animated lips, feeling that this seemingly simple-hearted man perhaps did not match the face he bore. Stop daydreaming. Put down the sword. This weapon is merely on temporary loan to you. You cannot take it away. Besides, you can't carry any other weapons right now. Joni felt as though he could perceive the horns of a demon sprouting from Odara's forehead, a sharp tail swaying behind him, back and forth. Back and forth. Was this not a devout follower? How could he be so shrewd? Joni numbly set down the great sword and silently followed Odara up the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase landing, he suddenly recalled a question. Sir, may I inquire what your role is within the guard? Me? I am simply a 2-handed swordsman. How many 2-handed swordsmen are there in the castle's army? Previously, there was only one, but in the future. Odara appraised Joni from head to toe. I suppose there will be 2. Only the 2 of us. Joni exclaimed, a hint of disbelief and excitement in his voice. Calm down, lad. 2-handed swordsmen are, by nature, the shock troops of the army. What purpose would it serve to have more? Shock troops? Shock troops. The term echoed in Joni's mind, filling him with regret. Chapter 13. The military history of Tabri City 2 decades prior. The youthful and impetuous Count Delis engaged in a heated dispute with a neighboring count over the academic question of which end of an egg should be cracked first, just as they were about to come to blows. Onlookers intervened. They subsequently agreed to duel according to noble customs. Count Delis proved to be the superior swordsman, ultimately pressing his blade against his opponent's throat. Shortly thereafter, the disgraced count, accompanied by a force of 500 soldiers and recruited peasants, descended upon the gates of Tabri City with great fanfare. Witnessing such arrogance, Count Delis, perceiving a desire for total annihilation, rallied a total of 700 troops from his domain and marched forth to confront the enemy. Despair and exhilaration intermingled in the cries that filled the battlefield, the clashing of steel resonating for ages, a sound still echoing today, as described by some lackluster bard. The battle outside Tabri City left behind 234 corpses. with countless injuries and no tally kept. Ultimately, the Countess' forces retreated in disgrace. As for the Count himself, he was captured by Count Delis and released only after a hefty ransom was demanded. This sum was entirely devoted to the blade, funding the construction of walls, castles, and the Lord's Guard, clearly illustrating the significance of that ransom and the Count's stinginess regarding his domain. This was the singular war that Joni, throughout his life, had ever heard recounted. To Joni, the conflict seemed utterly absurd. A mere 1,200 souls engaged, yet only a little over 200 perished. Reflecting upon his homeland, he thought of Bai Qi's slaughter of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, or Cao Cao commanding 800,000 only to be defeated at Chibi. Even Li Ling, despite being outnumbered, led 3,000 men. That a mere 1,200 was a paltry figure, yet for those of noble standing, this modest engagement was indeed harrowing. Count Delis, having utilized the ransom to recruit skilled warriors as his personal knights, construct new fortifications, and arm a well-equipped army, struck fear into neighboring counts, having achieved victory before. What would become of him after such reorganization? Consequently, many came to visit Tabri city. Count Delis was not a warmonger, however, and vowed never to instigate conflict. The long peace descended upon Tabri city following the Great War. Warfare felt distant, yet the notion of becoming a shock troop filled Joni with trepidation. The Lord's Guard was not merely tasked with confronting humans. The myriad of threats to trade routes, which the Lord's Guard was obliged to eradicate, varied greatly in kind and strength. Sometimes, they were merely troll tribes that encroached upon the forest's edge, robbing merchant caravans and partaking in a few unsavory meals, only to be easily dispatched by the Lord's Guard. At other times, it might be a solitary two-headed giant, who, while not committing any theft, was enough to frighten merchants away, posing little challenge to the Lord's Guard. And then there were times, during one such occasion, no one witnessed the monster that emerged. Joni only heard that 9 men departed with 50 soldiers, returning with half-injured, supported by one another, looking utterly defeated. Shock troops. What if we were to face such a fearsome creature? Wouldn't I also have to charge to the front? Joni truly regretted his decision. As a mercenary, he could select his own tasks, but once on the battlefield, there was no room for choice. Lost in thought, Joni numbly followed Odara up to the 4th floor. Odara continued to speak, but Joni had long since drifted into the clouds, absorbing none of it. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Odara struck Joni's back with a heavy hand, causing him to stumble. What did I just say? Repeat it. Joni, still ensnared in visions of a bleak future and a dismal fate, replied, we are the shock troops. A sharp smack met his head, though not as forceful as before. It jolted him back to reality, leaving him slightly dizzy. What shock troops, Have my words been in vain? Stay close and learn well. Do you fear those insignificant foes? Muster the courage of the war god Odin. Show some ambition. Do not disgrace Odin. Do not bring shame upon me. And do not let Isidel down. Do not let Isidel down. Joni pondered the implication. Did she harbor feelings for him? Perceiving Joni's bewildered gaze, Odara seized his collar and shook him vigorously. Wake up. This finally roused him. Wait, a moment. I'm fine now. Joni stammered, his voice trembling as he indicated his newfound clarity. A man must bravely confront all challenges. If you cower in fear, you might as well return to a life of forging iron. Odara released him, scolding further, while internally lamenting the valor of his homeland, where every man was a warrior. Yes, I understand, Joni replied, lowering his gaze. Then ventured to inquire, what did you mean by not letting Isidel down? Young man. Odala spoke earnestly, marking this as Esther's first recommendation to us, her esteemed mentors, which reveals the immense hopes she harbors for you. Joni silently scoffed, realizing that the girl was merely expressing her remorse for nearly shooting him. Thus, if you were to perform poorly, would it not put her in a rather awkward position? This was indeed the case. Joni nodded, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at his earlier demeanor. After all, he had faced death once, he thought. Observing that Joni seemed to regain his composure, Odala's stern expression gradually softened, eventually blossoming into a pleased smile. Now that is more like it. Let us continue with the introductions. Where were we? Never mind, you're lost for not paying attention. Behold, this floor houses the residence and office of Count Dalaris. With that, Odala approached a beautifully adorned wooden door and knocked. A resonant voice beckoned from within. Enter. Odala ushered Johnny through the door. Johnny quickly scanned the room. Directly facing the entrance was an exquisite desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man. Against the wall stood a bookshelf brimming with various tomes. The entire room was clean and orderly, lacking excessive ornamentation, yet exuding a rustic charm. "My lord, Count." Odala bowed deeply to the man behind the desk. "This is my newly recruited attendant, the son of the town's blacksmith, named Johnny Smith." Johnny averted his gaze, mimicking Odala's bow before the middle-aged gentleman. After completing the gesture, he lowered his head, adopting a posture of utmost respect. Count Dalaris nodded, casting a glance at Johnny, and remarked, "Is this the young man in question?" "Indeed, he appears quite spirited." With that, he opened a drawer of the desk, retrieved a piece of parchment, and began to write with a quill, after sprinkling fine sand over the ink and allowing it to settle. He carefully shook the parchment, letting the sand fall onto the desk. He then spoke. "Here, this is your identification. You will need this to enter and exit the castle." How did Esther manage to enter so easily? Johnny silently pondered. As he looked up to move forward, he beheld Count Dalaris's visage. His once golden hair had dulled, and his features had matured, yet this lent the Count an even more distinguished handsomeness. "Oh, so this is what they mean by the charm of age," Johnny mused. He accepted the parchment, glanced over it without comprehending the script, and meticulously rolled it up, bowing and retreating to his original position. "Huh. Odala, your attendant seems quite well-mannered. Did you teach him?" Count Dalaris inquired with a smile, noting Johnny's demeanor. "Is that so? I cannot take credit for it. Perhaps he received a good upbringing at home," Odala replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps so," Count Dalaris said, nodding to both men before returning to his paperwork. Odala and Johnny bowed once more and exited the room. The 5th floor was designated for the Wind Whisperer, and they had agreed not to venture there. Thus, their tour of the castle had concluded. A wave of fatigue broke through the excitement, reminding Johnny, "Young man, you have not slept all night." Fortunately, Odala announced a piece of good news. "All right, now I will take you to your quarters. You shall rest today, and training will commence tomorrow morning." Salvation, stifling his weariness, Johnny made a concerted effort to keep his eyes wide open as he followed Odala downstairs. It felt reminiscent of returning to the dormitory after an all-nighter in college. Chapter 14. A strange dream. The attendants' quarters were located in the castle's backyard, comprising a neat row of wooden cabins. According to Odala, this area also served as soldier accommodations. "Consider yourself fortunate. Ordinary soldiers share a room among 4, yet you have one all to yourself." Odala consoled Johnny. Johnny was indifferent. All he desired was a bed. Upon entering the room, Johnny forced his eyes open to inspect his quarters. They were satisfactory, equipped with a window, a bed, a wardrobe, and shelves. Fixating on the bed, he noticed the soft pillow, comfortable mattress, and warm blankets. "What are you staring at so intently?" Odala nudged Johnny. "Ah. Oh, my lord. You see, I was too excited to sleep last night, so..." He yawned involuntarily mid-sentence. "Haha, you stayed up all night, and this is how you look." "Enough of that. Since you are new and training has yet to commence, you may rest for a while. You probably won't wake for lunch, so I will come to rouse you for dinner." Staying up all night is not advisable. It seems I may have overestimated you. Rest well, and don't shed tears tomorrow, haha." With a chuckle, Odala turned to leave, shutting the door behind him. "Don't cry. What does that mean?" Never mind. I must sleep for now, even if it costs me my life." Johnny shed his gear, kicked off his shoes, and leapt onto the bed, pulling the blanket over himself, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Johnny found himself wielding a colossal scythe that shimmered with magical light, accompanied by his goblin minions as they navigated around traps on the ground. He consumed a potion to ward off fear and unleashed a powerful strike upon the slumbering dragon beneath him. The dragon, aged and diminished from its former might, lacked the fearsome presence it once possessed and soon lay defeated at Johnny's feet. Surrounded by dark elves, Johnny roared, swinging the scythe to sever one elf's neck. Not pausing but using that momentum to launch at another. The elves' assaults carved bloody trails across his skin, yet Johnny remained unfazed, orchestrating a deadly rhythm with his scythe, harvesting lives in his wake. Through the slits of his helmet, Johnny observed the soul-sucking creature before him, its tendrils writhing as if seeking to extract the thoughts from his mind, only to be thwarted by the helmet's barrier. Left with no choice, it resorted to communicating with Johnny in the common tongue. Johnny fought countless battles, Vanquishing wave after wave of foes, he assumed various roles, undertaking their quests and wielding their weapons. Ultimately, he stood before a demon. "You have found me. Mortal, what is it you desire? Do you wish to annihilate me? I will crush you as one would a mere insect. Or do you seek to ally with me? In that case, you shall revel in all the riches of this world. You will be my earthly representative, the one and only king of this realm. What say you, mortal? What is your choice?" "To praise you. My lord, I shall follow in your footsteps and rule this world." Johnny, clad in black leather armor and brandishing a dagger, half kneeled in homage to the demon. "I seek to obliterate you and restore justice to this world." Johnny, adorned in resplendent golden armor and a closed helmet, raised a hefty greatsword. His voice resonated through the metallic mask, ringing with authority. "This is not my concern," Johnny shrugged, "but you have disturbed my life and harmed my friends. Therefore, you must perish." With that, he brandished his staff, reciting an incantation. "What?" Johnny jolted awake, staring blankly into the void. After a prolonged moment, he blinked that it was merely a dream. Rising to a sitting position, Johnny felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Pressing his right hand against his head, he leaned against the wall, reflecting on the dream. An aged dragon, dark elves, a soul-sucking creature, and that demon at the end. Johnny murmured to himself, "This is a story I am familiar with. Where have I encountered it before? Where? Ah, isn't this the plot of Shadow of the Abyss? It's been so long, yet I still dream of it. How nostalgic. Did I play the role of a mage or a warlock? Regardless, I can't recall the incantations. Why were there 3 characters? They seemed to represent an evil rogue, a lawful good paladin, and a neutral spellcaster. Such a peculiar dream. It should suffice to choose one option rather than repeating multiple times. I distinctly remember always selecting to eliminate the foe. How could I conjure dialogue about allegiance? Sigh, the human mind is truly wondrous. I feel so dizzy now." At that moment, the door swung open with a bang, and Odala's imposing figure blocked the entrance. "Rise and shine." "Oh, you are awake. Just now? Haha, it's meal time. You certainly have a knack for timing. Get up, we are going to eat." Johnny groggily climbed out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and followed Odala in a daze. "Still looking like that after waking up? Wipe your mouth. You have sleep in your eyes. Come on, perk up. Otherwise, one might think I have abducted a mentally challenged child as my attendant. Stand tall, arms at your sides. Don't let them droop. Do you think you're a zombie? Lift your head." Odala corrected Johnny's slumped posture all the way to the dining hall. Yet even upon entering, Johnny still appeared half asleep. Observing the hushed whispers among the patrons, Odala felt a layer of embarrassment wash over him. He shot Johnny a fierce glare, no longer concerned with his demeanor, and pointed out a seat. Falling silent thereafter, Johnny sensed a peculiar absence of buzzing around him. Like anyone just emerging from slumber, he stared blankly at the table before him, instinctively counting the wood grain patterns, until the food was served. Count Dalaris spared no expense for his troops. This was hardly surprising, as his initial funding had been acquired from a count known for his frugality towards his own army. The main course for dinner consisted of meat stew accompanied by bread, with each person receiving 2 pieces of jerky. The rich and savory stew revitalized the soldiers after a long day of training, complemented by an ample supply of bread and salt-laden jerky. Yet Johnny felt no thrill from it whatsoever. Even after enduring a decade of subpar meals and remaining in a state of unawareness, he still recalled how true delicacies tasted. Yet, hunger gnawed at him. He devoured his food voraciously, as if a tempest had swept through, and in the company of a group of soldiers, Johnny's dining manners appeared somewhat more refined. After the meal, Odala approached Johnny. "You should head back and rest. Rejuvenate your spirits." "Heh, daring to come to dinner in such a state. Heh. All right, off you go to rest." With that, he turned and departed. Having already regained his senses after the hearty meal, Johnny discerned the underlying malice in Odala's words. Rejuvenate my spirits, indeed. What does that old coot intend? He shook his head. Regardless of his intentions, there was no escaping it. It was best to return and have a good night's sleep, with heavy steps. Johnny made his way back to his quarters that he closed the door securely, removed his shoes, and collapsed into bed, falling into a dreamless slumber. The following day, just as the darkness began to recede, Johnny awoke, dragged from his bed by Odala. "The sun's already shining on your backside, and you're still asleep?" Odala boasted without a hint of shame. "Get up, don your armor, and gather your weapons, doe. You needn't bring that broken sword. From today onward, the sword in the armory will be entrusted to you. This announcement filled Johnny with excitement. Banishing any lingering annoyance from being awakened and the fatigue of rising early, he swiftly donned his armor, equipped his long sword, and strapped on a dagger. Following Odala's directions, he washed up and then, under the starlit sky, made his way into the castle. Reaching the 3rd floor, Johnny caressed the two-handed sword in his grasp, joy and admiration gleaming in his eyes. Though it represented his wages for the coming 10 months, one must spend their earnings, right? This expenditure seemed worthwhile. All right, you have plenty of time to admire it later. Now, strap it to your back, Odala commanded. Johnny secured the sword as he had done with his broken one the previous day. Follow me. Odala and Johnny exited the castle. The soldiers on duty at the entrance remained vigilant, their gazes unwavering. Aren't we supposed to have passes for entry and exit? Johnny muttered to himself. The two walked farther away, eventually leaving the city of Tabri. Odala glanced around at the city gate, his eyes lighting up as he hurried towards a pile of logs. Johnny, witnessing this, swallowed hard. He had never carried a 100-kilogram weight on his shoulders before. Back home, they used carts, who lacked civic virtue to leave such a pile of rotten wood here. Johnny lamented inwardly. Come, this is the open storage yard of the Count's lumberyard, perfect for your training. Odala smiled, beckoning Johnny. Come here. Considering it's your first time, take this smaller log on your shoulder. Johnny looked at the log, roughly the size of a basketball in cross-section. Thankfully, it wasn't a full log, merely a small segment. What are you dawdling for? Come over here. Odala pulled Johnny to the woodpile. Lift this, run forward, and I will instruct you on where to go. I'll run alongside you. No distance limit. What are you staring at? Stamina is fundamental for a warrior, especially for us two-handed swordsmen. Without stamina, even the most profound techniques will lead you to perish under a flurry of blades. Johnny felt that Odala had a point. Right. Lift it, and let's go. We'll run together. But will you lift it? Johnny glanced at Odala, who was already sprinting ahead. Keep up. Cursing inwardly, Johnny bent down to lift the slender log. Fortunately, it wasn't too heavy, approximately 100 kilograms, barely manageable on his shoulder. And its length didn't hinder his movement. Taking a deep breath, Johnny set off in Odala's direction. Chapter 15. Special training. The morning air was crisp, even slightly chilly. In the distance, the Tabri forest rustled in the night breeze, its leaves whispering. Although the surroundings remained dim, there was a unique charm in appreciating familiar sights in this haze. Yet, Johnny was not in the mood for such reflections. His shoulders throbbed with pain, and his waist ached. He felt he could endure no longer. Even as a smith, he had never shouldered a 100-kilogram weight. At home, they used carts for such burdens. Thus, he resolved to give up carrying such a heavy load, and having traveled so far, even he was somewhat impressed with himself. The heavy timber crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust and creating a small pit. Can't go on. Odala turned at the sound and inquired. Johnny leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, his back hunched. He waved a hand in front of his lowered head. So useless. Just take a look back. How far have you even come? There was no need to look back. Johnny knew he had only taken a handful of steps, 20. At most, that pile of logs still loomed not far behind him. Sigh, you youngsters here are far too delicate. Odala approached Johnny, sighing deeply, reminiscing about his youth. In our village, we divided into 3 teams, one to fell trees in the forest, another to carry the logs back, and the last to construct walls with the timber. The forest was 2 miles from the village, and we would run with entire trees. Johnny barely lifted his head to meet Odala's gaze. 1. Huff. 1 person. Huff. 1 tree. Don't speak. Catch your breath first. 1 person per tree. Huh. More like 8 to a tree. Oh, the enthusiasm back then. What a load of nonsense. Johnny fumed internally. 8 people per tree, yet I'm left to carry 1 alone. Noticing the resentment in Johnny's eyes, Odala chuckled. For today, let it slide. We must take it step by step. If you dare embarrass me in public again, ha ha ha. Is this still a warrior? Is this still a stout-hearted, honest, and good-natured warrior of muscle over mind? Why does he resort to extortion, and now even petty annoyances? Experientialism can be deadly. This fellow is not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the log-carrying ordeal seemed to be over. Just as Johnny was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Odala's next actions reminded him of his own insignificance. Odala leisurely strolled to the woodpile, casually cradling a log, glanced back with a peculiar smile, and then gently place the piece of timber back where it belonged. Your journey is still long, huh? Still very long. Johnny felt as though he were facing a terrifying professor from his university days. After this minor punishment, breakfast time had arrived. Johnny rubbed his back, which had nearly given out, and followed Odala towards the castle. The surroundings began to bustle. Residents prepared their breakfasts, and shopkeepers opened their doors. Pedestrians ambled by, some women with water buckets, others with baskets. The city of Tabri awakened from the quiet of the night, embarking on a day of labor. However, for Johnny, this was not a fortunate turn of events. This was a public setting. He couldn't afford to embarrass Odala. He dropped his hand from his waist and strode confidently behind Odala, as if he were a triumphant general returning from battle. Although his waist still throbbed, he was more unwilling to face another one of Odala's antics. Upon reaching the castle, they entered without hindrance, still met by the unwavering gazes of the guards, which left Johnny questioning the castle's defenses. Had this man truly mastered the legendary art of sleeping with his eyes open? Breakfast was rather mundane. Bread and water, sated, the formal training commenced. Estelle said your swordsmanship is self-taught, and that you wield a two-handed sword. Very well. Odala retrieved another two-handed sword from the weapon rack. Show me what you can do with a two-handed sword or longsword. You are the only two-handed swordsman here. Why so many swords? Johnny silently scoffed. He drew the great sword from his back, gripping the hilt with both hands. Here I come. Odala raised his sword. Johnny launched a powerful downward strike, fueled by the resentment accumulated from the morning. Odala effortlessly parried with ease. Johnny retracted his sword and executed a sweeping strike. Odala blocked it vertically. Johnny attempted another downward slash, yet it too was thwarted. However, this time it was no ordinary parry. Odala redirected Johnny's sword aside and swung his own in a wide arc towards Johnny. In shock, Johnny found the blade poised at his throat, unmoving, as if time had frozen. Indeed, this won't do, Odala remarked, withdrawing his sword. Your wild style is even inferior to that of a soldier. I'm a level 5 warrior, and I'm still inferior to a soldier. Johnny felt a twinge of defiance. He recalled that level 5 warriors were quite formidable, in the game, at least. Level 5? Kid, do you even know what the warrior guild is? You should remember the 5 assessments. Level 5 is merely the beginning. Even a robust farmer could easily pass. This is just a ruse by the warrior guild to swindle your money. A warrior? Huh. Are there warriors who can't even wield a weapon? I should have known better, Johnny mused. A long sword can be wielded with 2 hands, but from what I observed earlier, you wield your long sword in the same haphazard manner. Dantiyu, the fact that you managed to hunt down 8 creatures from a goblin tribe is quite remarkable. Johnny felt as though he were receiving a patronizing compliment. With your intellect, you managed to pass. Well done. Moreover, Estelle was no expert either. At least she had erred regarding the longsword's usage that as they spoke. Odala set down the great sword and retrieved a wooden stick from another rack. Now, I'll attack, and you defend. Let us see how skilled you are. Johnny braced himself for the challenge. Odala initiated with a slash, followed by a sweep, then a thrust, each attack separated by several seconds. Johnny deftly parried, sidestepped, and leapt back, flawlessly neutralizing the onslaught. Then, Odala swiftly and fluidly unleashed a series of strikes, slashes, sweeps, and thrusts. Johnny fumbled to defend against the first 3 attacks, but was ultimately struck in the abdomen by a staff, doubling him over in pain, followed by a blow to his shoulder that brought him to his knees, writhing in agony. You are far too weak. It appears your so-called self-study amounts to nothing at all, Odala scoffed, discarding the staff. Well, everyone has their shortcomings. Although yours are exceedingly numerous, for the sake of Estelle, I shall take the time to teach you. Odala meticulously instructed Johnny on the nuances of defense, how to block above, how to sidestep, and how to respond to thrusts and slashes. He elucidated when to grip the sword with both hands, and when to employ one hand on the hilt and the other above and below the blade. Once the lessons were imparted, Odala glanced out the window at the sun, noting that there was still ample time before dinner. He then inquired, have you committed everything to memory? I have, Johnny replied, feeling immensely enlightened. Excellent. Practice each movement 500 times. If you fail to complete this task, you shall forego dinner. Of course, you may attend to lunch on your own. Remember, the eyes of the divine are ever watchful, should you attempt to cheat. I will not intervene, but Odin will impose his wrath upon you if Odin does not punish you. I shall surely discover your transgressions during the assessment. Do you comprehend? The demand was harsh. 500 repetitions. Had the events of yesterday not yet faded? He had only just been taught 8 movements. Joni hung his head in despair, muttering, I understand. Did you not have enough for breakfast? Are you truly comprehending? I understand. Joni shouted back. Was this man also from another world? Why was he adhering to such military training methods? Joni cursed inwardly. So, it was time to begin. How heavy was the double-handed sword? Surprisingly, it was not burdensome, despite its grand size and formidable appearance. It weighed merely 5 kilograms. However, with 2 distinct blocking techniques for every direction. Time leaped forward as the sun began to set. With great difficulty, Joni maneuvered his nearly numb arms to finish dinner. Once again resembling a zombie as he shuffled back to his room. His left foot aided the right, and the right foot assisted the left. He shed his boots and flung himself onto the bed. Releasing a contented sigh before succumbing to a deep slumber. Each day must be lived as though it were the last. This was the final thought that crossed Joni's mind before the darkness enveloped him. Chapter 16. The Middle-earth continent. Joni commenced his grueling training. May Odin bless him. Now, let us elevate our perspective to survey this land that we begin in the north. Before he ascended to godhood, Odin, the god of war, was merely an ordinary villager in an obscure northern village of the Velista Empire. During the War of the Gods, the Velista Empire crumbled, countless villages and cities were ravaged by conflict, and the once glorious civilization seemed to vanish overnight. Devotees of various deities spilled their blood upon this land in honor of their gods, for their unwavering faith, or for the anticipated rewards, etching their glory into the annals of history, only to be forever forgot. Countless gods fell, while many others were born. Ultimately, Odin emerged as the god of war, becoming the chief deity of the Northerners. His sworn brother, Okusta, ascended as the new king of the North, from the corpse of the Velista Empire. Numerous kingdoms arose, some powerful, others weak, some brutal, others meek. Yet, in the end, Okusta, Spencer, and their descendants triumphed over all adversaries, conquering them in both body and spirit, establishing the Occitan Kingdom. The people of the Occitan Kingdom revere the legendary Odin. The supreme Odin, the invincible Odin. The frigid climate has forged their resilient character, and their faith in Odin fuels their fervor for battle. The savages dwelling in the desolate plains surrounding the kingdom provide them with opportunities to achieve honor. These clan tribes, worshippers of totems, and devotees of beast deities remain oblivious to who first instigated the enmity. To this day, the Occitan Kingdom and the savages have become irreconcilable foes. Whether the Occitans march north to cleanse or the savages descend south to pillage, it has become a tradition, a habit. The war rages on, unchanging. Turning our gaze westward, we find the Tanya's Holy Alliance, situated in the western part of the continent, to the south of Occitan, among the member states of the Holy Alliance. There exists but one faith, the worship of the sun god, Dairenes. Numerous independent kingdoms and principalities closely unite around the Church of the Sun God, dedicating everything to the supreme deity. Undoubtedly, those nations that refuse to follow the true God have been utterly obliterated, with only a handful of deeply scholarly historians able to piece together their existence through scattered remnants. For the people of the Tanya's Holy Alliance, there exists only the exalted Dairenes and his noble subordinates and messengers. Apart from the omnipotent Dairenes, no other god holds significance. Those pretenders to divine status are mere buffoons, false gods. Consequently, the Tanya's Holy Alliance once clashed with Occitan, though the kingdom of Occitan maintained a degree of respect towards the sun god, never forbidding the church's missionary work. However, to the denizens of the north, Odin is the true deity, the protector of their realm. Thus, missionary efforts have met with little success, in the absence of progress. Conflict ensued. In every realm, monotheism is characterized by its expansionist nature. The two sides engaged in hostilities for over 20 years, while Tanya's boasted elite cavalry, Occitan's infantry formations, and the ferocity of its citizen soldiers were formidable. Ultimately, a peace treaty was signed, restoring tranquility to the borders. This agreement, however, did not signify a retreat or cowardice on the part of the Tanya's Holy Alliance. The sole reason for its emergence lay in the presence of a formidable enemy further west. In a forgotten desert, the Musada Kingdom, these desert riders brandished curved blades, crossing the sands and invading the sacred territory of Tanya's, bearing the will of their deity. The Musada Kingdom is likewise a fervent monotheistic nation, worshipping the god of fire, desert, and oasis, Salita. The two nations have been engaged in fierce battles along the border for several years, with both ordinary warriors and high-ranking champions sacrificing their lives in this minor yet fervent conflict of faith. The toll of the wounded continues to rise. Now, let us turn our attention southward. The dense forests and rolling hills of the south establish it as the largest settlement of elves and dwarves on the continent. Here lies a unified elven kingdom alongside two rival dwarven realms. Though the elves and dwarves harbor mutual disdain for one another, it has yet to escalate to the level of war. The elves covet the forest while the dwarves cherish the hills. However, conflicts among the dwarves are not uncommon. The ancient wars may have had their reasons, yet none can recall them now. Nonetheless, wars always seem to provide new excuses, and these justifications often ignite further conflict. In the southern region, adjacent to the interior, lies the kingdom of Cillicis. This nation is renowned across the continent for its thriving slave trade, with elven slaves satisfying carnal desires and dwarven slaves catering to material wants. At this moment, the two dwarven kingdoms have set aside their old grievances and prejudices, not only ceasing hostilities but also forging an alliance with the peace-loving elves that a coalition has formed, poised to deliver a crushing blow to the kingdom of Cillicis. With the intention of driving humanity entirely from the south, if possible. Finally, we turn to the east. Officially, the Eastern Realm is the great Second Valista Empire, the most powerful nation on the continent. Indeed, if one were to consider only the arithmetic. This assertion holds true. However, arithmetic is hardly applicable here. Despite its title of an empire, Valista operates under a feudal system. Across its vast territories, apart from the vicinity of the capital, there exist 35 duchies and over 100 counts and barons. They pay homage to the emperor and offer tribute, but otherwise disregard any commands from the central authority. Tabri City is a baronial domain located in the southern part of the empire. Except when faced with foreign invasions, the entirety of the Second Valista Empire is often mired in inexplicable conflicts, be they annexations, duels, matters of pride, or disputes over gold that is for faith. Valista enforces a high degree of religious freedom. Indeed, it cannot impose restrictions, for the emperor's domain is lesser than that of a duke, and his military might does not rival that of a marquis. The emperor's safety relies on his vassals, who may occasionally take it upon themselves to determine the emperor's successor when they are in high spirits. Tabri City has enjoyed 2 decades of peace, a rare gem within the empire. If we were to liken war to a raging fire, the entire continent has been engulfed in flames. War remains the prevailing theme of the world. This has never changed. Now, let us cast our gaze underground. The subterranean realm is shrouded in mystery and danger, harboring a myriad of strange creatures and perilous races. When we look down, we see only darkness. Yet when the underground gazes back at us, it reveals a terrifying light. Thus, we perceive nothing at present. Had we not needed to engage with others, we would never have named the land beneath our feet. What is this continent called? When the first adventurer, having crossed the seas, joyfully inquired, the inhabitants by the shore were momentarily taken aback. Middle-earth. We are in Middle-earth, replied a certain lord, thus establishing the name for the continent. The ships brought with them exquisite treasures while carrying away countless riches. The people aboard the vessels proclaimed they hailed from Kenyana, having traversed the ocean to trade. Many years later, scholars of Middle-earth would discover that in the Kenyana language, Kenyana indeed signifies Middle-earth. Around the same period, scholars from Kenyana also discovered that in the language of Middle-earth, the term Middle-earth itself signifies Kenyana. The commodities from Kenyana were highly coveted by the elite across various nations, whether it was armor or weaponry, textiles or tools. They exhibited a level of craftsmanship that far surpassed that of the Middle-earth continent. Although seafaring vessels were infrequent, the demand remained incessant. Thus, owning an item from Kenyana became a pursuit for many nobles. Even the sorcerers noted that the magical artifacts from Kenyana, along with the spells inscribed on their scrolls, seemed to far exceed their own knowledge. Some remarked that this was not a favorable omen. Yet their voices were swiftly drowned by the sands of time, leaving only fragments in their notes. If we extend our gaze further, we would see a vast fleet navigating the expansive ocean. Resolutely steering towards the continent of Middle-earth, they sailed slowly and laboriously, yet with unwavering determination. Could it be a grand merchant convoy? No one knew. Not even the existence of this fleet was acknowledged. Ultimately, history is collectively shaped by the actions of ordinary individuals. So let us turn our attention back to that humble figure and examine his current situation. Chapter 17. The Tale for the Past 2 months. Johnny had been diligently practicing defensive maneuvers, various forms of defense, much like how we learned to grip a pen or wield chopsticks in our childhood. Through repeated practice, the correct actions would eventually become second nature. When someone handed you a water brush, you would not even contemplate how to hold it. When invited to a meal, you would certainly not hesitate over the use of chopsticks. Johnny was nearing mastery. Reflecting back, upon awakening the next day, he could feel his hands groaning, his waist complaining, and his legs lamenting. Every part of his body ached. Even moving felt like a luxury, let alone training. Yet, Johnny endured the pain with a sense of joy. Lying on his modest bed, casting a helpless glance towards the door where Odala stood, rousing him from slumber, Odala approached, performed a brief examination, and confirmed the injuries, something he was well acquainted with. This indicated that Johnny had indeed put in the requisite effort. Even if he hadn't tea, the lad had reached his limits. Johnny's joy lay in the fact that today seemed to be a day of respite. Odala, experienced with such muscular injuries, was at a loss when it came to treatment. He gazed at Johnny's face, and Johnny returned the look. Odala felt he could discern a faint smile beginning to emerge on Johnny's lips. Thus, he flashed a grin at Johnny and turned to leave. He was uninformed about healing, but adept at addressing such matters. The priest arrived and departed, alleviating Johnny's ailments with such haste that Johnny barely had time to inquire about his name. But as Johnny moved about, he realized the pain had subsided. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had never been injured. Nevertheless, he found no joy in this realization, for he saw Odala grinning widely at him. You did well in yesterday's practice. Lad, excellent. Continue in this manner, without any concerns. You see, we have priests in our castle. Johnny thought of Prometheus, who, after stealing fire, was bound to a mountain by Zeus, only to be healed the next day perpetually. Except that Prometheus suffered internal injuries. While Johnny was merely dealing with muscle pain. On the 5th day, Odala returned to assess Johnny's training. 5 days have passed. Let us see the results. He withdrew a wooden stick and began the customary 5 attacks. This time, Johnny made significant progress, successfully blocking the first 4 strikes, though ultimately he was knocked down by the 5th. There is improvement. The moves are manifesting, yet they have not yet become instinctual to your body. With that, he helped Johnny to his feet and threw a light punch towards Johnny's face. Startled, Johnny tilted his head back, squinting his eyes. You see, this is your instinct. Of course, your evasion still requires work. Dodging without truly evading is futile. Damn, I know what instinct is. Johnny fumed internally, though he dared not express it outwardly. All right, continue practicing. I shall return in 5 days for another evaluation to end the day-to-day grind of training, the routine treatments, and the 5-day combat assessments. Finally, 2 months had elapsed. Well done. You have finally grasped the fundamentals. Observing Johnny sprawled on the ground, Odala nodded approvingly. Now, after over 20 rounds before being toppled, Johnny had indeed earned his praise. From today, take 3 days to rest and recuperate. After 3 days, we shall delve into offensive techniques. What splendid news, Johnny thought as he lay on the ground. He slowly rose, dusted himself off, and silently sheathed his sword. With a deep sigh, he smiled at Odala, saying, My lord, I take my leave. Odala had long since grown accustomed to such sudden shifts in Johnny's demeanor, waving his hand to signal that he could go. This lad was no ordinary individual in high spirits. Johnny admired the sturdy outer walls of the castle, the lush trees in the courtyard, the gleaming armors under the sunlight, and the shouts of warriors on the training grounds. Everything appeared pleasing to him, as if he were experiencing life anew. At that moment, Estelle strode through the main gate and into the castle. Hey, Estelle. Johnny greeted her warmly. Estelle turned at the sound, and upon recognizing Johnny, expressed her surprise. Johnny, aren't you training today? What has you so jovial? In her mind, Johnny was rather shy. I'm not training today, he replied earnestly as he approached her. Then what brings you such happiness? Johnny did not answer but simply smiled at her, giving a playful wink. Estelle, not being a simple-minded barbarian, was somewhat in the know about Johnny's training methods. Oh, no training today? I see. No wonder you're so cheerful. Suddenly, Johnny found Estelle to be incredibly beautiful and alluring, emboldening him to ask, Estelle, do you have urgent matters to attend to? Allow me to treat you to a drink. Sure, I just finished a task. However, Estelle scrutinized Johnny with a smile. Do you have any money? All right. I know that all your money went to settle debts with Uncle Odala. It's been 2 months since our last meeting. as your introducer. I should show some concern for you. This round is on me, but how do you intend to repay me? After all, I have secured you quite the advantageous position, a job that pays nothing and demands daily peril. Not to mention, you nearly shot me. However, Johnny dared not voice his thoughts. Unwilling to provoke a quarrel with the charming young lady before him, I shall regale you with a story. Indeed, while I may not sing like a bard, I assure you the tale will be captivating. With the lingering sound of O, Johnny felt as though he resembled a creepy uncle luring a child. And from where do you conjure these stories? A tale of a lone hero braving the goblin tribe? Not exactly. Once, an old poet visited my home. Let us discuss this as we walk. Johnny felt a twinge of frustration. He now thought that even slaying a few goblins had become so bothersome. A true blemish on his life. Arriving at the Sword and Shield Tavern beside the castle, Estelle ordered 2 large mugs of ale and a platter of roasted meat. Finding a seat in a corner, Estelle eagerly inquired, "And then what happened?" What occurred next? The story went splendidly. Typically, poets would not venture into a blacksmith shop to share their tales. Though they were artists, they needed to earn a living. A blacksmith shop was hardly a place for appreciating art. Politely speaking, no one truly valued art in such a setting. Wouldn't you agree? Johnny's family blacksmith shop was no exception. There was no old poet. All his stories stemmed from his past life as games and novels. Perhaps I am suited to be a bard. As he narrated, Johnny pondered. Then, the great hero Brewster, accompanied by his gnoll squire, descended into the depths of Icewind Dale. Upon finishing, Johnny took a swig of ale. Quite nice. It had the essence of beer. How could a gnoll serve as a squire? Such creatures are brutish and savage, yet they are still bards. Estelle posed a question. This particular gnoll is unique. There exists a history between heroes and gnolls. Would you like to hear it? But that would begin from the moment the hero departed the village. Which tale would you prefer? Continue. The style of starting from scratch seemed to lack an audience in this realm as well. Johnny felt a pang of disappointment that Estelle was similarly uninformed. Johnny was now recounting the plot of Baldur's Gate. Shadows of A.M.S. a traveler from another world, unable to plagiarize ancient poetry. He resorted to borrowing stories instead. This evoked a flicker of nostalgia and gratitude for his previous life. Yet, it was but a fleeting sentiment. Being in a real-life game, there was no need to long for a computer. As for others, let us continue with the story. A patrol of dark elves discovered them. Dark elves? What are those? Johnny was taken aback. Could it be that this world lacked dark elves? If so, the story would come to an abrupt halt. Estelle, have you ever ventured underground? No. I've heard it's quite perilous. Why do you ask? Heard. My father said the underground is a dangerous unknown realm. And those who descend rarely returned. That's good. Well, the dark elves were once banished to the depths long ago. They are malevolent. Johnny boldly began to weave his tale. In the future, I hope to hear more tales of Chui Sanhai. In the bar, as he regales beautiful women with stories, the scenarios that Xia Xiaosan often reads about eventually come to fruition once he becomes Johnny. Chapter 18. The Merchant Route Under Attack. Days of comfort are always fleeting. Initially, Johnny had intended to return home to reunite with his parents, and then venture out to converse with Estelle, allowing his tormented mind and body to unwind. Naturally, his family had missed him dearly after 2 months apart. Old Smith inquired meticulously about Johnny's work, expressing his admiration, and offered encouragement. Mrs. Smith tenderly cupped her son's face, her eyes glistening with tears. Although Johnny was not particularly fond of such a grand welcome, he could feel the warmth behind it, and thus consoled his parents with kind words, mentioning his significant improvement in strength and resilience, which greatly pleased the elderly couple. Meanwhile, Estelle had not undertaken any missions for the past few days, instead dragging Johnny to the tavern daily, insisting he share adventurous tales from the underground of Neverwinter City until dusk fell before allowing him to return home. Fortuitously, with fine wine and delectable food before him, coupled with the company of a youthful beauty, Johnny would have otherwise chosen to escape early to alleviate his verbal torment on the 3rd day of his vacation. Odara arrived at Smith's blacksmith shop. "Excuse me, is Johnny here?" Odara politely inquired of Smith within the shop. Upon Johnny's emergence, Odara seized his hand, exclaiming, "Hurry, come with me." Johnny wriggled free from Odara's grasp. He found the notion of 2 men holding hands rather peculiar. "What is it?" "My vacation isn't over yet." "Since when do attendants get vacations?" "It was granted by me," Odara scoffed. "There's been an incident. The Lord's Guard is mobilizing, and as an attendant, you must accompany them." Indeed, that was the case. Gathering his belongings, Johnny bid farewell to his parents and followed Odara towards the castle. Along the way, he gleaned a rough understanding of the situation that a merchant convoy had been ambushed en route. And according to a few survivors who managed to escape, they were attacked by a band of trolls, an embellishment ripe for boasting. Trolls were known to inhabit the Tabri forest, albeit usually deep within the woods, far from the roads and towns. Yet, to venture out and assault a merchant convoy was the Lord's Guard merely a fade. Thus, they were dispatched. Rest assured, while trolls are no trifling matter, against our well-equipped and numerous team, they are but a mere meal. Taking you along is merely to broaden your horizons and fulfill an obligation. Odara reassured Johnny that at that moment, the number of people on the road began to swell. Likely drawn by the news of the Lord's Guard mobilization, they parted to clear the main road leading to the city gate, gathering on either side, eagerly awaiting the spectacle in a world scarce of entertainment. Any commotion was not to be missed. Johnny and Odara made their way towards the castle amidst the crowd's gaze. Odara clearly relished the attention, frequently nodding in acknowledgement to those nearby. Conversely, Johnny felt immense pressure. After being a recluse for over 2 decades, he was ill at ease in such a populous setting. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward, feeling his clothes damp with sweat. What a torment this was. Did not those heroes endure such treatment daily? Of course, they were not reclusive like him. They had witnessed the grander schemes of life. The grander schemes? Who had experienced more than he? Johnny lowered his head, lost in thought. Upon reaching the castle gates, the guard stood resolutely as always. Johnny sensed the gazes behind him drift away, and he relaxed, prompting some long-held queries to escape unbidden. My lord, did not the count state that entry requires that sheepskin scroll? Why do these guards never inspect? Odara regarded Johnny with a curious expression. Do you think they wouldn't recognize my face? So that was it. He had not considered this. A hint of embarrassment washed over Johnny. And to mask it, he continued, speaking of which, my lord, last time you mentioned the 9 guardians of Tabri, yet you introduced only 4 of them. Odara's brow furrowed at this. Noticing this, Johnny's heart skipped a beat. Those few. Humph. We shall discuss when we meet them. Within this mere 9, there were factions. Johnny could not help but smile ruefully to himself. While he silently mused, he dared not voice it as he quietly followed Odara to the training grounds. At this moment, the training area was already assembling soldiers preparing for deployment. Johnny scanned the scene. Around 50 pikemen stood in formation, large shields in their left hands and long spears in their right. Spearheads directed skyward, clad in sturdy leather armor. Each bore a short sword at their waist. Although they were not as imposing as the soldiers from parades in his previous life, they nonetheless exhibited the appearance of an elite force. Beside the pikemen were 2 rows of archers, approximately 20 in number, slinging longbows, quivers hanging from their backs, and long swords at their sides. Also clad in leather armor, the closer look revealed the emblem of Tabri city emblazoned across the chests of their leather armor. My lord, is a mere troll tribe worthy of such a grand display? Johnny whispered. It has been a while since a significant event occurred. The Count's intent is to drill the troops, Odara replied quietly, leading Johnny to his side. There, a group of individuals dressed distinctly from the soldiers were gathered in conversation. Well, more like each engaged in their own discussions, rather scattered apart. Odara approached Isatis and Rul, nodding to them as a form of greeting. Isatis wore his ever-warm smile, while Rul maintained his frosty demeanor. The one over there, standing alone in a robe, is Nicola, the Wind Whisperer. Odara began to introduce quietly to Johnny. A mage? Johnny glanced curiously, observing a gaunt middle-aged man leaning on his staff, draped in a crimson robe, seemingly lost in contemplation. A red robe. TSK. This would be quite impressive in Faerun, Johnny thought to himself. The 2 over there, one clad in full armor and the other in a robe, are the Nice's brothers. Their father perished in the Tabri Defense War 20 years ago, leaving behind sons aged 4 and 2, who were adopted by the Count. The Tabri Defense War. Johnny recalled the scale of that great battle, stifling a smile. Be serious. They are the descendants of martyrs, he admonished himself. The brothers initially received training as warriors. But later, the younger brother, Jerry Nice's, was discovered to possess sorcerous potential and was sent to the Sorcerer's Academy. The elder, Tom Nice's, continued his warrior training 3 years ago, after Jerry graduated from the academy. What is your situation? Johnny's face contorted, struggling to suppress laughter. Had Tom and Jerry's father also crossed over? Noticing Odara's glare, Johnny adjusted his expression to one of calmness. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just, ahem. Please continue. With a glare at Johnny, Odara resumed. After graduating from the Sorcerer's Academy, Jerry joined the Lord's Guard. Now the brothers are a level 11 warrior and a level 10 sorcerer respectively. However, these two little brats, owing to their lineage as the Count's direct descendants, always carry an air of superiority, lacking proper manners. Thus, they find it hard to get along with others. So that was the case. No wonder the two stood apart, their gear so fine. Observing Tom's full armor, Johnny swallowed hard. The younger brother, Jerry, as a spellcaster, could not wear armor, yet the imposing crossbow slung on his back looked formidable. Those three over there, Odara's words pulled Johnny back into the present, are also descendants of the previous generation of knights. Yet their parents are still alive. However, they are equally arrogant, looking down upon us recruited knights that are they truly nobles? They are merely knights' offspring, unable to inherit titles. Noting Odara's palpable resentment, Johnny realized the underlying tension must be considerable. He felt it prudent to remain silent during such moments, content to listen quietly. Thankfully, this resentment seemed to dissipate quickly. The one on the left, wielding a shield and a mace, is Gandova Ennis, an 8th-level priest of the sun god. This is not some scam orchestrated by a guild. It is certified by the temple. Equivalent to a 13th-level warrior, you can recognize him. He is the one who treated you. This lad is quite decent, possessing faith and decorum, not overtly displaying disdain towards us. Johnny recognized him. The gleaming breastplate was indeed enviable. The one in the center, wielding a tower shield and warhammer, is Pierre Visas, a paladin from the Sun Temple, also of the same caliber, 6th level. However, it seems the years spent in the temple have clouded his mind. He is obsessed with eradicating evil and eliminating the vulgar. If it weren't for the Count assigning him tasks daily, he might well raise Tabriz city. Once, he stormed into a tavern and expelled a bard telling stories, deeming him unworthy. What do you think? Is there something wrong with his mindset? Johnny was taken aback. He truly was an extreme embodiment of lawful good. But if one adheres so strictly to lawful good, what would become of the bard's livelihood? Never mind. Such inquiries were better left unasked. Johnny shook his head. The one on the right is David Tanchis, a 12th-level warrior, and he is the most arrogant of them all. This undisciplined wretch, a 12th-level warrior, struts about with his nose in the air. Absolutely no decorum. What a disgrace to his family. Hold on. You're only a 12th-level warrior yourself. Sensing Odara's rising agitation, Johnny concluded that it was best for him to remain silent. Just then, a trumpet sounded, and Count Delis emerged slowly from the castle, halting Odara's incessant chatter. Chapter 19. The Troll Tribe 70 is not an overwhelmingly large number. Yet when these 70 individuals simultaneously struck their chests in a Roman-style salute, what Johnny perceived as a military ceremony, the collective display of strength produced an aura profound enough to leave Johnny, a modern-day observer, utterly astounded. Although he had participated in military training before and had witnessed the unison of movements among his peers, the disciplined coordination of fully armed soldiers was an entirely different spectacle. Apart from the mages and warlocks, the others also executed the same salute towards Count Delis. Despite it being Johnny's first experience, he swiftly mimicked those around him, managing to blend in seamlessly. There were no grand speeches, nor fervent exhortations. Count Delis, clad in full armor, surveyed the soldiers from the steps, drew his long sword, and forcefully gestured towards the castle gates, proclaiming, "March!" The 50-odd spearmen brandished their long pikes, striking them against the ground in unison, their deep thuds resonating like the beating of war drums. With a collective shout, they seemed to respond, embodying a simple yet powerful war chant that ignited the warriors' courage in this charged atmosphere. Johnny's typically composed mind became electrified, akin to the exhilaration felt before a first brawl, trembling with excitement. The phalanx of 56 spearmen arranged themselves in 8 rows across and 7 deep, following Count Delis as he led the march. Behind them trailed a squad of 24 archers, forming a similar formation under the guidance of Isatis. Odala, alongside Johnny and several shield-bearers, flanked the Count, while the remaining members safeguarded the mages and warlocks at the rear. As the procession exited the castle gates, the crowd lining the streets erupted in cheers. Within the ranks, Johnny shed his earlier awkwardness and anxiety. Perhaps it was the distraction of the multitude of spectators that gave rise to a curious sense of detachment. He felt as though he were surveying the world from above, observing the crowd's fervor as if relishing a concert, and perceiving the troops' pride akin to a triumphant return out of course, being at the front of the line. Johnny had no view of the unfolding scene behind him. It was merely a sensation he experienced. The column swiftly approached the site of the merchant caravan's misfortune, where Count Delis surveyed the surroundings before commanding the troops to enter the forest. Clearing the way for their advance, and then ordering a halt, as the sole ranger among the Lord's Guard, Isadis naturally assumed the role of scout, after delegating command of the archers to one of his peers. He unslung his bow and vanished into the woods. During this respite, the entire company reverted to their initial state. Soldiers clustered together, while the Lord's Guard dispersed in small groups. It was difficult to fathom how such a disorganized military could possess formidable combat prowess. Yet it was indeed the case. "My lord, will I be charging to the front as well? You've only just taught me defensive maneuvers." With everyone relaxing and engaging in conversation, Johnny found himself internally deriding their lack of military discipline while voicing his concern. This was a significant issue. Charging to the front? "Oh, that's my fault for not clarifying," Odala replied, smacking his forehead. "As sword wielders on the battlefield, we serve as shock troops because we can sever long pikes and disrupt the enemy formations, creating openings for the following troops. Leave the likes of trolls, who cannot wield weapons, to the spearmen. We shall remain by the Count's side." Guarding the Count? That sounded rather easy. Johnny stole a glance at the Count. Observing his splendid plate armor, with a large shield emblazoned with 2 crossed swords, the insignia of House Delis, logically, a noble of such advanced age would not be charging into battle. Thus he felt somewhat reassured. Noting Johnny's scrutiny of Count Delis, Odala remarked, "Do not underestimate the Count. In his prime, he was a fierce warrior, having slain over 20 foes without a scratch. I've only heard tales, but he is known for his valor in exterminating monsters. His prowess is said to be that of a 13th level fighter." Of course, nobles do not concern themselves with trivial guild rankings. Good heavens, did that not still imply considerable danger? Johnny could only pray that a lowly warrior like himself would not be compelled to fight to the death. When Odala introduced the 2 clerics, Johnny had already recognized that the so-called fighter guild deemed anyone below level 5 as useless, barely better than nothing. Adaptability was one of Johnny's virtues, since he could not flee. He decided to savor this fleeting moment of leisure, even if it might be the last. After a while, Isadis returned. "My lord, the Trolls tribe lies just ahead. I have observed them stockpiling a considerable amount of jerky, likely from the plundered merchant caravan. This tribe consists of 33 Trolls, of which 30 are adults." Count Delis nodded, abruptly rising to his feet and bellowing to the soldiers, "The enemy is ahead. Warriors, let us slay them." His demeanor bore no trace of the refined scholar from his study. "Oh!" The soldiers rose with a roar, swiftly forming their ranks. "Isadis, lead the way." "At your service, my lord." The Trolls had already detected the approach of the company. 30 adult Trolls lined up against the Lord's Guard, their hunched forms and powerful arms lowered in front. Warily watching the source of the sound. It was well known that Trolls could regenerate and were particularly vulnerable to acid and fire. The archers, equipped with incendiary arrows, followed closely behind, holding torches with sharp, determined gazes. Before the Trolls, humans faced Trolls. With a terrifying roar, the Trolls charged at the crowd. Spearmen, form ranks. Pikes raised. Roared rule. Archers, form 2 lines, fire arrows. Commanded Isadis. As the archers swiftly took their positions, he shouted, "Ready, fire." As the Trolls ran, their arms hung low, their strides erratic, seemingly clumsy, yet they moved with surprising speed. By this point, the Trolls had covered half the distance, and Johnny could see their greenish-gray skin and grotesque faces. Ignite, draw, and release. 2 rows of incendiary arrows soared into the sparse ranks of Trolls, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries, yet failing to halt their advance. Only one Troll was struck in the head, collapsing and rolling on the ground, howling in agony. Spearmen, advance. Archers, fire at will. The first Troll reached the spear wall, impaled by the long pike and left hanging. Yet this resilient creature did not perish. It desperately writhed, striving to inch closer. The subsequent Trolls surged into the wall of pikes, nearly toppling the soldiers holding their weapons aloft. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, the Trolls exuded a terrifying aura of oppression, Fortunately, the phalanx was not limited to a single row. The soldiers behind braced against their comrades in front, barely stabilizing their formation. Occasionally, some trolls circumvented the long pikes, attempting to assault the archers on either flank, but were repelled by a barrage of arrows. Fearless and undaunted, these monsters were truly formidable. The mages and warlocks sprang into action. Two massive fireballs erupted from the rear of the ranks, exploding among the trolls. The flames soared skyward with tremendous force, and several trolls fell to the ground. Their fragmented bodies ignited, completely extinguished. The spearmen remained unaffected by the shockwave, resolutely holding their ground against the trolls' onslaught. However, the trolls soon regained their senses. They seemed impervious to pain, swiping at the pikes before them, snapping the shafts, disregarding the spears still lodged within them, as if clearing thorns from their path, while slowly advancing towards the phalanx. The spellcasters unleashed their second fireball, targeting the previous location. Witnessing the long pike formation faltering under the trolls' assault, Count Delis drew his sword, retrieved a small crimson vial, and poured its contents over the blade. The liquid ignited upon exposure to air, engulfing the sword in roaring flames. "Lord's Guard, charge with me." The remaining soldiers followed suit. Odala produced 2 vials, tossing one to Johnny. "Apply this." Then he charged into the throng of trolls wielding his flaming sword. Johnny grimaced. This must be the fiery resin, and he had not anticipated needing to fight so desperately. After applying the potion, as he plunged into the fray, Johnny discovered he may have been too pessimistic. The cleric was fervently praying, casting spell after spell. The mages and warlocks shifted their focus from fireballs to magic missiles, a more singularly directed spell. Most crucially, those warriors were cutting through the trolls with ease. Count Delis led the charge, felling one troll after another, targeting their thighs. The soldiers following behind either harvested the fallen trolls or engaged the standing ones in battle. The addition of these few fighters significantly alleviated the pressure on the spearmen's formation, allowing those whose pikes had broken to retreat and be replaced by fully equipped soldiers who thrust wildly at the trolls. After all, regeneration required time. The archers continued their relentless barrage, aiming their fire arrows. Though they may not land precise hits, they consistently ignited the trolls' flesh. Many ants can bring down an elephant, and these were no mere ants, nor were the trolls elephants. At last, the final troll succumbed, reduced to charred fragments, unable to rise again. In this encounter, there were numerous minor injuries, yet no fatalities. Remarkably, Johnny emerged unscathed amidst the enemy ranks, a testament to his training. What was truly embarrassing, however, was that he had not managed to land a single blow on a living troll until the flames on his sword extinguished. He had been preoccupied with defense. Chapter 20. After the battle. Before training, a true man should strive to achieve greatness. However, Johnny's initial foray was far from auspicious, considering the multitude of unfortunate souls who met their demise on their first battlefield. Some in tragically comical ways. Johnny's debut could be deemed somewhat acceptable. Reflecting on those pitiable predecessors, Johnny found a sense of peace in Odala's eyes. His squire first stared blankly at the ravaged battlefield, then broke into a smile, shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had transpired, wiped his weapon clean, slung it back over his shoulder, and wore an expression of utter ease. This was not right. Much like how our teachers might worry that we would feel disheartened and despondent after a single failure, coming to console and guide us, they would never permit any student to dismiss their first failure lightly. In a sense, Odala was Johnny's mentor. "Hey lad, how many trolls did you slay back there?" Odala clapped Johnny on the shoulder, his face alight with a smile. "Not a single one." Johnny hesitated in his response. "Oh, well, that's not your fault. How many did you manage to hit?" The smile widened. "Not even one." A dreadful premonition washed over Johnny. Sure enough, a large hand thudded onto his head. "You didn't land a single blow, and yet you remained so carefree as a dual-wielding swordsman. You didn't even graze your enemies on the battlefield. Do you not feel ashamed? Is there no sense of disgrace in you? What am I supposed to do? Draw my sword and take my own life?" "I did encounter trolls, and I defended against many attacks." Johnny defended himself. Odala took a step back, scrutinizing Johnny from head to toe, and scoffed. "Oh, is that so impressive? It seems you've trained quite well." Johnny dared not respond, bowing his head in a posture of listening. "Since you're so remarkable, starting tomorrow, I shall teach you how to attack properly, lest you embarrass yourself again." With that, Odala swept away. Johnny was indeed keen on learning offensive techniques, but hearing Odala's tone in this context filled him with trepidation. He turned his gaze towards the priest of the sun god, Gandova. At that moment, the priest was healing the wounded warriors, praying for them, his face adorned with a warm smile, soothing their hearts to Odala's training and Gandova's healing. Damn it, dying back then was far less complicated. Come to think of it, I hardly felt anything when I died. Johnny began to drift into thought. Returning to the city with the team, they were met with the customary cheers from the townsfolk. Though they were still there to gawk, this time there was a hint of applause. Several pikemen brandished the severed heads of trolls, signifying the commendable achievements of the Lord Count. The castle steward had already summoned the merchants and servants who reported the troll attack, allowing them to identify several distinctive items retrieved from the troll camp, confirming they belonged to the trade caravan. Thus, one party expressed gratitude while the other accepted it with ease, and the applause thundered below. The atmosphere in the entire Tabri city was one of peace. As for the military expenses incurred during this expedition, that would be discussed privately later. Upon Johnny's return to the castle, Isidel had been waiting for quite some time. When she saw the procession enter, her eyes sparkled, and she seized Johnny's hand, exclaiming, "Quick, come with me to the tavern." Sweating under the curious gazes of those around, Johnny urged, "Let go of my hand first. Look around." Isidel glanced up, flushed slightly, released Johnny's hand, and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. "Hurry up, let us go." Such a soft touch. That rough feeling must be from the calluses of drawing a bow. Johnny mused, responding, "Wait a moment. Let us wait until the crowd disperses." Isidel considered this and decided it would be best to avoid attracting attention. She then dashed off to find her father to charm him. Isitellus affectionately ruffled Isidel's hair, still wearing a warm smile, and looked towards Johnny with a slight nod. Seeing this, Johnny also smiled broadly and nodded back, albeit with a slight bow. This could very well be his future father-in-law. Yet, he pondered, surely he does not have an Oedipus complex? It seemed he had never seen Lady Hughes before. What if he was to shoot me an arrow because of my warm relationship with his daughter? Johnny's mind raced incessantly. The two arrived at the tavern just in time for lunch. Once again, Isidel treated, ordering one serving of roasted meat and a mug of ale for each. After feasting, she insisted on Johnny to continue sharing stories. Johnny felt no psychological burden indulging in the meals over the past few days. Considering it merely a generous sponsorship from the young lady, he thought to himself, were it not for the fact that she is a beauty, I might feel somewhat cheated. As the narrative resumed, Brewster arrived in the realm of the dark elves. As the sun dipped low in the sky, a parched Johnny and a seemingly insatiable Isidel exited the tavern, strolling together towards the castle. Strolling with a beauty. How I have squandered much during my days as a recluse. Johnny's heart raced with excitement, a pure, golden-hearted innocence fluttering within the body of his youthful self. Isidel managed to extract plenty of narrative progress during their walk. It was only upon entering the castle that she regretfully waved goodbye to Johnny. This young girl truly faced a torment. The tale of the Shadow City would soon be left unfinished. And heaven knows when Johnny's next holiday would come. Fortunately, with Gandova the priest around, otherwise, the awaited story might have met an untimely end. Johnny washed his armor and weapons by the well in front of his house, meticulously drying his great sword with coarse cloth. Velvet would be better, but it was costly. Contemplating the free healing available now, Johnny quenched his thirst with a large gulp of well water before retreating to his room for some rest. Suddenly, the towering figure of the demon Mephisto appeared before Johnny, gazing down upon the human. "You have sought me out, mortal. What is it that you desire after such extensive efforts? Do you wish to eradicate me? I would crush you as one would squish an insect. You wish to ally with me? Then you shall enjoy all the riches of this world. You will be my emissary on earth, the one and only ruler of this realm. So, mortal, what is your choice?" Clad in tightly fitted plate armor, Johnny's eyes sparkled with madness. "I shall annihilate you, demon, and I shall usurp your place." Dressed in a robe, staff in hand, confidence radiating from his gaze, Johnny declared, "Eradicate me? Huh? Mephisto, I command you by your true name, submit to me." Cloaked in a fabric robe, fists clenched, purple flames flickering in his eye sockets, he proclaimed, "I will destroy you. For the sake of my faith." Johnny abruptly opened his eyes and then slowly closed them again. Surely, it is because I have recounted the tale of the Shadow City to Isidel too many times that it has infiltrated my dreams. Alas, what does this signify? An evil warrior ruling over hell and the world. A wealthy mage acquiring Mephisto's true name. A monk. What does a monk represent? Faith. Is there a choice of faith in Neverwinter Nights? No, there isn't. Such a strange dream. Why does it recur? He flipped onto his side, pondering further. But I am nearing the conclusion. Which ending should I tell Estelle, such a kind-hearted girl? Perhaps I shall say the Demon King is vanquished. If I say otherwise, she would surely scold me. The door suddenly crashed open, and Odala's figure blocked the entrance. Get up, the sun is already high. Johnny glanced up at Odala and reluctantly crawled out of bed, muttering to himself, at least in Odin's teachings. There surely isn't a prohibition against lying. Then a thought struck him. Given his devoutness, perhaps he could. My lord, as a follower of Odin, it seems I have yet to fully grasp the teachings of the Allfather. Johnny respectfully stated, emphasizing follower of Odin with great weight. Is that so? The teachings of Odin, you say? I suppose I ought to enlighten you. As you too are a child of Odin, Odala replied, nodding with satisfaction. Johnny felt a surge of joy. Perhaps physical education could be transformed into history class. But soon, Odala's brow furrowed. However, with your current skills, not only do you bring shame upon me, but you also disgrace the exalted Odin. Come, let us leave the city. I must train you thoroughly. Johnny's facial muscles twitched, as if he were witnessing Prometheus being pecked at by eagles, turning back to smile at him. Lifting his gaze, he found Odala smiling back. This old man is too cunning. Chapter 21. The Wild Wolf. As Johnny once again found himself caught in the cycle of life and near death. The others in the city faced their own tribulations. For Estelle, the tales of heroes adventuring in the dungeons had been abruptly interrupted, transforming a daily series into a deep pit of infrequent updates. Though she lacked the terminology to articulate it, her mood reflected the same sentiment. For the Smiths, after a brief reunion, their son had departed once more for work, although they remained within the same city. They were unable to see each other day by day. For Count Delis, the trade route had suffered another attack. This time, there were no survivors. It was another caravan that reported the incident. They had encountered smoldering remnants along the road leading to Tabri city, black smoke wafting from charred carts, and a row of corpses neatly arranged on the ground, with their heads lined up beside them. The troops dispatched for an on-site investigation returned with a report stating that all the cargo aboard the vehicle had been reduced to ashes, with only the valuables on the corpses having been stolen. It was certain that this heinous act was not perpetrated by any creature lurking in the forest. Murder, decapitation, and pillaging were not deeds typically associated with monsters. Could it be that bandits had taken refuge around the city of Tabri? Even so, this would hardly be a matter of great concern for the Count. After all, having governed the region for decades, he deemed such oddities trivial. The merchant caravans would continue to arrive, and taxes would still be collected. All that was needed was a swift resolution to eliminate the bandits, and everything would return to its original state. Icetus and a few of his astute subordinates were dispatched to investigate the forest point. 3 days later, the reconnaissance team had not returned. Then came the grim news. Guards at the castle spotted a plume of black smoke rising in the distance. Half a day later, a merchant caravan arrived with tidings. They had witnessed the charred remains of goods and carts along the trade route, a neat row of corpses, and a line of severed heads beside them. The Count personally led the investigation. The situation appeared far more dire than anticipated. The goods had been incinerated, valuables looted, and it was evident that the 30-member merchant caravan had fought valiantly, yet only sustained fatal wounds, indicating that their adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. Several had been stabbed from behind with sharp instruments, the wounds small but fatal, suggesting that among the foes were rogues or even assassins. Such prowess was certainly beyond that of mere common bandits. After collecting the bodies and clearing the road, the Count returned to his castle, his mind troubled. 2 days later, Icetus returned, a broken arrow lodged in his shoulder, his body stained with blood. The ever-smiling face was now clouded with frost. Once Gandova finished treating his wounds, Icetus immediately sought out the Count in his study. Black armor, wolf insignia. The Count abruptly rose, astonished as he regarded Icetus. Indeed, my lord, those 5 individuals may not possess great individual strength, yet they work in perfect harmony, displaying a reckless disregard for death. Their armor is of exceptional quality, each armed with a light crossbow. They are certainly no ordinary mountain bandits. My intent was to eliminate them and gather intelligence. But my soldiers' arrows proved insufficient to penetrate their armor, leading to our defeat when they closed in. We fought while retreating, but I was ultimately struck by an arrow and had no choice but to return and report. Icetus lowered his head. Wolf insignia. Wolf insignia, the Count murmured, his expression darkening. Who could it be? Who has hired the Wild Wolves mercenary group to oppose me? There are two types of mercenary groups, those registered with the Mercenary Guild, specifically undertaking missions, and those that operate outside the guild, contemptuous of risky tasks, focusing solely on warfare. The Wild Wolves belong to the latter, strictly speaking. While the Wild Wolves are not among the most renowned mercenary groups on the continent, they are certainly a well-known entity in the Southern Empire. Noble lords are unaware of how the Wild Wolves ascended, but they are favored for their services as long as one can pay, and offers them half of the spoils. The Wild Wolves will act as your loyal fangs and claws, sword and shield. Of course, business is not always so straightforward. There was once a lord who attempted to renege on payment after a battle. Subsequently, no one ever heard from that family again. The Wild Wolves are akin to true wolves. As long as there is meat, everything is negotiable. Should one refuse to provide sustenance, they will take matters into their own hands. Fortunately for the lords, the Wild Wolves have never stooped to banditry. Otherwise, with their combat prowess, plundering would be a calamity. Now, the Wild Wolves' glimmering green eyes have set their sights on the city of Tabri. This is the Count's true source of distress. They have never known defeat. The specter of war looms closer. Yet first, the immediate issue must be addressed. If such assaults persist, Tabri will suffer significant financial losses and jeopardize the relationships cultivated with various merchant guilds over the years. Before the enemy even attacks, the city of Tabri may well collapse under its own weight. The Count dispatched troops, stretching from the city to the southern borders of his domain, grouping them into squads of 20. Positioned closely together, setting up sentries, whether facing monsters or the Wild Wolves. Even should the paladins of the Sun God's temple arrive, they would pay a price for slaying his soldiers. Luckily, being a Count's domain, the area is not overly vast. Otherwise, the situation would be more troublesome. The trade routes have regained their tranquility. The Wild Wolves merely seek to exploit wealth for their own gain, without the need for reckless endeavors. 2 months passed, and war had yet to arrive. It was as if nothing had transpired. The city of Tabri returned to calm, with merchant caravans coming and going, bringing wealth and goods, ushering in prosperity and tidings. The southern alliance of elves and dwarves had invaded the human realm, resulting in a stalemate along the human borders. However, this bore no relevance to the people of Tabri. It was merely a distant spectacle, adding a touch of excitement to their mundane lives. For Joni, the torment of the past 2 months was finally about to yield rewards. He was to take his assessment. The training for offense was as monotonous as that for defense, with countless repetitions of slashes, horizontal cuts, and thrusts each day. Slightly different, however, was that Odala occasionally imparted practical techniques, how to defend and counterattack, how to strike first, and the nuances of one-on-one combat versus group attacks. Every 5 days, Odala would accompany Joni in repetitive practice of these techniques, which provided Joni with a sense of warmth from his mentor. As for the tearing sensation in his muscles and the morning treatments, he had long ceased to regard them with concern. Damn. It is no wonder warriors in the game are so resilient. This is how they train. Joni chuckled wryly to himself in bed. After 2 months of training, Joni had become proficient in wielding a two-handed greatsword. While he could not yet claim to wield it as if it were an extension of his own body, it was accurate to say he could maneuver it with the finesse of a skilled artist. With both offense and defense at his disposal, it was time to put that to the test. I am here for the warrior level assessment, to advance a rank, Joni stated as he presented his warrior level certificate to the reception desk. For months had passed, yet the same burly man stood there. Level 5 warrior Joni Smith, second room on the right, second floor. The man glanced at the certificate and handed it back to Joni. Upon entering the designated room, he found it to be a small office, where a frail young man sat behind a desk. Are you here for the assessment? The young man inquired politely. Yes, I am here to test for level 7 warrior. Joni handed over his certificate. Please wait a moment. You may sit over there and rest for a while. The young man stood and courteously invited Joni to take a seat before exiting with the certificate. Unsteady on his feet, and so frail. Is this a warrior? Oh, perhaps he is just a clerk hired by the guild. After all, how could a typical warrior endure the solitude of sitting in an office? Joni pondered. Before long, the young man returned. Thank you for your patience. Please follow me. Your opponent has been arranged. A fight? This would be Joni's first time engaging in a one-on-one duel. Well, a duel against someone not of level 12. And his heart raced with excitement and trepidation. However, recalling the arduous 4 months he had endured filled him with confidence that he thought of the protagonists from the books he had read, who achieved extraordinary skills in just 2 or 3 months. 4 months of diligent practice should surely qualify him as a formidable contender. Right? If Odala were aware of Joni's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a sharp rap on the head and scold him fiercely. What nonsense! 4 months! Which brat from the north hasn't trained like this from childhood? This was a harsh reality check, but fortunately, Joni remained oblivious. Following the young man, he stepped into the arena of the Warrior Guild. There, his opponent awaited him. Chapter 22. Bad news over the course of nearly 6 months. Joni had been diligently training. Just yesterday, during the final practical training session, he successfully blocked Odala's 15 attacks, reportedly utilizing 70% of his strength. After being struck down by the final blow, Joni lay on the ground. Mentally calculating, deducting the absurd initial 5 levels, multiplying by 0.7, then adding the ridiculous 5 levels, 10, I managed to block 15 attacks from a level 10 warrior. Thus, he felt no pressure facing the level 7 opponent arranged by the guild. Until he laid eyes on his adversary, the opponent was neither imposing nor muscular, nor even handsome. He appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary warrior. His build was well proportioned, suggesting agility, but lacking in strength. His face was so nondescript that one would forget it after a mere glance. The issue lay in his weaponry. A long sword in his right hand, a large shield in his left. Joni felt a pang of insecurity. Reflecting on his experiences, he realized he had only ever faced wooden sticks and greatswords. All the defensive and counterattacking maneuvers he had practiced were tailored for dueling swordsmen. All his defensive actions were designed to withstand heavy strikes. This was not in line with his current challenge. Joni Smith, level 5 warrior, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white robe inquired. He held a book in his left arm and a staff in his right, adorned with a golden sun embroidered with a shimmering eye at its center. The man's demeanor was warm and amiable, casting a comforting light over everyone present. He exuded a rather charismatic aura. This was Joni's impression. Yes, Joni nodded. Please step aside and rest. Your match will commence shortly. Joni moved to the indicated area. Observing the combat venue, the rectangular space in the center was evidently the arena, while the surrounding seats were filling up. At that moment, people began entering through the doors. They handed their money to the staff at the Warrior Guild's entrance before finding their seats. Occasionally, one could hear whispers or animated discussions, and it seemed there were even bets being placed. The entire arena buzzed with excitement, while Joni felt a sense of tension building within him. Once, I had indeed heard whispers of a competition in the city. Could this be it? As the throng of spectators gradually thinned, finally leaving no one to enter, the leader of the Warrior Guild exchanged a knowing glance with the priest. The cleric nodded slightly and proclaimed in a clear voice, "The battle officially commences now. May both parties enter the arena." Joni and the sword and shield warrior stepped into the fray. There is but one rule. The use of concealed weapons is strictly forbidden. The injured will receive free treatment provided by the temple, while any deceased shall be revived at the cost of 5 gold coins. Either side may concede by exiting the arena to terminate the match. Do you understand? A figure, seemingly the referee, bellowed. Understood, came the reply. Goodness, the darkness here is extraordinary. The match begins. Joni unsheathed his great sword from his back, dragging it behind him as he charged towards his opponent. The warrior, shield in hand, drew his sword and, upon seeing Joni approach, raised his shield to protect himself. Joni reached his foe, swinging his great sword down heavily upon the shield, the impact resonating like a battle drum. Heralding the clash, naturally, the shield would not shatter so easily. The warrior stepped back slightly to absorb the force of Joni's strike, and as Joni's strength waned, he abruptly pushed his shield forward while simultaneously wielding his sword towards Joni's chest. Joni, taken aback, found his great sword still suspended mid-swing and could only leap backward to narrowly evade the blow. The first round ended in utter disarray. In truth, throughout the second, third, and up to the 10th exchange, Joni remained equally beleaguered. The warrior attacked with relentless thrusts and slashes, each one perilous. Joni wielded his great sword with both hands, defending admirably, yet a match where one merely endures blows without retaliating is profoundly unsatisfactory. Both for the one being hit and the audience watching. Hey, you with the great sword, don't hold back. Can you even fight? If not, just don't show up. I paid good money for this ticket. Put in some effort. You scoundrel. Strutting around with that great sword. I bet 5 silver coins on you. You're a disgrace. The crowd was incensed. Johnny felt a swell of frustration, unable to let distractions deter him. That it was infuriating and disheartening to see his formidable weapon so effectively countered. After deflecting another frontal slash, Johnny exerted force to push the opponent's sword aside. He then stepped forward, placing a foot firmly upon the raised shield, sending his adversary stumbling back 2 paces. Following this, he swung his great sword in a powerful arc, aiming directly at the warrior's head. The sword and shield fighter was still adjusting his footing and hastily raised his shield, only to be struck down again. Retreating another 2 steps, the crowd erupted in cheers. Now this was entertaining. Thereafter, a flurry of powerful strikes ensued, either descending from above or sweeping from side to side, leveraging the weight of his weapon. Johnny wielded his sword like a hammer. Though the warrior was skilled, he could not match Johnny's strength, honed from wielding the great sword. The relentless assault left little room for the warrior to regain his balance against such overwhelming force. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Johnny altered his attack's trajectory. He crouched low and executed a sweeping strike, severing the warrior's lower leg. Accompanied by the warrior's anguished cry, the cleric announced, "The match is concluded. Johnny Smith emerges victorious." His tone was remarkably calm. With that, he exited to tend to the unfortunate soul who had suffered a grievous injury. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers and jeers. As in gambling, there are winners and losers. Johnny followed the guild leader to obtain a new rank certificate and badge. Elated, he departed the warrior guild. However, stepping out into the sunlight, a sudden wave of despondency washed over him. Having fought so poorly, what will Odala think of me? He was well aware that despite his victory, it bore little relation to his great sword skills, resembling more the use of a 2-handed hammer. Nevertheless, he comforted himself with the thought that his parents would surely be proud of him. Today, Tabri City seemed peculiar, with waves of soldiers rushing through the streets. Crowds gathered at the roadside, murmuring in speculation. Johnny sidestepped several small squads, ultimately unable to resist halting one. "I am a retainer of Lord Odala. May I inquire what has transpired?" The leader, recognizing Johnny as the newly appointed retainer of Odala, suppressed his annoyance and replied, "There has been a series of murders in the artisan district. We are tasked with the investigation." With that, he and his men hurried off again. Murders in the artisan district? Could it be the same assailants from the last attack on the trade routes? Johnny shook his head and continued towards the castle. In the distance, he spotted Odala waiting at the castle gate. Could the news have traveled so swiftly? "I just finished my match," Johnny murmured to himself, slowly making his way to Odala. The expression on Odala's face was solemn as he regarded Johnny. Noticing the peculiar look on his master's countenance, Johnny sensed it was not disappointment or anger, but rather pity. Surely not. Could he be that inadequate? "Johnny, I must share some distressing news with you. Prepare yourself." Sensing Johnny's puzzled expression, Odala, aware he had not yet received the news, spoke gravely. Johnny nodded, wondering if he were to be dismissed. "After all, I did achieve victory. There has been a series of murders in the artisan district." Odala paused. Johnny was not foolish. His mind raced. The levity evaporated, his expression darkening, his neck instinctively recoiling, as if Odala's forthcoming words would unveil the most terrifying of beasts in existence. He began to shake his head slowly, as if attempting to reject the impending revelation. "Your parents have passed away." A frenzied rhythm thundered within Johnny's chest. The sun illuminated the world, yet Johnny's universe resonated with a thunderclap, darkened by ominous clouds. His expression remained unchanged, but tears silently streamed down his cheeks. At 17, he had yet to reach his full age, yet 16 had already slipped away. Once again, the same age bore witness to a tragic repetition. Johnny's parents were gone, slain by another's hand. Chapter 23. Past Lives and Present Life. When Johnny was merely a reclusive youth, he went by the name Xia Xiaosan. In 01 is born a recluse. Nor does every recluse live carefree and unburdened in that world. To be reclusive is an attitude, a form of solitude that flickers in and out of the mundane. Xia Xiaosan's parents were considered successful individuals. They owned a house and a car in the city and bore no mortgage. Their work was fulfilling and their relationship harmonious. Both possessed amiable temperaments and were laid back to the point of exasperation for those around them. Xia Xiaosan was one such individual, harboring dissatisfaction with his name. However, this discontent lasted only a few months before he turned 17. Thereafter, he never again complained about his name. One rainy night, a car accident transpired. During those days, Xia Xiaosan shed a lifetime's worth of tears. His parents left behind an empty house, a substantial savings account, and compensation from a personal accident insurance policy. Misfortune did not come alone. A beloved uncle of Xia Xiaosan's fell gravely ill. His life hanging by a thread. In his final moments, free of burdens, he bestowed upon Xia Xiaosan one last gift, a legacy. Thus, Xia Xiaosan became a young millionaire. Yet he was also profoundly lonely in reality. Subsequently, he embraced a life of reclusion. In his words, countless individuals toil their entire lives for such earnings. Why should I tread that arduous path? However, this hedonist retained a flicker of lucidity. Thus, he reclined rather than squander his newfound wealth, when extravagance becomes a form of entertainment. It signals that life has become irredeemably hollowed. He played the games he desired, read the books he yearned for, chatted with friends, battled foes, and occasionally engaged with current events, offering a semblance of charity. Until a sudden whim led him to venture outdoors for a hike, only to tumble down a cliff. Throughout, Xia Xiaosan maintained an image of rationality and humor. He had always erected a barrier around his heart. The Smiths had rekindled warmth in his life, allowing him to accept them wholeheartedly, cherish them, and regard them as his new parents. Yet this protective wall, once opened to them, faced a similar fate at the same age. After Xia Xiaosan's fatal fall, he became known as Johnny. Johnny felt a dizzying sensation as a wave of familiar sorrow washed over him. Tears streamed silently down his face as he stared blankly at Odala. Then turned and sprinted towards the blacksmith shop. The artisan district was suffused with an air of death, terrifying and oppressive. Onlookers longed to peer inside, but dared not enter, merely gazing from afar. The Count's soldiers traversed this eerie terrain, investigating the threads of every case. Johnny paid no mind to them and dashed straight into his family's blacksmith shop. He beheld soldiers surveying the scene and spotted two lifeless bodies in the backyard. They were none other than the Smiths. Old Smith lay in an undignified manner, his eyes wide open and mouth agape, as if still calling out in his final moments. Dried blood marred his chest, and his throat had been slashed, leaving him lifeless at the threshold, still gripping the working hammer in his hand. Mrs. Smith lay sprawled on the path leading outside, stabbed in the back with a short blade. The blood at the wound had dried. Yet the severity of the injury was unmistakable. Like her husband, her throat had also been cut, blood pooling beneath her in grotesque patterns. Johnny began to choke, sobs racking his body until he finally knelt on the ground. Clutching his head and weeping bitterly, the soldiers recognized him as Odala's retainer and inferred the connection to the deceased, choosing not to intrude and quietly exiting the room, leaving Johnny to mourn alone in silence. In the absence of others, during moments of profound sorrow, one tends to lower their defenses, remove their masks, and wholeheartedly embrace their true self. Johnny has always believed that what is deemed rational and amusing are merely masks he has donned for himself. In truth, he is As he wept while pondering this dilemma, he suddenly found himself devoid of answers. He sensed that behind the mask lay a tear-streaked individual, a faceless entity. Johnny, who had always remained composed, unfazed even by the cycles of death and rebirth, was utterly thrown into disarray. On this day, he had lost his second set of parents. Had he also lost himself in the process? Grief, despair, confusion. When Odala entered the smithy's backyard, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a youth steeped in the anguish of bereavement. The boy sat between two corpses, hugging his knees, silent and still. The great sword upon his back had been removed and cast aside. Dry tears marked his face, and his gaze was empty. Odala wished to offer some words of comfort to Johnny, but after much contemplation, he deemed it cruel to speak of strength to a child who had just lost both parents. After a prolonged hesitation, he sighed and turned to leave. Johnny remained seated, his mind a tumult of chaos. This turmoil stemmed not only from the departure of his loved ones, but also from his own existential doubts. Whenever he approached problems with a rational mindset or engaged in conversation, he felt acutely aware that he was compelling himself. Yet, when he attempted to perceive the world through an emotional lens, he distinctly sensed his own discomfort. Reflecting upon his past jests, he recognized that they were intentionally crafted. Yet upon further consideration, they bore an air of naturalness. Johnny's thoughts were in disarray as the sun set and the moon rose. He sat like a statue, utterly motionless. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber. He found himself in a desolate city, rife with marauders and zombies. An elderly man ran towards him, exclaiming, "Sir, please save me." Without a moment's hesitation, Johnny replied, "Follow me, don't get lost." The scene shifted, and he stood before a businessman, hearing himself say, "I understand you have information regarding this matter. Is that correct?" The businessman replied, "Indeed, but the information is not free. You must pay a price. I have a shipment missing at the docks. Retrieve it for me, and I will tell you all that I know." Johnny hesitated. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared before him. All right. I will go immediately to it. Seems I was too courteous earlier. Now tell me, or else you shall pay the price. Even in his dream, Johnny recognized this as a scene from a game. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. The scene transitioned again, and he stood before the devil Mephisto, who posed the familiar question, "How do you choose?" This time, Johnny remained silent, gazing at the familiar inlaid armor upon his body and the two-handed sword in his hands. This time, he was not merely a character. He was himself. "Mortal, answer me, what will you do?" The devil's impatience was palpable. Johnny lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes were resolute. "I shall vanquish you, and then return to a life of tranquility." As he spoke, thoughts of his parents flooded his mind, both from this life and the last. He closed his eyes, tears spilling from his lids. When he opened them again, tears still lingered at the corners. Lying in the backyard of the smithy, the sun hung high in the sky, casting blinding rays that compelled Johnny to shut his eyes once more. He shielded his face with his right hand against the piercing light. And though his expression remained solemn, a knot within his heart began to unravel. He felt as though he had rediscovered himself. Perhaps the mask had melded with his very visage, or perhaps he had mistaken his face for a mask all along. Who was Johnny? Who was Xiaosan? Merely a kind-hearted, rational, and humorous introvert. It had always been this way. Why must he consider it a facade? If a villain spent a lifetime doing good deeds, then he is indeed a good person. Recalling his past experiences playing Neverwinter Nights, he remembered countless neutral beginnings that invariably culminated in acts of kindness following a series of plots and choices. Johnny felt that, regardless of circumstances, he was a good person. More specifically, he was a good person who aspired to lead a tranquil life. Yet that peaceful existence had been shattered. Johnny gazed upon his parents' remains that he longed for one last glimpse of the guardians who had raised him, yet ultimately could not bear to witness their tragic end. He picked up the great sword from the ground, rose to his feet, resheathed it upon his back, bowed his head in mourning for a moment, and then turned to walk towards the door. That if tranquility had been lost, then after all was said and done, he would forge a new life for himself. Johnny swore within his heart, and the beginning of this so-called everything was revenge. Chapter 24. The serial murders. When Johnny returned to the castle, his demeanor calm. The investigation had concluded. It was largely confirmed that the brutal murder was the work of the Wolf mercenary group. This conclusion was not derived from fingerprint analysis or blood tests. Soldiers had discovered 2 shops still operational in the craftsman district. One was the woodworking shop Johnny had previously visited, and the other was Vincent's scissor shop. In the woodworking shop lay a body, the death so gruesome that it could only be described as a heart pierced by 1,000 arrows. Utterly unrecognizable, the shop owner sat behind the counter, staring wide-eyed at the soldiers with evident impatience. "What took you so long? Hurry up and remove this body. Last night's events must be connected to him. Damn it, a petty thief like this has forced me to reset my traps." The soldiers, upon hearing this, surveyed their surroundings, their hearts chilled by the crossbow bolts embedded in the walls, and hastily carried the corpse out of the shop. After a moment's hesitation, a few more soldiers entered, politely assisting the owner in cleaning the blood-stained floor before they departed in trepidation. The scissor shop, however, was devoid of such bloodshed. Upon entering the seemingly open establishment, the soldiers found the owner seated calmly behind the counter. Upon seeing the soldiers, he simply stated, "Backyard," and fell silent, even ignoring their presence entirely. The soldiers proceeded to the backyard, where a body lay. The corpse was relatively intact, with only a wound at the throat. Nevertheless, such prowess was enough to intimidate ordinary soldiers. They carried the body past the shop, respectfully bidding farewell to the owner before hastily returning to the castle. The sight of the 2 bodies startled everyone. They had not anticipated such skilled individuals lurking within the market. The woodworking shop owner was likely an exceptional trapper, skilled in setting ambushes for the owner of the scissor shop. An assassin? No one could say for certain. The Count was immediately inclined to recruit them, but soon realized that the 2 had spent years hiding in the craftsman district, running small businesses, likely weary of a life filled with violence, making it impossible to force their hand. Thus, he focused on observing the corpses before him. In truth, it did not require meticulous examination. Merely removing the outer garments revealed the black armor emblazoned with the wolf insignia. The Count promptly ordered a stringent search at the city gates, a citywide manhunt. If they remained, they must be found. If they had departed, then measures must be taken to ensure they would never return. The streets buzzed with activity once more. When Odala saw the composed Johnny appear before him, he was taken aback. This youth, who had been on the brink of collapse just a day prior, had seemingly restored his composure overnight. "My lord, I have returned," Johnny said with a smile, and ABOWTO be able to smile? This was even more surprising. Sensing Odala's confusion, Johnny shook his head and explained, "My parents have passed. That is an unchangeable fact. If I were to succumb to despair, would that not disappoint them?" Then, his previously calm and smiling visage took on a more sinister aspect. "Only the severed heads of my enemies will serve as the finest tribute for them." Tribute. Odala found it peculiar, as tributes were typically offered to true gods. Nevertheless, he understood Johnny's intent. As long as you understand. However, you must remember not to let hatred cloud your vision. It will only render you blind and hinder your quest for vengeance. He cautioned. "Indeed. My lord, I understand. Revenge is my objective. Hatred is not to achieve this goal. I will set aside my hatred and remain clear-headed." Johnny replied with a bow. "May I ask, my lord? I observed soldiers seemingly investigating something on the streets. Do we have a lead?" Odala nodded. "Indeed. It has been confirmed that the culprits are members of the Wolf mercenary group." He then relayed the details regarding the two corpses to Johnny. It was unexpected that both shop owners were skilled fighters. No wonder they had remained so composed at the time. Johnny sighed and clenched his fists. "The Wolf mercenary group, but not now. My lord, I am now a level 7 warrior, yet I find myself facing some issues in practical combat." Johnny began discussing the challenges of wielding a two-handed sword against other weapons. Odala increasingly felt that this boy was difficult to read. Ordinarily, a typical 16-year-old should be shouting, "Wolf mercenary group, I will not let you escape." Yet this individual merely exhibited slight emotional fluctuations before redirecting his focus onto his combat skills. Intriguing. Odala sensed that this lad had great potential. The two then engaged in intense training. Johnny no longer lamented his fate or complained of fatigue. With a priest present, he feared nothing. Such favorable conditions for learning. How could he squander them when his parents had perished at the hands of a murderer? Estelle also visited Johnny, and upon seeing that he appeared to be devoid of any despondent emotions, she felt a surge of happiness for her friend. After offering him some encouragement and arranging to return later to share stories, she skipped her way home. Outside, the winds howled ominously, and Isatis dared not let his daughter venture beyond the city limits. Although Estelle possessed a certain pride, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. With her father returning home gravely injured, what chance did she have? It was best to remain quietly at home. 5 days later, under stringent scrutiny at the city gates, widespread searches within the city, and residents reporting unfamiliar faces, several offices of major trading guilds in Tabri City were ruthlessly purged. In a single night, the once thriving Tabri City was no more, as merchants unanimously chose to take alternate routes. This city, founded on the backbone of commerce, was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Can anyone tell me how these scoundrels managed to infiltrate? On the 4th floor of the castle, several members of the Lord's guard hung their heads, listening to the usually genteel Count unleash his fury. With inspections at the gates, tracking within the city, and patrols by night, how could they possibly have slaughtered 5 trading guilds overnight, and my troops only learn of it the following day? Who was responsible for the patrols? David Tankies. You are relieved of your duties effective immediately. Go home and reflect on your failures. Dismissed. The knight's heir, embarrassed, clasped his chest in salute before turning to exit the chamber. Let Odala lead the patrols. You are to investigate. If they can still infiltrate Tabri City like this, then we need not bother with the war. I might as well deliver the ransom directly to our adversary. The Count of Delos, still seething with anger, struck the desk forcefully, producing a dull thud that echoed the somber mood of those present. Meanwhile, Odala conversed with Johnny. Are you appointing me as the patrol leader? Does that mean we can't continue training? Johnny inquired. Indeed. You are included. This incident is rather troublesome. I have never heard of such tactics employed before a battle. As of now, we still do not know who our opponent is. Odala replied that in this age. Wars typically fell into two categories. The first involved openly declaring war, gathering troops, and engaging in a fair battle, where the loser paid a price and the victor collected. Whether it was a field battle or a siege was left to discretion. The second method involved hiring assassins to eliminate the opposing leaders, though this severely tarnished one's reputation. Hence it was seldom employed. For a noble, losing honor was far more terrifying than losing an army. Attacks on trade routes and non-military targets were unheard of. Although the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps had a notorious reputation, such tactics were not attributed to them. Who, then, was the scoundrel issuing such nefarious orders? That employer was also on Johnny's list of revenged that moment. Johnny suddenly thought of something. "My lord, can you assure me that the culprit's 1T escaped through the gates?" Odala nodded. "That is certain. Those two brothers are responsible for the gates. Though they are not the most virtuous of men, they take their duties seriously. The guards hired by the merchant caravans are under Isadis's watchful eye, and there have been no irregularities. Then the killers must still be within the city. Herein lies the problem. We have records of everyone who entered the city, and not a single individual is missing, nor is there an excess." Odala revealed the most perplexing aspect of the entire affair. Johnny nodded, then confidently told Odala, "My lord, please assemble the troops. I believe I know how they entered and exited the town." Chapter 25. The capture. Johnny brought Odala and the patrol team to the Lost Tavern, the establishment notorious for its large rats. Since completing his last assignment, Johnny had not returned to this tavern. What is a tavern? A place for dining and drinking. Having witnessed half-eaten smoked meats and the miserly demeanor of the proprietor, Johnny was deeply concerned about the food safety here. However, today, he was not there to eat. "My lord, please order these men to secure the perimeter of the tavern while I accompany you inside to conduct the questioning," Johnny instructed Odala. Odala, unsure of Johnny's intentions but sensing his seriousness, issued the command and entered the Lost Tavern alongside him. "Owner, business seems to be thriving." Johnny greeted the rotund proprietor. The owner looked up, somewhat puzzled, as if he did not recognize Johnny. However, when he saw Odala behind Johnny, his flesh quivered, and a radiant smile spread across his face. "Ah, is this not Lord Odala? What winds have blown you in? What can I get for you?" "Enough, we are not here to dine." Johnny interrupted the owner's hospitality. "Are you aware of the recent string of murders in the city?" "Of course. Such a significant matter is hard to miss, though dear, I wonder which miscreant is responsible. So cruel. I heard the craftsman district has only 2 shops left operational." The owner rambled on, his demeanor unperturbed. "Huh," Johnny once more interrupted him, grinning widely. "Has there been no further intrusion into your wine cellar?" "Wine cellar? Rats? What are you talking about, esteemed guest? Our wine cellar has never—" A third interruption, this time with a dagger in hand. "Less chatter. It was I who dealt with the rats for you. I warn you, one more lie, and I shall end you." Johnny glared fiercely, the blade pressed against the owner's ample neck. Odala observed silently from the side that at this hour, with lunch yet to commence, the tavern was eerily quiet, with only the 3 of them present. Now, Johnny withdrew his knife, maintaining that somewhat exaggerated grin. "Let us below." The owner swallowed hard, casting a pleading glance at Odala. Yet it proved futile. Odala merely nodded. "Do as he says." Reluctantly, the owner guided the 2 to the door of the wine cellar, reaching out to open the wooden door, only to fall to his knees with a resounding thud, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, it is not my fault. They forced my hand." From this rotund man's lamentations and descriptions, the entire incident suddenly became much clearer when this portly figure first took ownership of the tavern. He was not the rotund man he was today. Back then, he was not merely a tavern keeper. He also had a promising side career, smuggling. Tabri City, being a commercial hub, necessitated taxes on goods and registration. Whatever was sold and in what quantity was meticulously recorded by clerks, and taxes were levied accordingly upon exiting the city. That if no sales were made, tolls were still required. 1 fee to enter, another to exit. The noble lords were ruthless in their taxation. Some nobles even imposed ground taxes. Anything that fell to the ground belonged to the local lord. The Count of Delis was not so extreme, but he would not let any money slip through his fingers. Thus, the profits from smuggling appeared substantial. The owner and a few like-minded partners acquired a tavern and dug a tunnel leading outside the city. The tunnel's exit was concealed amidst the foliage, ensuring it had never been discovered. The smuggling operation thrived for several years, with all participants earning a tidy sum. Eventually, They grew weary of the clandestine life and chose to part ways with the remaining funds. The owner remained at the tavern, enjoying a comfortable life, resulting in his current rotundity, until 5 months ago, when a former associate returned to the tavern, seeking him out, for the two, who had each changed over the years. Reconnecting was no easy feat, however. They ultimately re-established contact. Undoubtedly, that associate was now a member of the Wild Wolf mercenary corps. He promised a substantial sum of money, requesting to utilize the passage. This was not a significant matter, and the portly man readily acquiesced, allowing his former partner to once again traverse the tunnel, noting that there were no signs of collapse, that a deposit was paid, with a promise to notify him when the time came. Things took a slight turn. Evidently, the former partner returned without closing the exit door, allowing rats to infiltrate the cellar, which subsequently led to Johnny's first windfall in the events of today, when a group of fierce men, clad in various garments and wielding sharp weapons, emerged from the tunnel into the lost tavern. The owner realized that perhaps those coins were a bit too hot to handle. The leader was a young man, probably around your age, my lord. The owner recounted in detail. Though he was the youngest among them, I sensed he was the most dangerous. When his gaze fell upon me, I felt as though I were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. He thanked me for my cooperation and then handed me a pouch of gold coins that I didn't think much of it at the time. Later, when they returned covered in blood, I became somewhat frightened and instinctively asked them what they had done. The young leader stepped forward, knife pressed against my throat, and said, "If you dare to speak of this, we wouldn't mind adding another to our count." Terrified, I nodded, promising not to tell a soul. It was only the next day that I learned the craftsman district had been wiped out. I considered reporting it, but feared their retaliation, and besides, I was complicit in this, after all. So, I remained silent. And then, Johnny inquired. Then they came again. Just last night, without notifying me. By the time I heard them, they had already entered. It was still that boy leading them. This time, he did not offer me gold, but rather, as if joking with friends, said, "Consider this a buy one, get one free." I smiled and was just about to negotiate, when he suddenly hardened his expression and said, "I am not discussing this with you. Do you understand?" He then began to toy with a knife while staring at me. I was terrified and fell silent. He took his men and left, only to return in the early hours of the morning, drenched in blood, and issued me yet another warning. Later, you all came. Upon hearing this, the boss broke down in tears and clutched Johnny's leg, exclaiming, "I truly have nothing to do with this. I swear, I was forced." Observing the trite scene before him, Johnny turned to Odala and asked, "My lord, what punishment would he face according to the law?" Odala stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Harboring criminals, failing to report knowledge of a crime, coupled with a history of smuggling. Tiskadeske, I cannot decipher the laws of Tabri City. Is it burning at the stake or hanging? Either way, death seems inevitable. Such harsh laws indeed." Johnny looked down at the boss and said, "You see, your transgressions are quite severe." However, the boss seemed to catch a glimmer of hope, his eyes widening with a gleam as he gazed at Johnny. "If you cooperate, it may not be impossible to plead for your case." Johnny, resembling an angel of salvation, replied with a warm smile, You see, I will comply with your every request. I will tell you everything." "Very well. First, lead us to the entrance." The boss opened the wooden door, ignited a torch, and walked ahead, speaking as he went, "Esteemed gentlemen, the entrance to the tunnel lies just ahead," and those individuals came through there. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a crossbow bolt pierced his thick throat, silencing him. "Our leader warned that anyone who dares to squeal will be eliminated." A cold voice echoed from the shadows, accompanied by the sound of drawn blades. "You two will remain here as well." Johnny stared in astonishment as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, exchanging a glance with Odala before shrugging and stepping back. The clash of metal was followed by the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh. Finally, Odala seized the assailant by the collar and beckoned Johnny, "Return to the castle for questioning. Let the patrols handle the cleanup here." "Haha, I'll stay behind. This fool must be night blind." Johnny shook his head, realizing they had caught quite a significant fish. This individual undoubtedly knew far more than the rotund man. Reflecting on this, he glanced back at the corpse on the ground. At least this way, the death is more decisive. With that, he followed Odala towards the exit. Chapter 26. Goodness and Evil. "Johnny, your actions just now were misguided." Odala, carrying the unconscious assailant, did not turn around. "Misguided?" Johnny questioned, puzzled. You should not have drawn your blade to threaten that shopkeeper. But he was indeed harboring the culprit. Johnny defended himself. Odala halted, turned to meet Johnny's gaze. His expression exceedingly grave, but you did not know that before he confessed. You were merely suspicious. Is it justifiable to threaten a civilian based on suspicion? Such actions are unbecoming of a good person. Goodness. But, Johnny, Odala raised his voice. The great Odin is a benevolent god. He desires that his subjects not suffer harm, nor should they inflict harm upon others without cause. Every battle you engage in should be for your own survival, not for amusement. Each time you wield your weapon, if not for justice or in defense, then at the very least, it should be a last resort. Indeed, the person you threatened today deserved it. But what of tomorrow? If you cultivate such habits, you will be forsaken by the gods. Mark my words. If you take pleasure in killing, take pride in intimidating the innocent, and wield your power to pillage and devastate the innocent, then I, Odala Ludwig, swear by Odin's name, I will pursue you relentlessly until I end your life, personally cleansing the stain of your transgressions. Johnny stood there, stunned, contemplating the dichotomy of goodness and evil. Odala's demeanor was more serious than ever as he spoke. For the first time, this astute and seemingly easygoing middle-aged man radiated an overwhelming aura, as if a divine presence accompanied him, penetrating the depths of Johnny's soul. You are a clever child, Odala said. Continuing forward, I once knew someone as clever as you, always brimming with cunning ideas, adept at concealing emotions. Everyone believed he would become a great figure, proving himself on the battlefield against marauders and invaders. Revered by the masses, ennobled by the crown, everything seemed destined to progress towards the most splendid of outcomes. This was the first time Johnny had heard Odala speak of his past. Captivated, he could not help but inquire, and then he sensed this was not a tale of joy. He was always able to resolve numerous troubles, sometimes of a human nature, other times stemming from monsters. Though his methods were not always above board, he managed to address the issues at hand. The villagers found his ways somewhat displeasing, yet they bore no grudges. Eventually, due to a trivial matter, he accidentally killed a villager. Odala's voice grew somber. In the kingdom of Osardin, even a king cannot slay a civilian without consequence. The nearby royal guard swiftly arrived at the village and soon uncovered the true culprit. Intent on taking him back, a clever youth, his future was dashed. Odala fell silent after his revelation. Johnny understood the story was not yet complete. So you must not act impulsively as before. Such behavior could lead to unbearable consequences. Was that the conclusion? Surely the story had not reached its end. My lord, what became of that individual? Later, Odala hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue, but after a brief pause, he finally spoke. With the help of our group of friends, he managed to escape. However, during his flight, he was intercepted and took hostages. Subsequently, the hostages never returned, and his body was discovered in a nearby forest. Johnny was taken aback. How could one commit such an act? The retired veteran who taught us combat skills was furious. That very night, he packed his belongings and vowed not to return until he had slain the perpetrator. In the end, he did return, but only as a corpse, and passers-by identified him through the documents found on his person. He had been killed by his own disciple. Although Johnny had encountered many similar martial tales, this was the first time he had heard of such real events. He began to comprehend why Odala was so agitated. Thus, I do not wish for the same tragedy to repeat itself. A moment's folly among us children led to the death of a villager, a teacher. If you were to commit such a crime, you would not be as fortunate as that scoundrel. With that, Odala cast aside his words and quickened his pace towards the castle. Johnny hurried to keep up. Reflecting on his actions, he realized he had indeed erred in certain respects. If this were a game, the scene of drawing a blade and threat might have prompted a system message like, "Your actions have skewed you towards evil by 5 points." Yet it had felt rather impressive. Sigh, he resolved to temper his emotions in the future. Upon returning to the castle, Odala instructed Johnny to wait at the entrance while he reported to the count, carrying the assailant with him. Upon exiting, he addressed Johnny. "Revenge is my purpose. Hatred is not. To achieve the same, I shall lay aside my resentment and remain clear-headed. Do you recall this phrase? It was your own." Johnny nodded, a sense of clarity washing over him. He had indeed allowed hatred to cloud his judgment. "That's good. I know you must be feeling quite unsettled, though you may not show it. I can sense it. This individual is now in your hands. Take him to the dungeon and interrogate him thoroughly. Just don't kill him, and the rest is up to you." A flicker of surprise ignited in Johnny's eyes, his heart racing. "And what of you, my lord?" he asked, his voice trembling. "I shall certainly be watching closely. What if you become overly zealous and end up killing him? Now, off you go. The scribe will arrive shortly." What a boon! Johnny felt exhilarated. The dungeon lay beneath the castle, dank and chilly, as the torch illuminated a sliver of light into the pitch-black cells, which were utterly vacant. Empty? Johnny turned to Odala, who bore a similarly astonished expression. The jailer leading the way turned back with a fawning grin. "Esteemed gentlemen, typically, some petty thieves might find their way in here for a time. But recently, with soldiers patrolling the streets, few dare to commit crimes. Thus, it has remained empty." "Ah, so a terrifying atmosphere aids in maintaining order," Johnny nodded. "You have a place for interrogation, I presume? Lead us there," he instructed. After settling into the interrogation room and securing the assailant with iron chains, Johnny took a bucket of well water brought in by the jailer and poured it over the assailant's head. The man jolted awake, his eyes opening wide. Seeing Johnny and Odala watching him, he attempted to struggle to his feet, only to realize he was bound by the chains, rendering him immobile that he glared at them with fury. Breathing heavily, as if consumed by rage, Odala remained silent, seated calmly to the side, as this interrogation was Johnny's domain. Johnny too remained quiet, merely smiling slightly as he regarded the restrained individual, scrutinizing him up and down. After a while, the scribe arrived with ink, quill, and papyrus notebook, and the interrogation officially commenced. "Name? Pot." The prisoner responded defiantly. Johnny shook his head, glancing back at Odala. "My lord, may I be a bit excessive with our adversary?" Odala smiled slightly, saying, "We must maintain a semblance of respect for our adversaries. However, when it comes to such despicable foes, no measure can be deemed excessive." Johnny nodded, turning once more to the prisoner. "Your name?" "Fu. I'm one of the wild wolves." "And you think you can get anything out of me?" The prisoner erupted into a torrent of curses. The smile vanished from Johnny's face. Scanning the interrogation room, he found no useful instruments at hand. So he drew a dagger from his thigh and approached the assailant slowly. "Say that again?" "I Fu. Johnny's blade plunged into the upper part of the criminal's arm. He had once read a novel that claimed this was an area densely packed with human nerves. It appeared to be true. Twisting the short blade amidst the piercing screams, Johnny's expression remained impassive. "Your name?" I'll tell you. My name is..." Johnny withdrew the knife. "I am Mose. I have no surname." "I am an orphan," Mose answered truthfully. "It seems we have a promising start, Mose," Johnny replied with a smile, reminiscent of his conversations with the tavern owner. "Let me clarify. If you dare to insult my mother again..." That was merely an appetizer, do you understand?" Mose grimaced, gasping for breath, nodding vigorously. "Then let us proceed." Johnny patted Mose on the head with a genial demeanor. Chapter 27. Interrogation. In the ensuing time, Mose divulged a wealth of information. The Wild Wolves mercenary group was notorious, certainly not breeding the feeble-minded. Thus, throughout this process, Mose exemplified the qualities of a tough man, while Johnny practiced various hearsay torture methods, surprisingly effective, it turned out. Odala and the clerk regarded Johnny with perplexed expressions. Unable to comprehend how a seemingly harmless youth could possess such extensive knowledge of tormenting techniques, Odala's gaze was laced with an undercurrent of concern. "You are remarkably similar to our leader," Mose gasped. Summing up his thoughts, first, there was the employer. The fellow known as Count Lachis had hired the Wild Wolves. Both Odala and the clerk had a vivid recollection of this name. "Is it that old man?" "No. It's a young man. The late Count Lachis had passed away a year prior, leaving his title to his only son. As for why the Lachis family harbored such deep-seated resentment towards Dallas, Odala explained that 20 years ago, a certain unfortunate soul, bearing the surname Lachis, had led an ill-fated invasion. The clerk, well-informed, elucidated further. The backstory was now clear. According to Mose, the young Count Lachis had offered a handsome sum more than usual to have them wreak havoc in the city of Tabri before the official hostilities began. The leader had not turned down such a lucrative job and had sent his son, the one he referred to as the boss, to oversee the operations, whose idea was the ambush on the merchant convoy. That was the Count's idea, later. The killings in the city were also his suggestion. A bloody massacre ensued, 2 consecutive events. "Do you usually camp near Tabri?" Johnny inquired. This was not something to be divulged lightly. Betraying comrades was not an option. Thus, Mose tightly sealed his lips, opting for nonviolent resistance. Nonviolent resistance, however, would lead to violence. After repeated questioning yielded no results, Johnny relinquished his pursuit. He approached Odala, bowing slightly. "My lord, does Lord Gandova have any aversion to bloodshed?" Odala cast a worried glance at Johnny. Shaking his head, "He bears no aversion. Those lads returning from the battlefield are often bloodied and battered. Gandova himself has seen blood. If you are referring to your methods of punishment, while you possess considerable knowledge. In terms of professionalism, you cannot quite compare to the Inquisition of the Solar Deity Church. Of course, I have not witnessed it myself. This is merely what Gandova occasionally mentions. Could we possibly invite him here? I fear my methods may be somewhat severe." "Very well." Gandova arrived in the dimly lit interrogation room, clad in a priest's robe. Johnny bowed to him and then explained his intentions. Gandova gazed at Johnny with a complex expression, ultimately nodding. After all, he was also a member of the Count's personal guard. The methods Johnny intended to employ were an ancient form of punishment. He was uncertain if they existed in this world. But in the ancient land of Shinjo in his previous life, this art of killing had been passed down through generations. It was said that the most skilled executioners could prolong the process for 3 days and nights, inflicting 3,600 cuts, yet the condemned would still cling to life. Indeed, it was known as Ling Chi. Johnny first explained the procedure to Mose. Although his face turned pale, he ultimately remained silent. Shrugging, Johnny commenced his work. Amidst the screams, blood gushed forth. He began with the left hand. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. Considering that this man had been involved in the massacre at the artisan district, Johnny's sympathy and pity evaporated entirely, and he no longer regarded him as human. Grasping Moses' left forefinger, Johnny meticulously sliced, his expression focused and intent. I will tell you. Ah, don't cut it." Johnny remained unmoved, as if sculpting the most exquisite work of art in the world, utterly absorbed, diligently excising the flesh and blood from the first 2 segments of Moses' left forefinger. The sound of the blade scraping against bone was enough to make one's teeth ache. Odala sat nearby, his expression complicated. He felt increasingly unable to discern the nature of this attendant and disciple, uncertain of the person he would eventually become, having removed the 2 segments of severed bone. Johnny released the mangled hand and respectfully requested Gandova to administer treatment. Gandova shook his head and stepped forward, casting a minor healing spell that barely stemmed the flow of blood. "Mr. Mose, what were you about to say?" "You may speak now." Johnny waved the severed finger bones before Moses' eyes. The operational unit of the wild wolves usually lay in wait in the forest, not far from the tunnel's exit. Originally numbering 15, they had lost 2 during their first foray into the city, and with Mose included, only 12 remained. "It is of no use for you to search now. Someone will come to replace me at noon. And if they find me missing, they will surely report back." Johnny smiled. "You needn't worry about that. We have stationed personnel at the tunnel entrance. Your friends will not be returning. However, no one returning would also serve as a signal." Uncertain if there was still time, Odala stood and exited to arrange military matters. Johnny continued. "Tell me about your leader." The youth referred to as the boss was 16 years old, soon to turn 17, named Einig Wolf. His father, Flame Wolf, was a name held in dubious regard, as everyone referred to him in such a manner that it was said that Einig had been clever from a young age and practiced martial skills with great diligence. At the age of 12, he first entered the battlefield, slaying 4 enemy soldiers, earning a modicum of renown. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. However, what truly earned him the title of the boss was a mission he undertook at the age of 14. 14 is a time of blossoming youth. While some at this enchanting age may take to the skies, others may face the apostles. Einig was tasked with a seemingly mundane reconnaissance mission that he returned with intelligence, leaving behind 3 disfigured corpses. No one knew at the time. When the wild wolves stormed the target location, the sight of those evidently not naturally formed corpses left everyone momentarily stunned. While the wild wolves were not devoid of ruthless killers, the acts of killing and torturing are 2 entirely different concepts. Even the few psychologically unbalanced individuals among them merely severed limbs and toyed with their victims. None had ever witnessed such meticulous methods. "You truly resemble our leader," Mose remarked at that moment. Gandova and the clerk exchanged even more peculiar glances with Johnny, whose complexion grew somewhat unnatural. "Continue. Spare us the superfluous details," he commanded. "Infamy can silence a child's cries and attract passionate youths." Many of the newcomers to the mercenary group revered the devilish deeds of their boss, Einig. Moreover, Einig was resourceful, and being the son of the leader, he quickly became the strategist of the group. With his guidance, the wild wolves had rapidly developed over the past 2 years into the formidable military mercenary group of today. He himself subtly embodied the qualities of a potential successor to the leader. Ainig favored the dagger and took pleasure in slitting throats. I once killed alongside the boss. At that time, he effortlessly severed an opponent's throat, and as he watched the blood spray forth, he seemed quite entranced, telling me that this final eruption of life was the most beautiful scene in the world. He could feel vitality saturating the entire world at that moment, only to swiftly fade away. That I didn't quite understand. Perhaps the boss is an artist after all. Mo seemed to hold his leader in high esteem. However, Johnny had caught wind of something that piqued his interest. You mean to say, your leader enjoys slitting throats? Johnny inquired. Indeed. What of the other 14 who came with you? They are all drifters. We are trained to stab from behind. The noise from throat slitting is too loud. Upon hearing this, Johnny lowered his head, clenching his fists. Ainig Wolf, he let out a low growl akin to that of a wounded beast, landing a punch squarely on Moses' face. After the blow, he regained his composure. Taking several deep breaths, steadying himself, he turned to the scribe and Gandova, stating, "Let it be so. All inquiries have been made that it is time to confine him in the dungeon." Gandova nodded in agreement. After Johnny instructed the jailer to take Moss down, he took his leave from the dungeon. The scribe also excused himself, carrying his notes, leaving Johnny alone in the interrogation room, lost in thought. Ainig, the wolf. His adversary, and a particularly formidable one at that. Chapter 28. Confession. Thanks to Johnny's timely resolution of the case, the citizens of the city transformed their fear of the unknown into outrage against the wolf and Count Rises. The once dwindling commerce regained its former vibrancy. Count Dallas wrote to the nearby lords, denouncing the rogue and malevolent tactics employed by Count Rises in warfare. He also informed the Sun God Church in Tabri City, seeking their intervention for justice. The Sun God Church, long adhering to the motto of light, justice, and the eradication of evil, had amassed a considerable following in the Southern Empire. Such nefarious actions would undoubtedly elicit a stern condemnation from the church, which was determined to erase all shadows. They assured that should the depraved Count Rises dare to invade Tabri City, the holy knights and priests of the temple would uphold the spirit of Dyrenes and fight alongside Count Dallas's forces. Vowing to bring evil to its knees before justice. In Count Rises' stronghold, the Sun God Church also had a presence. They would launch an investigation into the incident and pledge to spare no effort in maintaining justice and fairness. In this era, it was utterly unforgivable for a lord of status to resort to such despicable tactics. Count Dallas firmly believed that Count Rises would be condemned to the annals of disgrace. Forever unable to redeem himself as for the emperor of the empire, he had already been entirely forgotten. With diplomatic matters concluded, it was time to address domestic affairs. Now that the situation had been resolved, it was necessary to reward merit and punish transgressions. The patrol had failed to discover the massacre of the Merchant Guild during the night, leading to the dismissal of Captain David Tanchis. A proud descendant of knights, Odala Ludwig, who had cracked the case, was duly rewarded with 20 gold coins and 10 acres of land. Johnny Smith, as a pivotal figure in the investigation, was also granted an audience with the Count. After some words of encouragement, Johnny received a bonus of 5 gold coins in the Count's favor. Young man, strive diligently. One day, I anticipate you will become my most capable knight, Count Dallas declared, once again alone. Johnny felt little enthusiasm for these rewards. Though he outwardly expressed great honor and excitement, it was merely a facade. Orphaned, even if he amassed wealth beyond measure and wielded immense power, he could never repay his parents' nurturing. Perhaps there was one person who was worth his struggle. Johnny approached Odala, counting out 3 gold coins. My lord, I have worked for you for 4 months, repaying 5 silver coins each month, totaling 2 silver coins. With these 3, shall we consider our accounts settled? Odala accepted the coins and placed them into his pouch. Very well. Starting next month, you shall receive your salary. The Count intends to execute that rascal from the dungeon in the square and then hang him on the city wall as a deterrent to others. Would you like to witness the execution? No need. I have already discerned who my enemy is. It is not that nameless pawn. Johnny shook his head. Alas, our forces were still a step too late. The only regret throughout the investigation was the failure to apprehend the remaining perpetrators. When Rul received Odala's message and led 50 warriors to the campsite mentioned in the intelligence, they found only traces yet to be concealed. These remnants indicated that someone had once camped there. Mocking the Tabri City army's tortoise-like speed, the most conspicuous mark was a message carved into the ground. The Wolf Mercenary Corps visited here. Do not worry, we shall return soon. In the cellar of the lost tavern. The wolf cub who had come to change shifts had already perished under the assault of the station's soldiers. This was the only highlight of the subsequent operation. My lord, may I take a day off today? I wish to adjust my mood, Johnny cautiously asked. A day off? Certainly. Alas, the dead cannot be revived. Do not grieve too deeply. Take a day to rest and lift your spirits, so you may resume training tomorrow. Go ahead. Odala readily agreed. Johnny arrived at the archery range, where a beautiful figure was leisurely shooting arrows at the target. Esther, he called out. Esther had been cooped up at home for days, occasionally stepping out to observe the soldiers' training. As the soldiers were increasingly dispatched on various missions, Esther found herself growing ever more bored, confined to wandering the castle or practicing archery at the range. Initially, she had wanted to practice trick shots, such as rapid shooting or shooting while running, but simply shooting at targets had grown tedious. Thus, she was now as lethargic as she appeared. Seeing Johnny approach, her spirits lifted. Johnny, don't you have training today? Not today, Johnny replied with a smile. Moving closer to Esther. Come, I shall treat you to a drink. Treat me. Have you suddenly come into a fortune? Haha, just received my bonus. Come on, I feel like chatting with someone. Wonderful, I am utterly bored. Let us go. The two made their way to the Sword and Shield Tavern, where they typically shared a platter of snacks and 2 mugs of ale. Where did my story leave off last time? Johnny inquired. Brewster arrived in hell. Johnny, I heard about your parents. Are you all right? Esther, with her youthful disposition, could not suppress her concern. She remembered the sorrow she felt when her mother passed away, nearly fainting from grief, not eating or drinking for 2 days, leaving Isatis at a loss for how to comfort her. Empathizing, she pondered how profoundly tragic it must be for this boy who had lost both parents. Johnny's expression darkened, causing Esther to feel a pang of sympathy. She suddenly realized she ought not to have broached the subject. Had she not mentioned it, perhaps Johnny would not have been reminded of his sorrowful reality, nor would it have stirred the grief within him. I'm sorry, No need, Johnny forced a smile. Their deaths are not your fault. Why apologize? I already know who the murderer is. Now it is merely a matter of vengeance. As for sorrow, I believe my parents would not wish for me to live in perpetual sadness in this world. Esther nodded contemplatively. All right, so our hero arrived in hell, right? Then I shall continue. On this day, they conversed extensively. By the time they broke for lunch, the tale had reached its conclusion. Naturally, the heroic champion vanquished the Dark Lord and lived happily ever after with his beloved. Following this, Johnny began to share intriguing anecdotes about history, politics, economics, and culture, interspersed with his own insights. They discussed wondrous phenomena and the principles behind them. As the ale flowed, Johnny felt himself becoming somewhat intoxicated. Unable to rein in his tongue, a torrent of incomprehensible knowledge from this world spilled forth from the lips of the tipsy lad, as though a dimensional portal was transporting fragments from another realm into this one. Esther, too, began to feel a bit dazed, sipping her ale while listening to Johnny recount things she had never heard before. She heard him say the world was round, and that one could return to their starting point by walking in a straight line. She learned that stars were vast, far larger than the world beneath their feet, merely appearing small due to their distance. He spoke of a weapon whose power surpassed even that of magic. He said, eventually, both of them succumbed to intoxication. You are the kind of girl I admire. With the last vestiges of clarity and the courage bestowed by alcohol, Johnny declared to Esther, I must marry you. Ha ha. Splendid. I shall await your proposal. Esther replied, laughing, her senses dulled. Bolstered by newfound boldness, Johnny reached out and grasped Esther's right hand firmly, and then, dawn broke. Feeling the softness in his palm, a bleary-eyed Johnny stared at his hands, clearly still not fully awake. Esther, too, slowly regained consciousness, realizing someone was holding her hand, staring back in a similarly dazed manner. The two fixated on their clasped hands, silence enveloping them for a long while. After roughly 30 seconds, Esther gasped, abruptly withdrawing her hand. Johnny simultaneously released his grip. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, both exclaiming in unison, "What just happened?" What followed was an awkward silence. Chapter 29. After the confession, before the war, the Sword and Shield Tavern operated through the night. Though patrons were few, even the most seasoned of drunkards eventually had to stumble home. Johnny and Esther, perhaps the rare guests to occupy a table for an entire night, were fortunate that the owner recognized them and did not disturb their slumber. Thus, the morning bore witness to this awkward scene. While Esther retained some memories, Johnny was unclear about the details. All he recalled was his declaration to marry her and the moment he took her hand. Presently, they remained seated at the table, having evidently collapsed there. The tavern owner was remiss, failing to tidy up after them. Johnny mused as he regained awareness. Johnny felt utterly unwell. Resting one's head upon the table for slumber is indeed a most comfortable indulgence. Yet, to do so for an entire night could be deemed a calamity. There, Esmeralda persistently rubbed her arms, seemingly sharing the same affliction as Johnny. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What transpired last night? Esmeralda inquired, her fingers massaging her arms as she regarded Johnny with a wary gaze. Why did you grasp my hand? As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. Although Johnny's head throbbed painfully, reminiscent of a hangover. The effects of the drink had worn off. He could not possibly behave with the same exuberance as the previous night unless a blade were held to his throat. Thus, he feigned ignorance. Glancing about in silence, Esmeralda, too, had little recollection of the previous evening. She remembered Johnny regaling her with an array of peculiar tales, including the notion that the world was a sphere. How intriguing. Heaven knows from whence he derived such ideas. Yet, the pivotal question remained. How did he come to seize my hand? Esmeralda, Johnny ventured, acknowledging that silence was not a solution to their dilemma. I suppose I must have inadvertently grasped it while I was asleep. Inadvertently? Esmeralda scrutinized the lingering marks on her arm with skepticism, casting a doubtful glance at Johnny. How could one inadvertently hold on so tightly? Johnny, too, noticed the evidence of his misdeed and inwardly lamented his folly. But now was not the time for regret. Oh, well, did you recall anything from last night? Esmeralda pressed her fingers to her lips, her gaze drifting as she murmured in contemplation. You first told me a story, then spoke of many strange things, and then she fell silent, seemingly attempting to dredge up what she had forgotten. Johnny watched her anxiously. Esmeralda stared into the void, her expression grave. This corner was once again enveloped in silence. Finally, a realization dawned upon Esmeralda. She gazed at Johnny in astonishment, her mouth agape. Johnny felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense scrutiny, leaning back slightly, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry of, what is it? I remember. You said last night that you wished to marry me? After a pause, Esmeralda swallowed hard and posed the question to Johnny. In an instant, his face turned crimson. This man, a virgin who had lived nearly 40 years across 2 lifetimes, remained a novice in matters of the heart. To confess in a sober face-to-face encounter was truly a torment. Hey, I'm asking you, did you say you wanted to marry me? Esmeralda, seeing Johnny's bashful demeanor, nudged him playfully, raising her voice that moment. The tavern owner, just rousing from slumber and preparing to commence the day's business, was halted in his tracks upon overhearing Esmeralda's splendid declaration. You said you wanted to marry me? He stood there, petrified, before quietly making his way to the staircase, straining to eavesdrop on the unfolding youthful romance. As has been mentioned numerous times, this was an era devoid of entertainment. Johnny felt his face grow even hotter, as if it might ignite. Drawing a deep breath, he lifted his gaze to meet Esmeralda's beautiful eyes, exhaling slowly as he murmured, yes, that was indeed my declaration. Esmeralda leaned back in her chair, appraising Johnny from head to toe. Are you truly sincere? Johnny, feeling unease at her scrutiny, decided to muster his courage and lay bare his feelings. Yes, I am sincere. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your grace, enchanted by your spirited black ponytail. Subsequently, I grew fond of your vivaciousness, your earnestness, and everything that constitutes you. This was Johnny's first earnest confession, and he spoke with a tumultuous heart, his pulse racing and his face aflame. Esmeralda listened intently, adjusting the silky ponytail at the back of her head. Johnny felt as though his nose might bleed from the intensity of the moment. Johnny, Esmeralda pondered for a moment before speaking. You are a good person. Johnny's throat tightened, and a rush of blood surged forth. This was merely his imagination. Yet, he maintained his composure, his heart tumultuous. Was this the fabled good person card? I like you as well. Is there hope? However, I have always regarded you as a dear friend. The friend card came flying in from afar. Your sudden declaration strikes me as rather peculiar. The final blow landed, and Johnny felt a wave of despair wash over him. With his parents gone, even Esmeralda, but I truly think you are admirable, Esmeralda said suddenly. Well then, once you have proven yourself a knight, come seek my father's blessing. After all, a daughter must eventually marry, and I find you quite agreeable. She spread her hands, shrugged, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Johnny found this response somewhat unsatisfactory, yet he was still elated. The two settled their bill and exited, their hearts racing with excitement. The details of their encounter left unspoken by afternoon. The gossip concerning Lord Esmeralda and the retainer of Lord Rises had spread throughout half of Tabri City, becoming a topic of great interest among the citizenry for the ensuing days. Just as the rumors grew ever more extravagant, another piece of news brought the entertainment to a sudden halt. The ominous shadow of war loomed over Tabri City, akin to the oppressive clouds of summer. Dark and foreboding, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that struck fear into the hearts of those in the darkness. The nearby lords had responded, and word from the sun goddess church of Count Rises also arrived. The lords unanimously declared that Count Rises was well known to them, and he would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. The wild wolf mercenaries captured by Count Dallas might have acted on their own volition, disregarding the noble Lord's guidance, thereby committing a crime that outraged both heaven and earth. They implored Count Dallas to remain rational and refrain from impulsively launching a military offensive against the innocent Count Rises, contributing instead to the peace of this small corner of the empire and collectively dedicating their strength to the enduring legacy of the empire. These hypocritical letters coalesced into a single message: this is not our concern. And do not use this as an opportunity to mobilize your troops, as previously mentioned. The splendid armaments of Tabri City rightfully crowned it the strongest in the land, ensuring 2 decades of peace and instilling trepidation in the nearby lords toward Count Dallas. Count Dallas had once sworn by the sun god's name never to initiate force, yet now Count Rises had crossed the line. After all, they were merely mercenaries, and there was no evidence to suggest Count Rises had targeted the lands of the Dallas family. Was there truly no evidence? The message from the sun goddess church proclaimed that Count Rises, in the name of his family and the sun god, swore that the attacks on trade routes and the slaughter of innocents were not his doing, and he had never issued such orders for employing the wild wolves. That was indeed true, but it was merely for training his troops. Furthermore, Count Rises expressed his willingness to donate 500 gold coins and 50 acres of fertile land, along with the farmers upon it, as a symbol of his devotion to the sun god. This latter part of the message perfectly explained why such feeble assertions would be believed. Thus, indeed, there was no evidence. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Count Rises, in a fit of rage, demanded an apology from Count Dallas for his baseless accusations and compensation of 5,000 gold coins for the damage to his reputation. Otherwise, I shall cleanse the shame upon my name with iron and blood. How ironic that this ransom matched the sum from 20 years prior. This clearly illuminated Count Rises' true intentions. Regrettably, the nearby lords, intimidated by the wild wolves, pretended not to see, while the church was momentarily blinded by Count Rises' generous offerings of devotion. Do the true gods truly not see? Is not the sun god a deity of justice? Upon hearing this news, Johnny questioned Odala with confusion. Child, after the War of the Gods, all surviving and newly born true deities convened to pledge an oath, never to interfere in the mundane affairs of humanity. What use are the gods then? Johnny could not help but raise his voice. Odala fell silent for a moment, patting Johnny on the shoulder. Humans act, and the gods observe. Tread carefully, child. The gods know all. The forces of Count Rises had already set forth. Chapter 30. The army approaches the city. First to arrive at Tabri City were the messengers of Count Rises, bearing a declaration of war, regardless of whether the preceding events were indeed Count Rises' doing, or whether the surrounding lords and the church wished to intervene in this conflict. Certain formalities had to be observed. Even if one wished to throw lime into an opponent's eyes during a duel, one must first adhere to the traditional courtesies of mutual respect. Thus, the declaration of war, an ancient ceremonial document, had to be penned. Even the fanatical adherents of the sun god within the Tanya's holy alliance, before leading their heavy cavalry into the kingdom of Occident, would first submit a declaration of war, clearly stating the number of troops and the reason for battle, while urging the people of Occident, who worshipped false gods, to return to the embrace of the true deities. That, of course, given that it was a surprise attack, the declaration of war arrived only slightly ahead of the tide of iron steeds. Yet, since the declaration was delivered first, the procedure was deemed supremely just. The messenger of Count Rises arrived even earlier, as the area was filled with infantry. The declaration boldly proclaimed that the illustrious Count Rises, leading his troops along with the volunteer army, the Wild Wolf mercenaries, totaling 3,000 strong, was advancing toward Tabri City with an unstoppable momentum. Along the way, Residents praised the gallant appearance of Count Rise's forces and supported his endeavor to uphold noble honor. In the spirit of neighborly goodwill, Count Rises hoped that Count Dallas would refrain from unnecessary resistance and deliver the 5,000 gold coins in compensation along with an additional 1,000 gold coins for military expenses. Should Count Dallas remain resolute in his defiance, he was requested to reply with a letter to arrange a time for battle. Naturally, if Count Dolores, intimidated by military might, hesitates to engage in battle, then the benevolent and magnanimous Count Rises could comprehend such a stance. Consequently, the only recourse would be to relentlessly assault the city, leading to untold suffering for its inhabitants. Count Dolores was daunted by the figure of 3,000. It is worth recalling that during the cataclysmic battle outside Tabri, the total number of combatants barely reached 1,500.3,000. Such a number could only emerge from the distant north or west. Johnny scoffed at this figure. For one, 3,000 is an undeniably small number. After all, Li Ling was captured with a mere 3,000 men. Furthermore, he could not believe that a count, alongside a mercenary company reliant on quality rather than quantity, could muster such a force. Surely, this was the fabled, claimed 3,000. With the actual count closer to 1 or 2,000, he promptly conveyed this notion to the count. Ordinarily, a squire would lack the standing to attend such a high-level military assembly. Yet his status as a distinguished squire allowed for his presence. Claimed 3,000. In reality, it cannot be so many. The assembled individuals expressed skepticism. However, in times like these, it is preferable to entertain the possibility rather than succumb to despair at the notion of 3,000. Yet, some remained rather obtuse. What right do you, a mere squire, have to speak? The newly appointed David Tanchi slammed his hand on the table, rising to point an accusing finger at Johnny, exclaiming, "Are you doubting a noble's credibility?" Johnny rolled his eyes and remained silent. The attendees silently cursed David's foolishness. Sir Tanchis, Odala interjected with a mocking smile. Do you truly believe Count Rises is a paragon of nobility, incapable of deceit? Even David, despite his ignorance, realized that Count Rises' credibility had already been irrevocably tarnished within the city. To defend him would be tantamount to slapping Count Dolores in the face. Reluctantly, he sat back down. The Wild Wolf mercenary corps acting independently, such a notion was laughable. Priest Gandova appeared somewhat uncomfortable, as the Sun God Church had evidently chosen to place its faith in the claim. Pierre Vistas, on the other hand, displayed an entirely different demeanor as a paladin unwaveringly loyal to the church. He accepted every decision and conclusion made by it without question. Even if the church asserted that elves were akin to humans, he would solemnly nod in agreement, disregarding any evidence to the contrary. Dedicating his life to the obliteration of such evidence at that moment, he was not present in the meeting room, allowing the discussions to proceed unabated on the very day the church declared Count Rises innocent. He was stripped of his knighthood by Count Dolores and sent back to the temple that in fact, the temple had issued orders to reclaim all clerics within Tabri for the church, though Priest Gandova remained more loyal to the secular lord. The church was furious over this matter, yet Gandova could still wield divine magic, indicating that he was still accepted by Dorinus. Thus, the higher-ups dared not strip him of his clerical status. What we ought to discuss now is not a matter of rank. Sir Tanchis, with a formidable foe at our gates, we must unite. Count Dolores spoke gravely. Sir Ludwig, I trust you will also exercise restraint. Odala smiled, bowing slightly, then shot a glare at David, falling silent thereafter, seeing his two knights relent. Count Dolores chose not to pursue the matter further. With an encouraging smile, he turned to Johnny, asking, Well then, Squire Johnny Smith, do you have anything to add? Johnny rose, bowed, and after a moment's contemplation, shook his head, nothing more. My lord, of course not. With an enemy numbering 3,000, including the Wild Wolf and Rises, what more intelligence could I provide? Johnny inwardly cursed. Then let us deliberate our countermeasures, Count Dolores proclaimed, assuming the adversary was merely posturing and did not truly possess 3,000 troops. Perhaps 2,000 would be a more accurate estimate. The entire Tabri garrison comprised 600 trained soldiers, while individually, they might only measure up to 6th or 7th level warriors, with the aid of formation. They could contend with an equal number of 8th or 9th level fighters. Among them were 150 archers, who, despite training in shifts, could hit their mark with unerring precision. Under Isaetus's command, they would deliver exceptional ranged firepower if they were to temporarily recruit farmers and mercenaries from within the territory, Raising a force of 1,000 would be well within reach. With such calculations, a sense of confidence began to take root among the assembly. Thus, tasks were assigned: conscription for soldiers, training for the troops, and the organization of armaments. The predicament soon arose. The artisan district had been ravaged by the wild wolves, leaving only a scissor shop and a carpentry store still operational. According to reports from the soldiers, the proprietors of those shops had begun packing their belongings in anticipation of leaving, hardly surprising, as skilled individuals often retreat to avoid the brutality of warfare. Consequently, the productivity of the entire Tabri city had come to a standstill. While the castle possessed a dedicated armory, its output was insufficient to meet the demands of impending conflict. Although the warehouses were stocked with supplies, a sense of unease lingered. The sole hope now lay in the assumption that Rhysis's forces were not only few in number, but also lacking in strength. Should the battle commence, it might not necessitate the deployment of extensive armaments. Though Odala was merely a formidable assault squad, he was nonetheless occupied with official duties. He was tasked with assisting Rule in training those units that were typically on rest during rotations. Thus, Johnny could only practice the skills required for warfare on his OW and I in this manner. 3 days passed, when the banners of Count Rhysis and the Wild Wolf finally came into view of the sentinels. The pressure of preparation became painfully evident in one dared boast of their readiness for an open-field battle. The defenses of Tabri were about to face an unprecedented strain in 20 years. 3,000 was indeed an exaggeration. Isatis, stationed in the watchtower, estimated at least 2,000 foes. Beneath the banners of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps stood a neatly arranged formation, easily counting over 400 troops. Surrounding Count Rhysis were his elite subordinates. Numbering around 300, the remainder consisted of fierce mercenaries and anxious, excited peasants. That a 2,000-strong contingent, as Johnny beheld the enemy gathering outside the walls, he was struck by a newfound understanding of their numbers. This was not merely a numerical concept. It was a visual reality. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, as if the enemy could encircle him in an instant, tearing him to shreds. Where did Count Rhysis acquire such a formidable army? Such strict discipline within a mercenary outfit like the Wild Wolf? Confusion crept into the minds of the commanders within the city, breeding a growing sense of dread. The enemy was at the gates. Chapter 31. The siege, while the force arrayed against them was indeed formidable, with a somewhat overwhelming presence, it was crucial to note that over half of Count Rhysis's 2,000 followers were disorganized, undisciplined peasants and idle mercenaries. Thus, he was compelled to invest considerable time in drilling these amateur soldiers into formation. The professional soldiers by his side were dispatched to serve as temporary officers for the scattered troops. Shouts and reprimands filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. Had this been in Tanya's, such a poorly trained army would have been easily vanquished. With the gates flung wide, a mere 100 cavalry could swiftly conclude the battle, rendering Count Rhysis the laughingstock of the region for years to come. Alas, this was the southern part of the empire, a land devoid of quality horses. Not all steeds are suitable for battle. Just as not all individuals are cut out for combat, that it was widely believed that, rather than ride on those horses accustomed to carrying loads with their heads bowed, it was better to fight on foot. Thus, only infantry remained, with no cavalry in sight. Occasionally, merchants would drive fine horses acquired from Tanya's to this place, and nobles with a penchant for exceptional steeds would purchase them. However, this had no bearing on the nature of warfare. The knights atop the city walls could only watch helplessly as the enemy organized their ranks. Unable to react, they were even beyond the range of arrows. The professionally trained soldiers of Tabri, with 2 decades of experience, found themselves utterly bored, pointing and laughing at the distant disarray of their foes. The only aspect that astonished them was the unwavering formation of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. These 400 men stood out amidst the chaos, like a boulder in a turbulent stream, strikingly conspicuous. Their mere presence exuded an aura of strength. After a prolonged wait, the assaulting forces finally began to take shape. Count Rhysis, clad in resplendent, eye-catching full-plate armor, rode a magnificent steed that exuded an air of expense, slowly making his way to the foot of the walls with an ostentatious gait. A young man in a robe hurriedly followed in his wake. The Count spoke to the young man, who nodded in response, then called out to the defenders atop the walls. The illustrious Count Rhysis proclaims, "You cowards, are you so frightened by my army that you dare not emerge and face us in honorable combat?" Johnny scoffed inwardly. This wealthy man certainly knows how to put on airs, even bringing along a herald. At that moment, no one on the walls responded. In times like these, silence is typically detrimental to morale. However, given that their opponent was the disgraceful Count Rises and the nefarious Wild Wolf mercenary corps, such silence was of little consequence. It was the very essence of, I can't be bothered to speak with you. Yet, inaction was not a viable strategy. Isadis knocked an arrow, sending it deep into the ground before the noble steed. Startling it into rearing up, Count Rakis was initially holding his head high, exuding an air of assured victory. However, this demeanor nearly resulted in him being thrown from his horse, compelling him to bend down and grasp the horse's neck in an utterly disheveled state. This stark contrast seemed to provide a source of entertainment. Laughter erupted from the city walls, and even the ranks below echoed with mirth. Count Rakis, attempting to soothe his steed, wore a grim expression. He cast a furious glare towards the battlements, muttering something under his breath. The human loudspeaker sprang to life once more. The illustrious Count Rakis proclaims that with the enemy forces closing in, if you surrender now, he shall forgive your disrespect. Should you persist in your defiance, when the walls fall, you shall have no chance to redeem yourselves. You will bear the brunt of the Count's unbounded wrath. This malicious threat was undermined by the very word, illustrious, at its outset. The laughter from the battlements continued unabated, with some of the less stoic individuals discarding their weapons to pound the ground in mirth. Observing the commotion above, Count Rakis could no longer restrain himself. He drew his sword and pointed it at the battlements, his face flushed with rage, as if he were on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, he ultimately refrained, sheathing his sword and departing, casting one last furious glare at those who mocked him. This classic gesture only provoked further laughter. Thus, the Count spurred his horse away in a cloud of dust. Johnny, atop the walls, joined in the laughter with the others, yet he found little humor in the situation. If not for a lack of entertainment, it could be a deeper-rooted fear, akin to those who, terrified by horror films, laugh nervously while discussing them, masking their dread with absurd laughter. The morale appeared vibrant. Yet was it truly so? Johnny was uncertain that he laughed while scrutinizing the expressions of those around him. Nothing was discernible. Everyone wore the same smiling countenance, as though victory was already assured, as if the 2,000 goblins outside were merely a trivial concern. Yet this was in stark contrast to the reality within the city. The call for mercenaries issued by Count Delis had yielded no results. A messenger made his way to meet Count Delis. He shouted tidings of 3,000 troops and the participation of the wild wolves, ensuring that the residents of the city were well-informed as he wished. This news spread throughout the entire city of Tabri within a day, even reaching beyond its walls. Such an uneven battle was hardly a task for mercenaries. Consequently, the defensive forces of Tabri consisted of merely 600 professional soldiers and 400 conscripted citizens and nearby farmers. That was all, a near-total mobilization of the populace. As for armaments, the stockpile had been entirely distributed among the 400 conscripted soldiers, with crossbow bolts and arrows being relatively sufficient, yet there was no follow-up supply. The armory within the castle, Tabri's sole source of weaponry, was laboring diligently to produce arrows, albeit at a sluggish pace. The assaults by the Wild Wolves mercenary group had proven ruthlessly effective, and their lethality was only now becoming apparent. All appeared to be a deadlock. Why were they so jubilant? My lord, Johnny softly called to Odara beside him. Why does everyone look so confident? Upon hearing Johnny's inquiry, Odara turned back with disdain. Do you believe it would be better for morale to be low and trembling? In battle, it is all about morale. With that, he gazed back toward the enemy ranks. How true? Johnny nodded, only to furrow his brow. Was this merely a fade to mask their fears? He had no further time to ponder. Perhaps still seething with residual anger, Count Rakis's first order upon returning to his troops was to advance. Advance? Johnny observed the slowly approaching throngs, driven by their respective officers, his mind awash with questions. What gave them the right to attack? The Wild Wolves mercenary group remained utterly unmoved. The collective confusion did not linger long. Count Rakis quickly issued a retreat command. He had finally discerned the issue. Coming from afar, with siege equipment at his disposal, it was evident that regardless of the outcome of this conflict, Count Rakis had already become a figure of ridicule. No matter how foolish the enemy might be, what was inevitable would come to pass. The siege equipment was soon prepared. In this era, such a quantity of siege warfare lacked variety. Similarly, the city itself was unremarkable. With 3-story-high walls and 2 heavy wooden gates, it could hardly be considered imposing. Thus, it is easy to comprehend why Count Rachis' troops, armed with nothing more than 2 freshly severed tree trunks, dared to charge forth. Johnny looked at the siege equipment, still bearing bark, drenched in sweat. However, he could not linger atop the walls to witness this farcical war. Count Delis commanded all melee infantry to assemble at the city gates. As Johnny departed, the archers had already begun their assault. Count Delis's archers, well trained under Isadis's command, began to fell the crowded rabble below, one after another. Yet the archers' golden hour soon passed. The 400 members of the Wild Wolves mercenary group brandished crossbows from behind, forming a tight line behind the charging troops, unleashing a hail of fire upon the soldiers atop the walls. While it could not be termed a volley, the dense rainfall of arrows produced by 400 men inflicted severe casualties upon Count Delis's archers, forcing them to take cover behind the parapets. The infantry below seized the opportunity to advance towards the walls, the group clutching tree trunks, shouting their battle cries, forcefully striking the gates with their massive timber. Thud! The gate shuddered. Observing this, the soldiers behind the gate surged forward, bracing their bodies against the entrance. The archers above found themselves unable to rise, while the crossbowmen crouched on the ground, laboriously loading their weapons. Then extending their hands over the parapets, shooting blindly at the gates. The Wild Wolves mercenary group continued their relentless barrage of arrows, seemingly unending. From time to time, crossbowmen were struck in the arms, losing their weapons. The situation was dire. Chapter 32. Attack and Defense. The city fell. The final blow, delivered by the tree trunk serving as a makeshift siege ram, crashed against the loosened gates, sending the soldiers behind them staggering backward. The makeshift ram slowly withdrew, and Count Rachis' troops prepared to charge. The soldiers who had been knocked down stood up, instinctively moving to the sides to allow the oncoming horde entry. The cacophony of raucous rabble surged through the gates. They were met with a disciplined formation and a forest of pikes. Kill! Count Delis's infantry shouted in unison, momentarily driving the enemy back a few steps. Yet, despite the impressive display, sheer momentum alone could not secure victory. Those who had been momentarily frightened regained their senses and charged once more. As they approached the pikes, they hesitated, merely striking the spear tips with their weapons, attempting to clear a path through the deadly implements. The pikes shifted at Rule's command. The front rank of pikemen retracted their weapons before thrusting them forward, claiming a dozen lives in an instant. As the fallen were replaced by an unyielding tide of newcomers. Another dozen bodies fell before the wall of pikes. The farmers quailed in fear. They had never witnessed life extinguished so swiftly. The mercenaries, fighting as individuals, also felt dread. There was no room to maneuver on the battlefield, and they were reluctant to sacrifice their precious lives in such a senseless conflict, fearing that their unfulfilled wages might become their only legacy, perhaps never to be claimed. Only the troops mixed among Count Rachis' ranks retained their fervent fighting spirit. They cursed and kicked at the throngs, driving them forward into the fray, bravely confronting death. Amidst the chaos, Count Delis's pike formation continued to efficiently reap lives. Any human daring to breach their range would be warmly welcomed with lethal enthusiasm. Gradually, a thick layer of corpses began to pile up before the pikes, while behind them, Count Rachis' forces began to retreat, facing the enemy, yet moving backward, regardless of how the soldiers shouted and prodded. They were unwilling to sacrifice their flesh and blood to feed the cold steel thorns. The entrance to the gates fell into a stalemate, the scent of blood permeating the air, intensifying the fear within the hearts of the hastily conscripted civilians. From Count Rachis' perspective, the assault was proceeding smoothly. The Wild Wolves mercenary group had subdued the archers on the city walls, allowing his forces to successfully breach the gates. Observing the multitude of troops at the entrance, one might presume that even a horde of swine could flatten the city, let alone a battalion of soldiers. While there were indeed some subpar farmers among them, the presence of so many mercenaries assured victory. It seemed that the money he had spent was far from wasted. Count Rachis' family was characterized by their parsimony. Thus, in a battle 20 years prior, Count Delis had managed to extract 5,000 gold coins from the defeated old Rachis. He would rather save that for a ransom than arm his own troops. The current Count Rachis shared his father's traits, though with a personal vendetta at stake, certain funds had to be expended. Nevertheless, the Rachis family remained true to their nature, impervious to logic. He had not trained a stronger army nor recruited formidable allies. The old Count Rachis, upon returning to his domain, felt a deep pang of regret, overwhelmed with despair, resorting to levying higher taxes to soothe his wounded spirit, hoarding gold to forget his humiliating past. In summary, everything remained unchanged, save for the enduring hatred. This cycle of animosity persisted into the next generation. The current Count Rakis gazed upon the vault of gold left by his father, consumed by an insatiable desire for vengeance, like a raging inferno poised to engulf the world that in Johnny's homeland. During the waning days of the Warring States period, Prince Dan of Yin sought to confront King Qin, intent on halting Qin's aggression and defeating them. Thus, the astute Prince Dan lavished riches upon Jing Ku, an assassin, entrusting him with the task of assassinating the king of Qin. This is indeed the widely circulated tale of Jing Ku's assassination of Qin. However, one cannot help but ponder the shortcomings of Prince Dan, who, despite offering a substantial bounty for an assassin, neglects the training of his own troops. That it is truly perplexing. Little Lysis is such a character. He expended twice the usual commission to enlist the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, hired hundreds of idle mercenaries with generous rewards, and lavished considerable sums to silence the church, to demonstrate his piety. The one constant remains that he did not spend a single copper coin to bolster his own army. Upon his return, the old man merely recruited 300 men, believing it sufficient to maintain order. In this regard, Little Lysis has indeed adhered to ancestral traditions. Let us return to the battlefield. That a throng of individuals obstructed the city gates, exuding an air of might and dominance, yet after such a prolonged standoff, why was there no progress? Count Lysis gradually sensed that matters were turning dire at this juncture. The crossbow bolts of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps had nearly run out, and their initially torrential assault began to wane. The archers stationed atop the walls perceived this shift. Isidus, counting the rhythm of bolts embedded in the city wall, suddenly rose, drew his bow, and released an arrow. The projectile sliced through the air, striking one of the Wild Wolf crossbowmen squarely in the eye, propelling him backward and causing a momentary disarray among the ranks of the shooters. Under Isidus's leadership, the disgruntled archers, who had been crouching behind the walls, arose in unison, transforming their frustrations into lethal projectiles aimed at the enemies who had long suppressed them with crossbow fire. Though the Wild Wolves were well equipped, the marksmanship of the Taburi City Defense Forces was unremarkable. Nevertheless, the rain of arrows unleashed by the 200 archers inflicted tangible harm upon the exposed Wild Wolves. The miscellaneous soldiers remained blocked at the gates, frozen in place. A peculiar horn sounded from the direction of Count Lysis. Peering into the distance, one could see a burly man clad in the uniform of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps blowing the horn with great fervor. Upon hearing the call, the mercenaries who had been exchanging fire with the defenders atop the wall swiftly removed their shields from their backs, positioning them in front of themselves. They then slung their crossbows and drew their long swords, dragging the corpses of their fallen comrades as they began to retreat slowly. The miscellaneous soldiers at the city gate were left bewildered, and as the horn blared, the outer ranks turned to see the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps gradually withdrawing. Just as confusion reigned, arrows suddenly rained down from above. The archers atop the walls had noticed that their troublesome foes were now well protected, rendering their arrows ineffective. Thus, they redirected their focus to the disarrayed infantry of Lysis below. In the realm of warfare during the Age of Cold Steel, morale is paramount. With comrades retreating and arrows falling from above, panic ensued. Cowardly individuals began to flee in a frenzy among the crowd. Soldiers struck down several hysterical deserters, which only incited greater chaos. Increasing numbers sought to escape, pushing past their comrades, carving paths through the throng. Some fierce mercenaries even drew their swords to clear the way, slaying any who obstructed their path. The defenders on the walls noted this troubling development. With no threat of ranged attacks from below, their courage surged. Some, confident in their archery skills, began to take careful aim at the soldiers attempting to maintain order. Even Nicola, who had remained inactive until now, joined in. Mere two well-placed oily tricks exacerbated the turmoil below to its peak. The act of fleeing resembled a virulent contagion, spreading in an instant. What began as isolated attempts to escape quickly escalated into a full-scale rout. The phalanx of gunmen within the city did not remain idle. Under Rul's command, they gradually advanced from the city gates, reaping the lives of those who stumbled. After pursuing approximately 30 meters, Rul prudently ordered the troops to return to the city. At this point, the outcome of the siege was all but decided. Count Lysis had suffered a most humiliating defeat in the first clash. A force of 2,000 against 1,000 had resulted in a significant rout, From this day forth, he would be infamous. Joni had been standing by the side of the gunman, eagerly anticipating his first encounter with a human army. Regrettably, Count Lacis's forces had not afforded him the opportunity to engage, leaving him quite disappointed in the aftermath. As the bodies were counted, 200 lay dead at the city gates, over 50 of whom had perished beneath the long spears, including those slain during the pursuit. The remainder succumbed to various wounds, arrow injuries, and trampling, in a multitude of ways as for Baron Darius's men. They suffered losses of 20 soldiers serving as crossbowmen and 30 archers. The first battle at Taburi City ended in a resounding victory. Meanwhile, Count Lysis wore a grim expression as he turned to the youth beside him, a lad clad in the black uniform of the Wild Wolf, appearing no more than 16 or 17, with an air of cold ruthlessness in his gaze. "Rest assured, my lord, everything is under control," he assured. Chapter 33. Killing to establish authority. The boy responding in Count Lacis's tent was but a mere 16 or 17 years old, pale and beardless, with golden hair tied back in a ponytail. His face adorned with a confident smile. Like many youths of his age, he appeared ambitious and full of vigor. The sole distinction lay in his gaze, cold and unfeeling. When he looked at you, it felt as though a venomous serpent had locked eyes with you, akin to a wolf sizing up its prey. This juxtaposition of his gaze and smile rendered him both mature and shrewd beyond his years. The leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary corps held this sentiment, and Count Lysis echoed the same thought. "Einiger, are you suggesting you have a solution?" Count Lysis inquired, his expression tinged with excitement. Since hiring the Wild Wolves 6 months prior, the leader's only son had presented him with numerous ingenious ideas. He seemed to possess an inexhaustible well of wisdom, continuously unveiling strategies that were previously unheard of and even unfathomable. What marvels would he reveal this time? "Indeed, my lord," the youth named Einiger replied, seated with no intention of rising to speak. "Today, I observed the defenses of Taburi City, and they are lacking. Were I to command, I could seize it in one fell swoop." Count Lysis did not pursue the matter of his rudeness. Rather, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Is that so? Excellent. Tomorrow, you shall lead the assault, and should you take the city, you will be handsomely rewarded." Einiger scoffed lightly, responding, "Tomorrow is not feasible. I require time. Furthermore, I see that Count Lacis's forces also require reorganization. If we were to attack with such a ragtag bunch, even with an additional 2,000 men, I would not dare guarantee success. Therefore, I hope you will entrust this army entirely to me, granting me the authority to reward or punish as I see fit. Rest assured, they shall remain loyal to your command." Count Lysis hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. He summoned pen and paper. Inscribing his letter of appointment, which he presented to Einiger, the latter accepted the parchment, scanned it briefly, and after bidding farewell to the count, turned to exit the grand tent. "Gather the pups," he instructed a burly man waiting outside the command tent. "Also, summon all other soldiers to assemble before the tent." The soldiers of the Wild Wolf mercenary corps, having laid their fallen comrades on a dry, level patch of ground, were resting. Upon hearing the call to assemble, they swiftly rose and dashed towards the sound of the horn. The Wild Wolves had suffered 34 casualties, yet the remaining members, even those lightly injured, retained their combat readiness. Observing the soldiers forming ranks before him and noting the uneven terrain at the edges of the phalanx, Einiger sighed and then called out loudly, "Brothers, the Count has just granted me full command over his forces. You have all seen how woefully inadequate those scoundrels are. I often tell you, it is not the godlike opponents one should fear, but rather the comrades who are as inept as swine. Now, each of you is commendable, yet would you wish to perish due to the foolishness of your comrades?" The Wild Wolves exchanged glances with their fellow soldiers, then collectively shouted, "We would not." "Very well. Now, you shall accompany me to whip those scoundrels into shape, teaching them what it means to fight and what discipline entails. Of course, we cannot expect these softlings to transform into our elite overnight, but at the very least, we must ensure they do not hinder our efforts. Now, disperse, and keep a watchful eye on those useless individuals." He then approached the miscellaneous soldiers directly. The vast array of over 1,600 men had suffered 200 casualties in the failed siege. With over 100 fleeing, the remaining group huddled together chaotically, while the Count's forces attempted to maintain order, though with little success. "I am quite dissatisfied with your performance," Einiger stated, his expression grim as he stood atop a makeshift platform. "The individuals below expressed their indifference. A mere boy. What right do you have to lecture us? By mere status, you are just a mercenary. The count's favor does not elevate you to nobility. While the peasant soldiers concealed their discontent, the recruited mercenaries were bolder that a voice rose above the clamor, cutting through the murmur of dissent. If you're dissatisfied, why not go home and drink milk? Einiger fixed his gaze on the crowd, barking, "Who said that?" A brawny man raised his hand, declaring, "It was I, your grandfather." A crossbow bolt pierced his arm, interrupting his tirade. Following this, 7 or 8 wild wolf mercenaries, shields in hand and swords drawn, carved a path through the crowd, dragging the now wincing man from the throng. "You should be grateful to him," Einiger remarked suddenly, an exaggerated smile gracing his face. "Especially those among you who were among the first to flee. You ought to be thankful to this man." In the midst of his speech, the burly man was hauled onto the platform that he struggled desperately, only to provoke a flurry of punches and kicks. Subsequently, a few other mercenaries from the wolf pack hurried back to their camp. Ainage then declared, "Originally, I intended to punish the one who fled first, as a form of deterrence for you all. However, I have since changed my mind. I believe I should show some mercy. Considering you are merely weaklings and we should not set our expectations too high, you ought to be given some opportunities. Nevertheless, a deterrent must still be established. Otherwise, I suspect there are many who share his sentiments." The ragtag soldiers below murmured among themselves. None could fathom the intentions of this seemingly youthful lad. Was it to establish authority through bloodshed? Most of the peasant soldiers and mercenaries from other regions looked on disdainfully. Did this young fool truly believe we were akin to him? Just weaned from our mothers? Only a few local mercenaries appeared somewhat pale. The wolf pack's mercenaries exhibited a different array of emotions. Some were exhilarated, others terrified, while a few felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Shortly after, the mercenaries who had returned to their camp came back bearing a cross. Amidst the screams, the burly man was stripped of his clothing and affixed to it. However, the iron nails pierced only his palms, and he was subsequently bound with ropes to prevent him from slipping. The cross was then raised, displaying the thrashing body of the man. Those who had initially scoffed began to show signs of unease. "You all must remember this." Ainage's voice trembled slightly, yet remained clear. "Everything you witness today is the fate that awaits cowards and those who disrespect me." With that, he turned to the burly man, seemingly admiring his robust physique. He then drew a dagger from its sheath strapped to his thigh, inhaled deeply, and gently plunged it into the man's chest. Elegantly twisting and pulling out a piece of flesh, the burly man let out a furious roar, curses spilling forth from his lips incessantly. Ainage appeared dissatisfied with this reaction. Frowning, he swiftly wielded his blade, slicing off the man's left nipple, followed by the right. He then turned to the man's right arm, methodically and meticulously dissecting the biceps as though he were an artist sculpting a masterpiece. The curses devolved into mere roars, then into piercing screams. The ragtag soldiers below were horrified. Suddenly, Ainage turned back, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Those at the back cannot see clearly. Can they? Those in the front. Step back so everyone can have a good look." He faced the burly man once more, inhaling deeply, his expression one of satisfaction to be by the time he had removed all the flesh from the man's arms. No fewer than 500 people had vomited on the spot. All bore expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, reminiscent of the wolf pack mercenaries upon witnessing the bodies tortured by Ainage in years past. The mercenary had long since lost consciousness, blood pooling around him. Ainage shook his head, stepping back, instructing the wolf pack mercenaries below to revive him. That a bucket of cold water was poured over the man. Rousing him from his stupor, he felt the pain and let out another agonizing scream. The scream abruptly halted as Ainage sliced open his throat, blood gushing forth in spurts, flowing slowly, which left Ainage feeling disappointed. Sighing, he turned and commanded, "From this moment forth, my soldiers shall be your instructors, and you must obey their commands. Brothers of the wolf pack, you have the authority to deal with any scoundrel who dares to challenge your authority. Now, Dacia, you shall take charge of the specifics." A young man by Ainage's side thumped his chest and saluted. Ainage nodded, turning to leave the platform. The young man named Dacia faced the soldiers below, bellowing, "Now, you goblin-blooded bastards, I command." The details of a series of training arrangements were left unmentioned as for Ainage. He now required a bath before attending to matters of siege. At a siege, he chuckled coldly to himself. In this world, he possessed countless methods to breach such rudimentary defenses. Chapter 34. Ainage the Wolf. The phenomenon of soul transmigration is a most peculiar occurrence. For the homelands of those souls, everything appears utterly normal. When one dies, they die completely. The souls of the deceased adhere to the inherent trajectories of their own worlds, facing the fates that await them in the afterlife. Yet the marvel lies in the fact that these souls, unbeknownst to their original corporeal forms, are fortuitously mirrored into another body in a different realm. Those bodies that have either perished or have yet to be fully formed, they believe they have come back to life. Indeed, in a certain sense, they have. Yes, they. As Hu Huaqiang stood before the gaping maw of a gun, he reflected upon his illustrious life. He was accused of murder, held accountable for 8 heinous cases of dismemberment. However, Hu Huaqiang knew these were but a few trivial matters he had intentionally neglected to address, merely left to intimidate. But it mattered not, for such inconsequential issues were sufficient to earn him a bullet. 40 individuals, he sighed. He had not yet quenched his thirst for blood that he relished killing, regardless of the victim. Whenever he yearned to gaze once more upon the vibrant fountain of life, he sought out murder. Each time blood splattered before his eyes, he experienced an overwhelming thrill, a pleasure that transcended primal human instincts, even surpassing that of drugs. Since the fateful day at 14 when he accidentally killed his father, he became enamored with this sensation. Hu Huaqiang was astute, teaching himself anatomy, allowing him to gradually ascend to the position of gang leader, carving out a name for himself in the local underworld. Those who opposed him or displeased him met their demise at his hands. In their final moments, these unfortunate souls could glimpse their glistening bones and taste their own bloodied entrails. For a time, Hu Huaqiang wielded immense power. Alas, he listened to the sound of the gun's bolt being pulled back, closing his eyes as he pondered that Hu Huaqiang was dead. In another realm, a world rife with conflict, Ainage the Wolf was born. Drawing upon his past experiences in combat and his diligent practice in this life, Ainage became a formidable warrior and an elusive wanderer. He earned respect through his valor and garnered awe through his knowledge, be it general knowledge or that of anatomy. 16 years later, Ainage the Wolf stood before the city of Tabri. He gradually grew fond of this identity and the world itself. He was no longer a gang leader. He was the heir to the wolf pack mercenaries. Yet he harbored ambitions far grander than merely leading a mercenary group, regardless of its strength. He sought to commence with this humble city. Ainage narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Tabri. Within Tabri, jubilation and busyness prevailed. Nearly everyone reveled in the victory. They praised the Earl's sagacity while mocking the enemy's cowardice. Yet the war was far from over, as soldiers steadfastly manned the ramparts, arrows being ferried to the battlements. Unlike before, every footstep now bore a lighter cadence, their laughter ringing with genuine joy. In contrast to the soldiers' merriment, Earl Delis and his 8 knights each harbored their own thoughts. The wolf pack mercenaries represent our most significant threat, said Isatis, one of the commanders who had previously fought against the wolves. While their crossbows may not match the rapidity of our bows, they appear to possess a certain order amidst the chaos that sustains a relentless rain of arrows. Their equipment is of exceptional quality. Even if ordinary soldiers strike them, they cannot inflict fatal harm. Judging by their conduct during their retreat, this force exhibits terrifying discipline, having undergone very professional and extensive training. Had they been the ones assaulting the city gates today, I fear we would all be captives by now. Order amidst chaos. Johnny listened intently, the phrase two-stage shooting flashing through his mind. Are you praising the enemy? David exclaimed excitedly. Are you intent on destroying our morale? I witnessed firsthand at the city gates. The enemy was merely a bunch of inconsequential cowards. Should they dare to come again, I shall ensure they have no means of return. Ha. Odara chuckled amiably. Pray tell, noble knight Tanchis, how many enemies did you slay at that time? None. David's bravado diminished immediately. Then surely you were directing our brave soldiers from the rear to vanquish the enemy. Odara continued to inquire with mirth. That was rule commanding. David did not dare claim credit under the watchful eyes of many. Oh, I see. And have you ever encountered the Wolfpack mercenaries? No. Then why are you wasting breath here? Odara's demeanor shifted abruptly. No one requires your cheerleading, especially when you are bellowing like a madwoman at another knight facing the enemy. Isatis smiled and nodded at Odara. You scoundrel. David's face flushed crimson. What do you wish to say, Knight Tanchis? It is indeed peculiar. Your father was a valiant man who commanded great respect. The implication being, Your Tanshi's family is merely a case of a tiger father begetting a dog son. Enough. Earl Dellis slammed the table. What time is it? And you still have the energy to bicker. Save some strength to contemplate how to confront the enemy. My lord, if we cannot effectively suppress the wolf's crossbowmen, I shall be unable to unleash my full potential, Nikolai murmured, looking down. Forgive me, your excellency, my lord. Though my archers are well trained, their numbers are simply insufficient to contain the wolf pack mercenaries. Isadis expressed his regrets. Enough. Enough, it is not your fault. The earl furrowed his brow, waving his hand. Silence enveloped the meeting. Observing everyone deep in thought, Johnny mustered his courage to speak. My lord, I have an idea. David was stirred by Johnny's words, his excitement surpassing that of moments prior. You a mere retainer, however, a piercing glance from the count rendered him speechless, forcing him to emit a heavy grunt towards Johnny. What are your thoughts? Pray, share them, the count urged Johnny. Johnny's suggestion was straightforward, a battering ram. Yet at that moment, only the ram was available. As Tabri City lacked any stone resources, he recalled a time long past when he had played games that employed such tactics. He had presumed it to be common knowledge, only to find that Tabri City bore no such understanding. An overwhelming sense of superiority as a time traveler washed over him. That's not feasible. The walls are already narrow. How could soldiers stand if you placed such a hefty log atop? Not to mention how you would transport it. And once there, how would you hurl it down? Are you suggesting the soldiers risk the arrows of the wolves to lift the timber? Isadis shook his head. What if we saw the wood into smaller pieces? Johnny countered. That too is impractical. The issues of placement and transport remain unresolved. Most critically, regardless of the method, soldiers standing to throw timber will face the threat of crossbow bolts. I have encountered wolves. Their aim is impeccable. Isadis continued to shake his head. Frustrated, Johnny sighed and proposed another scheme. What if we set up a large cauldron on the battlements, filled with boiling water or oil, and pour it down? This wouldn't require the soldiers to stand entirely upright. Isadis' eyes brightened, ready to respond, but David interjected. Such a cruel and vicious method? Absolutely not. This contravenes the code of honor. I cannot acquiesce. Cruel, vicious. Johnny fixed his gaze on David, memories of his parents' tragic demise flooding back. His expression gradually contorting into a grimace. Is that so? When that scoundrel rises hired wolves to slaughter our civilians, who condemn their brutality, do the lives of the common folk hold less value than your so-called honor? David Tanshi's was taken aback by Johnny's outburst. Swiftly igniting with fury, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? How dare you address a knight so? To utter such words. Honor, without a doubt, outweighs the lives of those wretched peasants. Enough. Knight Tanshi's. Seeing the growing hostility between Johnny and Odara, Count Dellis interjected. The pressing matter at hand is how to deal with the enemy. Even the resplendent sun god wields thunderous wrath against evil. Do not concern yourself with notions of cruelty. Our adversaries will not extend such mercy. Finally, a voice of reason. Johnny glared at David, his heart brimming with indignation. That self-righteous noble, Isadis remarked. My lord Count, I find this method quite promising. We should proceed if Rhizis dares to assault the city again. I believe he shall pay a far steeper price. Very well, prepare accordingly. Count Dellis nodded, turning to Johnny. Do you have anything further to add? Johnny pondered briefly before responding. If we could use pipes to channel the boiling water and oil from behind the battlements, it would enhance the soldiers' safety. And truly, can we not utilize wood? Even if cut smaller, it would prove far more effective than boiling water. Agreed, Count Dellis conceded. Prepare some timber, I shall assign you 30 militia. You will oversee this matter. Johnny smiled, bowing in gratitude. If there are no other matters, then let us disperse and prepare. The enemy may strike at any moment. Off you go. Tabri City remained abuzz with activity. Chapter 35, Preparations for Offense and Defense 2 days later. Within Rhizis' tent. My lord, I hear our supplies are dwindling. Enig inquired. Supplies? Not insufficient. They can sustain us for 5 days. The count replied, perplexed. Yet that is hardly adequate, my lord. I will require considerable time. Enig interrupted. However, I do have a solution. What solution? As is well known, your army represents the righteous cause. Thus, I believe the local farmers have an obligation to contribute what they can to this war effort. Observing your forces over the past 2 days, my lord, they are quite commendable and need not undergo reorganization. Allow them to venture to the nearby fields and households to requisition the supplies we require. given that they are your forces. It would be more appropriate for you to issue the command. Enig concluded with a respectful tone. To ensure these peasants remember your illustrious name, please fly the banner of House Rises. This display of respect for his authority pleased the Count greatly. He promptly issued this command, which could potentially lead to considerable trouble. The Rises army reveled in this lucrative endeavor. They began to pillage every dwelling within sight, returning with a bounty of goods. And of course, pocketing some extra for themselves. The entire domain of Count Delis plunged into an unprecedented calamity. Many farmers fled into the forests with whatever provisions they could carry, while others perished in the struggle against their oppressors. The echoes of wailing, curses, and the crackling of burning homes reverberated around Tabriz city on the battlements. Farmers conscripted into service beheld the destruction of their homes, their thoughts turning to relatives and neighbors who may have met a grim fate, leading to anguished cries, with many collapsing from grief, carried down from the walls. The lamentations were heart-wrenching, igniting a shared fury among the citizens of Tabriz city. Was this truly the behavior of a noble's army? Was this the conduct of a devout follower of the sun god? Confronted with the puzzled stares of their congregants, the sun god's church was compelled to issue a vehement condemnation. The regional bishop, accompanied by a band of paladins and priests, personally left the city to admonish Count Rises, demanding he cease such disgraceful conduct. Count Rises, aware of the potential might of the church, felt compelled to concede before the bishop, admitting his failure to maintain order among his ranks, pledging to punish those responsible, and requesting the church's forgiveness, promising to pay 300 gold coins as penance. Thus, the matter concluded on an official level. When the bishop announced the fruits of his visit within the city, the reputation of the sun god's church plummeted to an all-time low in Tabriz city's history. Count Rises did indeed cease his pillaging of the common folk. However, a noble's domain is not expansive, and by now, there was little left to plunder. Meanwhile, Enig directed his subordinates to fell trees, binding them with ropes to form ladders. The provincial lords of the Southern Empire, ensconced in their secluded territories, remained largely untroubled. When disputes arose, they resolved their differences through duels, assured by the presence of priests that they had little to fear from death or injury. Should dueling fail to resolve a conflict, they would mobilize their troops and farmers, seeking retribution at their rivals' doorsteps. If the challenged party remained holed up in their castle, they would be deemed dishonored until their demise. With the refrain echoing, "Behold, that is the cowardly wretch." Thus, the desperate acts of besieging and defending had never truly transpired. Tio put it more nobly. They were all subjects of His Majesty the Emperor. Why should they take matters so seriously? Upon learning of the peculiar application of ladders, Count Rises experienced a moment of clarity. However, the sentiments of those executing the orders were quite different. Some mercenaries, priding themselves on their prowess in battle, expressed grievances about performing menial labor, with some even openly refusing to comply with orders, providing Enig with a source of amusement. After 3 crosses had been erected, the efficiency of the common soldiers had doubled compared to the onset of their labors. During these days, Johnny had been diligently preparing the massive timber atop the battlements. Though the walls of Tabriz city were tall, they were not particularly wide, broad at the base and tapering towards the top. Due to the lack of stone in the vicinity, Count Delis had adopted a frugal approach during the expansion, incorporating a considerable amount of yellow earth. Nevertheless, the grand appearance had impressed the visiting younger lords of the time. Coupled with their well-equipped soldiers, the walls had never been put to the test. Consequently, many concerns had gone unaddressed and unnoticed until the present. Considering the logistics of transport, Johnny instructed the militia to saw the massive logs, stored at the opposite city gate, into lengths matching their arm spans. 2 men would then lift these large timbers onto the battlements, placing them atop the platforms on either side of the gate. This was a laborious task, resulting in slow progress. 3 days later, 36 logs were stacked in their designated spots, 6 logs piled together, spaced 3 men apart, leaving a passage 2 men wide at the front. The next challenge was determining how to utilize them. Over these 3 days, Johnny realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. The TO jointly lift and then hurl the logs from the battlements. The soldiers would need to stand upright to exert force. Should they be struck by crossbow bolts from below, the death of one could easily cause the other to be crushed by the timber they bore. What to do? Isatis, having arranged the fire pits and iron pots, visited to inspect the setup. Observing the neatly stacked logs, he posed the same query. Johnny furrowed his brow. indicating he had yet to devise a solution. As the two pondered, a militia member glanced over. Hesitating to speak, Isatis, noticing the man's expression, smiled and inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Johnny lifted his gaze, following Isatis's line of sight to the militia member. The man was evidently not of bold disposition, upon being scrutinized by a knight and a retainer. He trembled slightly. Isatis, aware of his trepidation, maintained a gentle smile. "It's all right, speak your mind. It's fine to err. Sir Knight, it's just that I overheard you discussing how to throw the wood down." "Do you have a solution?" Johnny's eyes lit up, staring intently at the militia member. I have an idea," the militia man stammered, attempting to evade the gleaming gaze of Johnny. "If we lay a wooden plank across this parapet, and then roll the logs up, that should suffice, right?" Isatis nodded, while Johnny's expression turned to one of dismay. Having played too many games, he had lost touch with such practical details. Thus, he set about preparing the wooden planks. During this process, Johnny managed to regain some dignity. He suggested preparing additional planks to serve as makeshift shields for the soldiers who would be pouring boiling water or rolling logs down upon the enemy below. The defenders were all novices in this endeavor. Fortunately, the assailants were not particularly seasoned either. The structure of the ladders was not overly complex. However, constructing a ladder taller than 3 stories proved to be somewhat troublesome. The materials were readily available. Chop down a tree, remove the branches, and you had the main body of the ladder. Then, cut out dozens of short logs to serve as steps. But how to secure them together? Anig proposed drilling holes in the main trunk and nailing the steps in.it was a sound idea. But regrettably, there were no tools at hand. Count Lysis had summoned his peasants and hired a large number of mercenaries. Yet he had not brought a single craftsman with him. What need have soldiers for craftsmen? Such was the inherent mindset of the nobility here. Thus, they had to settle for tying the pieces together with rope. This was manageable. Several lengths of rope were scavenged from nearby dwellings, and some mercenaries even carried their own. Moreover, the peasants could manage this task as well when the first assembled siege ladder was presented before Anik. Even his cold-hearted and malevolent demeanor faltered. His typically calm face twitched slightly. Finally, he sighed, set it against that tree, and give it a try. The outcome was somewhat gratifying. When the 10th person climbed the ladder, one of the ropes snapped. Yet, Anig's expression darkened further. If only 10 could ascend, especially at such a slow pace as these ruffians. Redo it. Organize them into groups of 100, and tell them that what they create is for their own use. If something goes wrong, they will pay for it with their lives. Anig exclaimed in frustration. And once it's done, I want everyone to practice. Climb faster. Do they think this is just scaling their own rooftops? Fortunately, the previous requisition of supplies from nearby farmers had yielded considerable returns. Otherwise, they would have truly lacked provisions. 10 days passed. Count Lysis's camp was not far from Tabri city. News of their preparations soon reached the ears of the count, and consequently, Johnny's as well. Ladders? Very tall ladders? Johnny asked in surprise, not even bothering to greet the count first. Indeed, vassal Johnny, do mind your station. I shall overlook it this time. Count Delis replied with an unflappable demeanor, showcasing his remarkable composure. Do you have a question? I apologize. My lord, Johnny responded, quickly adding, I fear our city defenses may be inadequate. They might intend to use those ladders to scale our walls and ascend. Ladders, the count pondered. Can they be employed in such a manner? Of course. Ladders could be used in this way. Had they truly been unaware? Johnny regarded the count with curiosity, glancing at the others, who appeared to be lost in thought. Only Odala's expression seemed to recall something. This complicates matters. Vassal Johnny, I believe you must prepare more rolling logs, Count Delis said, his brow furrowed with concern as he recognized the gravity of the situation. I shall allocate an additional 50 men to expedite the process. At your command, if we achieve victory this time. Odala, should you have no objections, I wish to confer knighthood upon your vassal. Count Delis spoke wearily. It would be his honor, Odala replied, returning from his reverie with a bow. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Count Delis. Johnny exclaimed, somewhat overwhelmed with excitement. Go on. The count waved his hand, dismissed. This battle marked the end of the era of playful skirmishes among the southern nobility of the empire, heralding the dawn of a new age, one that would be far more brutal and bloody. The battle was about to commence on the 15th day. 12 somewhat disorganized 100-man formations and one orderly black array appeared beneath the walls of Tabri city. After several days of concentrated reorganization, the wild wolves had merely instilled a modicum of obedience in this rabble. The skill of formation, a high-level tactic, was beyond their grasp. Among those 1,200-man formations, 10 bore their own constructed siege ladders, while 2 carried massive logs, serving as siege rams. They lined up in a straight row, facing the city walls of Tabri. Their morale markedly heightened compared to their previous haphazard charge. Above the walls, vapor mingled with dust slowly rose. Unlike the first defense, there were now over 100 archers, 50 crossbowmen, and 200 infantry concealed behind the battlements. Their duty was to pour boiling water, roll logs, and engage the enemy. At the city gate, 200 pikemen stood ready, with an additional 50 soldiers on standby for reinforcements. With the sound of a long horn, the siege officially commenced. First, they advanced slowly, then quickened to a brisk pace, and finally broke into a full sprint. 1,200 assorted soldiers charged toward the walls, raising a cloud of dust behind them. On the walls, archers drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the advancing throng. Many fell to the ground, either struck down by a single arrow or trampled by their comrades. Yet, this did not deter the soldiers' advance. Behind them were the wild wolves, armed with crossbows, and behind the wild wolves stood 3 upright crosses. The corpses upon them had begun to decay, their faces unrecognizable, but these were the very individuals who had witnessed the transformation from living beings to lifeless husks. The ranged attacks from the walls were soon suppressed by the wild wolves' powerful crossbows. Several archers, caught off guard, were directly pierced by multiple crossbow bolts, sent flying backward. Just like the initial siege, the wild wolves' bolts rained down upon the battlements as if they were without cost, embedding themselves in the walls or whistling past the heads of the soldiers. However, the wild wolves indeed had the means to do so. Each soldier carried 5 quivers, totaling 150 bolts. Until they were utterly exhausted, they could not run out. The arrows raining down from above invigorated the morale of the rabble. They shouted as they rushed toward the walls. Upon reaching the foot of the walls, they scrambled to erect ladders and began to climb. After days of practice, their speed had improved significantly. At that moment, above the walls, wooden boards suddenly rose where the ladders had been propped, instantly peppered with arrows, producing a cacophony of sounds. The soldiers below gazed up in confusion, only to see boiling water splashed out from the gaps between the boards. Water? Cries of agony erupted as a soldier climbing was scalded, covering his face and tumbling down the ladder. Those below shrieked as they were burned. Noticing the sudden turn of events atop the walls, the crossbowmen began to focus their fire on the wooden boards. Soldiers drenched in boiling water fell to the ground, and those around them watched helplessly as they writhed in agony, their faces flushed red. The siege continued unabated. Such minor setbacks could not deter these soldiers. After a brief hesitation, they resumed their ascent. This time, no one noticed the changes atop the walls. When the first log came crashing down, only the most observant realized the reason for the boards shifting to the sides. The scene was far more shocking than the boiling water. Those fortunate enough to have climbed high clung to the ladders, narrowly escaping calamity, only to look down in terror, just as relief washed over them. Another log hurtled down, claiming many lives and leaving behind a heap of twitching corpses. Even with the protection of the boards, the soldiers on the walls faced considerable losses. Behind several shattered boards lay a grim scene of bodies. Fortunately, they had requisitioned enough door planks and the like. Otherwise, that section of the wall would have fallen immediately. The relentless barrage of logs began to instill fear in the soldiers below, and some in the rear slowly retreated, turning to flee. Yet, after taking only 2 steps, they were struck down by a flying crossbow bolt. The commotion drew the attention of the soldiers around the ladders. If you don't want to die, climb up quickly. Daisha, the wild wolf tasked with training these soldiers, bellowed. His voice did not carry far, but the 10 crosses behind him and the rows of black-clad men wielding powerful crossbows silently conveyed the message. The soldiers frantically began to climb. They had realized that it was safe atop the ladders. The terrifying logs traced beautiful arcs through the air, but could not strike the ladders. When the first soldier from Lysis reached the walls, the 200 at the gate were still fervently battering the entrance. The gate swayed under the impacts, appearing as though it might soon be forced open, yet it remained firmly shut. Boiling water continued to rain down from above. Logs fell, and a chorus of cries and lamentations erupted at the gate. Yet the rabble persisted in their relentless assault on the door. Behind them lay several bodies pinned to the ground by crossbow bolts. On the other side of the gate, logs braced against the two doors rhythmically recoiled. The soldiers' task was to work together to press more wood against the gate. Even so, the bar began to show signs of deformation. The attacks from the walls ceased once the enemy ascended the flanking walls. The Wild Wolves' crossbows no longer needed to suppress the battlements and focused their fire on the gate above. The erected wooden boards quickly became saturated with arrows, then splintered at the cost of 20 lives. The defenders atop the walls could only cower behind the battlements, no longer daring to expose themselves. The fighting on the walls was bloody and brutal. The first mercenary to leap onto the battlements barely had time to survey his surroundings before being pierced by 3 swords, falling back down. The farmers who followed suit met with a similar fate. Yet among these soldiers, there were still formidable warriors at long last. One individual withstood the initial assault from the defenders, firmly establishing his position, allowing his comrades to ascend the battlements in a steady stream. Ultimately, a breach was torn open, with nearly 10 soldiers from the Rises army clustering together, resolutely defending the newly claimed foothold. The situation was akin elsewhere, albeit with varying casualties. The only notable difference lay in the position held by Odala. A colossal sword descended from the side, crashing down with the force of 1,000 pounds. A blow that was far beyond the capacity of the unsteady low-tier mercenaries and unranked farmers to withstand. Should a soldier from Rises manage to parry this strike, a long sword from the opposite side would swiftly claim his life. Johnny fought valiantly atop the walls, lacking Odala's valor, though his weapon was equally sharp. It was considerably easier to repel his attacks. The battleground was exceedingly crowded, rendering Johnny unable to employ the horizontal slashes and side strikes he had mastered. He could only raise and bring down his sword repeatedly. The armor that had saved him on numerous occasions once again proved its worth, deflecting several lethal strikes. The mages and sorcerers were not idle. Amidst the chaos on the walls, the Wild Wolves' crossbow bolts no longer targeted this side. Under the cover of the sword and shield infantry, Nicola unleashed 2 slippery spells upon the long ladders flanking his position. The soldiers, who had been diligently climbing, tumbled down amidst the throng, inciting a wave of disorder. Seizing the moment before the Wild Wolves' archers took notice, he recited an intricate incantation, pointing his hand, as a massive fireball descended upon the ground below, exploding amidst the crowd. Completing his task, he swiftly ducked back behind the battlements. The soldiers guarding him shook their heads in resignation, shouting, "Conceal yourselves," as they crouched down. The tremendous explosion resulted in the immediate death of over 20 individuals, with several others sustaining burns, causing a near halving of their fighting force in an instant. This drastically diminished the soldiers' morale. Though they dared not flee, a palpable sense of dread overtook them. The explosion also drew the attention of the Wild Wolves, who resumed their assault on the walls, unleashing a merciless rain of arrows that felled some of the frenzied Dalarish troops who had no time to evade, as well as the Rises foot soldiers still battling atop the walls. The sight of comrades falling, pierced by arrows, further sapped the morale of the already disordered troops below. Meanwhile, Jerry Nieces acted almost simultaneously as a spellcasting sorcerer. His methods were somewhat repugnant, yet undeniably conspicuous. 2 clouds of noxious gas enveloped the bases of the long ladders, forcing the enemy to cover their mouths and noses, with some retching on the spot. Gradually, 2 no-man's lands formed beneath the ladders. Arrows again rained down upon this segment of the walls, with Jerry's safety entrusted to his brother Tom. The soldiers on this section of the wall received no warning, leading to significant losses. The survivors glared furiously at the 2 brothers. However, in the theater of war, individual power is ultimately limited. The situation for Tabri City remained exceedingly dire. The siege continued unabated. Johnny lost count of how many foes he had felled. The enemy was overwhelming. Though they were outnumbered, they pressed on without respite. By this juncture, Johnny's sword was drenched in blood. His stamina held. Yet the number of adversaries before him only grew. His comrades began to suffer casualties amidst the skirmish, but at least they could still endure. Everything remained unchanged on Odala's front, where a great sword in his grasp served as the most formidable weapon. Even foes bracing with shields found their strength waning under its might. At present, Odala was flanked by only 10 soldiers, 6 wielding 2 wooden planks as shields while the other 4 sheathed their sword and shield, opting for long spears to specifically target the dazed enemies felled by Odala's onslaught. This position had become an exceedingly efficient meat grinder. The sorcerers and mages scuttled along the walls, crouching low, though this posture left them dissatisfied. The urgency of the moment rendered their discomfort trivial. They occasionally popped up in new positions, reciting incantations, unleashing fireballs or noxious clouds to harass the enemy below. Yet soon enough, the wild wolves devised a countermeasure. Nicola Wind Whisper again leaned out, casting spells under the cover of the soldiers to either side. A crossbow bolt shot forth, embedding itself in Nicola's shoulder, forcing the remainder of his incantation back into his belly. Grasping his shoulder in pain, Nicola gritted his teeth, retrieving a vial of vibrant green potion from his satchel. Drinking it down in one swift gulp, and closed his eyes in anticipation. The potion quickly took effect. The profuse bleeding from his shoulder began to heal, ultimately sealing the wound. The only drawback was that the bolt had penetrated too deeply and could not be extracted. Having fused with his flesh, sorcerer Jerry Nieces encountered a similar fate. Yet fortune favored him slightly. His brother promptly shielded him with his own. Although his spellcasting was interrupted, at least he remained unharmed. The two spellcasters responded in kind, crouching behind the wall, retrieving scrolls from their robes, unfurling them, and reciting the contents aloud. Magical radiance flickered from the scrolls as both were enveloped in a faintly shimmering protective barrier. Those surrounding them could sense the shield's force, akin to a tempest, struggling against the confines of its casters. This defense against ranged weaponry harnessed the wind's power contained within the shield, deflecting all arrows aimed at the recipients, thus achieving their protective objective. With pained expressions, they exhausted the scrolls, rising to commence their incantations with composure. But a volley of arrows whistled past, veering away from the spellcasters and scattering behind them. The spell had taken effect. Nicola, focused on his casting, hurled a fireball downwards, instantly claiming the lives of over 20 adversaries. He cast a disdainful glance at the wild wolves' ranks, reflecting, "Magic, wondrous magic. How could it be thwarted by?" A powerful crossbow bolt pierced through his skull. Meanwhile, Jerry clutched his right chest in terror, collapsing to the ground, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky above. What is happening? A lowly farmer could easily slay a noble knight with a crossbow. Observing the battlefield, Enig Wildwolf bore a mocking smile, murmuring, "A trained crossbowman, wielding an expensive heavy crossbow, armed with custom magical bolts, cannot contend with you two wretched mages." "What did you say?" Count Rhizis, nearby, failed to catch his words. "I said, thanks to your lordship's intelligence, we have secured our victory." Enig replied respectfully. "Ah, haha, it's only right. Without you, I might not have triumphed either. Rest assured, once I capture Dalaris, I shall grant you additional rewards," Count Rhizis declared. His spirits lifted. He was particularly pleased by Enig's respect, a wild lad who usually took delight in challenging his employer yet now showed him such deference. Ha, that would be quite a feather in his cap. For Enig, he had no qualms about lowering himself at such a moment, as long as he achieved his purpose. Emulating Han Xian was of little consequence. After all, hadn't he once? The situation in Tabri City worsened dramatically. With no mages to disrupt their actions, the besieging forces felt their endeavors progressing with greater ease. The city gates remained steadfast, yet sections of the walls were being lost one after another. "My lord, the enemy has breached the walls." Although the ladder at Johnny's position held firm, the one beside it had been completely overrun, forcing him to retreat alongside Odala. Beneath Odala, the long ladder stood abandoned, though he had not claimed 100 lives. The instinct for self-preservation was universal, and this ladder had been forsaken by its former occupants. Observing the influx of enemies before them, Odala decisively commanded, "Withdraw, fall back from the walls. You, yes, you, go find Count Dalaris and instruct him to prepare for a retreat to the castle. No, tell him to evacuate through the other side." The people of Odin were fierce, yet not reckless. With the order to retreat given, the walls fell entirely. Upon receiving the report from Odala's dispatched messenger, Count Dalaris and his knights exchanged glances at the city gate. "What a useless fool," David exclaimed in frustration. "Now is not the time for blame," Count Dalaris interjected, halting David's impending tirade. "Abandon the gate. We shall retreat to the castle." "But, my lord," Rul interjected, "Odala instructed you to evacuate the city." Count Dalaris shot him a sharp look. "Must I adhere to his commands?" Rul fell silent. Count Dalaris' expression relaxed. "I understand he means well. But as a noble, if I abandon my territory to flee alone, I shall be finished, my family will be ruined, and all that defines me as a noble will vanish. Rest assured, even if Rises breaches the gates. He will not harm me. At most, he will demand a ransom. Now, back to the castle. No one remained to fortify the gates. After approximately 30 battering rams, the latch splintered, and with another 20 strikes, the timber behind the gate finally collapsed to the ground. The gates of Tabri city had been breached. Retreating to the base of the walls, Odala sighed heavily upon hearing that Count Dalaris had opted to retreat to the castle. The enemy pursuing from the walls grew increasingly numerous, proving impossible to shake off. Odala and Isadis rallied their forces, gathering their strength for a countercharge, without the threat of the wild wolf's crossbow behind them. The ragtag soldiers of the Risis army reverted to their previously heightened state of panic that a fierce counterattack from the elite Tabri castle defense forces, combining infantry and archers, resulted in the immediate loss of nearly 100 men, many of whom had merely feigned death after being struck by arrows. The soldiers halted in their tracks, watching as this formidable army receded from view. Odala, Isadis said as he approached Odala, quickening his pace as he spoke. I have a foreboding that this war is unlike any we have previously heard of. I fear that the enemy may not respect the customary practices among nobles that I trust you have sensed it too. The wild wolf mercenaries have taken command of the entire Risis Count's forces. And what of it? Odala inquired. Puzzled. You are well aware that we cannot hold our ground, Isadis replied, a flicker of despair in his eyes. I know you are not an ordinary figure in your homeland, and I believe you do not wish to perish here. Depart with your retinue, and take my daughter with you. Bring them to your homeland, to the kingdom of Occident. You want me to be a coward? Odala's eyes widened in disbelief. Isadis managed a bitter smile. Not a coward. Odala, this is a request from a friend, made for his child. Odala's expression gradually softened. Then why do you not leave? Isadis gazed ahead. My lifelong dream has been to become a nobleman that I yearn to be respected as a noble. To live a life of dignity akin to theirs. Even in death, I wish to pass as a noble. For that dream, I have already caused the demise of a woman I loved dearly. I wish not to bring about the death of another. Can you promise me this, will you? Isadis, your wife is not, had I not brought her and their daughter to Tabri, but rather chosen to live a leisurely life in the forest, how would this have come to pass? It is all because of me. Odala, I ask you, for the sake of our many years of friendship, will you agree? Isadis's face twisted in anguish. The smile that once adorned it now vanished. But Odin will not consent. Oaths, the Lord provides protection in exchange for the valor of knights. You have already offered sufficient valor, and the Count can no longer provide protection. Oaths, the value pledged to the Count has become void. Isadis exclaimed, drawing the attention of the soldiers around them. Alas, Odala sighed. You very well. In the distance, Isadis spotted Astriel standing at the castle's gate, anxiously gazing towards the walls. Astriel, Isadis called out, waving his hand vigorously. Father, Astriel's heart soared with relief. She hastened towards the retreating troops. Astriel, Isadis stepped away from the crowd, embraced his daughter, then released her, gently stroking her head. You must follow Uncle Odala outside to take refuge, and return once the battle is over. What? Astriel looked up in surprise. But what about you? Father, be a good girl. Listen to me. Isadis had already regained his customary smile. I must remain here to fight the villains. Do not worry. Once Count Risis retreats, you will be able to return if you stay here. I shall be concerned for your safety. Now hurry along. Astriel nodded, her eyes still tinged with uncertainty. Then I shall go, Father. Yes, go on, and we shall see each other again in just a few days. Isadis waved cheerfully. Turning towards the castle, he did not look back, as if this were merely an ordinary farewell. Silent tears streamed down this father's face. Astriel, why are you crying? Johnny inquired, having followed Odala away from the main force. It is nothing, Astriel said. Wiping her eyes, an inexplicable sadness had washed over her. Just some sand that blew into my eyes. Let us be off, Odala said, patting Astriel's shoulder with a sigh. We must not keep your father waiting. Soon enough, the Risis army was in disarray, jammed at the castle gates, with the dark array of wild wolves looming behind them. The final battle, Chapter 38, the last days of Tabri Castle. The five-story structure possessed a staggering visual impact in this era. Its construction cost equally formidable. Yet, when faced with 400 crossbows, this castle, which once instilled fear in all neighboring counts, had little combat efficacy. Any position daring to launch arrows was swept clean by a barrage of crossbow bolts, leaving no archers to retaliate. Now, the formidable Raisis army encircled the gates, truly layered within layers, yet they merely blocked the entrance, accomplishing nothing. The massive siege weapons had long been abandoned since the castle gate had been breached. Enig wore a scornful expression, and the count was decidedly displeased. It was truly humiliating to encounter such a blunder at a time when victory seemed assured. Fortunately, not far from the gate, his soldiers quickly retrieved the discarded timber. The outer gate of the castle appeared to offer scant protection, and after merely 10 or so strikes, it yielded to their assault. Behind the open gate lay a well-ordered phalanx. The infantrymen who had held the gate now stood firm at the castle's entrance, their pikes bristling ominously, instilling dread in the hearts of Rice's soldiers. The scene from the first assault replayed itself. After issuing 3 successive orders to charge, in vain, Enig lost his patience. His tolerance was already limited, and it diminished further when dealing with these worthless rabble. Loose, fire. The commander of the wild wolves, Xia, vociferously relayed the command. 3 ranks of crossbow bolts flew towards the soldiers crowded in the rear, piercing them through and leaving them chilled to the bone. The back of the throng fell as if scythed by the hand of death, collapsing in unison. The count commands, advance. Those who do not comply shall die. Xia bellowed. After repeating this 3 times, the entire wild wolf mercenary group echoed. The count commands, advance. Those who do not comply shall die. Those in front, too timid to charge, would have their lives extracted by those behind. Some mercenaries grew defiant. These men had completely forgotten the terror of the wild wolves, reverting to their base instincts. They turned and waved their weapons towards the wild wolves, cursing loudly. What they cursed did not concern the wild wolves. Xia merely observed their failure to follow orders. Fire! As the protesting soldiers fell, the chaotic crowd began to surge forward, slowly yet resolutely. Row after row of soldiers were pushed forward by their comrades, plunging into the forest of pikes, pierced through their bodies, convulsing on the ground, only to be trampled by those behind them. A pile of corpses lay before the pike line. Yet there were always some pushed forward. Their lifeless forms still carried along, hanging on the pikes, using their bodies to block the infantry's advance. Those in the rear shoved the front, only to be driven forward by those behind them. Ultimately, the pikes became laden with corpses, rendered unusable. The morale of Raisis' army surged as they brandished their swords and charged into the array, drawing blades and shields from the abandoned pikes. Superior equipment and training could not compensate for their overwhelming numerical disadvantage. 200 infantrymen and their commander, Rul, were eventually engulfed by the tide. I am a knight of Count Delis, and I demand to be treated as such. I will pay my ransom, Rul declared, having felled his 20th enemy. Feeling his strength waning and hope for victory fading, that he lowered his arms and shouted. Immediately, several bloodthirsty mercenaries responded, thrusting their blades into this 12th-level warrior, bringing him to the ground. This soldier, hailing from a military family, known for his cold demeanor yet warm heart and prowess in training, met his end at the hands of an unnamed foot soldier. War is not a game for nobles, from this day forth. The crowd surged into the castle. The wooden doors of the castle were similarly weak. After a customary 10 or so impacts, the bolt shattered. As the wooden doors swung open, a rain of arrows flew forth. Isatis, leading the remaining archers, formed a line within the castle, aiming without hesitation, loosing arrows towards the entrance. The tide of humanity began to show signs of retreat. Witnessing this, the wild wolves raised their crossbows, and rows of bolts rained down upon the crowd. Those in front sought to retreat, while those in the rear pressed forward. The dual torrents of arrows mercilessly harvested the lives of these unfortunate soldiers. Count Raisis sensed that something was amiss. Enig, tell your men to ease up. These are our own. Enig, harboring disdain yet maintaining a respectful facade, replied, My lord, these fellows will not advance without such measures. I am left with no choice. That said, if those mercenaries perish, would you not pay less in commission? The count laughed heartily at this. Quite right, quite right. Ha ha. Very well, I leave this in your capable hands. Thank you for your trust, my lord. The ragtag soldiers gradually regained their composure from the chaos. Those with shields raised them, while the unshielded took cover behind their shielded comrades, hastening towards the castle's interior. Though numerous, the archers could not match the sheer numbers of the Raisis army. Stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, the first swords finally struck the archers. Once in close quarters, the archers transformed from reapers of death into lambs for slaughter. In an instant, the entire defensive line crumbled, and the remaining archers suffered devastating casualties. While Isadis had already made his escape up the staircase, the battle raged violently beneath the castle. On the fourth floor, Count Delis and the knights not engaged in battle awaited the impending moment of defeat. That bumpkin Odala, that shameless worm, he dared to flee. David seethed, cursing furiously. Tom, supporting his younger brother, wore an expression of indignation. Only Gandova stood silently at one side, his countenance bleak. Enough. Count Dallas waved his hand wearily from behind his desk. Let him go if he wishes. There is truly nothing left for me here. My lord, you must not speak in such a manner. Once this conflict concludes, we can surely regroup and rise again. David exclaimed, his face aflame with fervor. Alas, who could have foreseen? The wild wolves, they truly live up to their name. Count Dallas lamented, pressing his fingers to his temples. In but a single night, everything has changed. My lord, I sense an ominous foreboding. Gandova interjected. We should escape through the secret passage. I can escort you to the temple of the sun god for sanctuary. No, David, it seemed, was the only one bold enough to interrupt. As a proud noble, I shall accept defeat with dignity. But this time, if you wish to flee, you may do so on your own, should the count escape. His reputation will be irreparably tarnished. David shouted, his face flushed with anger. Enough of this bickering. The count slammed his palm upon the desk. Anyone wishing to leave may do so, and I will not hold it against you. I, however, shall not depart. We brothers shall not abandon you, Tom declared. We will forever stand by your side. Having been raised by the count since childhood, the two brothers regarded him as a father figure. I shall not leave either. David voiced his defiance. Filled with anger. Alas, Gandova sighed heavily. I have already defied the orders of the temple, thus I too shall remain. It seems we must simply leave our fates to the heavens. After a moment, Acitis entered. My lord, the stronghold has completely fallen. Please prepare yourself. The count nodded. I understand. After clearing away a layer of archers, Rhysis's forces encountered no further resistance. The hallmark of amateur soldiers in this era was their fear of death and avarice for riches. As the Wild Wolves mercenary group entered the castle behind the crowd, they found that the throng had entirely dispersed, scouring for plunder. The Wild Wolves paid little heed to these disorganized and undisciplined weaklings. Dacia commanded his subordinates to guard the gates. Then, leading a contingent of 30, ascended the stairs directly to the fourth floor. The count's study was bustling at that moment, though the professional soldiers under Rhysis also harbored a strong desire for wealth. Certain matters took precedence over mere looting. Thus, upon breaching the castle, they proceeded to the count's study as indicated in their intelligence. There, Count Dallas awaited them. I am Count Dallas, the man behind the desk intoned solemnly. I demand the treatment befitting a noble. My men are knights. I insist they receive appropriate treatment as well. Rhysis's soldiers, though aware of some noble etiquette, maintained a modicum of respect, even when faced with their vanquished foes. The leader among them bowed to the count. My lord, rest assured, we shall not show disrespect to you or your men. There are many commoners and mercenaries in your castle. Please come with us, and we will escort you before Lord Rhysis. Everything was proceeding smoothly thus far. At this juncture, there were only 50 men in the army that had come to capture the count, and a sudden hail of arrows felled over 20 of them. The remaining soldiers, trembling in fear, focused their gaze to discover a legion clad in black leather armor, Dacia and his 30 subordinates. What do you intend to do? We are Rhysis's, a minor leader bellowed. Before he could finish, Dacia closed the distance and dispatched him with a single stroke of his sword. The 30 wild wolves surged into the crowd, and within mere breaths, they had dispatched the soldiers cleanly. You. Hearing the commotion, the leader emerged from the room, surveying the corpses strewn about in shock, only to be silenced by a crossbow bolt. Who are you? Count Dallas. Equally astonished by the turn of events, inquired. Count Dallas. Dacia raised his sword and asked with a grin. It is I. Who are you? The wild wolves. What do you want? Count Dallas questioned, perplexed, the knights around him. Prepared to surrender, exchanged bewildered glances. Only Gandova and Acides felt a jolt of alarm. Ah, it is thus. Dacia placed a hand over his heart and bowed awkwardly. Noble Count Dallas, you and your knights were slain by these vile soldiers. When they sought to pillage your possessions, we, the righteous Wild Wolves mercenary group, intervened in righteous wrath to avenge you. Even the simplest of minds could discern the murderous intent concealed within his flippant words. You, Count Dallas's eyes widened. What do you intend to do? There are matters that remain, but they are of no concern to you. Dacia replied with a smile at the corner of his mouth. You shall. Wait, David cried out, interrupting Dacia. What final words do you have? Dacia, clearly displeased, furrowed his brow at him. I beg you. I implore you. David suddenly knelt. I am a knight. I possess wealth. I will reveal nothing. I swear. Allow me to leave. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you. The knights and lords of Tabri gaped in disbelief at the traditionally steadfast David, their sentiments tinged with disdain. What a pity, Dacia shook his head. Our leader requires nothing but your heads, one and all. None may be spared. Upon hearing this, David collapsed to the ground, seemingly on the brink of despair. Proceed. In the study, a scene of carnage unfolded. After 20 years of peace, Tabri City, in a mere battle, witnessed the obliteration of its nobility. Chapter 39. The Wild Wolves Plan, my lord. Congratulations on your victory over Count Dallas, restoring honor to your father, Enig respectfully remarked. Count Rises beamed with pride as he clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the castle of Tabri. Defeating the strongest lord in the region was certainly a feat worthy of being chronicled in the family annals for generations to come. Not even the towering walls of Tabri City or the grand castle itself could deter him from executing his glorious mission. The expenditure had proven truly worthwhile. But, my lord, Enig suddenly cried out in terror. What are you about to do? Count Rises looked back at Enig, puzzled by his words. What is this? You are indeed a follower of an evil deity. Enig continued to shout, now wearing a smirk rather than the fear he had displayed earlier. What nonsense are you spouting? The Count's irritation flared. Such accusations could not be made lightly. Enig rambled on about evil gods. He extracted an ancient, weathered tome from his breast pocket and flung it at Rises's feet. Then, with a smile, he drew his short sword and declared, since you have committed such acts, I believe you are prepared to face the consequences? Count Rises now grasped the gravity of the situation. He took 2 steps back, drawing his sword. What do you intend? Are you about to murder a noble? Enig shook his head. No, my lord. I am about to slay a follower of an evil god. A man who has allowed his subordinates to kill Count Dallas. A man whose reputation is forever tarnished and despised by the populace. Of course, he was once a noble. You killed Dallas. Count Rises's eyes widened. Are you unaware that this violates noble law? Noble law? You say? I truly know nothing of it, Enig shrugged. But the esteemed Count Dallas was killed by your subordinates, and you just informed me that the order was given by you. The justification? To eliminate the pious follower of the sun god for the sake of the evil deity? That should suffice. You. Enough with the idle chatter. Enig regarded Rises and whistled sharply, summoning a cadre of black-armored warriors. May you rest easy. If you are truly that devout, you may go to the sun god to report me. At that moment, Count Rises and Enig stood near the castle gates. The townsfolk had no interest in witnessing the spectacle, thus there were no witnesses. The inhabitants of the castle might have glimpsed the unfolding scene. Yet they had no opportunity to speak of it. The foot soldiers and Rises's soldiers were busily rummaging through the castle for valuable spoils, while the Wild Wolves mercenaries guarded the 2 main gates. Militarily, the Wild Wolves held absolute superiority. Count Rises met his end, suffering over 20 wounds before being dispatched with a single thrust to the throat. After reveling for a moment, Enig began to implement the next phase of his plan. First came the military strategy. The 50 wild wolves led by Dacia emerged unscathed at that moment. They wore expressions of righteous indignation, herding the scattered foot soldiers into the castle courtyard under the pretense of orders from Lord Enig, though resentment brewed in their hearts. The rebellious had already been dealt with over the past 2 days, and the remaining were well versed in obedience, learned from the bloodshed. The once chaotic castle gradually fell silent as all emerged to wait in the courtyard. In this siege, Rises's forces had suffered catastrophic losses. Those who had fallen to their deaths, those struck by arrows, those pierced by crossbow bolts, those slain by swords, those gored by spears, and those trampled by comrades. From an initial force of 1,600, after 2 assaults, fewer than 600 remained, including the wounded. They were tightly packed in the former training grounds of the courtyard, gazing at the wild wolves brandishing crossbows before and behind them. Utterly bewildered. Soldiers. It was Dacia who spoke. Standing atop a makeshift platform, I bear bad news for you all. A murmuring of discontent arose from the crowd below. Silence, Xia bellowed, and upon witnessing the immediate quietude, he continued, Count Rhizis has consorted with the malevolent deity, assassinated Count Delis, and, in his futile attempt to recruit our wolf mercenary group, was ultimately slain by the illustrious and sagacious Lord Enig. This proclamation reignited the murmurs, now echoing even louder than before. I said silence. Xia shouted once more. The wolf mercenaries surrounding him joined in unison, commanding silence. Gradually, the commotion subsided. Now, you stand at a crossroads. Will you join us, or will you not? Should all proceed as anticipated, we shall become the new rulers of Tabri City, bestowing upon you substantial rewards and benefits. Meanwhile, as the rabble debated amongst themselves, Enig, accompanied by 10 subordinates, made his way to the temple of the sun god. Here, he intended to embark on a political endeavor. Your Excellency, the bishop, Enig greeted respectfully. I am Enig of the Wolf Mercenary Group. I come with matters of import to discuss with you. Although the Church of Tabri had transformed into a profit-driven entity following years of successful evangelism, certain airs and attitudes were still maintained, including humility and haughtiness. May the great sun god bestow his blessings upon you. Speak your mind. The bishop intoned, feigning piety while leaning on a wooden staff. It is as follows. Enig presented the parchment he had cast at the count's feet, recounting in detail the heinous crimes of Count Rhizis. Is this true? The bishop appeared momentarily taken aback. Please wait. He instructed Enig to remain in the main hall while he retreated to his chamber. Enig smiled as he stood in the somewhat grand temple hall, observing the statue of the sun god Dairenes, the rows of seats, and the elevated podium. This was akin to the church's back on earth. He mused. With his abilities, it would not be long before he emerged as a formidable power. My dominion shall commence from here. Before long, the bishop returned, flanked by 4 paladins. Young man, repeat what you just said. Enig glanced at the 4 paladins with a sense of trepidation, yet maintained his composure as he recounted his tale once more. The bishop's expression grew increasingly grave until he finally exclaimed, You are lying. What? Enig stared at the bishop in astonishment, feigning innocence. From your very first word, you have spun a web of deceit. Do not attempt to challenge my lord's wisdom, for he can see through all lies. Warriors of the divine, seize this vile murderer. The priest's divine magic. The detection of lies could unmask intentional falsehoods. As Enig had left his 10 subordinates outside, he now found himself besieged by the advancing paladins, offering no resistance. This once mighty rogue was still reeling from the revelation of his exposure. Wait, Your Excellency, I can offer you a substantial sum of money. I can demonstrate my devotion. Enig cried out in desperation. Money was a commodity the church had always favored. In this world, there was nothing that could not be resolved with wealth. Provided that, money. Are you insulting me? Were you a noble lord, perhaps my lord could forgive your occasional transgressions. As for devotion. The bishop scrutinized Enig's face, his tone growing colder. Devotion? How dare you, a non-believer, even speak of devotion? Take him away. Stop, Enig shouted, but the paladins continued to drag him toward the dungeon, and he could only shout, I have 400 brothers in the city. Do you not fear I will raise your little temple to the ground? Wait. At the bishop's command, the paladins halted. Are you threatening me? Enig, now desperate, contorted his face in a snarl. Indeed. You must release me at once. I shall not return with the wolf mercenary group. Otherwise, otherwise. Take him away. The old bishop mocked as he watched Enig's figure recede, threatening the temple of the sun god. This young man is truly ignorant. Chapter 40. The wolf's fate. Centuries prior, the first empire of Velsa crumbled, leaving behind ruins in the wake of the divine war. From faith to material, the landscape was ravaged. The entire continent resembled a blank canvas, ready for the strong and the surviving gods to wield their brushes. Under the clandestine guidance of true deities and the stewardship of several sagacious popes, the Church of the Sun God ultimately emerged as the singular religion of Tanyas, rendering other deities powerless. Mundane affairs were entirely managed by mortals, with the Sun God remaining uninvolved. In the southern region of the Second Empire of Velsa, while the Church of the Sun God did not reign supreme as it did in Tanyas, it still stood as the chief sect in the area, capable of influencing local political events. Without some measure of strength, how could the haughty nobles ever acknowledge the authority of the church? At that moment, In the Tabri castle, Xia had successfully dealt with the soldiers under Rises. Rumor had it that the formidable youth would soon become the new lord of Tabri city, although many were skeptical. They had little choice in the face of the chilling arrows. Xia organized the troops and positioned his loyalists strategically. The once chaotic rabble now bore semblance to a proper army. This was all thanks to the teachings of the boss. He truly possessed a wealth of knowledge. But where was the boss? Xia pondered, as according to the boss's calculations, a brief visit to the temple to report on the situation and reach a consensus should not take long. He should have returned by now to address the newly pledged rabble. He dispatched a subordinate to investigate while he remained on guard over the recently submissive Rises soldiers. Some mercenaries, growing impatient with the prolonged inaction and harboring resentment over their forced conscription, began to stir restlessly. Had it not been for the vigilant black-armored mercenaries surrounding them, they might have acted impulsively. Before long, the scout returned with a report. "My lord, the gates of the Temple of the Sun God are tightly shut, and the 2 paladins stationed at the entrance seemed to harbor a strong aggression. Upon my approach, they drew their weapons and pursued me. Had I not fled swiftly, I would likely have met my end there." This was troubling. Xia glanced at the newly assembled recruits below, who were now gazing back at him. These had once been their allies, but now, trouble loomed large. Xia understood the influence of the Church of the Sun God in this region far better than Enig did. In truth, Enig was well aware, yet he had never regarded religion with any seriousness. Even among the Brothers of the Wolf, there were many adherents of the Sun God. Should they engage the Temple of the Sun God in battle, the best outcome would be their refusal to participate. What to do? What to do? Regardless, since the boss had been detained, it was evident that the situation had been exposed. The Wolf mercenary group could no longer establish a foothold here. No lord would ever employ a mercenary group that had once committed regicide. The Wolf was finished. Then let us fight. Now, gather your spoils and depart. Xia suddenly proclaimed, leaving everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. "You are free to go, begone," he shouted, somewhat frantically, and then instructed his subordinates to clear the way to the exit point one by one. The bold mercenaries traversed the corridor surrounded by crossbow bolts, followed by more and more until dozens hastily rushed out the door, scattering in all directions. "Wolves, brethren," Xia called out, surveying the area. "If the boss is in peril, will you come to his aid?" The black-armored wolves hesitated momentarily before a disordered chorus of "We will save him" erupted from various corners. Creating a unified response required groundwork, and it was clear that Xia had yet to master this skill. "The boss has been captured by the Temple of the Sun God." A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, but Xia remained undeterred, shouting, "Those willing to follow me to rescue the boss, gather outside." Some mercenaries who had joined the group for Enig's renown were the first to dash toward the exit, followed by those loyal to the young captain, and then those devoted to the wolf. As the tide of people subsided, over 100 wolves remained in the courtyard, still in shock. To those brothers unwilling to go, "I understand your stance," Xia sighed. "Hasten back to our camp and inform the captain. We can no longer remain in the Southern Empire. You're all aware of the actions the boss has taken. If we cannot rescue him, let the captain devise a plan." The mercenaries nodded in confusion before, under Dacia's urging, they left through the same path they had come, departing the city amid the complex gazes of their brothers outside. Once the last figure vanished beyond the city gates, Dacia gritted his teeth. "Follow me. Our target is the Temple of the Sun God." Tabri City, though small, was regarded as a mid-sized city in the south. The personnel of the temple were substantial, comprising 40 paladins, 20 intermediate priests, and several dozen junior priests. When the 200-strong contingent of wolves arrived at the temple entrance, all capable members of the temple awaited them. The eyes of the paladins glimmered with a faint red light, evidently empowered by strength-enhancing spells. They shone with golden radiance, surely blessed with divine favor, clad entirely in heavy plate armor, carrying tower shields in their left hands. The pious paladins upheld a doctrine of kindness and non-lethal engagement, thus wielding heavy war hammers in their right hands. Such peculiar reasoning and measures were accepted without question, for those who dared to challenge the paladins never met with good fortune. And so this notion prevailed. The priests were similarly clad in full-plate armor, wielding massive tower shields. The men who typically cradle the sacred texts of the sun god are not mere feeble scholars, they are warriors as well. However, today they are not inclined to engage in close combat. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps has begun to unleash their crossbow bolts from a distance. Avoiding losses is the mercenaries' guiding principle. As they trade their lives for coin, Anything that can be purchased with money is deemed less valuable than life itself, such as the crossbow bolts. Yet, these arrows, which usually reap all, prove futile. The paladins, brandishing their tower shields, charge swiftly toward the formation of black-armored foes. These shields are evidently not of ordinary quality, as many bolts are deflected with ease. At last, 40 paladins breach the enemy's ranks, which outnumber them fivefold, creating a significant dent in the formation. Then, they wield their war hammers to harvest lives. The strikes of the hammers render even the sturdiest leather armor ineffective. The paladins sweep through, leaving behind only a few corpses, with the majority being grievously wounded and unable to rise again. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps is not a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. They are lambs determined to resist. Their weapons are ineffective against the paladin's armor, and their shields cannot withstand the crushing blows of the warhammers. Occasionally, someone may manage to strike a paladin through a chink in the armor, only to be met with a swift healing spell in response. The clerics follow closely behind the paladins, each casting spells of fear, which thoroughly disrupt the formation. The effects of the divine magic penetrate the hearts of men. These ordinary individuals, while not weak, are not strong enough to resist such enchantments. Outnumbered, the wild wolves quickly succumb to utter defeat. Such prowess is the foundation upon which the Church of the Sun God derives its authority. Following the great battle, the influence of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps in the city of Tabri has nearly vanished. Only a few who were overly affected by the fear spells managed to escape in time, avoiding the fate of becoming pitiful corpses or even more tragic casualties. The Church of the Sun God promptly commenced its recovery efforts, such as soothing the residents, revealing the truth, and executing the true culprits. The prestige of the Sun Temple swiftly returned, even surpassing that of Count Delis when he was still present. At this moment, the church stands as the savior in the eyes of the residents of Tabri, the backbone of their happy lives, and these roles should have been mine. Watching the crowds on either side cheer and jeer, Enig mused with deep regret. If everything had gone as planned, without the damned lie detection, he would now be the new lord of Tabri, able to solidify his identity as a follower of the dark god through the actions instigated by Count Rhizis, able to incite those dispossessed farmers to join him, able to ignite a peasant uprising in this cruel world, able to, as he was bound to the stake, the first lick of flames searing his flesh, he sighed in anguish. What a pity. Just as it had been when he first died. Though that time felt more decisive, more comfortable. Enig's soul departed from the wailing body, dispersing into the air, ultimately blown away by the winds of time. Unruly travelers either perish or become legends. Those struck by lightning share a similar fate, with probabilities not dissimilar. The rule-abiding traveler, Johnny, meanwhile, continues to traverse the Tabri forest. They are heading north, toward Odala's homeland. Chapter 41. On the Road, Part 1. In the forest, Odala is leading Johnny and Estelle onward. For Odala, he has just sullied his life with a stain, and no matter how noble or correct the reasons may be, fleeing is still fleeing. Although the words of Isaethus persuaded him, they could not entirely quell the guilt and unease that lingered in his heart. Moreover, the fact that he had agreed at the time is closely tied to his desire to abandon the sinking ship. The people of Odin have become deserters. Odala trudged through the forest with a grim countenance, accompanied by Johnny and Estelle. Unbeknownst to Estelle, she believes she is merely escaping the calamities of war. A young girl knows well that the consequences of defeat could be dire. Johnny, while aware that he is effectively fleeing, feels differently than Odala. As a soul from another realm, he has never regarded retreat as a problem. With his parents deceased, those familiar faces in the artisan district gone, and even the city of Tabri fallen, this so-called homeland holds little allure now. They say to defend one's home and country, but with home in ruins, the empire of Velsa still stands. This is merely a civil war. While fervor may inspire reckless abandon, what benefit does it offer for revenge? Furthermore, Estelle is right beside him, and that is the greatest blessing of all. With Odala clearing the path, no creature possessing even a modicum of intelligence dares to disturb them in the Tabri forest. Although the atmosphere is calm, it feels rather heavy throughout their journey. Odala maintains a stern expression, causing Johnny to feel as if the very air in the forest has solidified. What is the point? It is merely a withdrawal from battle, after all. Isaethus has stated that your contract with the Count has effectively expired. Johnny gazed at Odala's back, silently criticizing, as the siege began in the morning, and their retreat from the walls neared noon. At this point, all three are beginning to feel hunger pangs. Odala halted, turned back with a serious demeanor, and said, "Let us take a moment to rest." Estelle, Go procure some game. Estelle nodded and slipped into the shadows of the trees. A competent mercenary. She had brought her longbow with her when leaving the castle, fortunately, for otherwise, with just the two formidable warriors, they would likely have to endure hunger on their journey, though perhaps her slight frame might attract some foolish beast into their midst. Silently, they built a fire, quietly roasted their catch, and resumed their journey in silence. Odala's solemnity kept both Johnny and Estelle from speaking freely. The only sounds in the forest were the faint chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves beneath their feet. Upon exiting the forest, Johnny exhaled a long breath. The oppressive atmosphere had nearly driven him to madness. Odala too released a deep sigh. Guilt alone cannot redeem one's misdeeds. If fleeing has tarnished his courage and reputation, then he must demonstrate his capabilities through even greater feats in battle, to prove himself to the god of war and to cleanse today's disgrace. With this realization, a smile returned to Odala's face. After leaving the forest, the trio swiftly arrived at the nearest city, Valera. Having been accustomed to the imposing walls of Tabri, Johnny found this so-called city to be rather shabby. Let us find a place to stay. Johnny, do you have any money? Odala inquired. Odala possessed considerable wealth, having lived alone without much expense, thus he had accumulated. But that is of little consequence, as all those coins were likely scattered into the pockets of Count Rises' soldiers in Tabri. After all, who brings money to the battlefield? He is not a mercenary. Johnny grimaced as he removed his coin pouch from his waist and handed it to Odala. After the deaths of the Smiths, Johnny had withdrawn the family's savings and combined it with his own, carrying it with him. Having only served as a retainer for half a year, the habits of a mercenary still lingered within him. Do not frown. Consider it a loan from me, and you can repay me later, Odala reassured as he accepted the pouch. This era's means of communication is exceedingly primitive, especially among the common folk, disregarding mages and clerics, though communication methods may be rudimentary. Certain news travels swiftly. By the next morning, the significant upheaval in Tabri had already reached the ears of those in Valera, including Johnny and his companions. Tabri has fallen. Count Delis and his retinue have perished. Count Rises is dead. His army has disbanded, and the Wild Wolf mercenary corps was swiftly vanquished while attacking the temple. Inig, the Wild Wolf, ascended to the heavens at the stake. This is the information Johnny received. Of course, the original details were a bit more elaborate. For Johnny, the death of Inig the Wild Wolf is rather good news. While it is regrettable he cannot exact his own revenge, the execution is sufficiently satisfying. As for the rest, it is somewhat chaotic. For Estelle, however, she only heard the dreadful tidings. Count Delis and his retinue have been completely slaughtered, all killed. When she heard this news in the tavern, Estelle collapsed into her seat, tears streaming silently yet fervently from her eyes. Then she fainted. When Odala carried Estelle back to their room, a flicker of relief coursed through him, but it was overshadowed by sorrow for the Count. For Isaethus, and even for Gandova, the Count was a good lord, as Odala had witnessed during his knighthood, and the people of Tabri acknowledged the same. Isaethus was a good man, albeit somewhat self-serving. Yet he remained sincere and straightforward, treating everyone with courtesy. Gandova, he had defied the temple's orders for the Count, which speaks to his character. Yet, it is only I who fled in the face of danger. He lamented internally. David's final performance was successfully overshadowed by the demise of Dacia and his subordinates. However, had it come to light that this scoundrel also exhibited signs of desertion, Odala might have felt even worse. Simultaneously, tales of the paladins and clerics of the sun god temple began to spread. The wild wolves, who fought valiantly to the end, did not receive the honors they deserved as warriors that in various retellings. The wild wolves are depicted as mere playthings for the paladins. This aligns closely with the truth, apart from the subjective descriptors of fear, terror, and crawling on the ground pleading for mercy. One cannot entirely blame these individuals for their outlandish claims. Only after the battle did residents cautiously venture outside to survey the aftermath. What they beheld was a scene of mercenaries wailing and despair strewn across the ground, juxtaposed with the unscathed paladins and priests. In light of such a visceral spectacle, it would not be surprising to concoct tales of being subdued by divine might, severing one's own limbs in a gesture of submission. The status of the Church of the Sun God soared among the common folk, with adherents growing ever more devout, while non-believers contemplated conversion. The taverns buzzed with fervent discussions, alive with excitement. Yet for the trio of Odala, the Church of the Sun God appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Why? Why did they not intervene from the outset? Why did they shield Count Lysis? Why did they? Johnny's agitation was palpable. His heart ached upon witnessing Asteria weeping inconsolably. Alas, Odala sighed, seated upon a chair, shaking his head, upon reflection. The temple's actions have indeed served their own greatest interests. Greatest interests? Johnny regarded Odala with a perplexed gaze. Was this warrior engaged in commerce in the north? Yet, upon further contemplation, it became evident. Had the Church of the Sun God chosen to align themselves with Tabri from the very beginning, this war would never have ignited. Count Delis would have remained the sovereign of Tabri, perhaps expressing gratitude to the church and donating supplies, yet the church would have remained just that, a profit-driven institution confined to its temple. Preaching and teaching. However, in the current state of affairs, the Church of the Sun God, having seized the opportunity in a leaderless Tabri, had astonishingly emerged as the new sovereign of the city. Could it be that the Count's demise was orchestrated by the church? The thought sent a shiver down Johnny's spine. Odala evidently arrived at the same conclusion that he slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "These demons clad in human skin, how could they commit such acts? Is this still a church of the good aligned? Is this still an organization of the lawful?" In this light, the rise of the wild wolves was clearly supported by the church. A series of horrific events were orchestrated to incite hatred against the enemy. While the church's complicity facilitated these occurrences, the assassination of Lysis was intended to vent the frustrations of the townsfolk, and Innig's confession was undoubtedly a charade. With the destruction of the wild wolves marking the conclusion of this theatrical performance, these events interconnected, painted a picture of the church's dark hand manipulating events from the shadows. Indeed, it resembled the tales penned in novels. None of these organizations that proclaimed the light could be trusted. Johnny cursed inwardly. Perhaps that scoundrel Innig was still alive. The church was undeniably somewhat wronged. Initially, they had merely intended to lend a hand when Tabri lay prostrate, thereby securing a measure of influence and dominion within the city. Yet the situation had spiraled into an irretrievable state. Nevertheless, for the church, this was a boon, a reward bestowed by Dernies. Now, Tabri was theirs. Soon, Lysis's stronghold would also belong to them. The radiance of the sun god was poised to illuminate the entirety of the southern Second Empire. As for being misunderstood, they were indifferent. During the persecution of heretics by Tanyas, the Church of the Sun God steadfastly executed its policy of religious extermination. Undeterred by protests that echoed throughout the continent, the mere whisper of conspiracy was insignificant, especially since they had never even contemplated such a notion. Chapter 42. On the Road, Part 2. When Isatith instructed Odala, "Let us depart, take your retinue, and bring along my daughter. Escort them to your homeland." To the kingdom of Occident. Odala did not take it too seriously. Although he might lack the dignity to return, Asteria was after all someone else's daughter, and she must be returned. Yet now everything had changed. The nobility of Tabri had perished within a single day, and the identified culprits had ascended as the new rulers of the city. It seemed that the only course of action was to heed Isatith's last wishes and escort them back to the north. The north, a place he thought he should revisit. Odala mused. Tabri lay in the southern empire, while the kingdom of Occident resided in the north, and Odala's homeland was situated in the southern part of the kingdom of Occident. Should one procure a map of Middle-earth and draw a straight line between the 2 points, that line would traverse 6 duchies, approximately 20 marquisates, and countless earldoms. In short, it was quite distant. Even if the Second Empire had suffered territorial reductions due to excessive feudal divisions, traversing so many nations remained a daunting journey. Next, we shall head north, Odala announced to the 2 young individuals. Asteria had gradually begun to emerge from the anguish of losing her father, her countenance still somewhat vacant. Yet she could at least comprehend the words of others. "My lord, are we heading to your homeland?" Johnny still adhered to the formalities of a retainer. "Indeed," Odala acknowledged, glancing at Johnny. "By the way, you need not call me my lord any longer. I am no longer a knight. Of course, there will be opportunities in the future, but for now, I am no longer a knight." "Then how shall I address you?" Johnny inquired, still holding Odala in high regard. "You have learned all your combat skills from me, thus." "You may call me teacher," Odala replied, stroking his chin. "Yes, teacher. What were we discussing?" "Ah, yes. We are heading north. I recall that it took me 3 years to journey from the north to reach Tabri." Asteria's expression remained vacant, while Johnny's face turned slightly pale. "During those 3 years, I lingered in many places, observing the local customs and cultures." So that was the case. Johnny felt somewhat relieved. He had feared they would take 3 years. Eventually, upon seeing the recruitment of knights in Tabri, I decided to settle down until today. That time, I nearly traversed the entirety of Velsa. Johnny felt even more reassured. This time, we need not take detours. We should be able to expedite our journey. Then let us set forth. Currently, there is a minor issue, Odala mused, stroking his chin. We have no money. Such is the cruelty of this world. The Smith family's savings, accumulated over generations, were sufficient for them to live peacefully on black bread and the occasional jerky, yet insufficient for 3 individuals embarking on a journey. Then, Master, how did you manage back in the day? Johnny inquired curiously. What other way could there be? Occident lacked any so-called mercenary guilds or warrior associations. Did I not pay a registration fee to become a mercenary and earn a meager living? Odala erupted with frustration at the mention of the warrior guild. Johnny finally comprehended why he had not joined him for the examination. It was born from resentment. In any case, the elder man, adept at controlling his emotions, had calmed down by now. We must return to our old profession. As for Asteria, she has always been. Asteria still wore a vacant expression, though she nodded. But Johnny hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. I don't have my certificate on me. Odala stared at him in astonishment. And even Asteria gradually turned her neck to face Johnny. You did not bring it. Odala could scarcely believe it. I did not, Johnny affirmed resolutely, shaking his head. What about the mercenary scroll? Johnny pondered carefully and realized he indeed possessed such an item. I did not bring it. Odala appraised Johnny from head to toe, clicking his tongue. You young scoundrel have yet to experience the hardships of being a mercenary, have you? Asteria, with a vacant gaze, nodded in agreement. Is that so? Johnny rubbed his head. Odala regarded Johnny, smiling silently. Next, they needed to resolve Johnny's identity issue. There was no guild in Willa City, as mercenary unions and warrior guilds were purely profit-driven organizations and could not establish an office in every earldom. Aside from Tabri, the only city of significance in the region was Charles City, a marquisate. This illustrates the former splendor of Tiabreed. In the future, Tabri might be renamed St. Tabri City, becoming a directly governed territory of the church. Yet this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was how to reach the north. Johnny could slowly settle the accounts with this hypocritical church. The trio set forth on their journey. After 4 days and 3 nights of rugged travel, they turned the last bend to behold the towering walls of Charles City before them. The name Charles City derived from a heroic figure over 50 years ago, Charles Andal. His heroic deeds involved uniting half of the southern lords to collectively resist the invasion from the Tanya's alliance. The radiance of the sun god always shines alongside the scorching heat. Not only priests preach, but also paladins, even priests, while holding sacred texts, bear steel maces at their waists. Such were the descriptions offered by bards who bore ill will towards the church of the sun god. Ultimately, the iron cavalry of Tanya's met their demise at Charles City. Religious wars have never been tender affairs. The Marquis Charles Andal, as the main force of the allied army, suffered significant losses, thus entangling himself in enmity with the church of the sun god. Subsequently, the church adopted a policy of appeasement, gradually infiltrating various cities as an ordinary religion, quietly disseminating its doctrine, ultimately becoming the predominant faith in the Southern Empire. Yet, Charles City remained untouched, regrettably, under the early divisions and alliances orchestrated by the church. Charles Andal, once regarded as a hero, was gradually forgotten and ostracized by the various lords. Whether in business or hosting banquets, waging war or engaging in duels, the southern lords would not associate with the Andal family. To put it plainly, they excluded him from their games. However, this did not hinder Charles City from existing as a regional metropolis. It remained an objective reality, unaffected by the subjective desires of those nobles. As a commercial entity solely focused on economic interests, the mercenary union naturally would not overlook it. The trio approached the foot of the towering walls of Charles City, gazing upward in awe. On the way, Odala had already shared with them the glorious history of this city, hence Johnny dared not underestimate it. Even though it was a southern city, he had thoroughly scorned the south of the empire. However, as ordinary individuals, they could not ascend the city walls to see for themselves. After briefly admiring the majestic fortifications, akin to those of Tabri, the trio made their way into the city. Odala inquired about the location of the mercenary guild and led the two in that direction. Although Johnny remained oblivious to the hardships of mercenaries, he was profoundly aware of the consequences of not carrying a mercenary certificate and warrior rank certificate. 2 gold coins for the registration fee made him feel as if he had returned to his days as a humble blacksmith. Back then, The sky was blue, and the water was clear, and it still is, just like the prices at this shady establishment. Nevertheless, one concern was finally settled. Since we are here, let us undertake a task before we depart, Johnny proposed. Feeling a pang at the thought of those 2 gold coins. Let us do just that, Odala agreed without objection. Shall we work together? Estelle, having adjusted over the past few days, was now behaving like a normal person. Yes, it will save time, Johnny replied. Arriving at the task reception area, Odala requested a list of available missions from the staff and began to peruse it. This one will do. Eliminate the warrior lizard men bandits in the Dark Night Forest. Warrior lizard men? That sounds rather troublesome. Johnny instinctively wanted to examine the task details, only to remember he could not read, prompting a wave of embarrassment. Hand me your mercenary certificates, Odala said, returning the task list to the clerk and extending his hand toward the 2. As the staff recorded their information, he remarked, this task is rated at level 7, targeting the elimination of the warrior lizard men in the Dark Night Forest. Odala turned back to the clerk, asking, the Dark Night Forest is that pitch-black forest outside your city, right? The clerk looked up and smiled. Yes, sir. Then I was not mistaken. We are to eliminate the warrior lizard men bandits in the Dark Night Forest. According to the information, a small group of them is entrenched near the designated location, frequently attacking nearby residents and merchant caravans. There are approximately 15 of them. This intelligence was obtained at great risk by a hunter from a nearby village. Hey, this lad has quite some skill. Our task is to eradicate them. The reward is 2 gold coins, and any spoils can be kept. The task was commissioned by the Lord's office. The Lord's office? Shouldn't such matters of safeguarding the realm fall to the Lord's guard? Johnny asked. Puzzled, have you ever seen us go after goblins? Odala countered. Indeed, he had not. Warrior lizard men are merely a slightly more formidable pack of creatures. It is sufficient to entrust them to mercenaries. There is no need for soldiers to intervene. Odala shook his head, accepting the 3 scrolls handed back by the clerk. Let us go. I have memorized the target location. Chapter 43. On the road, 3. The Dark Night Forest, like Charles City, was not originally named as such. This once-lush-forest transformed into its current state after the fierce battle between Tanya's and the coalition of Charles Andal, resulting in its dismal condition. A certain druidic sect within Charles City claimed that this was the consequence of being infused with a large amount of negative energy, the source of which was undoubtedly the Tanya's invaders, who boasted a multitude of clergy. The Lord's office adopted this explanation. However, other lords who had embraced the sun god cult and professed their piety scoffed at such nonsense. Regardless of the truth of this assertion, the Dark Night Forest indeed exuded a sense of foreboding darkness. Estelle, despite being a seasoned mercenary with numerous battles under her belt, still felt a pang of fear from the malevolent aura surrounding her. It was a fear stemming from within, an apprehension of the unknown. She nestled behind Johnny, tightly clutching his left arm. Johnny, though sensing the strangeness of the forest, was blissfully unaware, lost in the warmth of the girl's embrace. Even if she was merely holding onto his arm, that he occasionally turned to share jokes with Estelle, attempting to calm her, to uplift her spirits, her grip was indeed a tad too tight. Meanwhile, Odala, a bona fide, seasoned mercenary, was vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on all suspicious spots along their path. Listening to the 2 children banter behind him, he remained unfazed. However, he could not help but turn and bark. You two, do you think this is a picnic? After all, his long-standing reputation held sway. Startled by Odala's glare, Johnny dared not speak further, and Estelle obediently released her hold on his arm. Once Odala snorted and continued forward, Estelle stuck out her tongue. Johnny was utterly smitten by this ponytailed girl. An impulsive urge surged within him as he grasped her right hand. Estelle was taken aback, her face flushing slightly, yet she allowed him to hold her hand. This feeling was quite pleasant. Happiness is always fleeting. Just as Johnny reveled in the softness of her hand, a small group of lizards appeared before them. Lizards were typically nothing to fear, but this group was standing upright, armed with weapons. Warrior lizard men, Johnny shouted, releasing Estelle's hand and drawing his great sword from his back, positioning himself protectively behind her. Don't be ridiculous. Odala also unsheathed his weapon. These are not our targets. These are lizard folk. For Johnny, it was akin to saying, this is not a cobra. It is a king cobra. He could discern the difference, yet to his eyes, they all appeared the same. Should we still fight? Johnny asked in a hushed tone. Odala's gaze remained fixed on the approaching lizard folk. Of course we must fight. These little fellows appear to be hungry. Hungry. Both Johnny and Estelle felt a wave of nausea, each gripping their weapons tightly. At that moment, 6 lizard folk surged towards them under the command of what appeared to be their leader, brandishing their weapons or claws. Simultaneously, 2 lizard folk burst forth from the bushes beside Johnny, an ambush. Johnny pivoted to face the assailants, stepping forward to shield Estelle, silently reflecting, Odala is not so formidable after all. Estelle drew her bow and aimed, firing an arrow that struck one of the lizard folk racing towards them. Embedding itself in its chest, the lizard folk staggered momentarily but continued its charge. Odala, feeling embarrassed for not detecting the ambush, turned his awkwardness into strength, stepping forward and slicing through one of the foremost minions, cleaving another slightly slower lizard folk's chest in the process. The remaining 4 lizard folk swung their weapons at Odala, but he deftly dodged every attack. With another sweeping strike, he dispatched the previously wounded creature, then effortlessly slashed the throat of yet another. In an instant, 3 lizard folk met their demise. The lizard folk leader, possessing greater strength and superior equipment, wielded a turtle shell shield in his left hand and a reasonably good metal mace in his right, likely pilfered from some unfortunate adventurer. This leader, a formidable figure among the lizard folk, capitalized on years of experience in looting and hunting, finally landing a blow on Odala during an assault. Inflicting, Odala disregarded the attack. His robust physique and the armor he donned from Tabri rendered him impervious to the lizard folk leader's strike. His great sword continued to efficiently harvest the lives of the monsters. While Odala was dispatching foes with ease, Johnny faced little pressure on his end. Although these reptilian, cold-blooded creatures appeared menacing, it became evident that even under the hands of novices like Johnny and Estelle, they could not withstand more than 3 exchanges. Estelle's second arrow found its mark, killing the resilient lizard folk, while Johnny also felled his opponent on the 3rd swing of his sword. They had accomplished their task with remarkable ease. You scared me to death just now, Estelle said, patting her chest, still shaken. I've never seen such terrifying creatures before. Johnny cast a glance at Estelle and chuckled. Are you afraid of reptiles? Estelle's face flushed. As a ranger, fearing such cold-blooded animals, so what if I am? I'm a girl, after all, she defended herself. Johnny remained silent, simply smiling. You two, stop chatting, Odala interjected. Johnny, go collect anything valuable from these scraps. Loot the bodies. Johnny reminisced about the days of cracking goblin skulls, feeling nostalgic for the time spent gathering loot in games. Back then, whether it was heads or fingers, weapons or gold coins, it only took a couple of clicks to have everything in his inventory. Inventory. Master, we didn't bring a bag when we came out. Where should I put the loot? Odala looked at Johnny with a puzzled expression. Were you truly a mercenary? Johnny nodded. Then why does your thinking resemble that of a thief? Under Odala's guidance, Johnny picked up the metal mace from the lizard folk leader, which still appeared usable, and tucked it into his belt. Then, nothing else. Johnny gazed at the lizard folk's bare bodies, shaking his head. These fellows are truly impoverished. Leaving a field of corpses behind, the 3 continued on their journey. There may be other lizard folk tribes around. We should leave quickly. Odala suggested that it was clear that bandits capable of attacking human villages and caravans would not reside deep within the forest. Shortly after, Odala came to a halt. He meticulously scrutinized a wooden pillar before him, upon which were etched peculiar symbols that were clearly not a product of natural growth in this locale. This is the mark left by that hunter, Odara whispered to the 2 individuals behind him. The war lizard men lie ahead. Johnny, intrigued, leaned closer to examine the marking, inquiring, is this a symbol of some secret organization? It looks quite strange. Odara, with an expression of exasperation, retorted, these are letters of the common language, you fool. Embarrassed by Odara's words and the laughter of Estelle, Johnny sheepishly withdrew his head and expressed a long-held desire. Master, could you teach me to read? The feeling of illiteracy was utterly disheartening. Certainly, Odara readily agreed. I shall teach you once we reach the north and settle down. Alas, the days of illiteracy must continue. At that moment, Estelle was keenly peering ahead. The area beyond the marking was eerily quiet, devoid of any movement. Let us proceed. Odara beckoned the 2. Stop dawdling. The war lizard men are not formidable foes. With me present, there is no need for fear. The night forest remained silent, as if the entire world consisted solely of the 3 of them. Yet, this world could not possibly be so tranquil. Within the shadows of the trees, a pair of eyes was silently watching. Chapter 44. The bard as Johnny withdrew his great sword from the last of the war lizard men, A sense of familiarity washed over him. He observed Odara, furrowing his brow as he wiped his weapon with a soft cloth, reflecting on the calm, yet formidable demeanor he had just exhibited. It felt as though he were being led through a leveling exercise by someone experienced. The name, War Lizard Men, sounded imposing, yet their actual strength did not match their grand title. However, the War Lizard Men were adept at concealment, when they suddenly emerged from the dense foliage, hurling a barrage of spears. Odara's expression turned as frigid as a former seasoned mercenary and Johnny's master. Being ambushed a second time by such lowly creatures under his command was rather humiliating. The primitive spears of the War Lizard Men inflicted little real harm upon Odara's group. But the unfortunate creatures had incited his wrath. They would have to pay for both Odara's oversight and their own success. The battle unfolded without suspense. Johnny felt as though he had been transported back in time. Being led through a low-level dungeon by a max-level mentor, the only complication lay with Estelle. Girls often had a plethora of concerns, such as a fear of lizards and aversion to unpleasant odors. A unique trait of the War Lizard Men was their ability to secrete a noxious, oily substance when agitated or distressed, which could serve as a chemical weapon, the moment this foul stench wafted through the air. Estelle retched. Johnny found it equally repulsive. Cleanliness was one of the few habits he had retained from his past life, and he had even contemplated creating a flushing toilet back home. Nevertheless, being a resilient young man, he merely felt nauseated without actually vomiting. With Estelle's feeble attempts at assistance, Johnny managed to slay 5 War Lizard Men. The scene was chaotic, with blood and flesh flying, and cries of anguish echoing, a truly intense encounter. With his massive sword and months of rigorous training, Johnny dispatched the diminutive creatures as easily as slicing through melons. The last few War Lizard Men, attempting to flee, were methodically taken down by the now-revived Estelle from behind. However, after the skirmish, he discovered that the War Lizard Men had left him a most repulsive gift. This sword reeked terribly. Having slain nearly 10 creatures, Odara was equipped with a soft cloth, while Johnny bore nothing. Just as he was grimacing, uncertain how to deal with the unpleasant situation at hand, Odara's command liberated him from his distress, and he nonchalantly lifted his tunic to clean his weapon. Johnny, gather the spoils. On the return to Charles City, Johnny silently walked at the rear. Although Estelle was rather fond of him, a Johnny reeking of War Lizardman's stench was clearly beyond her tolerance. This was entirely understandable, and Johnny could empathize that a man who exuded the scent of sweat might be deemed manly. But a man who had fallen into a cesspit, nevertheless, he felt quite dejected. He suspected Odara was deliberately tormenting him. To compound his frustration, the foul-smelling War Lizard Men had left behind nothing of value. Useless spears that could not penetrate armor and long poles that crumbled under the weight of his great sword were entirely worthless. Under Odara's direction, they rifled through the tattered garments of the War Lizard Men, revealing nothing but the odorous corpses. Odara's final playful glance indicated that he was well aware of this. Johnny fumed silently. Upon reaching Charles City, Johnny felt as if he had created a force field around himself, with passers-by instinctively avoiding him, their glances filled with disdain. Some unsavory-looking individuals appeared inclined to confront him. But after muttering a few curses, they ultimately refrained from approaching. After completing their mission at the Mercenary Guild and purchasing a few inexpensive garments amidst the angry stares of the surrounding crowd, the 3 returned to the tavern and took a thorough bath in the establishment's washroom, finally ridding themselves of the scent from the night forest. Observing the still stinking garments, Johnny gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Enough of this. Ignoring his disgust, he scrubbed the expensive, embellished armor carefully, then made his way to their room. Odara and Estelle had been waiting there for quite a while. All cleaned up? Odara chuckled. Johnny, disregarding their respective identities, rolled his eyes at Odara. Ha, let us go eat. Odara dismissed his discomfort. Johnny nodded and approached Estelle, who smiled and took a step back. Estelle, Johnny exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. I'm all cleaned up. If you keep this up, if you continue like this, I won't tell you stories anymore. He felt a tinge of youthful indignation. Estelle's eyes sparkled at his words, and she cautiously leaned closer to Johnny, her nose twitching. Really, do you have other stories? Johnny was both amused and exasperated by her antics. Indeed, you could listen for a lifetime and still not hear them all. Odara, now curious, halted his departure. You little rascal can tell stories. What kind of stories? Johnny felt a bit sensitive at being called a rascal by Odara. However, it wasn't worth a quarrel over such a trivial matter, especially since he couldn't physically overpower him, just as he was about to speak. Estelle joyfully interjected, Uncle Odara, Johnny's stories are truly fascinating. He told me last time about a hero exploring a dungeon with dark elves and gray dwarves and some great demon. It was thrilling. Upon hearing Estelle's words, Odara appeared puzzled. Dark elves, gray dwarves. Johnny, where did you hear this tale? I played a game where I learned it. Johnny replied nonchalantly. A bard who stayed at my home for a while told me when I was young. A bard? Odara shook his head. That bard was a charlatan. No wonder he resided with the blacksmith. I traveled through the Second Empire of Velsa for 3 years and never heard of such dark elves or gray dwarves that I suspect he took advantage of the ignorance of local children regarding the underworld to spin such nonsense. As the deceitful bard spoken of by Odara, Johnny felt a twinge of embarrassment. Apparently, this world did not harbor dark elves or gray dwarves. It made sense, considering the historical reasons for the dark elves' descent underground in Faerun. Alright, enough of that. We'll discuss stories later. Your master is famished. Let us hurry down to eat. The tavern was quite sizable, though only relatively so. It was already lunchtime, yet the establishment was not crowded. After finding a seat in a corner and ordering some food, the trio resumed their upstairs conversation. Estelle urged Johnny to tell stories, and he proudly recounted the tale of Drist, while Odara continued to scoff at the nonsensical bard. The three were deeply engrossed in their lively discussion when a handsome young man approached their table. Esteemed gentleman and lady, he said, clearing his throat and bowing in a noble manner. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eler Heinrich, but you may call me Eler. Perhaps you have heard of the great bard, the wandering Eler? Johnny and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this fellow? Nevertheless, some social etiquette could not be overlooked, especially in the presence of knights or their heirs and attendants. Johnny Smith, Estelle Hughes, Odara Ludwig. Are you from the kingdom of Ostein? Odara inquired after introducing themselves. Heinrich is a prominent family in Ostein. Oh, are you perhaps my fellow countrymen? Eler exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, then comfortably pulled up a chair beside them. What a pleasure to meet you. I am indeed from Ostein. Meeting a fellow countryman did not necessarily invoke tears. However, it did bridge some distance. Odara and his compatriot engaged in lively conversation, while Estelle appeared quite taken with the charming bard. Among the trio, only Johnny felt discontent. Firstly, he had always disliked those who did not regard him as an outsider. Secondly, Eler had interrupted his storytelling. And thirdly, why did the scoundrel continuously cast smiles in Estelle's direction? According to Eler's account, he had left home 2 years prior, embarking on a journey filled with romantic fantasies and a substantial sum of money. After 2 years of wandering, he began to feel a pang of homesickness. Coupled with the fact that he had successfully forged his own reputation, he resolved to return in grandeur, eager to showcase his achievements to the people of his hometown. As the conversation flowed with joy, Eler took out his portable harp and played a piece of his own composition for the three of them. No army of 1,000 can match the brilliance of a single man. The hail of arrows is nothing compared to his solitary charge. The enemy trembles before him, while the people cheer behind him. Odin, we praise you. The fervor for the divine and the admiration for heroes in this ode were appreciated by Odara and Esther. However, Johnny, disenchanted with the poet and skeptical of the faith, held a disdain for such blatant flattery. Yet, as a nominal follower of Odin, he dared not voice his thoughts. Eler, sir, Esther said, her curiosity piqued. Could you share some tales of heroes with me? Of course. My lovely lady, Eler replied, a charming smile gracing his lips. This next story is dedicated to you, my dear lady, for your starry eyes, your warm smile, and your vibrant hair. Johnny felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. This next story is dedicated to you, beautiful maiden. Esther blushed, akin to the rosy hues of a sunset. In truth, Johnny harbored a strong desire to rid the world of this handsome youth. Despite the undeniable allure of his narrative, the tale was clearly chosen with care. The northern war god Odin, in his mortal days, had once fallen in love with a beautiful and kind-hearted woman of great strength. They journeyed together, separated by the ravages of war, but ultimately reunited. Tragically, this brave woman perished while shielding Odin from a perilous battle that was certain to end in defeat. Her last words to Odin were, "Go, Odin, survive, and remember me always. Avenge me." A true hero's tale, where love leads to a call for vengeance. Indeed, as a man of honor, Odin never loved another after ascending to godhood. His foes met a grim fate at the hands of his revenge. Their deaths nothing short of tumultuous. Even as the chief deity of Asgard, Odin spoke openly of this event as a defining moment in his transition from a camp of virtue to one of neutrality. As for the valiant woman, and Neville, she was venerated in all of Odin's temples, forever by his side, as if they had never parted. The tale of a female hero, a love story between heroes. A paragon of unwavering devotion, such a narrative was undoubtedly a killer for naive maidens. Odara was familiar with the story, yet listened intently. Only Johnny seemed distracted, but under Odara's watchful gaze, he feigned attentiveness. He thought to himself that he might as well consider it a sermon, attempting to pierce the poet with a focused glare. However, the tale of and Odin was lengthy that moment. Eler had just begun recounting their initial meeting and blossoming love, but the day was fading. Odara calculated the time and the story, realizing they would not finish it today. Thus, as the tale reached a pause, he called out, "Mr. Eler, we should take a rest. We must set off early tomorrow. Thank you for your story. May Odin bless you." Esther, caught in the momentum of the tale, felt a tinge of sadness upon hearing they were leaving. Glancing at Eler offered her a reassuring glance before turning to Odara, saying, "Mr. Odara, since we are all heading to Asgard, might I have the fortune of traveling with you?" Johnny felt a surge of irritation. Odara shared his displeasure. The most dangerous things in this world are one's own kind. A stranger met by chance, sharing the road? Ignoring Esther's pleading gaze, he declined, "Perhaps it's best to pass, as we are not yet well acquainted." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a mundane matter. How straightforward you are, Johnny thought. Yet he was quite satisfied with this outcome. Is that so? Then I was presumptuous. Farewell, dear sirs. Eler, undeterred, bowed gracefully and departed from the table. Uncle Odara, Esther exclaimed, slightly displeased. This sentiment rubbed off on Johnny as well. Rest assured, the story he shared is well known among us Asgardians. Once we arrive, you can ask anyone to recount it for you. Odara comforted her. Now, go back and get some rest. We must rise early tomorrow. Hearing that the stories would not cease, Esther's expression softened, though she still felt a sense of longing. Johnny observed, feeling immense pressure, based on Esther's various displays. Could this be the legendary rival? Chapter 45. The pseudo-bard. The following morning, Odara and the others settled their bill and set off northward. Merely 3 individuals spending a single night and dining twice had cost them 3 silver coins, equivalent to more than half a month's wages for Johnny when he served as a retainer. Watching the 3 gleaming coins transfer from his purse to the tavern keeper's hand, even after a rounding off, Johnny thought this era was utterly absurd. Thank the heavens, housing was not scarce in this world, sparing people from the worry of where to reside. If one could settle down, living on black bread and jerky would suffice. However, they were already on the road, necessitating a shift in their financial considerations. Along with Johnny's and Esther's shares, we currently have 9 gold coins and 6 silver, Odara remarked as they walked. This sum won't suffice to reach our destination, but it should last us for a while. Esther and Johnny nodded in agreement. Yet, one can never have too much money, so we must hasten to the Duchy of Sarniel, where the largest mercenary guild office of Velsa is located. There, many tasks await. Oh, how I miss those days. If you possess strength, you can earn a handsome fortune. Odara fell into reminiscence, then suddenly turned to Johnny. What a blunder. I shouldn't have given you those 2 gold coins for your re-registration. I could have taken on the tasks, and you would have merely assisted me. Alas, what a waste. Johnny felt 3 lines of frustration etch themselves onto his forehead. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Master, are all Asgardians as? Shrewd as you. Odara snorted dismissively. Those fellows could never be as clever as I. Very well, if you claim to be clever, then so be it. Esther remained lost in the reverie of the story she had only half heard the previous day. Although Odara had promised to finish it once they reached the north, her yearning for the tale and its narrator lingered, especially since that storyteller was so handsome. Of course, Johnny was not lacking in charm. But Eler was truly striking, so remarkably handsome. Infatuation transcends time and space, forever existing and enamored with all things beautiful. Johnny noticed Esther's flushed cheeks and dreamy gaze, realizing she was once again lost in thoughts of that detestable bard. For heaven's sake, he was just a singer, not a superstar from his time. What was the point of such obsession? In reality, while bards in this world did not hold the status of superstars, they certainly possessed the allure of one. Johnny resolved to take action. Although that wretched fellow was not part of his company, seeing the girl he cherished daydreaming about another man, especially one more handsome than himself, was unbearable. Esther, let me continue the story for you. Johnny moved closer to the daydreaming girl. Huh, Esther gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment at her previous thoughts, then asked, do you know what happened to Odin and afterward? I do not. Huh, aren't you a follower of Odin? How can you not know his tale? Esther inquired, puzzled. Johnny shot a glare at Odara's back, thinking, I don't even know Odin's doctrines. Yet, he could only manage a dry chuckle. Esther did not press further, as she was also unaware of the legends of the forest goddess Mykir. These two rather unqualified devotees found no trouble in their encounter, thus picking up where the previous day's narrative had been interrupted. Johnny resumed the tale of Trist. However, he soon realized that the world of the dark elves seemed to fail to captivate Esther's interest and brought forth some complications. Why are those dark elves so wicked? Can't they just live peacefully? And that goddess Rose, really, isn't it pointless for her people to fight amongst themselves? This was Esther's perplexity. Although Trist shone as a beacon in the dark underground world, Esther felt blinded by the evil backdrop, rendering her disinterested in the tale. Do you remember what that bard looked like? Odara interjected, although he still believed dark elves to be mere figments of imagination. The story felt far too authentic, transcending a simple fabrication. Johnny ought to feel fortunate that there was no goddess named Rose in this world. Otherwise, more than just these two would have questioned him. Before long, Johnny found himself besieged by questions from both Esther and Odara, feeling utterly beleaguered. Some tales are simply unfit for recounting, such as those steeped in the malevolent lore of dark elves. When confronted with the questions posed by the two, Johnny felt an overwhelming sense of regret, as he was suddenly reminded that Xia Xiaosan had to endure a dark elf priestly ritual, a harrowing experience involving copulation, during his journey from confusion to utter disdain for his own race. How could he possibly articulate that? Perhaps it was best left unsaid. He hastily conjured an image of an old man, using the excuse of, I was still young back then, to deftly navigate the conversation with Odala. He then apologized to Estelle, expressing that he should not have shared such a wicked story. The trio lapsed into a moment of silence as they traversed the main road. Merchant caravans ambled by, with the occasional lord's envoy, draped in splendid armor and bearing emblazoned banners, galloping past. The diplomatic envoys served as a reflection of their lord's prestige, a fact that was readily understood, gazing at the dust kicked up by the galloping steeds. Johnny broached a new topic. Master, do you ride? Odala glanced back at him. Have you forgotten what kind of deity Odin is? The god of war, which implied he did not. Wait, the cavalry nation of Tanya's belonged solely to the sun god. Who then was the god of cavalry? That was a question for another time. I recalled a story I once heard, Johnny said to Estelle. Would you like to hear it? The tale unfolded in the distant land of Musada, on the other side of the desert, and revolved around a conflict with a nation called Rome. The narrative primarily focused on Saladin and the Knights Templar vying for control of Jerusalem. After all, boasting incurs no tax, and praise requires no payment. Saladin and the Knights' noble spirits were exalted in Johnny's retelling, transforming them into a veritable assembly of saints. Estelle's interest was piqued, for few adventurers harbor disdain for war, particularly when it is as grand as the one he described. Themes of chivalry and battling for faith were irresistibly captivating. Odala, too, found himself intrigued, partly due to the grand scale of knightly warfare, encompassing charges, mounted archery, and duels, and partly due to Johnny himself. Where did this little rascal unearth such an abundance of tales? I heard it from someone else. Was not a defense that could consistently hold water. Yet the skeptics found themselves unable to counter his words. The self-styled bard Johnny, drawing from his past life's hearsay and research, successfully captured Estelle's undivided attention. As Odala listened to the accounts of cavalry engagements, he quietly pondered how he would lead Osidon's warriors in such a battle. Whenever he conceived an idea, he shared it with Johnny, who eagerly welcomed the opportunity to debate tactical matters. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of their earlier days, idling in forums. Odala was astonished by this illiterate boy's incessant flow of innovative thoughts and various war theories that, while not groundbreaking, emerged from the lips of one who had seen battle only twice and could not read. It was an uncanny spectacle. Oblivious to it all, Johnny reveled in the comfort of his own words, relishing the perfect scenario of online debate, an opponent who could not fully refute him, in the attentive gaze of a lovely lady. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, even continuing to chatter as they dined. Unbeknownst to them, the sun sank low, and they found themselves beneath the gates of Habsburg. Johnny's words flowed ceaselessly. The Habsburg fortress, established during the era of the First Empire of Velsa, had withstood the trials of the Divine Wars and the rise of the Second Empire, enduring as a minor miracle on the map. However, after many years, this once formidable military stronghold had lost its former glory. What was initially a complex of intricately designed walls had, through numerous expansions and renovations, devolved into a solid barrier akin to those of all southern cities. Its height significantly diminished. While the castle's main structure was still impressive, anyone with a modicum of historical knowledge could sense its lack of ancient charm. The original had long since been razed. This fortress, once renowned for its illustrious history, had now become an ordinary small town, belonging to a minor count. Only its name retained a semblance of its past glory. Rumor had it that the count was contemplating renaming Habsburg after his own lineage. And if that came to pass, most likely it would be a tragic affair. Incidentally, Habsburg had once served as a southern bastion for the First Empire of Velsa, so, once we pass through this city, we shall leave the southern reaches of the empire. Odala interrupted Johnny's incessant chatter. In just 2 more days, we will reach the Duchy of Sanier. At this moment, Johnny was recounting the death of Emperor Baldwin IV of Rome and Saladin's preparations to besiege Jerusalem. Estelle listened intently, suddenly hearing of their impending departure from the south. Both were momentarily taken aback. Master, does that mean we will no longer have to see those detestable temples of the sun god? Johnny inquired. Odala rolled his eyes. What a naive thought. The entire Second Empire of Velsa is riddled with sun god temples. It's just that the southern influence is the most pronounced. With a sigh, he continued, yet there is some truth to that. At least from now on, those repugnant hypocrites won't erect their temples in the most conspicuous locations. According to the speculations of Odala and Johnny during their time at the tavern, the Church of the Sun God was undoubtedly the chief culprit behind the fall of Tabri City, and even that Inig, the wild wolf, might be lurking within some temple in heavy paladin armor. Disguising his identity, unbeknownst to the Church of the Sun God, it had unwittingly made 3 enemies. One day, I shall eradicate them. Johnny clenched his fists, speaking with fervor, only to have Estelle cover his mouth. Feeling the fragrant softness of the girl's hand over his mouth and nose, Johnny looked at her in confusion. Shoo, be careful, the gods can hear, Estelle whispered gently. Johnny chuckled, feeling as though the world had brightened once more. Estelle still cared for him. As the 3 entered the tavern, night had nearly fully descended, torches flickering to faintly illuminate the streets. Inside, dim candles and torches cast shadows that danced with the flickering flames. They seated themselves, ordering food and drink, and also reserved a room for the night. Midway through their meal, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Well, what a coincidence. Looking up, they indeed saw Eler Heinrich, the handsome bard of Occident. Estrelle's eyes sparkled, Johnny's gaze turned fierce, while Odala stroked the stubble emerging on his chin, lost in thought. True to form, Eler drew up a chair, engaging in idle chatter about mundane matters, followed by a song, yet again recounting the tale of Odin and Annie. Estrelle listened with rapt attention, keenly observing the dashing bard. He truly was strikingly handsome. As the tale reached the point where Odin and Annie reunited after parting, the hour grew late. Odala, as before, bid farewell to Eler and descended to rest. From Estrelle's lingering gaze, Johnny felt acutely that all his efforts throughout the day had been in vain. Was it that the story paled in comparison, or was it simply that he lacked the same allure? Johnny was perplexed. Even in his jealousy, he maintained a level of rationality. After all, it was not a sin for someone who was handsome, sang beautifully, and told captivating stories to attract the affections of young ladies. Was it? How was sulfuric acid made again? As a recluse who had never attended university, Johnny pondered long and hard, recalling only its chemical formula, and thus resigned himself to sleep with a sense of disappointment. In his dreams, he held Estrelle's hand, running and laughing across the fields, embracing and cherishing her. Then Eler rode in on a white horse, extending his hand with a charming smile. Estrelle, too, wore an enchanting smile. Grasping Eler's hand and mounting the steed, before they galloped away into the distance, Johnny awoke with a start. What a dreadful nightmare. The dawn had yet to break. Lying in bed, his mind raced with thoughts. How was hydrochloric acid made? Perhaps he should save up for a powerful acid arrow scroll. Were there acid vials in winter? He wondered if such items were available here. Morning arrived. After settling the bill, they stepped outside. Estrelle showed no signs of improvement, reciting the love story of Odin and Annie, speculating about future events while daydreaming about Eiler's exquisite visage. Odin and Annie? Johnny felt a twinge of discontent. If she adored those impoverished lovers, why was she so enamored with Eiler? You are my Annie, and I am your Odin. I must devise a plan. Surely there must be a way. As a time traveler, could I truly be outdone by a mere bard? Johnny felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Why did others have beautiful women vying for their attention while his own lady was preoccupied with another? Well, Estelle was still not his, if only he knew of the bard who, after a royal performance, whisked away the local queen. How would he react? Of course, that was an extreme example. Yet, it was a common reality that many duchesses and countesses often found themselves entangled with exceptional bards. Being a bard was a perilous profession, particularly for those with families. Chapter 46. In the tavern of Savar City in the days that followed, the trio continued their journey with unwavering focus. During the day, Johnny recounted various wars involving the Roman Empire and Musada, sharing anecdotes from the medieval period across Europe, while simultaneously praising Esther's beauty and boldly expressing his affection. In the evening, Alal would appear beside them, narrating tales of Odin and Annie, capturing Esther's attention. Odala inquired why he always seemed to be nearby, to which Alal initially replied it was merely coincidental, but later, casting a gaze at Esther, declared, I am here for you, my lady, for your beauty, a divine gift. When was the last time someone praised your loveliness? Today. Johnny glared fiercely at Alal, attempting to slay him with a mere glance. Yet, Esther blushed, her eyes sparkling. Ahem, this is my old friend's daughter, Mr. Alal. I kindly ask you to temper your enthusiasm. Odala interjected, unable to watch any longer. Alal smiled apologetically and continued his narrative. Days passed in this repetitive manner. But let us momentarily shift our focus from these individuals entrenched in their routines and elevate our perspective to examine the state of the world. In truth, this world, too, bears a certain monotony. Compared to 6 months prior, only the South has experienced some strategic shifts. The alliance of elves and dwarves has advanced with great momentum, having seized nearly a quarter of the territory of the kingdom of Chilicis. However, it seems the noble elves and the boorish dwarves have grown weary of their differences, causing the alliance's offensive to slow as for the human inhabitants of the captured and occupied regions. They fare quite well. Both elves and dwarves are benevolent races, apart from executing those who engaged in the slave trade. Those who willingly succumb to the forces of evil, they have inflicted no harm upon the local populace. The residents, being under occupation, are exempt from taxes, leading to a seemingly improved quality of life. Meanwhile, in the southern regions of the Second Empire of Velsa, the Sun God Church has taken over the city of Tabri in a messianic fashion, subsequently claiming Count Rakis' city of Rakis under the pretext of administering justice. With control over these two cities, the church has begun to recruit crusaders and levy tithes, audaciously joining the ranks of southern lords. Tanya's continues to confront Musada at the borders, while Kenyana's ship drifts upon the sea. We now draw closer, returning to the individuals gazing northward. This is the Principality of Sainier, Odala declared, gesturing toward a distant city. This is the domain of Duke Sainier, that is the city of Nia, which I remember well. The name has left a lasting impression on me. Johnny gazed at the oddly named city. From this distance, the walls appeared low, and the castle itself was not particularly tall. Is this the Duke's territory? He inquired. Indeed, Odala nodded. Observing Johnny's incredulous expression, an understanding dawned upon him. Fool, that is merely the fief of a viscount under the Duke. Ah, now it makes sense. But a viscount? Johnny asked curiously. Do they also possess territory? Certainly, it's just that a viscount's lands are quite small, typically subordinate to those of a duke or marquis, Odala elucidated. The city of Nia is but a humble settlement on the principality's border, and the trio passed through its shabby streets, continuing onward. The day was still young, and their destination was the residence of the Grand Duke of Sainier, Sainier City. Sainier City serves as the administrative, economic, military, and cultural center of the entire Principality of Sainier. In this feudal era, where the leader resides, there lies the center. Unlike the empire, the principalities of Velsa generally diminish the authority of their vassals, establishing their own dominion throughout the duke's lands. After all, the tragic fate of the imperial royal family is well known. Nearly every Grand Duke has participated in the coups to depose emperors, albeit to varying degrees. The Grand Duke of Sainier is currently the most powerful lord within the realm of the Second Empire of Velsa. And the Principality of Sainier, stands as its mightiest vassal. Located at the heart of the empire, adjacent to the emperor's direct territories, Saneer enjoys unparalleled advantages in both commerce and politics. Presently, the emperor ascended to the throne with the support of the Grand Duke of Saneer, enduring for 30 years without faltering, a testament to his formidable strength. The three paid their respective gate taxes and entered Saneer city through the grand archway, greeted by clean and orderly cobblestone roads, bustling streets, and a continuous stream of merchant caravans. The lively atmosphere, unprecedented in Tabri, captivated the inherently vivacious Estelle on their way to the tavern. Her head darted from left to right, admiring the jewelry shop on one side and the weapon shop on the other. Johnny felt a twinge of embarrassment walking alongside her, likening it to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. "Dear lady, could we perhaps exhibit a modicum of restraint?" Fortunately, the tavern was not far from the city gate. Once they arrived, having secured a room and barely settled, a disturbingly familiar voice echoed, "Ah, what a coincidence, esteemed guests. What a coincidence indeed," Johnny thought, brimming with frustration. Was this fellow a minstrel or a pickpocket? It felt as if he were glued to their heels, moving without a sound. "Ah, Mr. Alal, how delightful to see you. It seems our paths truly align," Estelle exclaimed with unguarded enthusiasm. The tale of Odin and Annie remained unfinished, and the handsome youth was simply too captivating. Johnny maintained a look that suggested he might devour someone, while Alal feigned ignorance. Odala, growing increasingly weary of the charming yet elusive youth who seemed to shadow them, felt a sense of unease. As a former seasoned mercenary, his instincts were sharp. What was this fellow plotting by ingratiating himself with their group? Johnny had already deduced the answer to that question. This scoundrel was clearly intent on winning over Estelle. Observing Estelle, who was enraptured, cupping her chin in her hands, Johnny felt a pang of pity for the naive young girl, unwittingly ensnared by such a dandy. "Mr. Alal, pardon my interruption," Odala interjected. "What is your purpose in following us?" Alal paused, then replied with a smile, "I too am returning north. It is but a matter of convenience." "Then kindly inform me of your destination, and we shall take a different route." "Well," Alal's expression soured slightly as he considered, turning to gaze at Estelle. "Actually, I am here for you." "Stop," Odala interrupted impatiently. "You have stated this before. Do you think I would believe you?" Alal appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You see, I have spoken truthfully, yet you remain skeptical. Is it so difficult to comprehend that I am smitten by such a beautiful lady?" Odala remained silent, merely observing him. Alal met his gaze with equal resolve. Johnny and Estelle watched the exchange. And suddenly Johnny felt an odd intensity in the air. He glanced at Estelle, thankful she was not a romantic girl. Noticing Alal show no signs of retreat, Odala found the stare-off tiresome. He opted for a more direct approach. "Dare you swear an oath to Odin?" "What is there to fear?" Alal replied nonchalantly, raising his right hand. "I, Alal Heinrich, hereby swear to the great Odin that I, very well, I shall reveal the truth." For the followers of genuine gods, this was a bold move. Alal's story was quite remarkable. He was a somewhat renowned minstrel wandering in the southern realms of the Second Empire of Velsa. He performed in taverns, at the estates of lords, and on the streets. Like all charming minstrels, he had entertained the wives of nobles, sometimes before, sometimes after. Engaging in such affairs often leads to trouble. If Odala were to seek a task from the mercenary guild at this moment, he would encounter a lucrative, all-encompassing mission, complete with a detailed portrait, undoubtedly depicting Alal. Thus, I wish to return to Occident to evade the storm, yet traveling alone is fraught with unease, hence I have followed you. I believe you are all kind-hearted souls who would not stand idly by should harm befall a familiar face. I might just help them chop you down, Johnny thought to himself. Estelle looked on in astonishment, seemingly lamenting the fall of this handsome youth. Regardless, Johnny felt a surge of joy at her expression. Odala held no fondness for this debauched scoundrel, his demeanor having grown cold. "It seems the situation is quite clear. I am afraid we do not welcome your kind here." Alal persisted. "What if I were to offer you payment to escort me back to Occident?" Odala shook his head. "That is not an option. I will not engage in such dealings. As a man of Occident, you ought to understand how Odin's people view scoundrels like you." He surely knew, and even if he didn't, he could glean it from the term scoundrel. Alal sighed. Would you truly be heartless enough to let a fellow countryman perish in a foreign land? If he is merely a countryman, I would hesitate. A scoundrel, I would gladly see him go. Odala nodded. Alal lowered his head, as if contemplating something. Then he raised it, locking eyes with Odala. "I believe you should protect me." Odala was taken aback by his audacity. "Why?" Illal slowly replied, in truth, I am not just an ordinary minstrel. At this, Johnny felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. Where have I seen you before? I am the second son of the Heinrich family from the kingdom of Osaden. And my father is Marshal Albert Heinrich, the commander of the Northern Army, Ehler stated, visibly relieved as he leaned back and gazed at Odara. Indeed, the man looked familiar, as Johnny marveled at the significance of Ehler's identity. He felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the scene, reminiscent of numerous plots in various films and dramas. Upon hearing Ehler's words, Odara exhibited no surprise, which unsettled Ehler somewhat. Curiously, Odara inquired, the Northern Army commander? Isn't it Marshal Spencer Friedrich? When did the change occur? Ehler felt a wave of frustration wash over him. 5 years ago, he replied. Oh, sigh. It's been too long since I left home. Odara appeared somewhat melancholic, then regarded Ehler with renewed interest. So, you are the second son of the Marshal. Indeed, Ehler said with a hint of pride. And do you believe I should protect you simply because you are the child of a prominent figure? Odara continued, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Yes, Ehler's confidence waned, less assured than before. And what if I refuse? What consequences shall I face? Odara maintained his smile. Listening to Odara's words, Ehler, not lacking in intelligence, realized that this man before him was unlikely to be intimidated by his father's status. Yet some actions, once taken, must be followed through. If you consent, my father will undoubtedly reward you upon our arrival in Osaden. Should you refuse, and I find myself in peril, my father may, well, be somewhat displeased. Johnny. Upon hearing Ehler's declaration, turned his gaze toward Odara. He felt an urge to propose his own suggestion, yet recalled Odara's stern words from earlier, rendering him mute. He wanted to say, shall we eliminate him? It must be admitted that Johnny harbored some animosity towards such arrogant aristocrats, despite once being considered wealthy himself. Odara first chuckled softly, then his laughter grew more exuberant, as if he had heard an exceedingly amusing jest. After a while, under the puzzled gazes of the two others, Odara gradually stifled his laughter. Listen here, you little rascal. Do not presume that I am some simpleton from the countryside, easily frightened by the title of nobility, nor should you think me an ignorant pauper, envious of rewards upon hearing them. If Marshal Heinrich were to learn that his son had become such an absurd troubadour, do you suppose he would be pleased? Witnessing Odara's apparent knowledge of everything, Ehler dared not speak further. The second son of the Heinrich family, a boy without inheritance rights, a youth who has strayed from Osaden to indulge in folly in the south, a northern man who has forsaken the teachings of Odin. Heh. What do you think would await you should you truly return to your father? Cold sweat trickled down Ehler's brow. Moreover, I have been away from Osaden for over a decade. It is hardly unusual for me to be unaware of the Northern Army commander's affairs. Did you not ponder anything when you heard the surname Ludwig a few days ago? Ehler contemplated for a moment before abruptly lifting his gaze to Odara, his expression tinged with fear. As long as you understand what you know, rest assured, since you are a child of the Heinrich family, I shall certainly protect you. However, Odara cheerfully pointed at Astrid. From this moment forth, you are not to pursue her any longer. Understood? Should you comply, I might consider helping you keep matters concealed. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. Johnny and Astrid exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the exchange between the two. Nonetheless, the outcome was clear. First, Ehler would no longer fawn over Astrid. Second, he would accompany Johnny. But what had truly transpired? Johnny discreetly scrutinized Odara. This familiar figure seemed far more complex than he had initially portrayed. Chapter 47. The Journey Home, Part 1. Through Ehler's narration. The group gleaned some details. The bounty notice had only arrived in Charles City after Odara and his companions had set out, which sent Ehler into a brief panic. Initially, he had merely intended to strike up a conversation with Astrid to alleviate his loneliness. But now he thought of Odara, the formidable northern warrior wielding a great sword. Following their trail should pose minimal safety concerns. Even if trouble arose, he could escape in time. Ehler had also seen the bounty notice. Concealing his face, he observed the poster depicting his likeness amidst the murmurs of the crowd and the proclamations of the mercenary guild officials, due to the shameless deeds of the criminal Ehler Heinrich. This decree is issued, offering a bounty of 50 gold coins for the head of this despicable troubadour, an additional 10 coins for his capture alive. And then there are the signatures of over 20 nobles, Ehler summarized. Johnny's eyes widened in disbelief as he addressed Ehler for the first time. Over 20 nobles. Ehler nodded, 50 gold coins? Ealer nodded again, then shrugged. 20-plus nobles collectively offering 50 gold coins for the man who slept with their wives. Exclamation point. Johnny still struggled to believe it. Shoo, keep it down, Ealer said, placing a finger to his lips. Those southern lords are just that way. They don't take these matters seriously. 50 gold coins represented a substantial sum. Enough to sustain a family of 3 for over a decade without income, to procure a piece of enchanted armor with surplus, to purchase a vast estate, but for over 20 individuals to collectively offer 50 gold coins? Friends, was that scoundrel truly sleeping with your wives? This had its reasons. The noble circles of the southern Versan region were steeped in archaic customs, very old customs. In terms of warfare, they never fought to the death. They would agree on time, place, and audience, arranging themselves in formation before engaging. The victors rejoiced, while the defeated sulked, shaking hands and settling ransoms, promising to return for the next match. They hosted various banquets, reveling in wine, chatting with one another. Sometimes, trivial disagreements would arise, leading to duels or challenges. Old rogue Xis was the type to lose a duel, yet still resort to a brutal siege, earning widespread disdain. This was peculiar, as their disputes bore no relation to strength, such as the proper way to peel an egg. Perhaps their lives of solitude drove them to seek something to occupy their time. In the absence of war, some grew enamored with wealth, others with art. However, the majority of nobles displayed their masculine tendencies, captivated by the wives of others. Indeed, throughout the southern Versan region, there were few noble women who remained faithful to their husbands after 5 years of marriage. And not a single nobleman who stayed true to his wife 3 years post-nuptials. How could they possibly regard Ealer as a serious threat? Then why do they still offer a bounty for your capture? Astrid, repulsed yet intrigued, inquired after Ealer's account. Well, it goes like this. As a troubadour who frequently performed in the beds of noble women, Ealer was privy to many private affairs and intrigues among the aristocracy. In the course of his performances, Ealer had also discerned the unique traits of numerous noble women. Consequently, certain songs and tales began to circulate widely in the countryside, provoking significant reactions from the nobility. Johnny grasped the situation. This fellow not only had relations with their women, but also crafted a series of Middle-earth versions of, classical Chinese literary masterpieces, akin to those famous tales. To strike a man is one thing. To strike a face is another. Wasn't this inviting trouble? I initially thought that escaping the pursuit of those utterly ineffectual soldiers would suffice. Yet I never anticipated they would truly spare no expense in issuing such an unrestricted bounty. Ealer sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Blood money. Johnny was at a loss for words. At that moment, Odara interjected, "Have you encountered anyone trying to kill you on your journey?" Ealer shook his head. "Not yet. Perhaps they haven't accepted the task, or they simply haven't spotted me." Odara scrutinized Ealer's face closely. "Actually, the safest course of action would be to carve a few scars on your face, but I suspect you would not agree, since the bounty on your head is 50 gold coins. How much can you offer us for your protection?" Ealer produced his coin pouch, bulging with coins. He glanced around, then opened the pouch. Johnny felt as though his eyes might be blinded by the gleam. Ealer tucked away the pouch, a hint of pride in his voice as he declared, "I have 70 gold coins. I can offer 60 to hire you to protect me back to Osaden." Odara shook his head, snatching the pouch from Ealer's grasp, weighing it in his hands before securing it to his waist, saying, 100 gold coins, no negotiation. If that's insufficient, I'll ask your father for the rest." Ealer winced at the thought. Intending to argue, but recalling Odara's undoubtedly formidable status, he opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. "All right, let's all rest. We'll book another room, 3 of us in one, Astrid in another. We leave early tomorrow." Ealer, find a cloth to cover your face. I don't want to attract trouble. The next day, with only Ealer's eyes visible behind his makeshift disguise, Odara and his group set off in haste. With the 70 gold coins secured, they need not worry about travel expenses. Odara expressed regret over the 2 gold coins spent on Johnny's certificates. It wasn't until Johnny could no longer bear it, and bluntly pointed out that those 2 coins had come from his own purse, that Odara ceased his lamentations. "We'll keep that money with me until we reach our destination." At last, Odala spoke. Johnny felt a pang of sorrow, realizing he might never behold those delightful gold coins again. Although Alao was indeed a true bard, his head was currently wrapped so tightly that he could utter nothing. As Johnny walked alongside Estelle, he continued his tale. The rivalry between the Roman Empire and the Musada kingdom naturally culminated in Musada's eventual triumph, laying waste to Rome. Those valiant knights met their heroic demise, and the warriors of Musada held a grand funeral for these noble knights, commemorating the end of an era and celebrating the dawn of another. Bilal listened intently, a flicker of doubt occasionally crossing his eyes. He had never heard of any Roman Empire. Musada, however, was familiar to him. From the horizon where the vast desert kissed the sky, a cloud of dust would rise, heralding a band of warriors wielding curved blades. They would chant the name of Saliha as they stepped onto the sun god's land. Prayers could not shield people from the slaughter of desert marauders. Only knights in the formidable church could drive away these devotees of malevolent deities. This was the official poem of Musada, hailing from the Holy Alliance of Tanyas. The Roman Empire? What on earth was that? As Johnny concluded the legend of the Roman Empire, he glanced at the starry-eyed girl beside him. Feeling a sense of unease, the tales he could recount seemed to dwindle. Dragon lances? One could not jest with the divine here. How to articulate a mortal? While there were indeed numerous war stories, what backdrop could they be placed upon? The Roman Empire further west? Suddenly, Johnny felt a sense of foreboding. From the onset of their interaction until now, his exchanges with Estelle had seemed rather monotonous, revolving solely around storytelling that in this yet-to-be-defined relationship. It appeared as though he were nothing more than a living storybook. Surely, this was rather abnormal. Johnny, a reclusive man with no romantic experience, found himself at a loss. The brief moment of silence was soon shattered. Johnny cast a gaze filled with confusion and gratitude towards the 8 figures blocking their path, each clad in leather armor, wielding single-edged swords at their waists and shields upon their backs. They bore the unmistakable appearance of rogues. One who appeared to be the leader spoke up. "Halt! You there, the one with the masked face. Remove the cloth from your visage." Odala, clearly displeased by their disregard for him, retorted, "What do you want? Step aside. We have a journey to continue." The leader glanced at the massive sword behind Johnny and Odala, his expression darkening. Turning back to his men, he regained some courage. "Enough chatter. We heard that the so-called Alal just left Cellar City, and we brothers are here for the bounty. Have your masked companion remove the cloth. If not, you may continue on your way. But if it is him, do not blame us for being unfriendly." Odala surveyed the 8 roadblocks, glanced back at Alal, and then at Johnny. Johnny returned Odala's gaze, sighed, and shook his head, silently unfastening the massive sword from his back. Seeing the weapons drawn, the leader was visibly displeased. "Do you dare to strike? You can't blame us for not giving you a chance." Odala and Johnny spread apart, charging into the fray. Estelle, unfazed, removed her quiver and began shooting arrows at a measured pace. Alal tore away the linen cloth covering his face, greedily inhaling the fresh air. After a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist and joined the fray. The massive sword exuded an intimidating presence. It took a certain level of strength and courage to confront one bearing such a weapon. The strength of these 8 was not insubstantial, imbued with a fierce tenacity, but their prowess was ultimately relative. This reference point was drawn from common brigands. The grim fate that befell Odala's adversaries needs no further elaboration. That weapon, far superior to the standard-issue massive swords of the army, shattered shields with but 2 strikes, and could easily crush an enemy's single-edged sword in full force. With splintered, blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground. This marked Johnny's first encounter in the wild against humans since he had learned to wield the 2-handed massive sword. Following his narrow victory in the last assessment battle, Johnny had diligently trained against short-range weapons. Now, with weapon in hand, he cleaved and struck, the sound of slicing air resounding as he smashed against the hastily raised shields and weapons, and struck at the fearless attackers' bodies. Finally, he held the sword defensively, parrying a close-range strike from a single-edged sword, delivering a kick to repel the enemy, and following up with a sword strike that cleaved the opponent's skull. Truly, he felt no revulsion whatsoever. Instead, Johnny experienced a thrill as limbs shattered and blood gushed forth. Alal, on the other hand, faced a far less fortunate fate. His long sword, engulfed in flames, was evidently a valuable magical weapon. When others struck his body, shredding his outer garments, only a layer of white remained beneath. He wore attire far from ordinary. Yet, he continued to sustain blows, which was rather embarrassing. Alal's swordsmanship exhibited signs of formal training, and the fiery blade provided a dazzling visual effect. However, when 2 opponents lunged at him amidst the flames, Alal found himself at a loss, flustered and wildly swinging his long sword. as if wielding a torch. Estelle noted the dire situation and first shot 2 arrows into the thighs of the assailants. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily incapacitated, she unleashed 2 more arrows, both finding their mark in the attackers' heads. 8 corpses collapsed onto the ground, blood spilling across the earth. Additionally, 1 more person fell. Ilal's longsword clattered to the ground as he sank down. Seemingly in shock, Odala stepped forward, grabbing him and shaking him vigorously. When this yielded no response, he delivered a sharp slap. With a resounding crack, Ilal finally regained his senses. Have you never taken a life before? Never fought? Did your father never teach you the art of combat? Odala thundered. Despite his thick skin, Ilal lowered his head, somewhat sheepishly. I've always despised violence. During Ilal's childhood, like all children of the Osaden, he underwent martial training from his elders. Despite his clearly literary disposition, Ilal neither trained his body diligently nor focused on honing his martial skills, much to the disappointment of his family. The feeling of a tiger father and a dog son was profoundly disheartening. Duke Albert Heinrich even began to speculate whether the boy was truly his offspring. This speculation proved accurate at that time. Ilal displayed a keen interest in the military history of the Osaden Kingdom and other nations. Each time this history was recounted, he would rest his head in his hands, listening intently and not missing a single detail, a stark contrast to his previous indifference toward martial training. Could it be that this lad possessed the potential to become a general? The Duke found himself somewhat astonished. In truth, I had always dreamed of being a bard who sings epic poems. Ilal Heinrich remarked that as for his ambition to seduce women across the world, that was a thought he would keep to himself. Eventually, he ran away from home, relying on his handsome visage, magnetic voice, rich tapestry of war stories, and notable literary talent to gradually become a well-known bard. Ilal. Or perhaps, the solitary wanderer, Ilal? In any case, based on what you've said and what we've witnessed, it seems you possess little martial skill, do you not? Odala fixed his gaze upon Ilal. Ilal pondered for a moment before nodding. Have you encountered no attacks in all these years? Johnny inquired, puzzled. Actually, you see, I am not completely inept. I can handle 1 or 2 small-time thieves without issue, Ilal argued. The 3 men stared at him in silence. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Ilal finally cracked. All right. I usually hire bodyguards from the mercenary guild. Now that was more like it. Chapter 48. The Return, Part 2. After dragging the bodies aside and collecting a few scattered coins, Ilal continued onward with the 3 most expensive bodyguards he had ever hired since birth. Behind them loomed wave after wave of pursuers. When Idas Brown completed his studies in the Temple of the Sun God and was sent out into the world, his first thought was of his brother. Will Brown, this 9th-level warrior, had placed him in the temple after their parents' demise, while he himself pursued a life as a mercenary. To this day, he remained healthy and well, which Idas attributed to his devoutness to Dyrenes, believing that his piety had moved the great true God to bestow blessings upon him. During Will Brown's long mercenary career, he was not solely occupied with prayers. He found a partner, also a 9th-level warrior known as Bone Breaker. Isaac. This man hailed from the north, tall and robust, not particularly bright, but sufficiently intelligent to grasp the common tongue for everyday communication. Now, the 3 of them gathered together, their eyes landing upon a bounty notice depicting a handsome portrait. Offering a reward of 50 gold coins, Will stared at the notice, wide-eyed. Seemingly taken aback by the amount, he then turned to his brother, excitedly exclaiming, 50 gold coins, 50 gold coins. Idas, a 5th-level priest, did not share the same enthusiasm for the sum, having spent too long in the temple. His perception of money differed from that of others. In truth, one of the purposes of their journey into the world was to rectify their flawed views on wealth. He scanned the notice, frowning slightly. Murder? That doesn't seem right. I am a priest of the sun god. Isaac chuckled foolishly, unable to comprehend the written word, thus leaving all decisions to Will. Will paused, somewhat reluctant to look back at the notice, then exclaimed in delight, "Oh, we can kill him." Noticing Idas still furrowing his brow, Will adjusted his tone. I mean, we should definitely kill him. Look, he has committed grievous offenses, dishonoring so many wives. He traced his finger over the long list of lords' names, remarking, these unfortunate men, whose wives have been ravaged, while the perpetrators roam freed, a priest of the benevolent and just sun god. Should you not take action? Upon hearing Will's words, Idas's brow gradually relaxed, and he nodded with a smile, saying, Indeed, How can such vile scoundrels be allowed to escape justice? This is intolerable by the standards of the supreme sun god. Quickly, seize your weapons and accompany me. Let us eradicate this wicked villain. Kind-hearted individuals do not refrain from taking lives. They merely seek a justification. Likewise, the mere sight of vast wealth does not diminish a man's desire for riches. Should that wealth rightfully belong to him, he would pursue it with fervor. Yet, where could the nefarious Ealer be? News from the Sunlit Tavern, the very establishment where Odara once resided, reported that a man resembling the portrait on the wanted poster had departed this morning, his head wrapped in linen, accompanied by 3 others. Heading north, this tidbit was worth a silver coin, and the tavern keeper profited handsomely. North, 3 individuals. It appears there are accomplices. These wicked beings shall soon face the wrath of the sun god. While it is said that paladins can be somewhat extreme, it does not imply that priests are rational. Gandova, who perished at the hands of a wolf, was a sensible man, while Idas, freshly graduated from the temple, is a peculiar case. Birds of a feather flock together. Who could blame him for associating with those paladin lunatics? After dispatching the 3rd wave of overly courageous attackers, Odara and his companions finally confirmed that Ealer's whereabouts had been compromised. Were you not instructed to cover your face? Odara shouted at Ealer. Ealer pointed to the layers of linen wrapped around his face, innocently shaking his head. I suspect he may have exposed himself during our conversation yesterday, Johnny interjected. I know that. I merely wish to vent my frustration, Odara replied casually. Now, let us contemplate our strategy as we walk. Continuing this way is not a viable solution. Vent frustration. You have taken all my possessions, yet what grievances do you have to express? Ealer felt tears welling up. Master, how does the mercenary guild transmit task information? Johnny inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Before Odara could respond, the sound of crisp hoofbeats resonated from behind them. The 4 stepped aside, watching as a magnificent steed galloped past. A flag thrust into the rider's back. That is the courier of the mercenary guild. Do you have any further questions? Odara remarked, gazing at the dust kicked up by the horse in the distance. His voice tinged with resignation. Johnny sighed and shook his head. This situation had escalated significantly. Odara lowered his gaze to calculate the distance, then lifted his head, speaking in a grave tone. 30 days. It will take us 30 days to reach the borders of Osaden. 30 days. Along the road. He then halted, turning to Ealer and grasping his collar. With you in our midst, it is impossible for us to proceed along the road. It will take at least 40 days. During these 40 days, due to your presence, we must camp in the wilderness. Because of you, we must navigate through back roads. Because of you. Johnny and Estelle watched the agitated Odara. Somewhat bewildered, this was not the usual demeanor of Odara. He shook the unfortunate Ealer back and forth until satisfied, then took a deep breath, seemingly calming himself, before casually stating, "Thus, your life is now worth 200 gold coins." Johnny's eyes widened in realization. Ealer, feeling dazed, suddenly became alert upon hearing the bounty had doubled. He gazed at Odara, about to speak, but was halted by a raised hand from Odara. Given the gravity of this situation, it will be challenging for me to explain the circumstances to your father. You see, it is quite difficult for us Osadans to devise a benevolent lie. It requires considerable thought. Therefore, to compensate for my lost effort, I must charge you an additional 50 gold coins for silence. Is that acceptable? There were countless issues at hand, yet Ealer dared not voice a single one. That he closed his eyes, nodded, and silently trailed behind the group. Johnny once again scrutinized Odara's silhouette, the follower of Odin. How could he be so astute? Although Odara felt immense pleasure from the additional 150 gold coins he had levied, he was acutely aware of the dire predicament they faced. 50 gold coins may seem meager from a noble's perspective, yet to mercenaries, it constituted a fortune. As a level 12 warrior, Odara ranked among the upper echelons of the mercenary world within the Second Empire of Velsa. Yet he lacked confidence in his ability to confront all challenges. Concealing themselves and advancing stealthily was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As Idas and the others exited the city gates amidst scattered crowds, they proceeded north along the main road. This vast assembly, comprising over 20 mercenaries, was united by a single goal: 50 gold coins. Correction, it was Ealer, that golden-headed individual. Pursuit could not afford to be leisurely, yet they lacked horses. Those who could afford steeds were indifferent to such trivial sums. Everyone dashed forward, leaving the restrained Idas somewhat astonished. What a lack of grace! Idas lamented. Is it merely about some money? Is it truly necessary? Will glanced at the lamenting Idas. Merely some money. It had been a grave oversight to send him to the temple in the first place. Startled by his own thoughts, he clasped his hands to his chest and silently prayed. May the Lord forgive my vain musings. There is but one head, and 50 gold coins. Among so many, only one can emerge victorious. Who shall be the victor in this bounty hunt? Undoubtedly, Idas firmly believed that victor would be himself. The tavern keeper's silver coin merely provided a direction. None knew where Eiler, this moving treasury, had fled. The only clue was to follow the road, hoping to uncover some traces. Indeed, Idas soon encountered a gruesome pile of mangled corpses and severed limbs by the roadside, clearly having been thoroughly searched, leaving nothing but blood-soaked garments. These vile brigands, murderers, Idas exclaimed. How could they commit such atrocities? Will increasingly understood the temple's reasoning behind sending these newly ordained clerics out into the world for experience. These individuals were evidently mercenaries who had received advance notice. Eiler did not slay them. Did he require them to commit murder to demonstrate his own benevolence? As they continued onward, they stumbled upon 2 more similar heaps of bodies, equally bloody and dismembered, and devoid of anything but remnants. Those damned rascals could not even leave us a scrap, grumbled the bonebreaker, Isaac. Will, startled, turned back, signaling Isaac to silence with a glare. Idas looked at Isaac with some confusion. Leave us a scrap. Leave behind a clue. Leave behind a clue. His command of the common tongue is lacking. Will interjected diplomatically. Idas regarded his brother with suspicion before shaking his head and hastening his pace. Phew, that was close. Will could hardly fathom how Idas would react if he knew how he treated the belongings of the deceased. But, good heavens, even the great Dyrenes did not hold it against me. Why must these priests and paladins be so troublesome? Pressing forward, they discovered fresh corpses, and remarkably, one was among those they had seen at the city gate. Is that not one of the people we saw at the gate? Idas exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to the still bleeding body on the ground. How did they perish so swiftly? Will approached, examining the body. The wounds differ from those earlier. Their fatal injuries are located on the back and are stab wounds, not slashes. Isaac leaned in to take a look, then scoffed derisively. These must be the work of those despicable wanderers, a cowardly bunch. Not even a plague-ridden goat would fear them more. The brothers found it difficult to comprehend this distinctly regional manner of insult. More fresh corpses appeared along the roadside, all bearing the same wounds, all belonging to the mercenaries from the city gate, who, upon hearing rustling from the grass by the roadside, Isaac brandished his axe, spinning around to shout angrily as their presence was revealed. 4 individuals emerged from the underbrush, small of stature, their eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Are you prepared to meet your demise? I am ready to see you off, one of the men, seemingly the leader, smiled slightly as he licked his short sword. At that moment, Johnny and his companions were blissfully unaware of the bloody tempest unfolding behind them. They had left the main road and slipped into the woods not far from the roadside. Let us traverse this stretch first. We shall devise a plan upon reaching the north, where the woods are less dense. Odara declared. As their whereabouts had already been compromised, there was no point in continuing to conceal their identities. Eiler was finally able to remove the linen covering his mouth and nose, relishing the delightful air. This forest was unlike the Tabriri forest, fraught with countless dangers. Although it too boasted trees, grass, the melodies of birds, and fragrant flowers, within the powerful duchy of Saval, perilous monsters had nearly vanished. What remained were only minor creatures capable of harassing ordinary farmers, posing no significant threat. The sole danger stemmed from humans, from those mercenaries similarly pursuing their task rewards. Estelle, Johnny remained as carefree as ever. For after all, everything was in the hands of Odala. Let me tell you a story. This opening line was utterly charming to those who listened. However, to the onlookers, Odala longed to string up that creatively challenged brat and give him a good thrashing. Nevertheless, the tale continued. This time, the narrative unfolded on a distant continent, separated from Velsa by countless miles of ocean. Are you referring to Kenyana? Ilal, well-versed in knowledge, inquired with curiosity. Kenyana? Johnny thought to himself, puzzled by the term. No, it's on another continent. Just consider it a story. We are not historians here. Hearing Johnny's insistence, Ilal ceased to interrupt and quietly listened. On that faraway continent, there existed an ancient kingdom known as Chirna, where Johnny began recounting the tumultuous saga of the China Empire, starting with the Zhou dynasty's rebellion against King Zhou. King Zhou, heeding Daji's counsel, had the son of Duke, one of Zhou, ground into meat paste, fashioned into meatballs, and fed to him, to see if he could foresee everything. These names were truly challenging to translate, Johnny thought with some distress. At that moment, on the side of Idas came to his senses and began chanting the spell of brute strength. A crossbow bolt shot forth, startling him into halting his divine incantation, raising his shield to protect himself. Thud. Like the sound of a war drum, the 7 fighters became entangled in combat. The barbarian warrior, Isaac, let out a furious roar, raising his heavy battle axe and swinging it toward the timid and cowardly wanderer before him. The wanderer, agile in movement, dodged left and right, desperately searching for an opening amid the sparse net woven by the axe. Behind Isaac, another wanderer was constantly looking for an opportunity to strike him with a sword. Even with his robust physique and strong will, he felt the pain of metal piercing his body. With a roar, he swept around, and the wanderer ducked, avoiding the whistling axe blade overhead, before beginning to evade again. Taking over the previous wanderer's role, the wanderer confronting Isaac also assumed the duties of the one across from him. Starting to stab wildly at Isaac on the side of Will and Idas, things were no easier. Although they faced only one wanderer, it was enough to keep them occupied for a time. However, the longsword and mace were not as cumbersome and unwieldy as the battle axe. Will swiftly eliminated the enemy before him. Drawing his longsword from the fallen foe, Will surveyed the battlefield and rushed to assist Isaac. It was 3 against 3, and Isaac was already struggling. The situation remained perilous. Chapter 49. The Return Journey. 3. Even a barbarian warrior raised in the bitter cold of the north could not withstand the grievous wound of being pierced through like a sieve. Will pushed back the wanderer behind Isaac. Isaac had already collapsed. He still clutched his battle axe tightly but could not rise again, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, resigned and unwilling to meet his final moment. Yet, that final moment never arrived. Will felled the enemy in front of him. Idas had already recovered from his initial panic. He raised his shield before him, murmuring a prayer, the sacred domain spell. For the wanderer attacking Idas, it was as if, in an instant, his enemy had vanished. This wanderer retained the posture of battle, yet could not see his foe. Where did he go? Idas watched as the seemingly blind wanderer looked around, chuckling inwardly. The power of the divine is beyond the comprehension of you insignificant mortals. That he stood firm, chanting a new spell. Strange, the wanderer looked around, shaking his head. It was just here, since the enemy was gone. He shifted his focus toward Will. At that moment, Idas's divine spell was complete, the human binding spell. Mysteriously, the wanderer felt his body no longer belonged to him. Like a statue, he stood, gazing ahead, yearning to break free from this confinement. Yet found himself utterly powerless. The battle raged fiercely on Will's side. After Isaac's fall, he was besieged. Though he dodged nimbly, he was still grazed by a short sword across his left arm. Danger loomed thickly. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wanderer immobilized by his spell, Idas cast the brute strength spell upon himself and unleashed a dark fire spell upon his weapon. That a flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes, and flames erupted from his hammer. Idas strode toward the unfortunate wanderer, delivering a crushing blow to his head, ending his life. The black flames quietly burned upon the corpse. Idas shouted, "In the name of Daenerys, accept the judgment of justice." He rushed to Will's side, relentlessly striking at the wanderer attempting to ambush Will. This wanderer was none other than the leader who had previously licked his short sword and made threats. Yet, even a leader could not withstand a fully armed priest imbued with the brute strength spell, wielding a weapon engulfed in flames. The wanderers were not adept at direct confrontation, especially not against a priest clad in steel plate armor. Before long, the last 2 wanderers lay upon the ground, their bodies twitching slightly, yet their lives were extinguished. Lowering his weapon, Idas knelt, murmuring prayers, his hands radiating warm light. Under the glow, Isaac's horrific wounds began to heal gradually. The unconscious barbarian warrior slowly opened his eyes, thanked the sun god. Will clasped his hands before his chest, expressing his gratitude loudly. Isaac did not worship Daenerys, yet given that he had been saved, a word of thanks was certainly in order. After a moment's recovery, Will fixed a stern gaze upon Isaac, who was occasionally eyeing the corpses with an eager glint, and turned to his brother, saying, "Idas, what shall we do next?" It was a good question, and Idas was at a loss for what to do. At the time, he had rushed out upon hearing that the nefarious Ilal had exited the city through the northern gate, heading northward without further thought. Now, Standing on the main road, surrounded by the corpses of attackers, Idas truly did not know what to do. Noticing Idas's bewildered expression, Will shook his head and then turned to Izak, asking, "Can you trace any clues about those people?" As a barbarian warrior raised to track beasts, Izak was far more reliable than Idas, who had just emerged from the temple. Upon hearing his old comrade Will's question, Izak withdrew his greedy gaze from the corpses, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I don't know what features the people we are pursuing have. I don't know where they are headed. Moreover, the footprints on the ground are in disarray. Many have passed through here before us. I cannot discern which prints belong to Allow." After hearing Izak's somewhat stilted common tongue, Will realize they were likely to return empty-handed this time. If those 50 gold pieces had ever left a trace, it had been obliterated by the dead mercenaries. The only clues lay in the 3 brutally slain corpses, but regrettably, they were strewn along the roadside, offering no reference value. "What? You mean you can't find anything? What shall we do? Are we to allow that vile scoundrel to escape God's retribution?" Idas exclaimed in agitation. Sighing, Will felt the need to rein in his stubborn brother, Izak. "See if there are any new clues nearby." Will looked at Izak, then glanced at the corpses, raising his gaze to Izak again, narrowing his eyes. Seeing Izak nod in understanding with a smile, he turned to Idas and said, "Let's head back first and see if there are any new clues, at least that way." It wouldn't be a wasted trip, he thought. Idas felt discontented but was powerless to change the situation. Some matters could not be resolved merely through enthusiasm, a point he understood. Sighing, Idas turned back toward the path they had come from. Not 200 steps along, Will suddenly heard Izak calling from behind. Turning around, he saw the robust figure running toward them. "Clue, trace. I've found it," Izak shouted, waving his hands. Idas regarded Izak with a curious expression as he approached. He saw 4 short swords, 4 pouches of coins, and a piece of leather armor. "This is for gathering information." "Gathering information," Will explained, drenched in sweat. "We need to know who wants to kill us." "Brother, I'm not an idiot," Idas retorted, frowning in displeasure. "I know what you are doing." Will fell silent, anxiously watching his brother. The possessions of such evil beings do not rightfully belong to them. It is permissible for us to take them, he continued, causing Will to breathe a sigh of relief that it seemed he had overly rigidly interpreted the sanctity of the temple. The so-called traces and clues lay on the side of the road. The flowers and grasses, still flattened and not yet recovered, pointed to a path leading into the forest. They entered the woods. Idas inquired, looking at the trampled path, "Can we be certain it was them?" Izak shook his head. Idas gazed into the tranquil forest, murmuring, "Why take the main road when there's a path through the woods? It must be that vile scoundrel. Without a doubt. They have slain 3 groups of interceptors along the way. They must already be aware of someone pursuing them." "Yes, that's it." Resolute, he turned back and calmly declared, "We pursue." Displaying the demeanor of a great general, much like their professor of military history. Idas felt he was growing increasingly adept at this. Duke Jiang, upon the divine altar, severed the head of the succubus Daji with a single stroke of his sword. Thus, the kingdom of Shang met its demise, and the kingdom of Shou arose from its ruins, becoming the new master of the Central Plains. At this point, Johnny paused, then took a hearty swig from his water pouch. "I am parched to death," he exclaimed. Wow, Estelle was still savoring the thrilling semi-divine battle they had just witnessed. Elrond, however, scoffed disdainfully. "What a ridiculous tale. I've never heard of such nonsense. What is this Aner continent and the empire of Chire? It's all utter nonsense." After finishing his drink, Johnny wiped his mouth and cast a sidelong glance at Elrond. "It seems your grasp of the common tongue is lacking. I distinctly recall stating that this is merely a story. How deaf must you be to mishear story as history?" "You." Elrond was at a loss for words. A noble scion and an elegant bard. He could not stoop to engaging in a verbal spat with this rustic lad. Yet refraining from retorting was equally frustrating. "Oh dear, Elrond, do refrain from bickering." Estelle waved her hand and looked at Johnny with keen interest. And then, what became of the Zhou kingdom? Ever since the trio learned of Elrond's lineage, his status had plummeted, especially in Estelle's eyes, where he had fallen from the grace of a dashing and refined bard to the level of a rascal and a scoundrel. Following that battle, he had even sunk to the depths of incompetence. "I am your employer, after all." Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. "Wait a moment. After all that talking, I'm absolutely parched. Let's take a break before continuing," Johnny declared, announcing an intermission at this moment. Odala, who had been silently focused on their journey, suddenly turned around. "All right, let us rest here." Once everyone had settled down after tidying the ground, he leaned closer to Johnny, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Young lad, how do you know so much?" Johnny felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. It seemed that his knowledge over the past few days had indeed surpassed what one would expect from someone of his age. No, perhaps it exceeded the level of understanding typical of their current civilization. Noticing Johnny's pallor, Odala did not press further. Instead, he posed another question. "Have you considered what you wish to do upon reaching Ostine?" "What to do?" Johnny emerged from his earlier disquiet, contemplating this serious inquiry. "What to do? The first thing, of course, would be to marry Estelle." He gazed at her, a smile spreading across his face. Observing his demeanor, Odala shook his head with a sigh and delivered a light slap to Johnny's head. "Do not be foolish. I am inquiring about your life plans. Do you intend to marry Estelle, and then simply perish?" Estelle and Johnny were locked in a gaze filled with affection, but upon hearing Odala's words, she hurriedly diverted her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Yet indeed, life planning. How would I provide for a family? Johnny pondered, lowering his head. Should I take up blacksmithing, earn a modest living, have a child, teach him the craft, watch him have children, and then die peacefully in bed? While the deaths of his parents had led him to appreciate the beauty of a simple life, such a mundane existence was utterly unacceptable to him. Becoming a mercenary? That seemed a promising idea, but he had heard that there was no mercenary guild in Ostine. Perhaps he could serve as a retainer, earning military merit to become a knight? "My lord," as the thought of knighthood crossed his mind, Johnny unconsciously altered his address to Odala. "Are you a noble in Ostine?" Odala pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I am not." Thus, that avenue was closed off as well. What to do upon arriving in Ostine? Johnny was utterly at a loss. Ostine does not harbor idlers. Observing Johnny's troubled expression, Odala spoke again. "Every Ostine citizen has their own vocation. The majority enlist in the military. The National Defense Army of Odin is a coveted aspiration for all young Ostinians." Enlisting? Johnny mused. He realized that he seemed to know very little about the kingdom of Ostine. "Master." Since he was not a noble, Johnny felt free to speak candidly. "Please introduce me to Ostine. Otherwise, I am truly at a loss regarding what to do." The kingdom of Ostine is a unified, centrally governed state. Unlike the so-called Empire of Velsa, that local officials are appointed by the royal capital and assessed annually. Simultaneously, the kingdom's residents have the right to jointly impeach their local officials, with the impeachment papers submitted for review by the higher authority of the Odin Church. Before the divine, anyone daring to harm his people cannot escape judgment. Ostine has 3 frontier military groups. The Northern Army, which is commanded by Elrond's father, stationed at the kingdom's northern border, tasked with combating the marauding tribes of the wasteland and the savage denizens of the snow-covered forests. The Western Army guards the border between Ostine and Tanya's, where fierce battles were raging when Odala departed his homeland. Fortifications, great swords, battle axes, the Ostinians stood firm against the onslaught of Tanya's iron cavalry, their flesh and blood serving as the bulwark. Against these barbarians, as the Tanyasi referred to them, even heavily armored paladins and clerics could not turn the tide of battle. The Southern Army defends the border between Ostine and Velsa, where no conflicts currently rage. Ostinians take pride in battle, in self-sacrifice for their country, and in laying down their lives for Odin. Odala cast a disdainful glance at Elrond. Thus, nearly everyone practices martial skills. Even the most ordinary farmer, upon grasping a weapon, becomes a brave warrior, no less formidable than those soldiers from the southern lands of Velsa, and often even stronger. Aside from warriors, there must be other professions, right? How else does the kingdom survive? Johnny inquired, puzzled. "Did you not hear what I just said? Even the most ordinary farmer. Of course, not everyone serves in the military. By Odin's blessing, even in the cold north, the harvests remain bountiful. The only concern is the scattered marauders in the deep mountains and dense forests. They are the most fearsome bandits. If you wish, I will not impede you from farming. I am uncertain if the number of marauders within the borders has diminished. They were rather rampant before. Alas, since the time of the first empire of Velsa, we have cohabited the same land. It seems the only option is to continue fighting. At this moment, under the guidance of Isaac, the trio advanced slowly through the forest. Chapter 50. The Journey Home, Part 4. Although Estelle bore the title of ranger and possessed some rudimentary skills for moving stealthily through the forest, Her tricks could only deceive a novice warrior like Johnny, who knew nothing. Before Isaac, the traces left by humans along the way were akin to a map directing them to their destination. Despite the cold northern climate, the forests were plentiful. A powerful descendant of the Usgar, raised amidst the woods, Isaac entered the forest as if a fish had re-entered the river, instantly regaining his advantage. Barbarian tongue, Great Usgar. Your humble follower calls upon your noble name, imploring you to bestow your blessings, rendering my prey invisible and causing them to bow before your majesty. I, the Bonebreaker Isaac, shall offer their flesh and blood to you, to prove your supreme glory. The moment he stepped into the forest, Isaac knelt, arms outstretched, gazing skyward as he recited this peculiar prayer in an odd tone and language. What is he doing? Idas whispered to his brother. I suppose he is praying to his god, Will replied softly. Idas, clearly dissatisfied, scoffed. Humph, a follower of a false god. He could hardly be bothered to suppress his volume. Isaac continued his incantation, undeterred, until he abruptly rose, axe in hand, glaring at Idas. You must apologize. As a devout and quintessential Tanya's priest of the sun god. Idas was quick to retort. Have I spoken incorrectly? There is but one deity in this world, the sun god Darius. Humanity has but one supreme deity, the sun god Darius. Those who steal divine power and falsely proclaim themselves as gods. He dodged a powerful strike and continued, are nothing but shameless false gods. This speech had previously echoed upon the battlefields between Tanya's and Ostine. Like the northern warriors of that time, Isaac was thoroughly enraged. He wildly swung his great axe, each strike aimed directly at Idas's vital points. In fact, many military theorists believe that Tanya's defeats in battle were largely attributable to the fervent priests whose minds were clouded with zeal. Even clad in finely crafted plate armor issued by the temple, and wielding a large shield covered in steel, Idas, nearly losing his grasp on reason, dared not face Isaac's full frontal assault, as he evaded the howling axe. Idas chanted the prayers of divine magic, the sanctuary spell. Much like the ill-fated wanderer before, the not-so-mentally stable barbarian warrior lost his target. The effect of the sanctuary spell is to create a refuge using divine power, rendering the protected entity completely ignored by surrounding foes. Only those with formidable will can breach this barrier. Isaac, deprived of a target, seethed with rage but found no outlet for his frustration. Resorting to hacking at a nearby tree, leaving deep gashes in the trunk. Observing Isaac gradually calming down, Will, who had been hiding nearby, cautiously approached. Isaac, do not take offense. My brother is simply of that nature. Isaac turned, glaring at Will with still glowing eyes. He has insulted the great Usgar. He must apologize. All right, I will speak to him. Just put down the axe. Will's words held significant weight for Idas, who sheathed his axe. Still panting heavily. As the intensity seemed to subside, he revealed his form. Will hurried over, disregarding the fact that the individual before him was a priest, and swiftly covered his mouth as he was about to speak. Dragging him aside, you must apologize, Will asserted, taking on the role of an elder brother. Why? Idas shouted. That. Will once again placed a hand over his mouth, speaking gravely. Firstly, without him, we would never catch up to that Ealer. Secondly, you are a priest, not a paladin. Do you plan to preach in your parish like this in the future? Idas began to regain his composure. Indeed, he was no longer the naive student basking in the radiance of Darius. I apologize for my earlier words. Idas repressed his inner disdain and approached Ealer to offer his apology. The barbarian, straightforward as he was, accepted the apology, deeming the matter settled. Yet he maintained a distance from the fervent heretical priest throughout the journey. That a crisis had dissipated without a trace, which was not favorable news for Johnny and the others. Rest was brief. Johnny, having determined his life's purpose, was soon summoned by Odara to continue their journey. They aimed to venture deep into the forest before sunset, selecting a suitable campsite and setting simple traps, all of which required time. Johnny, Ealer leaned closer to Johnny. Where did you hear those stories from earlier? Setting aside his envy as a bard, Ealer found the stories he had just heard quite captivating. The tale of foolish monarchs, loyal ministers, and the tumultuous conflicts between demigods and deities, interwoven with the entangled fates of various characters. If embellished slightly, it could transform into a magnificent epic, even if the existence of such history remained uncertain. I made them up. What's it to you? This time, he could no longer hide behind that enigmatic bard. lest that old fellow linger too long in the blacksmith shop. Do you have any objections to my story? The notion of having crafted it himself. Truly, it was enviable. During his years away from home in Velsa, he had only been able to compose trivial poems, yet this illiterate lad seemed capable of weaving a seemingly complete history. Was he a genius? Had he perhaps been blessed by Gypnus, the god of art and wandering? Impossible. If Gypnus truly blessed him, he would undoubtedly have also bestowed upon him the mastery of language. No, I have no objections. I'm merely curious about what happened next. Eeyler gazed eagerly at Johnny that he had initially intended to ask, am I fortunate enough to gain the rights to adapt and sing these stories? But recalling Johnny's displeased tone and his own past transgressions before him, Eeyler decided to avoid that risk. Johnny cast a sidelong glance at Eeyler, about to decline, when suddenly he felt another searing gaze upon him. Without looking, he knew it was that little girl, Estelle, since he had already rested enough. Sharing another tale wouldn't hurt, although those historical details had gradually faded from memory after years of living as the illiterate descendant of a blacksmith. Who would know the truth? Perhaps he could even make a living off this. Johnny mused quietly. Then he recalled Eeyler's romantic escapades and their consequences, shuddering and banishing that wild notion from his mind. The journey continued without incident. Odara and the others were far ahead of their pursuers, and there was nothing in the forest that could threaten a group boasting a dozen level 12 warriors. As darkness fell, Odara listened to Johnny's incessant storytelling while scanning for potential enemies and suitable camping spots. Eventually interrupting Johnny. All right, we'll set up camp here for tonight. At this point, the tale of the Western Zhou had yet to reach its demise, but it was time to pause. The unsatisfied Estelle went hunting. While Johnny and Eeyler gathered dry branches, Odara cleared a comfortable patch of ground, awaiting their return. When camping in the wild, it was imperative that not everyone slept at once. Someone had to keep watch. After a hearty meal, Odara arranged the watch order, casting a distrustful glance at Eeyler, eliminating him from the roster, and rearranging accordingly. The group fell into a deep slumber, leaving Odara to vigilantly guard their surroundings. Despite the moon and starlight illuminating the night, the forest remained shrouded in darkness. Even Adis was unable to track his prey under such visual conditions. He whispered a soft incantation, raising his hand. A warm, gentle white light emanated from Adis, illuminating the surroundings like a torch. Are you an idiot? Will exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. If the enemy has rangers or archers, you're just painting a target on us. Adis glared back angrily. Unable to accept being so conspicuously exposed in the night without his consent, Adis was not foolish. He recognized his own recklessness. I merely intended to provide some illumination. It's not like they can't see us. Will sighed inwardly. It seemed sending this foolish brother to the temple had been a grave mistake. The sacred vocation of a priest was ill-suited for him. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend the temple's rationale for sending graduating priests and paladins out to hone their skills. With such a character, how could he possibly fight for the great Durinus without improvement? First, extinguish the light surrounding Adis. Will commanded. That can't be cancelled. We must wait for the time to pass. Adis appeared to regress to his childhood, becoming the small boy who had broken a plate and bowed his head before his brother in remorse. Sigh. With a long exhale, Will shook his head, offering Adis an apologetic smile, providing an explanation, and then arranging the two to sit among the grass. Hopefully, the enemy had not noticed them. Will silently prayed. Once the brilliance of the spell faded, although the group wished to press on, they found it impossible to discern any traces left by their prey in the pitch darkness. They lit a campfire, established the watch order, and reluctantly took turns sleeping due to the considerable distance between them. The pursuing Adis failed to spot Eeyler, while the fleeing Johnny and his companions remained oblivious to their stalker. Despite being individuals who danced on the edge of danger, the atmosphere within the forest was surprisingly relaxed. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and the nearly extinguished campfire emitted a faint warmth. Once we get past this section, we'll be fine, Odara remarked as they set off. Although the bounty from the mercenary guild will be posted all the way to the borders of Osarden and Velsa. As long as we leave the Duchy of Salva, at least no one will recognize that this masked man is the head worth 50 gold coins to at that point. We can return to the main road and stay in an inn. The future appeared bright, and the path did not seem particularly treacherous. Indeed, once we get there, I can simply buy another mask that I hope it's made of velvet. Linen is too coarse. Eiler expressed his delight upon hearing this news. No need to buy a new one. Just use your old one. We must be frugal. Odara dismissed Eiler's request nonchalantly. But I already discarded that old one. Eiler shrugged. What? Exclamation point. Estelle and Odara exclaimed simultaneously, their gazes fixed intently on Eiler. Feeling somewhat guilty under their scrutiny, Eiler weakly asked, What's wrong? You threw it away? Came Estelle's voice. Yes. Left it on the road. Yes, just tossed it aside. Exactly. It wasn't anything of value. Seeing Estelle's murderous expression, Eiler felt utterly bewildered. Let us hope nobody is following us. Odara's demeanor shifted from its earlier lightheartedness. However, Estelle, if he managed to leave such an obvious indicator right under your nose. It seems your counter-tracking skills leave much to be desired. Estelle flushed. I didn't pay attention when my father taught me. Johnny recalled the scene when he first encountered the girl, witnessing her ambushed by goblins. Letting out an involuntary "oh," only to be met with a glare from Estelle. What a burden! Odara shook his head, stepping up to Eiler and grabbing him by the collar. Listen here, Heinrich's boy. It's now worth 300 gold coins. Under Johnny's admiring gaze, he addressed the group. Now, let us deliberate whether to press on or wait for potential enemies to appear. Will, come take a look. Adis called out loudly the following morning as they resumed their journey. Will and Adis approached to find a piece of relatively clean linen lying conspicuously in the grass. What is this? Adis frowned, inquiring. Will pondered thoughtfully. Didn't the tavern owner mention that Eiler left the city masked in linen with 3 others? Adis' realization dawned. He picked up the linen, comparing its size. It was nearly sufficient to cover a person's mouth and nose. Bringing it closer, he detected a faint fragrance. How could a roguish poet not dab a bit of perfume? This must belong to that vile Eiler. They surely fled down this path, Adis concluded. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Will then remarked. Thus, our direction is undoubtedly correct, and our objective remains steadfast. Those fellows lie just ahead, thanks to Dyrenes. Isaac, meanwhile, knelt on one knee, raising his hands skyward, exclaiming, Barbarian tongue, thank the great Usgar. Although he could not comprehend the words, Idas could surmise that the man was once again beseeching that shameless false god. However, he dared not provoke this irrational barbarian warrior further. It was simply not worth it. This revelation greatly invigorated them. Rising from the ground, Isaac meticulously traced the remnants left by those who came before. The party pursuing Eiler was drawing ever closer to their target. Chapter 51. The Return, Part 5. In the midst of a dense forest. A stark clearing appeared rather jarring. Will, look, a campfire. Isaac pointed to the blackened ash at the center of the clearing. The 3 approached the edge of the dark residue, still able to feel its residual warmth. It seems they haven't strayed too far, Will observed thoughtfully, gazing at the embers on the ground. Does that mean we've caught up to them? Idas inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Will nodded. They should be close by. Isaac searched the vicinity. This way. They headed in this direction. Will looked up at the sun peeking through the tree canopy, muttering to himself. Still heading north. It appears they intend to proceed in that direction. Let us pursue, Idas urged impatiently. Let us punish that nefarious bard. Meanwhile, the nefarious bard, Eiler Heinrich, was bowing his head in reprimand. Even Johnny was acutely aware of the troubles he had caused. 300 gold coins, that old man will kill me. Eiler mumbled. He will not let me off easily. Enough of your prattling, Odala chastised, landing a slap on Eiler's head, much to Johnny's amusement. You have no say in this matter. Should they proceed with caution or lie in ambush, dealing with the mercenaries pursuing them from Cellar City? Asteria, if you could be vigilant, could you perhaps erase our trail? Odala inquired. With a flushed face, Asteria wrung her hands in front of her, awkwardly responding. I have been quite careful all along. Johnny and Odala sighed in unison. Would you be able to set some traps or anything? Odala pressed on. Asteria maintained her bashful demeanor. My father never taught me. Is she naturally oblivious? Johnny mused. Is this the person I wish to spend my life with? Yet, she is rather endearing. Unfortunately, such endearment was of no use at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Odala, gazing toward the sky as if calculating something, lowered his gaze to the 3 before him and declared his decision. Eiler, you head north, out of our sight, and wait there. Johnny, You and Asteria climb that tree, and conceal yourselves well. I will take my position in this tree. Do not advance any further today. Let us wait for a day that if no one comes after us by then, we shall be safe. Climbing trees again, Johnny thought. This scene feels all too familiar. Only now his foes would not be the foolish goblins. Johnny and Asteria ascended their chosen tree, settling in a spot where the foliage was dense and the branches sturdy. Regrettably, as they were lying in wait, they could not converse. Johnny cast a wistful glance at Asteria beside him. Will anyone really come after us? Asteria, unable to bear the silence, softly inquired. I do not know, Johnny replied in a hushed tone. It's possible. After all, we have been harassed by 3 groups already, indicating that word has spread that I wonder if any skilled trackers might be pursuing us. If it were my father, he would surely follow our trail, the little girl lamented. Had I known it would come to this, I would have paid better attention. Witnessing Asteria's downcast expression, Johnny felt at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the sturdy branch. How awkward, Johnny thought helplessly. Fortunately, this discomfort was short-lived. The enemy had arrived. Strange, Isaac suddenly halted. Something is amiss. The 2 trailing behind him stopped as well. With Ida's asking, what is wrong? Here, Isaac pointed to the ground. The traces diverge, splitting into 2 paths. One leads north, and the other veers off in that direction. His finger traced the remnants of trampled foliage towards a large tree nearby. The very tree where Johnny and Asteria had sought refuge. It seemed Odala's skills were indeed commendable, even fooling a barbarian accustomed to the forest. Following Isaac's gesture, Ida's glanced toward the tree. Had the enemy taken to the branches? With a swift whoosh, an arrow shot forth from the foliage, aimed directly at Isaac's face. Despite his preparedness, Isaac could only evade partly, the arrowhead piercing his left arm. With a roar of fury, Isaac and his pursuers clashed in battle. As Asteria loosed another arrow, Johnny quietly retrieved his weapon from behind. Gripping his sword with both hands, Johnny focused intently on the 3 below. He awaited their approach. Once they neared the base of his tree, he would strike down upon them as he had when ambushing the goblins. Isaac glared at the tree, fixating on the unseen adversary within. He yanked the arrow from his arm, blood spraying forth. Suppressing his pain, Isaac gripped his massive axe tightly, ready to charge towards Asteria's perch once Idas tended to his wound. Will also desired to rush in, but was halted by a low voice behind them. Your opponent is me. A true master is indeed a sight to behold. Entering the fray with utter disdain for stealth, Odala, dragging his ornate greatsword, regarded them with a challenging gaze. That moment, Isaac had reached the base of the tree, driven mad by the ambush. He paid no heed to his surroundings. Dodging the barrage of arrows, he harbored but one thought: to slay the scoundrel who had wounded him. Johnny made his move. He leapt from the tree, aiming a downward strike at the great axe-wielding warrior. He felt confident in this attack. Even if the opponent managed to block it, his own strength and momentum would force the foe back, shattering their resolve. Ultimately, the form and execution were undeniably impressive. Regrettably, Isaac was no goblin. Fixated on the dense foliage, he spotted a figure wielding a greatsword emerging from the underbrush, and casually swung his axe towards Johnny's trajectory. The once confident Johnny gasped in alarm and hastily twisted his body, bringing his sword up to parry the massive axe. By sheer fortune, the sword intercepted the axe just a heartbeat before impact, sparing him from a brutal cleaving. Nevertheless, he was still sent sprawling, rolling several times before regaining his footing. Oh my God, Johnny exclaimed, then recalled his nominal faith, quickly amending, thank Odin. Life and death battles are the most potent crucibles for faith. Upon seeing someone descend from the tree, Isaac shifted his focus. With his axe in hand, he advanced step by step towards Johnny. A cruel smile upon his face, an arrow flew from above, striking Isaac in the back. There's another. The barbarian warrior was taken aback. He glanced back at the large tree, indeed spotting a figure concealed within the canopy. Best to eliminate one first. He quickened his pace, charging toward the recently risen Johnny. Having sensed the formidable strength of this towering man from their earlier skirmish, Johnny felt a wave of dread wash over him as Isaac approached, heedless of the arrows raining down from behind. Yet, since battle was now inevitable, he could only face it bravely. Eyeing the exaggerated great axe, Johnny swallowed hard. Clang! The axe struck the blade of the greatsword, producing a resounding crash that sent Johnny stumbling back several paces. Feeling the ache in his hands, He lamented his unfortunate fate. Why is it that every battle I engage in devolves into such chaos? Although he triumphed over the troll, he had no means of countering. He barely scraped through the 7th level assessment, yet it was far from impressively executed, while defeating common soldiers was manageable. The overall war was still so lopsided, and now he was unsure if victory was even attainable, given the vast disparity in strength. Esteria's precise shots harried Isaac from behind, yet he seemed impervious to pain, swinging his axe time and again, leaving Johnny in a wretched state. Johnny could only evade or block, unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, when Johnny found himself in dire straits, Odala was faring quite well. Just how significant is the gap of 2 levels? Enormous as Ida's attempted to chant a prayer, Odala deftly sidestepped Will's obstruction and delivered a powerful blow to Ida's shield. With a resounding crash, Ida's was knocked back 2 steps, his incantation abruptly interrupted. After delivering his strike, Odala stepped forward, delivering a forceful kick to Ida's hastily raised shield, sending him reeling, then swiftly pivoted to strike Will's sword, nearly disarming him mid-swing. Power and agility. These are the fundamental elements of a warrior's combat prowess. Will, adept with sword and shield, undoubtedly lacked the brute strength of Odala, who wielded a greatsword with ease. Especially when facing an opponent armed with a single hand, he took several steps back, his sword arm hanging limply at his side. "Well, that sword is quite sturdy," Odala remarked cheerfully, turning back to deliver another blow to Ida's shield, forcefully interrupting his prayers once more. Idas felt a twinge of regret. Although he was a priest, he had neglected the training that required focused concentration in favor of honing his combat skills during his studies at the temple. Had he been more diligent in the past, he would not be so frequently interrupted in his invocations during battle. Will slightly adjusted his stance and advanced on Odala again. This time, he raised his shield at an angle in front of him, concealing his sword behind it. As expected, Odala turned and swung his sword, which was deflected aside by Will's shield. Will's longsword swung in a wide arc, striking Odala's body. The blade produced a metallic clang as it passed over his armor, yet it failed to penetrate. "Not bad, lad," Odala exclaimed in surprise, turning to kick Idas, who was muttering incantations away. "You actually landed a hit." Will regretted coming here. The man before him was no ordinary mercenary. The cost of such sturdy armor must be astronomical, rivaling even that of Idas. Surely, everyone recalled the equipment of the temple's personnel, yet Ida's shield had begun to show signs of deformation. From the situation on Odala's side, one could infer just how dire the circumstances were for Johnny and the others. On the bright side, Estelle still maintained her firepower. Even the brawny Isaac, akin to a bull in build, was feeling the pain and fatigue. The 5 arrows embedded in his back twisted with each of his attacks, drawing forth streams of blood. Though he could not see them, he could feel their presence. The young man wielding the greatsword before him continued to resist tenaciously, showing no signs of surrender. Yet he himself was beginning to falter. Johnny now held immense gratitude for the grueling training Odala had put him through. Without that training, he would never have possessed the strength and endurance to last this long. Without it, he would not have been able to maintain an optimal blocking stance while slowly being pushed back. Without it, he could not have counterattacked as his opponent's strikes weakened, despite his arms feeling sore and numb. Johnny utilized the movements he had practiced countless times to deflect the now less forceful attack, then swung his greatsword in a wide arc, slashing through Isaac's leather armor, leaving a long gash across his chest just as Isaac managed to take a slight step back. Isaac staggered 2 steps, one hand grasping his axe, the other clutching his wound. Johnny felt a pang of disappointment that his opponent did not deliver a dramatic last line before collapsing like in the martial arts films. Instead, Isaac seemed incensed by his own blood. With a fierce roar, it was as if he had dispelled all his injuries and launched another ferocious assault. "What the hell?" Johnny cursed inwardly. "Has he transformed or something?" Johnny found himself once again entrenched in a grueling defense. He believed the hulking man before him must be nearing his end. Estelle's arrows continued to rain down, and the wound he had inflicted still bled profusely, no matter how strong this brute was. Surely he would succumb once the blood ran dry. Yet Johnny wondered if he would be alive to witness that moment. Ida's Emil had not managed to counterattack as effectively as Johnny. Ida's large iron-covered shield had cracked, and he withdrew his mace, completely abandoning the release of divine spells, charging forward to meet Odala's onslaught. However, The weapon in the hands of this fervent priest, who harbored the ideals of a paladin, was sent flying by a single stroke. After Odala's second attack concluded, Ida's quietly fell into the embrace of death, such as life. Years of learning, training, and fighting culminate in an instant when one meets their demise. Most perish in silence, feeling a profound sense of injustice, their lives irrevocably fragmented. Witnessing his brother's head severed from his neck, Will was devastated. Yet his sorrow was fleeting. Facing Odala alone, he soon reunited with his brother. Of course, he first had to endure a moment of agony on the ground, clutching his wound. Then he approached Johnny, unflinchingly intercepting Isaac's assault, only to be pierced by Odala's retaliatory strike as Odala withdrew his greatsword. Only a quivering corpse remained on the ground. This was not a band of weak mercenaries. Even before Ida's arrival, they had accomplished many missions and vanquished numerous foes. Yet, no matter how many victories one achieves, a single fatal defeat can end it all. Choosing the wrong opponent, their deaths occurred in an instant. Similar scenes played out in countless places, repeating endlessly, unchanged for decades. Mercenaries, after all, were a profession that tied their lives to a belt. Death and life dictated by fate. Ida's and his companions clearly lacked favorable destinies. Johnny did not even know their names. They must be the ones, Odala remarked, glancing at Isaac's lifeless body, the hilt of numerous sheathed short swords hanging from his waist. They must have eliminated our other adversaries beforehand. The forest lay tranquil, with only Johnny's labored breaths and the lingering scent of blood betraying the traces of battle. Chapter 52. The Return. 6. It was winter, yet within this nameless forest near the south. It did not feel particularly frigid. Johnny leaned against a large tree, collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, he was drenched in sweat, every muscle in his body aching. The fatigue, once suppressed by a cocktail of hormones and sheer will, surged forth like a tidal wave. All Johnny desired was to lie down and sleep, reminiscing about the somewhat splendid life he had led that a slip of fate could easily lead him to. Meet Odin, perhaps? Odala drove the point of his great sword into the earth, kneeling on one knee, both hands clasped, pressing against his nose. Thank you, Odin, for granting me strength, guiding my path, and blessing my victories. I shall inscribe your majesty with the blood of my enemies and adorn your glory with the honor of battle. After completing his prayer, he approached Johnny, who lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, pressing his right hand upon Johnny's shoulder and murmuring strange words. In an instant, a bluish light flickered in his palm, gradually dimming as if it flowed into Johnny's body. Johnny felt some strength return to him, though he still ached all over, at least not as unbearably fatigued as before. You're still a priest? Johnny inquired softly. Lifting his eyelids, which felt lighter, Odala stood up. Of course, do you think just anyone can cultivate faith? But I've never heard you mention it before. Estelle chimed in, descending from a tree to join Johnny. I'm merely a novice priest. It's nothing remarkable, Odala replied, retrieving his sword from the ground. When I was young, my father took me to pray, teaching me to feel Odin's blessings, but ultimately, I preferred combat, direct confrontation, so I made little progress in my priestly studies. If I were at the sun god's temple, I would still be in school. What I did just now was merely a light healing, a small alleviation of this lad's pain. Johnny nodded in understanding and, following Odala's instructions, offered a prayer of his own. As one who had received years of atheistic education, Johnny did not believe his survival was due to Odin's grace. However, the instinct to seek psychological solace gradually led him into the realm of faith. Luck is an elusive concept, especially when dancing on the edge of a blade. Often, a seemingly trivial action could save one's life. Did the divine intervene? Johnny was uncertain, but he wanted to believe that Odin was indeed watching over him. Simple luck is merely a fleeting occurrence, while divine protection offers lasting assurance. Though Johnny's mind was rife with doubts, he was far more sincere in this prayer than in his previous haphazard recitations. Once the prayer concluded, Johnny, feeling somewhat revitalized, was naturally enlisted by Odala to assist with the grim task of collecting the fallen. They certainly would not overlook the well-crafted short swords seized from Isaac, nor the finely made plate armor worn by Idas. This was Johnny's most bountiful harvest yet. After years of being a mercenary, the money Isaac and Will had spent on their gear was nearly their entire reward. Now, the long sword that had not been severed by Odala was bestowed upon Estelle, while the battle axe was entrusted to Odala for safekeeping. Isaac's tattered leather armor was stripped away. Perhaps it could still fetch a bit of coin. Will's chainmail, marred by a long sword gash, was a bit more disheartening, yet he still took it along. The greatest prize came from Ida's. The full-plate armor issued by the temple was undoubtedly robust, even without witnessing the annihilation of the wild wolves. Johnny could easily discern its thickness in the knowing look in Odala's eyes. "Master, may I have this plate armor?" Johnny looked at Odala with hopeful anticipation. Odala shook his head. "No, first of all. The armors from the sun goddess temple are custom-made. All plate armors are tailored specifically, and I can see your physique is different from his." Johnny assessed the situation and found it to be true. Secondly, Odala suddenly chuckled mischievously. "Each piece of armor from the sun goddess temple bears a unique mark, and anyone who kills a member of the sun goddess clergy will face retribution from the temple. Consider that for yourself." As for consideration, Johnny thought, it would be better to sell it. Gazing down at the lifeless body beneath him, he contemplated the role that the Sun God Church played in the Battle of Tabri City, an influence speculated by Johnny and Odala that a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Ultimately, however, Johnny shook his head, exhaling a weary sigh, and merely dragged the stripped corpse of Ida's into the thicket nearby, refraining from any further extreme actions. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. The church's machinations were solely the concern of its upper echelons, and Johnny could not stoop to the sordid act of venting his wrath upon the insignificant. Reflecting on the events preceding his first death, he recalled those who, in their disdain for a certain nation, took pride in assaulting its innocent citizens and deemed the destruction of its shops a commendable feat. He resolutely vowed never to descend into such ignominy. Revenge, he believed, must be swift, ruthless, and precise. To unleash fury upon the uninvolved was merely a release of pent-up frustration, not true vengeance. Odala felt a sense of satisfaction with Johnny's rational demeanor. He had initially feared that the young man might desecrate the body of the sun goddess priest due to past grievances. While such an act would not have been without justification, it would have signified a bleak future for the youth. The warrior, unable to master his emotions or recognize his true adversaries, could only serve as a flawed instrument on the battlefield. Akin to the uncivilized barbarians of the north, Odala had grown accustomed to Johnny's seemingly excessive maturity. The capable bear more burdens. Odala, already laden with the spoils of battle, led the way. Johnny, though still somewhat fatigued, managed to keep pace. Asteria, despite her slightly weakened archery skills, maintained a sprightly spirit. Thus, an important task was entrusted to her. "Eeler," Asteria called out with her clear voice. "Eeler." The forest offered no echo in return. Her voice drifted away, swallowed by the trees. After walking approximately 200 paces, Asteria's call finally elicited a response. Eeler's magnetic voice, slightly trembling, floated down from above. I'm here." The sound emanated from an elevated branch. The group looked up to see Eeler perched precariously on a limb, his chest pressed against the trunk, arms clutching the branch tightly. "Someone help me. I can't get down." Eeler opened his eyes to survey the group, then hastily shut them again, shouting with a note of desperation. With the assistance of Odala and Johnny, Eeler eventually descended from the tree, albeit with a few minor mishaps. Johnny, intended to catch Eeler as Odala kicked him down, found himself lacking the strength and motivation, resulting in Eeler rolling on the ground and sustaining a rather painful fall. With an innocent expression, Johnny stood aside, shrugging to convey his helplessness, amidst the sounds of Eeler's groans. The trio learned the reasons behind his predicament. That it was quite simple. After fleeing, Eeler felt the ground was still unsafe and decided to climb a tree. However, once he reached the branch he was on, a wave of dizziness revealed his fear of heights. "I never knew I had this fear before. I was never afraid when looking down from those Countess castles," Eeler explained. "Isn't that obvious?" Johnny scoffed from the side. "Does the presence of a railing not make a difference?" Eeler rolled his eyes and chose not to engage further. "All right, enough of this charade. Get up and let's move," Odala commanded, pulling Eeler to his feet. Indeed, Ida's group was the last band of pursuers Odala and his companions encountered, while idle mercenaries from Salva City occasionally followed leads provided by tavern owners northward. They were generally deterred by the corpses lining the path. Once Salva City's army received word and set out to clear the bodies, terrifying tales of this shameful bard, Eeler spread through the local taverns. No one expressed interest in the 50 gold piece bounty anymore. After all, only the living could find value in money. They now found amusement in mocking the lord who offered such a paltry reward for the 20 or so who had lost their wives. "To ensure our safety," Let us camp in the wild tonight, Odala declared as the sun dipped below the horizon. We shall discuss our next steps once we have exited the Duchy of Salvar. The routine involved hunting, gathering firewood, clearing the ground, and then taking turns keeping watch, with Eiler excluded from the night's vigil. The following day, Odala left Johnny and Asteria to guard Eiler, while he himself shouldered the spoils of battle and ventured out of the forest toward the nearest town. Each settlement had individuals dedicated to purchasing such equipment. Though the prices were likely unfair, what could one expect for contraband? When Odala returned, he bore a linen cloth and 2 bags of jerky. Johnny did not inquire about the price received, nor did Odala divulge it. With 70 gold pieces already in their possession, any additional amount was merely a number, all of which resided comfortably in Odala's purse. This sentiment was ultimately shared by Johnny. Eiler's face was once again covered, this time with the coarsest linen cloth meticulously chosen by Odala. According to Odala, "You must wear this even while sleeping, until we cross into the borders of Osaden." Indeed, while Johnny's party being pursued had little to do with Eiler discarding his mask, the final word rested with Odala. They navigated through the forest, occasionally stepping onto a road leading to another woodland expanse. Finally, on the 3rd day post-battle, Odala led the group out of the woods. That imposing castle ahead is Jeffro Castle. This is the territory of Duke Nisko. We should consider ourselves completely safe now, Odala informed the group, gesturing towards the particularly towering fortress. Jeffro Castle was not merely impressive in stature. 30 years prior, Duke Nisko had recruited, without enslaving, several highly skilled dwarf craftsmen from the distant southern mountains to design it. Selecting expensive yet sturdy materials for construction, nearly a decade later, the castle was completed, a grand edifice measuring 300 feet on each side, with walls soaring 50 feet high and the main structure surpassing 80 feet. This formidable and visually striking castle, which had consumed vast resources and labor, served a singular purpose that had remained unchanged since its inception, despite the Duke of Salvar. The animosity between the 2 dukes was far more substantial than that of the petty southern counts. The current Duke of Salvar's wife had once attracted a similarly powerful suitor, the Duke of Nisko. After the beautiful lady married the Duke of Salvar, the enraged Nisko, partly out of spite and partly for military considerations, allocated funds from the ducal treasury to construct Jeffro Castle. Not too shabby, Johnny remarked after listening to Odala's account. Far superior to those southern fellows. For decades following its completion, Jeffro Castle faced no significant battles, not even ordinary skirmishes. Although tensions persisted between the 2 duchies, neither wished to ignite the flames of war. After all, the realm of Volsa encompassed more than just 2 duchies. Some things never change, Odala mused upon entering Jeffro Castle, still as grand as ever. And the marketplace remains bustling. Due to the absence of war, this military fortress had devolved into a typical town. They found a tavern to stay in, where Odala led the group to a table in the hall and ordered 3 servings of spicy potatoes, along with 2 portions of roast meat. This was considered a lavish feast. "The boy from the Heinrich family," Odala remarked, avoiding the costly name. "You are not to show your face. Eat in your room instead." Johnny's tales had become the group's favorite entertainment during their journey. Akin to how people in Johnny's previous life enjoyed listening to broadcasts, watching television, or reading online, continuous storytelling, coupled with Johnny's shaky knowledge base and the fog of time, meant that they were now well into the mid to late Warring States period. As the feudal lords of spring and autumn seemed to have declared themselves kings overnight, and the Zhou royal family gradually waned, both Odala and Eiler were reminded of the Second Empire of Volsa. Would this nearly fractured vast empire also descend into a struggle for power, much like the Zhou kingdom Johnny spoke of? If so, it would indeed be a boon for Osaden. General Bai Qi of the Qin state marched against Zhao, besieging the army of Zhao Kuo at Chongping. Johnny hurried to conclude. He had initially thought recounting the spring and autumn period would be simple, but it proved quite challenging. Many details eluded his memory. The unremarkable journey continued, with nights spent in various towns, feasting on diverse foods, and listening to an array of stories. And, of course, clothing grew increasingly thicker. Along the way, they encountered no new bandits or troublemakers. Such was the essence of a smooth journey. After 20 days, thus, the Sima family established the Jin Empire. Johnny concluded. The 3 kingdoms have come to an end. Johnny, the names of the countries you mentioned sound so peculiar. As do the names of the people, Asteria remarked, furrowing her brow. Eiler nodded in agreement. How about we switch things up a bit? Would you like to hear an adventure story? Johnny ignored Asteria's inquiry and cast out the bait. Oh yes, that sounds delightful. Asteria exclaimed, her previous concern forgotten. Johnny cleared his throat. Legend has it that in the distant city of Neverwinter, a plague broke out. Hold on a moment. Odala suddenly interrupted Johnny. We have arrived. Arrived? Johnny lifted his gaze ahead and beheld a towering stone pillar standing by the roadside. Indeed, we have arrived, Odala nodded. Beyond this pillar lies the land of the kingdom of Osaden. Is that so? Have we truly arrived? Is this the place where I shall settle for the long term? Johnny gazed vacantly at the nearly unadorned stone pillar, lost in thought, until the sound beside him interrupted his reverie. Didn't you say it would take over 40 days? It has only been a little over 20. This won't do. The commission must be reduced, as you promised it would take more than 40 days. Elar, having set foot on the land of Osaden, suddenly gained confidence and shouted at Odala. Odala adeptly seized him by the collar, lifting Elar off the ground and silencing his outburst. What? Shouldn't I receive some extra reward for completing the task ahead of schedule? And if you dare to yell at me again, the silence fee has just increased. Unbeknownst to him, Duke Heinrich, the commander of the northern army of Osaden, had unwittingly accrued a debt of 300 gold coins. As for the 70 gold coins owed for his son, they had already been claimed as a silence fee by Odala and would never be retrieved. Chapter 53. Arrival in the North, Part 1. The northern lands are a spectacle of beauty. With 1,000 miles cloaked in ice and a myriad of snowflakes dancing in the air, from the border, as they journeyed further north, the snowfall intensified, and the snowdrifts thickened. Upon reaching the first city south of Osaden, they found themselves surrounded by an expanse of white. This is Alvisa Castle. Odala pointed to the towering walls before them, a crucial checkpoint between Osaden and the Second Empire of Velsa. When both Osaden and the Second Empire of Velsa were newly established, there had been a clash. The ambitious first emperor of the empire aimed to reclaim the northern territories of the former empire, then march westward to extinguish the unallied vassal states, ultimately coercing the isolated kingdom of Xyluses into submission, thereby fulfilling the grand vision of restoring the Velsa Empire. Before this imposing fortress left by the First Empire, countless corpses of the imperial army lay as testament to their failed assaults. The emperor and his ministers could not comprehend why the former empire had constructed such an extravagant military stronghold in this location. Long ago, we were free. Odala paused his narration, letting out a deep sigh. But that is a tale for another time. Let us return to the village. After verifying their identities and paying the head tax, the four traversed the famed fortress and continued northward. Just ahead lies my hometown, Odala declared. Elar Heinrich, do you recognize your own home? Upon your return, ensure that your father sends the money to me. Elar timidly replied, Mr. Odala Ludwig, whom should I send it to? I am not yet familiar with you. Odala smacked his forehead. I seem to have forgotten. Just tell your old man to send the money to Stephen Ludwig. He will know. Elar's face grew pale. Stephen Ludwig. Odala nodded, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, Are you startled? Yes, I will ensure it is delivered. I promise. Elar responded with an unprecedented level of respect, taking a few steps back before turning to leave. Stephen Ludwig. Johnny pondered the name, reflecting on Elar's earlier reaction that he sensed that his forthcoming life would be extraordinarily exciting, that it was akin to arriving in the Ming dynasty and someone saying their name was Zhu. One could easily dismiss it. But if they said, does the surname Zhu not evoke any thoughts? One would need to consider carefully which member of the royal family they were referencing. Of course, it was indisputable that the royal family of Osaden bore the surname Spencer. Upon arriving at the village, there was no expected welcoming parade, not even a warm, it's been so long greeting. The village was bustling with activity, resembling an encampment. What should have been farmland was now blanketed in snow, and clusters of villagers gathered on cleared patches, wielding their great swords or massive axes. Nothing has changed, nothing at all, Odala remarked, a glimmer of moisture appearing in the corners of his eyes. Some villagers paused their activities to curiously observe, while a few children, dragging what appeared to be miniature greatswords, hopped excitedly behind. The majority, however, paid no heed to the three uninvited guests and continued their training. Johnny and Esther were evidently unprepared for the scrutiny. Their faces flushed as they kept their heads down, silently trailing behind Odala. Johnny stole a glance at Odala, who was similarly under scrutiny, and suddenly recalled an ancient poem, leaving home young, returning old, the accent unchanged but the hair now gray. Children, upon seeing me, do not recognize, laughingly asking from whence I came. Whether it fit the situation or not, it truly evoked a sense of nostalgia. Under the gaze of the crowd, Odala led the two directly towards the largest wooden house. The roof of the house bore a sword resembling a cross, its blade pointed downward. That massive sword, with its ancient design, resembled the one hanging at Johnny's chest. Could this be the Church of Odin? Johnny wondered. Was Odala's father a priest? Would a priest of such a small village instill such fear in Elar? Approaching the door, Odala extended his hand. Hesitating for a moment, he lowered his hand, stepped back, and gazed up at the giant sword atop the church. After a long silence, it appeared as if Odala had made a significant decision. He nodded solemnly to the empty air, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to push the door open. Father, who are you, brother? The middle-aged man inside the church, whose hair was beginning to show flecks of gray, quickly approached Odala, scrutinizing him closely before hesitating. Odala. Odala's eyes glistened with moisture. It is I, Brother Udis. Then Johnny and Estelle witnessed Udis deliver a powerful punch to Odala's face, fierce and swift, causing Odala to stumble. This punch is for your abrupt departure. Udis waved his fist, then stepped forward to embrace Odala. But welcome back, my brother. What a harmonious reunion. Johnny winced at the sight. Allow me to introduce you. Odala, seemingly unfazed by the punch, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gestured towards Johnny and Estelle. This is my apprentice, Johnny Smith, who has just begun his martial training and is progressing quite rapidly, as well as being a follower of Odin, of whom I hold high hopes. This is the daughter of a friend of mine, Estelle Hug, entrusted to me before his demise. Please take good care of her. Udis nodded at them, then turned to Odala. Come inside. Father is resting in the backyard. In the church's backyard, Johnny beheld an elderly man. Presumably Odala's father, the old man, with a head of silver hair, appeared to be in decent spirits as he wielded a pair of great swords with practiced ease, executing swift movements and occasionally delivering powerful strikes against a nearby wooden pillar, leaving behind neat cuts as if slicing vegetables, sending fragments flying. What a peculiar way to rest, Johnny mused. Father, Odala has returned, Udis announced from the entrance of the yard, his tone a blend of surprise and respect. The old man showed no change in expression, but after a few moments, his movements began to falter, his strength slipping away. After inadvertently cleaving through two adjacent wooden pillars, he gazed at the spot where his great sword had struck, his breath becoming uneven. After a long pause, the old man slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Odala, standing beside Udis. Odala Ludwig, my child? He asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Yes, father, Odala replied, his voice trembling slightly. Odala's father, still grasping the great sword, quickly approached him. Observing this, Johnny instinctively took a step back. Goodness, could the methods of welcome become increasingly violent? However, the old man did not come to strike. Upon reaching Odala, he cast the great sword to the ground and embraced him, his voice filled with emotion. It is good to have you back. Good to have you back. Good to have you back. He introduced Johnny and Estelle to the old man. And indeed, as Johnny had surmised, this venerable figure was Odala's father, the renowned Stephen Ludwig, welcoming them into the house. A wave of warmth enveloped Johnny, who felt as though he had stepped into paradise after traversing the icy terrain for so long. Udis served each of them a bowl of hot water, and they settled down to listen to their father inquire about his brother. You still have not found Feta here, have you? The old man asked directly, his first question striking at the heart of the matter, leaving Johnny perplexed. No, Odala's expression grew somber. I have searched the entirety of Velsa, yet have found no trace of that scoundrel. Stephen sighed. It is no wonder you could not find him. That wretch betrayed Odin. And reports suggest he is now serving in the army of Tanya's, seemingly having risen to the rank of a significant mid-level officer. Tanya's, Odala exclaimed, fury igniting in his eyes. Has he lost his mind? He is selling his soul. The crimes he has committed are far beyond the reach of Odin's forgiveness. Stephen shook his head. He even killed his own master. His soul has long since fallen. Perhaps it was lost to darkness from the very start. Johnny recalled the clever, promising youth Odala had once described, the boy who had slain villagers, the one who had turned his pursuing master into a corpse. Could it be him? Was Odala's purpose in leaving to hunt him down? Father, This boy is my disciple from the southern region of Velsa, and he has embraced the radiance of Odin. I believe he possesses great potential. Briefly recounting his circumstances over the years, Odala ushered Johnny into the spotlight. Greetings, my lord. Johnny bowed respectfully, acknowledging Stephen. However, Stephen slightly furrowed his brow. Of Velsen? And from the southern region at that. Indeed. Odala defended Johnny. Yet he is unlike the typical southern Velsen. I sense he has exceptional promise. Stephen pointed to the great sword behind Johnny. Have him draw his sword and demonstrate his skills. Thus, the group proceeded to the courtyard, where Johnny, sword in hand, followed Odala's instructions to execute a series of attacking maneuvers, followed by several defensive stances. Ultimately, Johnny, feeling a surge of confidence, decided to perform a powerful diagonal slash. Striking a wooden post erected in the yard, the post broke, but it was merely wood. With a forceful strike, Johnny left only a shallow groove, akin to a finger's breadth, on the post, while the sword, a double-handed blade worth 5 gold coins, snapped with a resounding crack at the point of impact. The front half of the blade spun away, landing not far off on the ground. Johnny was left stunned, as was Estelle, while Odala simply shook his head and sighed, uncertain whether to lament Johnny's folly or the loss of the 5 gold coins. Though somewhat reckless, he demonstrates decent physical prowess, far superior to those frail southern folk. Stephen remained non-committal, approaching the broken sword to examine it. The quality of the sword is lacking. It is, after all, a southern product, merely aesthetically pleasing. Let him stay for now. I shall see if I can impart some knowledge to him. The elder concluded, then inquired, and who is this young lady? This is the daughter of a friend of mine, whom he entrusted to me before his demise. Her name is Estelle Hughes, Odala introduced. The daughter of a friend? The elder regarded Odala. It seems you have matured and experienced much during your time away. Johnny remained incredulous as he stared at the broken sword in his hands, oblivious to the conversation between the two nearby. How could this be? Those posts had appeared as fragile as bamboo under the old man's sword. One strike had sent them flying. My money. My beloved weapon, gone just like that. After being roused from his stupor by a slap from Odala, Johnny learned he could remain to receive guidance from this esteemed individual, finally emerging from his shock and slight sorrow. Finally, mastery of combat techniques seemed secondary. With such a learned figure present, perhaps I might finally learn to read. Reflecting on his 16 years of illiteracy, Johnny felt tears welling in his eyes. That evening, Stephen and Udis prepared a sumptuous roasted lamb to welcome Odala to the dining table. Johnny noticed a wild young girl, who also spotted him. Naturally, in such a confined space, everyone could see everyone else. Are you the lad from the south? The girl asked bluntly. Yes. Hello, I am Johnny Smith. Despite not particularly appreciating her manner of questioning, Johnny replied courteously. Yet, he was soon interrupted. I have no interest in you. The girl waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away an unwelcome pest. Just a warning. This is my territory. You should tread carefully, father. The swift retribution of reality struck as Udis smacked the girl on the head, promptly silencing her bravado. Udis, with a warm smile, turned to Johnny, apologizing. My apologies. This is my daughter Lancelot. Raised rather untamed. Untamed indeed, as that was clearly a man's name. Johnny inwardly cursed while maintaining a humble smile, being a guest in another's home and portraying himself as so fragile. Johnny despised this feeling, growing increasingly weary of it. Lancelot, brother, you have a child. How old is she? Odala inquired with curiosity. 15, born not long after you left. Lancelot, come greet your uncle. Lancelot glanced at Odala, nodded, and then donned a sweet demeanor. Greeting, hello, Uncle Odala. The lilt at the end sent shivers down Johnny's spine. Such a capricious nature. Perhaps he had been overly optimistic about the future. Lancelot then noticed Estelle, with her dark hair, ponytail, delicate features, and gentle dimples. She gazed at Estelle with a smile. Lancelot took an immediate liking to her and, with the exuberance of a strong man, clapped his chest. What is your name, sister? From now on, your affairs are my affairs. We shall be good sisters. Sister, she is older than you. Johnny interjected from the side. What does it matter to you? Lancelot glared at Johnny, then turned her cheerful gaze back to Estelle. How should I address you, sister? Hello, I am Estelle Hughes. You may call me Estelle. It is a pleasure to meet you. Estelle responded graciously, then recalled her friend. Johnny is my good friend. Please do not bully him. He tells wonderful stories. Telling stories. Stephen glanced at Odala, quietly inquiring, "Is he like the second son of the Heinrich family?" "Well, I shall explain it to you in detail after dinner," Odala replied in a hushed tone that Lancelot's voice became less courteous. "Telling stories is delightful. Does that not mean he is as unambitious as the second son of the Heinrich family?" Johnny, unwilling to back down, retorted coldly, "Since when did ignorance become a point of pride while knowledge is scorned?" It seemed these two were destined to clash. Chapter 54, Arrival in the North, Part 2. The dispute at dinner did not endure. Lancelot, who had raised her hand to slam the table, was pulled aside by Udes, while Johnny, with a derisive smirk, received a glare from Odala. When dinner resumed, both remained subdued. Occasionally, their gazes would intersect, igniting sparks, yet neither spoke further. Both still brooding, they channeled their frustrations into their meals, voraciously consuming the lamb on the table. Ludwig's family was no different. The Occidents were inherently rugged, and they showed no restraint when it came to food. Even if the king were present, they would devour their meals ravenously. Only Estelle maintained the good habit of savoring her food. Standing out among the pack of wolves at the table, this wild girl, somewhat renowned in Tabri City, resembled the most noble lady at this table. Fortunately, her appetite was not particularly large. Otherwise, she might have left hungry that night. "Uncle Odala," Estelle inquired with some concern once the battle at the dining table subsided, "will meals always be like this from now on?" Having lived in the South for many years, Odala recalled his previous exposure and felt a pang of embarrassment for his unflattering portrayal. "Ah, well, the Occident people are known for their ferocity, but fret not, there is no compulsion." Lancelot seemed to harbor an inexplicable fondness for Estelle, wiping her greasy mouth with her sleeve. She proclaimed, "Sister, this way of eating is delightful, and when it comes to battle, one must eat quickly. We must always be prepared." How utterly uncouth, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, Johnny thought, silently deriding Lancelot's actions, before mimicking the gesture himself. But Estelle hesitated, recalling the noble etiquette she had learned since childhood. "My father said girls should eat gracefully and with decorum. He also said that a well-mannered child must chew 20 times before swallowing." "What nonsense! When have you ever eaten so elegantly when dining with me?" Observing Estelle's seemingly bashful demeanor, Johnny continued to critique her. "Who would have thought this little girl could act so prim? Don't listen to your father's nonsense." Lancelot waved her small hand. "If I ever meet him, I shall thoroughly chastise him for such erroneous beliefs. Who says girls must eat that way? Girls are no less than boys." "My father is already dead," Estelle said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Udes's reprimand, Lancelot's apology, and the comforting words from Stephen and others created a chaotic scene, but eventually, Estelle's tears subsided. What a sentimental girl. Nearly everyone thought so, except Johnny. For the girl he cherished, his destined wife, he had some understanding. Why had she suddenly become so docile today? Why had she brought up the noble education from Estatus? Why had she shed tears when mentioning her father? Tears were certainly understandable. After all, it had only been a month since his passing. Yet, he had not observed such behavior from her throughout their journey. Was she truly this considerate? Casting a glance at Odala, who was comforting Estelle beside her, Johnny found it hard to believe that it seemed she was determined to uphold her father's honor in the presence of these elders. "Odala, you previously mentioned that this was entrusted to you by your friend before his death. Could you share how Estelle's father met his demise?" Stephen asked once everything had settled down. According to Odala's account, the supposedly righteous and benevolent Church of the Sun had become the root of all calamities. They had nurtured the wild wolves and orchestrated the battle between Count Lysis and Count Delis, employing the wild wolves to commit atrocities in Lysis's name to incite hatred among the citizens. Ultimately, the church intervened to clean up the mess. As part of the plan, all the nobles of Tabri City perished, except for Odala. "Those damned bastards," Old Man Stephen muttered under his breath, attempting to console the despondent Odara. "You have fulfilled your duty. Your contract with the Earl of Delis has indeed been automatically dissolved before your departure. Odin will forgive you." As Esther listened to this historical recount, tears streamed down her face once more. Johnny comforted her from the side, secretly observing Esther's still innocent, charming, and beautiful visage. Was it a natural display of emotion? This was not the Esther he knew. Esther's sister, Lancelot, having heard Odara's tale, appeared somewhat melancholic. "Do not be disheartened. Those scoundrels of the Sun God sect, those hypocrites, will eventually pay for their transgressions. Johnny furrowed his brow. But I've heard that the sun god sect is quite powerful. Estelle sobbed softly. Lancelot scoffed. Even the mightiest cannot breach our borders. Thanks to the valor of our warriors in Occident, they are merely the elite of Tanya's. Destroying a feeble sect like yours is akin to squashing a bug. Lancelot, Stephen admonished. Have you forgotten what I told you? Never underestimate your enemies, nor should you belittle them. Are the rascals of Tanya's weak? You insult the fallen warriors of the Western Army. Lancelot subdued his previously arrogant demeanor, lowering his head and murmuring, I'm sorry, grandfather. I was wrong. Stephen nodded, then turned to Estelle, saying, I express my condolences regarding your father. He is not the first to perish at the hands of the sun god sect, nor will he be the last. Unfortunately, you are powerless to avenge him now. Estelle suddenly lifted her head. Can you assist me? Sir, can you help me seek vengeance? Indeed, Johnny mentally shouted. She truly harbored such intentions, feigning pity just moments ago, perhaps not entirely feigned. But, dear girl, you are far too eager. Stephen's brow furrowed, as did the brows of Udis and Odara. Certainly, the earthly representatives of the sun god Darius are despicable, and they are indeed the second greatest foes of the Occident after the northern barbarians. But, young lady, do you truly believe that a mere old man presiding over a small chapel can help you exact revenge? Stephen forced a faint smile. Estelle, now fully engulfed by her fervor, blurted out, Yes, sir. When that disgraceful bard Eler Heinrich heard your name outside the village, his fear was evident. I know he is the son of your northern army commander. A figure who instills fear must be formidable. This time, even Johnny furrowed his brow. Tact, my dear classmate, tact. Such a clumsy request can only incite further disdain from the other party. Oh, the second son of the Heinrich family. The old man showed no concern about his identity being pointed out. Instead, he was intrigued by Eler. You encountered that weakling and returned with him. Odara, why have you never mentioned this before? Well, I can explain. Odara shot a fierce glare at Estelle. Johnny noted that this was the first time. Stephen leaned back in his chair, regarding Odara with a wry smile. So, here's the story. Odara recounted their encounter with Eler. Out of a sense of camaraderie, he had escorted the offended Eler back into Occident. Reflecting the noble patriotism Odara had cultivated during his long travels. And, to be honest, young lad, Stephen chuckled, do not force me to unmask your lies. Odara's face turned to one of indignation. What? I did not. How did you see through it? You kept rubbing your nose. Ever since you were a child, you have had the habit of touching your nose when you fabricate stories, Stephen replied with a triumphant grin. Cursed be it. Odara silently cursed, reluctantly revealing the truth. After securing a commission of 200 gold coins, he had painstakingly brought back that utterly defenseless scoundrel to Occident. The money would soon be sent home. Although he had been compensated, this still reflected, speak the truth, Odara, the truth. Stephen's patience was waning. Fine. After confirming a commission of 300 gold coins, Odara revealed the plight of the persecuted child. Udis, have you prepared the truth-revealing test for today? Stephen inquired of his eldest son beside him. Yes, father, Odara finally cracked. With an expression that suggested he was ready to face death with honor, he shouted, Indeed, there are things I have not disclosed. I confess, but I will not divulge them. Johnny watched in astonishment. He certainly knew what Odara was concealing, but this fellow, how exaggerated could he be? Stephen stood, his expression stern, and approached the woeful Odara, an imposing aura emanating from him. What could possibly be of such importance that my second son values it so highly? Stephen suddenly broke into a smile. Turning to Udis, what do you think? Udis' expression was quite telling. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, Gold. Johnny felt an urge to leap from his chair in a dramatic display of his indignation. He believed only such an act could adequately express his feelings as for the two young ladies. They were currently staring in astonishment at the three elders. Years have passed. Do you still recall your father's affection? Stephen's smile widened. His gaze settled on Odara's waist. Johnny, with a wicked grin, thought, but he knew things were unlikely to be so risky. After Odara's coin pouch was confiscated, he finally revealed the truth, including the 70 gold coins of hush money and the reason Eler was being hunted. Watching Stephen toss the pouch in the air, Johnny recalled his ominous premonition from earlier. That money, indeed, was unlikely to be reclaimed. Who would have thought that the Heinrich brat would be so pathetic, bringing disgrace upon us Occident? However, Odara, since you failed to keep this secret, I shall take charge of this money for you." Stephen chuckled heartily. "As for your inquiry, Esther, while we may share a mutual disdain for those ruffians of the sun god sect, dreaming of taking on Velsa's southern forces is futile. That if you genuinely wish to avenge your father, you must enhance your own strength. The armies of Occident do not shy away from formidable women." Esther's previously dim expression brightened anew. Johnny sensed a powerful aura emanating from this charming figure, soaring skyward. Alas, he thought, perhaps he had been indulging in too many stories lately, conjuring such cartoonish fantasies. "Sister, I shall teach you martial skills from now on," Lancelot declared with delight. "Very well. It is getting late. Udis, please arrange accommodations for our guest. We shall rise early tomorrow. There is much concerning Occident and myself that requires your attention," Stephen concluded, rising to depart. The sorrowful Odara and the stunned Johnny were assigned separate guest rooms, while the spirited Esther was led away by Lancelot to his own quarters. The wild beauty of a girl. Could she possibly be a lesbian? Johnny pondered this enticing question before drifting off to sleep. Surely not, surely not, surely not. Repeating these words, Johnny gradually fell into slumber. The following morning, Udis summoned the two to their father. Seeing that Esther exhibited no, unusual feelings, Johnny's unease from the previous night eased slightly. Indeed, how could it be? He had been overthinking it. Stephen Ludwig was already seated at the head of the living room. After having them move chairs to sit before him, the elder spoke. "You are now within the borders of the Occident kingdom, and you will be residing here for a considerable time. At Teodar's request, I shall provide you with appropriate guidance. Given this, certain matters must be clarified today to prevent you from pestering me in the future. First, do you have any questions regarding me or the Occident kingdom?" Johnny wished to exchange glances with Esther, but she was decidedly uncooperative. She boldly asked, "Sir, who exactly are you?" Johnny could only see her curious profile. Feeling disappointed, he turned his attention back to Stephen. He too was quite curious. "Well, I am Stephen Ludwig, the father of Odara Ludwig. You may call me grandfather from now on, as it is fitting. As for my status, you see, I am the pastor of this Odin chapel." Neither of them appeared satisfied with this answer. "I mean, grandfather, why would your name instill fear in that scoundrel Eler?" Esther persisted. Stephen's expression shifted to one of seriousness, causing both eager listeners to feel a twinge of anxiety. That must be due to his fear of Odin's might. Johnny thought he could only express his current indignation by falling off his chair. Enough with the jesting. Stephen chuckled, clearly pleased with the atmosphere he had just created. "If I do not speak, Udis, that wooden-headed fellow, well, it is of no consequence for me to tell you." Johnny was uncertain whether he should trust the old man one more time. Yet Estrella maintained a serious demeanor. "I am from the kingdom of Occident, the battle priest of the north, a lifelong archbishop of the Church of Odin. Once a prodigious clerical apprentice, I am now the foremost combat priest. In Occident, I am known as Odin's battle blade. In the north, the barbarians refer to me as the Reaper." A grandiose proclamation, yet the two listeners exhibited little reaction. "Let me put it this way. According to the standards of your mercenary guild, the northern barbarians are approximately at level 8, while the chieftain's guard stands at around level 10, if not higher." Johnny and Estrella nodded. "I once infiltrated enemy lines alone and assassinated the leader of a tribal alliance." They nodded again. He was surrounded by over 40 guards. Their gazes grew somewhat admiring. "I killed them all." At this, Stephen finally received looks of adoration. However, Estrella interjected, lacking subtlety. "Why are you here?" Stephen settled back into his chair. "Ah, because I am weary." "Weary. Geniuses are always fatigued." Stephen sighed skyward, then opened his floodgates of conversation. Chapter 55, Arrival in the North, Part 3. The Ludwig family is considered quite prominent in Occident. During the establishment of the Kingdom of Occident by Augustus Spencer, the Ludwig family contributed significantly. They are also devout followers of Odin. When the first Duke Ludwig was but a young lad, he held profound admiration for that strong, humble, brave, yet slightly cunning youth. In short, a tale of a tiger's might, exuding kingly dominance, has been passed down through the generations of the Ludwig lineage. In Stephen's generation, at the tender age of 5, he was sent to the temple of Odin in the royal capital, basking in divine radiance, receiving divine teachings, dedicating his life to serving the great Odin, by the age of 8, Stephen, proficient in the common tongue and well-versed in various doctrinal texts, became the youngest student in the history of the Temple's Combat Academy. At 12, he became the youngest recipient of the Holy Sword in Occiden's history. This was an award bestowed upon the most outstanding graduates. A two-handed greatsword blessed by the pontiff of the northern battle god, of the same caliber as the colossal sword wielded by Odin himself. That sword atop the cathedral, Stephen remarked with a mix of pride and a hint of resignation, though those blessings are quite effective. Its structural design pales in comparison to the latest models. The sword atop the cathedral. Johnny was speechless. Old man, that is an honor. Ah, how I miss the expressions of those brothers and sisters, 4 or 5 years my senior. When I defeated them, the elder fell into reminiscence. At 12, Stephen had grown to match the height of an 18-year-old, robust in stature, sharp in intellect, and adept in movement. Had it not been for the entire academy's knowledge of his age, losing to him would not have been so disgraceful. After graduation, the elder was assigned to the Northern Army, serving as a combat priest. After numerous battles, Stephen's military talents began to surface. This seemingly modified individual caused many headaches, yet garnered much admiration. Due to the prestige of the Ludwig name and his status as an Odin priest, those who sought to contest his command on the battlefield were swiftly defeated, especially after he achieved victory time and again. At the age of 30, the barbarians convened a massive alliance. The tribal coalition was formidable, clearly aiming to breach Occiden's northern defenses and launch a devastating southward assault. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Stephen undertook an audacious act. He infiltrated the barbarian encampment alone, entered the chieftain's tent, and executed the leader elected by the barbarians, along with the unfortunate chieftains and their elite guards nearby, thus dismantling the tribal alliance and escaping unscathed. In Occiden, where martial prowess is paramount, Stephen's monumental achievement earned him promotion. Wearied by his insubordinate command and unilateral decisions, the generals recommended him for a position within the church's inner sanctum, where he became a bishop. Yet for him, the greatest reward remained the fervent affection of that girl, the beautiful maiden. Ah, how I long for the battlefield, the elder lamented. Estelle listened with rapt attention, and Johnny found the tale captivating. Yet some questions lingered in his mind. Why did you later become a lifelong archbishop, and why did you choose to retire? From what you hinted at during dinner, you must have stepped down before reaching 40. Right? Johnny inquired. The elder fell silent for a moment before responding. I was 35 when Odara was born, and I was 42 when his mother departed. 42. Johnny and Estrella's eyes widened, eager to hear more. You know that Tanya's invaded Occident, right? The elder abruptly shifted the topic. They nodded. I was dispatched to the front lines of the Western Army. During those days, I led my troops to annihilate 2 fully equipped heavy cavalry units and slew several so-called strongest paladins amidst the hypocritical challenges posed by those rascals at the sun god's temple. Only Odin knows where they found those so-called strongest. I also happened to eliminate that dim-witted Archbishop Dorenus. Surely, this must warrant some honor related to combat, Johnny mused. Oh, and I also captured a marquis from Tanya's, dismantled him, and packaged him, leaving him at the gates of the Tanya's army's camp. As his troops had attacked a village deep within the kingdom, close to the Second Empire of Velsa. This incident garnered considerable notoriety, perhaps explaining why that soft-hearted Ealer fears me. Dismantled? Now that is indeed an honor related to combat. But why become a lifelong archbishop? Estelle posed the question that lingered in Johnny's mind. Oh, because in the preceding years, I perfected the scriptures, flawlessly elucidated the doctrines, refuted all the archbishops, and gained Odin's recognition. And after the war, I declined the position of pontiff. Is this what genius entails? Johnny felt like an ant in comparison. Stephen suddenly sighed, his expression sorrowful. To be direct, the marquis who attacked was in this village, where Odara and Udiz's mother happened to be visiting. Stephen cradled his head, bowing his gaze. What does it matter if I were pontiff? What does it matter if I could single-handedly assault Tanya's despicable holy city? I could not protect the one I love most. Johnny and Estelle exchanged glances, taken aback. Thus, Stephen's voice regained its steadiness, though his eyes glimmered with unfallen tears. As the Western Army reclaimed the border fortresses and the situation seemed promising, I resigned from all my positions and returned to this village to raise my 2 sons. I am weary. Fame and fortune have, well, I have lost interest in reputation and power that I do not wish for them to encounter any misfortunes. The two nodded in understanding. Now, do you know who I am? Any further questions? Johnny raised his hand. May I ask, could you teach me to read? Certainly. Stephen replied with enthusiasm. How long do you wish to learn? How long? Well, of course, it would be a lifelong endeavor. Johnny responded hesitantly. Stephen stroked his chin. That could be troublesome. Mastering languages requires a solid foundation. My lord, Grandpa, I genuinely wish to learn to read. Johnny expressed his frustration. Shall I provide you with some scrolls? In the future, you can use them to immerse yourself in language overnight. Literacy is quite exhausting, you know, Stephen advised gently. Johnny felt the urge to bang his head against the wall. No, I simply want to learn to write and read. Stephen shook his head, sighed. Very well, since you are so determined, Udis. Udis entered quietly, standing by awaiting his father's instructions. From today onward, you are responsible for teaching Johnny the common tongue. The elder shifted responsibility and turned to Estelle. And you? Do you wish to learn as well? Estelle shook her head. I only wish to grow stronger. Stephen nodded. Understood. Then Estelle, you shall train with Lancelot shortly. I see he takes quite a liking to you. Johnny, focus on your language studies. No, Grandpa, I wish to grow stronger too. Johnny protested anxiously. You wish to grow stronger. Stephen glanced at Johnny. Do you think you can be as clever as I? I first learned to read before mastering martial skills. Do you intend to learn both simultaneously? Johnny stood abruptly, feeling this would be a pivotal moment in his life, albeit one that might lead to a perilous path. Grandpa, I believe I can. Firstly, what you learned was not just the common tongue, but also the great doctrines of Odin. Secondly, I have a foundation, making it more convenient and swift to practice martial skills. Stephen smiled. He looked at Udis. Udis, tell him, what is the textbook for the common tongue? Udis maintained his usual stiff expression. It is the scriptures of Odin. Youngster, did you hear that? Stephen said cheerfully to Johnny, you two must study the doctrines. Damn. Yet Johnny remained undeterred. Then I shall study both. I have confidence in myself. Very well, Stephen unexpectedly agreed, abandoning his previous reluctance. But just to be clear, you must not regret your decision. If your studies are lacking, you might want to inquire with Odara about the consequences. Very well, you may go now. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask Udis. With that, the elder rose and exited through the door, stating, I am going out for a stroll. After watching Stephen depart, Udis addressed the two. Follow me. It was concise and to the point. The village where Johnny resided was called Vichur. After retrieving a seemingly superior greatsword from the church's small storeroom, the duo followed Udis out of the church. Outside, a vast white expanse awaited them, but a number of individuals, presumably villagers, had gathered in the open space near the church. Engaging in conversation, sparring, or wielding their greatswords solo, Johnny found it hard to believe that these were the inhabitants of a small village. From now on, you shall come here every morning, Udis instructed, pointing at the empty space. He then shouted towards that direction. Lancelot. A lithe figure came running towards Johnny and the others, a greatsword slung over her shoulder. It was the wild girl from yesterday. Lancelot, you are to instruct these two in the art of combat. You two will learn from Lancelot, and only when you can defeat her shall you return to me. Johnny, after dinner, come to me for reading lessons. That is all. I shall take my leave. Having finished his orders, Udis turned and re-entered the church. This fellow was a stark contrast to his brother and father. Johnny found it rather amusing. Sister, you are here. Lancelot completely disregarded Johnny's presence, exclaiming, Come, what do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Johnny cleared his throat. I wish to learn the techniques of wielding a greatsword. Lancelot blinked her large eyes, beaming at Estelle. Estelle appeared hesitant, seemingly contemplating what to learn. Johnny, unable to contain himself, interjected, I said I want to learn. Away with you. Lancelot shot him a glare. No one asked you. Had he truly not offended her in any way? Johnny felt a surge of frustration. However, he did not exhibit the same deference he would show to an elder when confronted with a peer. Your father said you were to guide us. We are your responsibility. Are you going to defy your father's orders? Lancelot huffed. That was my oversight. I shall instruct you now. With that, she offered Estelle an apologetic smile before adopting a stern demeanor towards Johnny. Have you practiced the basic actions of slashing and thrusting? Of course. Then go over there and execute each action 100 times. She then flashed a warm smile at Estelle. Sister, Have you made up your mind? What? What? Hurry. Was this girl harboring a disdain for men? Had she been bullied by one? Johnny's mind raced with various malicious thoughts as he reluctantly moved aside to practice his swordplay. After all, she was now his instructor. Meanwhile, Estelle seemed to have made a decision. I usually use a bow, she said shyly. A bow. Lancelot blushed slightly at this revelation. What about melee combat? We Occidents excel at close-quarters combat. After a moment of consideration, Estelle responded, how about a longsword? At least I've used one before. Lancelot paused. Sister, what about a two-handed sword? We Occidents all wield two-handed weapons. Estelle appeared somewhat disappointed, managing a forced smile towards Lancelot. Well then, I'll find a place to practice archery on my own. Though reluctant, Lancelot eagerly set about gathering the necessary equipment for her, such as targets, of course delegating the tasks to the men. David, Nis, John, come here, she commanded, assuming a big sister's role, judging by the somewhat obsequious and fearful expressions on the faces of those boys. She certainly was the authoritative figure. Help this sister set up an archery range. After which, Lancelot accompanied Estelle, chatting merrily together, while the three evidently strong young men obediently set to work. Before long, the archery range had been erected. Sister, take your time practicing. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Lancelot took Estelle's hand. I will go check on that one. Oh, Johnny. At that moment, Johnny had just completed 100 overhead slashes. Muttering curses under his breath as he executed thrusts, Lancelot approached, halting him. Pause for a moment. Had she experienced a moment of conscience? Johnny ceased his movements, regarding Lancelot with curiosity. Yet, why did she appear so glum? I will first assess your strength, Lancelot declared, lifting her greatsword and tracing a circle in the air, positioning herself sideways with the sword trailing behind her. Then I shall decide how to teach you. Johnny surveyed Lancelot's not particularly muscular physique and arms, smirking slightly as he turned sideways, holding his sword upright at his side. Then I shall commence. He was determined to teach this insufferable girl a lesson. He thought fiercely. Chapter 56. Arrival in the North, Part 4. When Johnny found himself pinned beneath Lancelot's foot on his chest, he had yet to comprehend the situation. Feeling the cold blade pressed against his throat, his mind went utterly blank. Gradually, recollection dawned upon him. He had first let out a shout, executing a downward slash that cleaved through the air with a whoosh, attempting to overpower the seemingly feeble girl before him, to assert his dominance. However, Lancelot effortlessly countered his full-force assault, slightly angling her blade to dissipate his momentum and counterattack. Then, he had indeed blocked it. Anyone trained in martial arts could have repelled Lancelot's unembellished strike. Johnny, having undergone half a year of intensive training in blocking techniques, found it entirely normal to withstand an attack from a greatsword. Yet, after successfully blocking, Johnny felt a tingling numbness in his hands, involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Under Lancelot's increased pressure, Johnny recalled everything. After stumbling back 2 steps, still struggling to regain his balance, Lancelot's second attack came swiftly. The entire sequence mirrored his previous encounter during the 7th level warrior examination, except this time, he was the one on the receiving end. Without any suspense, amidst his chaotic footing, Johnny was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Lancelot. Then came the scene of Lancelot, the queen, conquering Johnny. What a disappointment, Lancelot exclaimed, her foot planted firmly on Johnny's chest as she leaned down to gaze at him. You are utterly like a woman. Aren't you the one acting like a woman? But Johnny was in no mood to retort. Could you let me up first? Lancelot withdrew her foot, retracting the greatsword poised at Johnny's throat. Observing him with a cold smile, Johnny stood, brushing the dust from his chest. He shook his still numb arms and inquired, how can you possess such strength? Lancelot tossed her head back. My grandfather enhances my strength with magic every morning. Well, that was something to not gloat about. Johnny regarded the young girl with disdain. Noticing Johnny's expression, Lancelot glared. What? Do you have an issue? Of course I do. Johnny was unafraid. Isn't it merely your grandfather's magic bolstering you? This is not your own strength. Lancelot raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you implying that your strength is considerable? Have you never realized that your exertion and movements are fundamentally flawed? Flawed? Johnny looked at Lancelot with confusion. I truly wonder how Uncle Odara has taught you. Perhaps he deemed you lacking in potential, which is why he never invested effort in your training, Lancelot mocked. The most fundamental issue is that your hand movements, footwork, and use of your waist are completely misaligned. You are merely swinging the greatsword with brute force, devoid of any technique. It seemed. Oh, no wonder that fellow sighed when observing my practice movements. If this issue remains unaddressed, you shall forever be relegated to mere muscle. Lancelot continued. How did you train before? Did Uncle Odara truly not instruct you? Johnny pondered briefly before replying. No, he instructed me as follows. He recounted the process of Odara having him practice slashes and thrusts independently. Upon hearing this, Lancelot appeared contemplative. It seems you developed bad habits during that time. No wonder those incorrect movements felt so natural to you. It turns out you had indeed practiced. Uncle Odara should have monitored your progress more closely from the outset. This could not entirely be attributed to Odara. This clever and bright child had originally devised his own method of exertion without anyone's guidance. However, neither of them was aware of this. So what should I do now? Johnny inquired, still hoping to carve out a career based on his martial skills, unwilling to be hindered by such a foundational error. Practice on your own, Lancelot remarked. Glancing towards Astriel's direction, you should ponder and study it independently. I shall go check on how Sister Astriel is faring. Was she truly leaving? That simply would not do. Wait a moment. Teach me the correct movements before you go, if I could figure it out. I wouldn't need to wait until now. Johnny called out to Lancelot, who was turning to depart, though Lancelot was reluctant, considering that this brat was ostensibly her student and recalling how she had just vented her frustrations. She halted and returned to offer Johnny some guidance. Once bad habits take root, correcting them can be quite troublesome. Under the guidance of Lancelot, Johnny practiced his swings a few times with proper technique and found it indeed effective. The coordination of his hands, waist, and legs seemed to amplify his chopping powers significantly compared to before. However, why did it feel so uncomfortable? All right, take your time to practice. Once you are proficient, come find me, Lancelot said, hastily making her exit. Johnny found the girl rather peculiar. Why was she so fixated on Ethel? Although Ethel was undeniably charming and beautiful, was there truly no other girl in the village? Lancelot, Johnny called out to her. What is it? Lancelot replied impatiently. Why are you always glued to Ethel? You've only known her for less than a day, right? And why do you seem to dislike me so much? Johnny's curiosity overpowered his reason. Such questions were not meant to be asked, especially when the other party harbored no fondness for him. Lancelot turned back, her expression exceedingly serious. Because I like her, and I don't want a useless person like you to disturb her. You are unworthy of her. Lancelot declared emphatically. What does that have to do with you? Johnny retorted. Perhaps nothing. Lancelot scrutinized Johnny from head to toe, a mischievous smile creeping onto her previously stern face. But you cannot defeat me. This was certainly true, but are all you of the Odins so keen on snatching brides? I have known her longer than you. Johnny's anger flared. Does Odin's doctrine permit 2 women? Huh? What 2 women? Lancelot looked puzzled. How did we end up discussing Odin's doctrine? I merely want you, this worthless man, to stay away from Ethel. It seemed he had overthought things. Johnny remained silent for a moment. What was wrong with this little girl? Suit yourself. I will not yield. I have known her for over half a year. What right do you, a mere girl, have to dictate my affairs? Unless you intend to kill me, my matters are none of your concern. Johnny resolved to stand his ground. This annoying girl, who did she think she was? I certainly cannot kill you, the little girl smirked coldly. But you will perform that last movement 500 times. As your instructor, I commanded. With a look of despair, Johnny watched as Lancelot bounced off to find Ethel, calling over a nearby boy on her way. Make sure to count properly. This fellow needs to practice each movement 500 times. What was this? Was he competing with a girl for another girl? Did this child have psychological issues? Childhood trauma? Why was he so unfortunate? Thankfully, there was no one he knew here. Otherwise, if asked, hey, where's your girl? He would have to say, she ran off with another girl. How would he face anyone after that? Hey, why are you dawdling? The boss lady wants you to train. The young boy, sword in hand, quipped to Johnny. Though feeling frustrated, Johnny could only lift his sword and swing it, following Lancelot's earlier instructions. 1 day. Johnny vowed internally. 1 day. To Lancelot, Ethel was the most exquisite gift bestowed upon her by Odin. The army of Odins boasted numerous formidable female warriors, yet this did not imply that every girl was raised like a boy. At least in the village of Vitcher, Lancelot stood alone as a fierce girl. Lancelot's grandmother, who perished during a surprise attack by the Tanyas, had been a warrior. when Stephen first encountered her. She was fiercely fighting in the midst of the enemy ranks, her agile and valiant form captivating him amidst the bloodshed and chaos. He had never imagined that a woman could be so breathtakingly beautiful. Hence, when Lancelot was born, Stephen raised her as a boy, even bestowing upon her a masculine name. Whenever she returned from defeating the village boys in tears, Stephen would laugh heartily, praising her. This shameless old man had unwittingly crafted a little female tyrant due to his peculiar aesthetic preferences. Yet beneath the exterior of strength and dominance, the girl harbored a heart yearning for beauty and tranquility that, of course, she was not like the other girls in the village. Lancelot despised those simpering, giggly girls. A girl like Ethel, beautiful, charming, youthful, lively, knowledgeable, and polite, epitomized Lancelot's ideal. Especially with her skillful archery and the grace of her bow-drawing stance, Lancelot gazed at Ethel with starry eyes. Such a divine gift from Odin could not possibly be shared with that detestable boy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Johnny finally concluded a day of training. This fellow named Welsh was truly bothersome. What had Lancelot promised him to execute her orders so diligently? Johnny glared fiercely at the boy beside him. Welsh seemed entirely unfazed. All right, you can head back now. Where are you from? How come you're so old yet still doing this basic training? The Second Empire of Velser, Johnny replied curtly. Oh, Welsh dragged out the syllable, nodding as he sized Johnny up, then shook his head. No wonder, so that's where you're from. With that, he waved goodbye and turned to leave. What did that mean? Johnny felt quite vexed. Was this a unique form of humiliation in Odin's? So you're from Velser? However, indeed, the customs of Velser were less rugged than those here. Weary, Johnny returned to the chapel, where a meal had already been laid out, awaiting the gathering to commence. Johnny, how was your training? Lancelot asked with a smile, a hint of mockery in her expression. It was all right, he replied truthfully, grateful for the earlier torment by Odara. A bit tiring, but quite rewarding. Udis beckoned. Come, let us eat together. Johnny sat beside Odara and quietly inquired. Master, why didn't you tell me my movements were incorrect? You didn't know? Odara appeared surprised, then sighed. I never expected you to be so dense. I thought you would figure it out on your own. Damn, everyone. Please quiet down. Let us offer our earnest prayers, Udis proclaimed loudly, then turned to Ethel. Miss Ethel, please wait a moment before dining. Master, why didn't we pray yesterday? Johnny asked softly. Shoo, I'll explain later, Odara replied solemnly, halting Johnny's questions. May the poor be fed, and those who worship Odin be blessed. We thank Odin for the freedom, peace, and abundance he has granted us, sheltering us from the storms. Forever remember the days of slavery. Do not forget. Odin shall save you, but you must first save yourselves. Glory be to Odin, from this day forth and forever, for generations to come. Freedom belongs to Odin's, from this day forth and forever, for generations to come. Udis recited, and the people echoed his words. Although Johnny had never heard this before, he mimicked their responses. Odin's will. Udis concluded, freedom, freedom. The crowd's tone shifted dramatically, their voices rising in volume. You may begin your meal now, Udis announced. Sitting down to enjoy the food before him, Johnny nudged Odara gently once more, and Ethel cast a puzzled glance at him. Today is our monthly day of freedom, Odara explained to Johnny, a day established to commemorate the liberation of the people of Odin's from the tyranny of the Velser Empire. To express gratitude to Odin and his companions for rescuing the people of Odin's Day of Freedom, Johnny recalled Odara's words beneath the fortress of Alvissa. Udis, please enlighten these two distant guests. Stephen, seated at the head of the table, gestured towards Udis. Yes, father, Udis replied, as composed as ever. Long ago, before the Velser Empire was firmly established, the cold northern lands were home to happy and contented people. Their lives were modest yet fulfilling, arduous, yet joyful, for they were free. They were the spirits of the white wasteland, the darlings of the vast earth. Until one day, the Velser people arrived. They erected towering cities, sowed bountiful crops, disrupted the tranquility of the forests, and extracted the grand timber. They broke the frozen earth and unearthed precious minerals. They brought armies with them. Chapter 57. History, Part 1. In the vast northern expanse, the indigenous people labored diligently, harvesting grains, felling massive trees, and mining ores. Behind them lay weapons and whips. The Velser Empire developed rapidly. These self-proclaimed chosen people of the gods waged wars from the outset. The chosen people of the gods naturally felt superior. In their eyes, the ignorant inhabitants of the cold northern land were merely excellent slaves meant to serve the divine folk. They should be grateful for their fate, even if they perished due to their own frailty. It would be deemed a joyous demise while serving the chosen people. The invasion of the Velser was like a torrent. The guardian deities of the tribal villages were eradicated by the gods accompanying the army, and those who dared to resist were left to rot. After the great battle, the priests of various deities, through intimidation or enticement, accepted the souls that had lost their faith. Death was never a cause for celebration, nor could enslavement be regarded as a gift. Even when whipped by the king, the pain remained acute. Merely a year later, a rebellion, or perhaps a revolt, erupted throughout the north. The inhabitants of the northern regions established their own nation, driving out and slaying all the Velsa who had once enslaved them, pushing the generals back to the borders of Osaden and the Second Empire of Velsa. These warriors, clad in tattered armor, wielding battered weapons, without priests or mages, faced defeat. They were on the brink of launching a strategic counteroffensive, sweeping away the ineffectual local garrisons and causing significant turmoil for the empire. Such chaos had never been witnessed before, neither from the mountain dwellers of the south nor the pastoralists of the west. Before the true gods, all were prostrate, trembling as they confronted their inescapable fate. Yet these northern barbarians, these denizens of the countryside, dared to resist. They were achieving victories. This was a slap in the face to the empire. They must be eradicated at all costs, under the divine intervention, amidst the incursions of bribed northern savages. And with the empire's elite forces deployed, the first unified nation of the north rapidly crumbled. Although the Velsa army suffered tremendous losses, the clergy also faced significant casualties. Ultimately, the north was vanquished. That nation was called Osaden. Udis intoned gravely. It was after that war that Alvisa Fortress was established, originally named Jinbei Fortress, which reflects its meaning. What followed was an unending and even more brutal enslavement. At this juncture, Udis paused. Stephen, Odala, and Lancelot lowered their heads in silence. For the native Osadenians, the history of their subjugation, the grim scenes of those tragic years had become an indelible racial memory. The past suffering is the easiest to forget, yet when combined with the power of faith, this atmosphere of remembrance naturally enveloped the skies of the entire kingdom of Osaden. Only a nation that remembers its history can hope for a future. This enslavement persisted until the War of the Gods, which marked its end. About a minute later, Udis resumed his narrative, when those gods, who had once coexisted harmoniously or merely appeared amicable for various reasons, clashed with one another. The Velsa, chosen people of the gods, naturally prioritized the will of their deities. They were empowered by the gods, yet divided by them. Smoke and bloodshed erupted, and the Velsa Empire seemed to disintegrate overnight. Each faction, after their initial clashes, found themselves lacking in military strength. The wild yet fiercely brave northern lands became a new source of troops. Although these resentful and vengeful subjects were not particularly reliable in war, someone must be willing to pay with their lives. It was during this tumult that Odin and his companions emerged. Johnny listened intently. Yet the subsequent tale felt somewhat cliché, at least to him. Odin exuded an aura of kingship at all times, and after a series of heroic deeds, he garnered the adoration of the northern populace. His sworn brother, Augustus Spencer, as the leader of the northern resistance, commanded a formidable army. When the great Odin ascended to godhood, those who had followed and worshipped him received blessings, and some devout individuals became the first priests. These violent individuals, wielding two-handed swords or axes, carried Odin's blessings and the wrath of the true gods. Following that uprising, the northern people achieved victory once more and expelled their oppressors. The legend of Osaden quietly spread throughout the north. To honor those pioneers, the new nation was named the Kingdom of Osaden. But by then, the Velsa Empire had already collapsed, and countless conspirators and ambition-driven individuals seized the fruits of victory across the fertile north. Numerous factions arose. Once the oppressed gained their freedom, they either opposed oppression or became new oppressors. Freedom, fleeting and hard-won, vanished. Udis stated. Johnny instinctively understood that Osaden must have emerged victorious in the end. Yet, listening to this, the country and the gods seemed rather admirable that a nation that did not enforce religious control, yet had so many followers of Odin spoke volumes. Let us eat first, Udis said, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Otherwise, the food will grow cold. The meal was simple, bread and jerky, accompanied by a bowl of delicious meat soup. Why do the dishes here resemble those of the South? Johnny quietly asked Odala. Is there no local specialty? Odala ate quickly, making quite a noise, much like the others present, except for Esther. After a satisfying sip of hot soup, Odala sighed contentedly and responded, Did you not hear my brother earlier? The crops in the north are all brought from the south. Aside from meat, the food here is naturally akin to that of Tabri City. Is wheat cold resistant? Johnny wondered. Since Odala mentioned it, he decided to take her word for it. Perhaps the wheat here was a special variety. Uncle Udi's, Esther's voice was as sweet as ever. What happened next? Although Udi's was somewhat taciturn and stern, he displayed the demeanor of an Osidinian while eating. Upon hearing Esther's question, he paused his meal, quickly chewed a few times, swallowed, and then spoke. Later, with Odin's help and under the leadership of King Spencer, the valiant Osidinians defeated all enemies and achieved unification of the entire North at that time. The War of the Gods was still ongoing. The borders were pushed to Jinbei Fortress. The prolonged conflict had inflicted immense harm upon the people of Osadin. Hence Odin and his royal brother decided to hold the line at Jinbei Fortress and concentrate on development. Esther nodded in understanding. However, Johnny had some questions. Though the Velsa Empire collapsed, the deity's influence still exists. Right? Did they not seek to defeat Odin? Udi's nodded. Indeed, they did, but they were ultimately fragmented forces. Even when they formed a coalition, they lacked the elite precision of the army that invaded back then, leading to their failure. Moreover, the Osadin Empire had no intention of expansion, and the great Odin belonged to no faction, so those forces eventually gave up until the War of the Gods concluded. Johnny nodded in comprehension, contemplated for a moment, and then posed another question. Why is your forging technology superior to that of Tabri City? If this place was once a wild expanse, he refrained from elaborating, sensing it might be somewhat offensive. While Johnny pondered, Udi's continued to eat a few more bites, then lifted his gaze upon hearing the question. This is quite understandable. The final years of the War of the Gods utterly destroyed the civilization of the Velsa Empire. Even the librarians were conscripted into the army, and many books were burned in the conflict. If even those scholars were affected, one can only imagine the plight of the artisans once the war concluded. Osadin remained largely unscathed compared to the rest of the continent. Although the flames of war reached here, they did not last long, allowing many precious techniques to be preserved. In that case, Osadin could be considered an advanced region on the continent. After the meal, it was time for study. The light spell was merely a rudimentary divine magic, a mere parlor trick in the hands of a mage, and thus its use felt extravagant. Udi's murmured a few incomprehensible phrases, raised his hand, and conjured a soft yet bright glow upon Johnny. He then cast one upon himself as well. First, we shall familiarize ourselves with the 33 letters of the common tongue. Udi sat at a desk, retrieved a sheet of papyrus, and gestured for Johnny to sit opposite him. You must memorize these letters before proceeding to read the actual text. As he spoke, Udi's uncorked an ink bottle, took a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write upon the papyrus. Once finished, he sprinkled some fine sand evenly over the paper, carefully lifted it, poured the sand into a pile, and then handed it to Johnny. Repeat after me. The first is A. The second is. Learning the letters was not excessively difficult. Although Johnny had seen classmates in 5th grade struggle with the 26 English letters, he could hardly say he was that foolish. After reciting it 3 times with Udi's and then reading it aloud twice on his own, Johnny began to memorize these somewhat peculiar characters. Luckily, he could speak the common tongue. Otherwise, he would have struggled with the pronunciation of those letters. Johnny silently expressed his gratitude. Udi's, seeing Johnny diligently working, did not rush him, but instead took out a bound volume of parchment and began to write. Although Stephen was the lifelong archbishop of the Church of Odin, he had entrusted the church's affairs to his eldest son. Udi's needed to maintain a journal, both as a record and to leave a historical account for future generations. There were not many events to note for that day, yet it was sufficient for Udi's to write for a while. When he set down his pen and looked up, he found Johnny still fixated on the paper, murmuring to himself, Johnny, have you memorized it all? Udi's broke the silence in the room. Oh. Johnny appeared to be taken aback. It seemed he was indeed quite focused. Not yet. I'm only just getting somewhat familiar. Udi's shook his head. Though his disposition was somewhat rigid, lacking the cleverness and eccentricity of his father and brother, he was, after all, of the old man's lineage, and his intellect was quite sharp. He recalled that when Stephen had taught Udi's these letters, he had memorized them in merely a short while. However, at that time, Stephen had deemed him slow, and with a wave of his hand, he had invoked the fox's cunning, which had elevated the young Udis' intellect considerably. Honest individuals also possess their own pride, and Udis had always regarded this past incident as a source of humiliation. Encompassing his entire journey of learning to read, he firmly believed that he was quite clever. Clever individuals do not need to resort to trickery. However, this was merely a reflection of his personal pride. Do you require me to bestow upon you a fox's cunning? That divine art can enhance your intellect in a brief span. Udis was considerably more courteous than his father. Johnny felt a pang of disdain. Did memory truly correlate with intelligence? Nevertheless, the goodwill was evident. And given that he could not contend with Udis, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Johnny glanced up at Udis, then lowered his gaze to the familiar yet foreign letters. No, thank you. Even traversers have their own dignity. Although this dignity had nearly vanished due to his own ineptitude, after silently reciting the letters a dozen times, Johnny raised his head and memorized them once more, nodding at Udis. I have mastered them. Udis said nothing, merely retrieving the piece of paper in front of Johnny and presenting his test question. Recite them in order. Johnny did not hesitate. He closed his eyes and began to chant in sequence. Udis nodded in appreciation. He then produced another piece of papyrus, inscribing a row of letters, glancing at it before handing it to Johnny. Read them in order. Johnny picked up the paper, noticing that the letters were indeed the same as before. But the sequence had been rearranged. He recited about 10 letters according to the order on the paper, suddenly faltering, bringing the paper closer, then further away, feigning an inability to see clearly, his lips quivering slightly as he formed various shapes with his mouth. Then he looked up, somewhat uncertain, at Udis. Upon uttering this sound and seeing Udis frown, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he exclaimed, it's ah. Udis shook his head, tossing the first piece of paper back to Johnny while reciting the incantation of Fox's cunning upon this youth before him. As another clever individual, Udis now somewhat comprehended his father's sentiments and understood why his father was amenable to negotiations yet refused to teach any villager to read. But of course, the villager's lack of interest was merely one reason. Johnny glowered at the paper in his hand. He could sense an increase in his intellect, yet he also felt a sense of humiliation. Damn, it was merely a single mistake, as Johnny wrestled with the letters before him and the spell that was supposed to enhance his intellect. Stephen sat facing Odara in another room. You mentioned yesterday that this lad has great potential. Odara, do elaborate on what exactly led you to perceive him as promising. Odara chuckled. Father, initially he was merely a quick learner in martial arts. I observed his rapid progress and thus accepted him as a retainer. However, what has piqued my interest recently are his stories. The elder furrowed his brow. What tales could possibly captivate your interest? You are no longer a child. With a somewhat self-satisfied grin, Odara began recounting the historical narratives Johnny had shared during their travels. Originating from another realm. Naturally, to them, these were merely legends spun by a child. Chapter 58. History, Part 2. Within the room, one spoke while the other listened. Although when Johnny first trained, he was able to voluntarily exceed the substantial demands I placed upon him. I began to take notice. Yet, it was on the day of his parents' tragic demise that I truly became aware of him. Odara commenced with a weighty tone, as it was the loss of 2 innocent lives. He simply sat in silence for an entire night. And by the next day, he had completely recovered. He stated that hatred should be concealed within the heart. At first, I did not pay much heed. However, when he resorted to torture to extract confessions from the assassin's accomplices, I realized his prior calmness was not merely a matter of forgetting his rage. Odara narrated the methods employed in the interrogation room. Even this steadfast warrior, who had taken many lives, found the recounting somewhat chilling. A calm demeanor was to be expected, but to calmly slice through the flesh of a living being was indeed rather disturbing. Stephen furrowed his brow slightly. Would this not lead his heart into darkness? Odara shook his head. It likely would not. When that man was sentenced to death, I instructed him to carry out the execution, but he refused, believing that hatred should not be directed at a mere pawn. That he stated that revenge is the objective. But hatred is not. That I believe he is not one to be dragged into the abyss by hatred. Stephen pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded. Indeed, however, further observation is warranted. And then, there are his stories, Odara continued. Some quite fascinating tales. Odara selected a segment from the stories of the Chai and the Empire to encircle the capital of Wei to rescue it from Zhao's assault. That is indeed a clever idea, far more effective than directly sending troops to the front lines for reinforcements, allowing one to conserve their forces. After listening to a portion, Stephen commented thus, yet he was not overly astonished. The old man was confident that with his own intellect, he could have conceived a similar strategy under comparable circumstances. There is also a character named Chaogua. Heaven knows how this lad articulates such peculiar syllables. The one named Chaogua explained to his lord how to leverage the morale of both enemies and allies in warfare. Though our Obsidian warriors are perpetually spirited, my observations from the outside world over the years indeed confirm that morale exhibits certain patterns of fluctuation. As he spoke, he summarized Chaogua's discourse on warfare. The elder nodded. To comprehend the significance of morale and its fluctuations is no small feat. Yet he is not limited to such matters of battle formations. Johnny also recounted a tale involving 2 bags of gold used to incite 3 formidable generals threatening the throne to turn against one another, having never tasted peaches in this realm. Johnny had conveyed it thus, and Odara recounted it in kind. A truly splendid scheme. Stephen contemplated carefully, nodding. It is indeed remarkable, but is it true that he is merely 16 years of age? That is what confounds me, Odara replied with excitement, while he advances rapidly in martial skills. Likely due to some foundational knowledge, the breadth of what he knows seems excessive. According to Estelle, he shared a story of adventures in a vast underground city and world, which could perhaps be attributed to Johnny listening to a bard recounting legends in his youth. However, he also began narrating a tale concerning dark elves, only to leave it half-told. Yet he appeared to know the entirety of it. Such tales could still be attributed to his childhood encounters with bards. But afterwards, a history of the rivalry between the Musada kingdom to the west and the Roman Empire is rather excessive. Stephen leaned forward slightly, appearing quite intrigued. I know of Musada, the desert nation currently embroiled in conflict with Tanyas. What of the Roman Empire? Odara, being his father's son, possessed a commendable memory. He began to recount Johnny's narrative, and at critical junctures, Stephen would interrupt to comment on points he found interesting. Could he be a genius? Stephen mused, yet he does not appear so. Showing no signs of brilliance. If no one recounted these tales to him, then they must be of his own invention. The elder contemplated for a while before inquiring, is he truly just the son of a blacksmith? Odara nodded. Absolutely. After accepting him as a retainer, I had someone investigate, and he is indeed the child of that blacksmith. Neighbors assert that he seldom ventures outside, spending his days listening to mercenaries boast at the blacksmith's shop. His father also mentioned that Johnny either forges iron or practices swordplay, or engages in haphazard physical training. Stephen stroked his chin, running his fingers through his grizzled beard, pondering for a moment as if reaching a decision, though it is somewhat peculiar. Johnny does indeed sound like a promising prospect. He might someday emerge as a distinguished general in the Obsidian army. However, his foundation is currently too weak. Odara, how long have you been teaching him? Half a year. Stephen shook his head. From what you say, he possesses roughly 8th level strength. Such progress may be commendable in the south, and certainly rapid within this village, yet it remains insufficient. Odara scratched his head, remaining silent. Disregarding the southwestern direction of Tanyas, even those brutal savages are not a challenge that such a lad can handle. Let's leave it at that. When he is capable of defeating Lancelot, I shall personally instruct him to. It seems Lancelot has taken a disliking to him. As long as no lives are lost, he may proceed as he wishes. Should he fail even this trial, let him languish in Vitcher, awaiting his demise. With that, the elder waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Odala obediently rose, bid good night, recited a prayer, and turned to return to his quarters. Alone in the room, Stephen murmured, Johnny Smith, as if to cement the name in his memory. After that, he said nothing more and retired to rest. Meanwhile, in Udis's chamber, Johnny stared at the piece of paper before him, his eyes fixed on the familiar yet strange characters, his mind racing to etch them indelibly into his memory. That he recalled that during his school days, he had spent an entire semester merely learning Pinyin, and the English alphabet had taken him quite some time as well. Although he had completed his studies ahead of schedule, it certainly took longer than the nearly 30 minutes he had now. Under the influence of magic, Johnny had become more intelligent, yet remembering these unfamiliar characters and associating them with vaguely familiar syllables consumed considerable time. Across from him, Udis had outlined the plan for the following day and, upon glancing up, noticed Johnny still engrossed in his studies that he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Alas, the effects of that spell could not be compounded. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to cast another upon him. At that moment, feeling utterly belittled by the genius before him, Johnny finally lifted his head. All right. Udis took the paper and, as per routine, began to write a series of characters on another sheet of papyrus. After a brief glance, he handed it to Johnny. Recite in order. Johnny looked at the paper and fluently recited the letters aloud. Udis nodded, wrote another sheet, and passed it to Johnny. Read. Still fluent. Udis remarked, not bad. Though your pace has slowed a bit, that will be all for today. We shall assess the results tomorrow morning. Initially puzzled, Johnny quickly deduced that Udis intended to wait for the spell's effects to fade before testing. Thus, he said nothing more, expressed his gratitude, took the first piece of paper, and headed back to his room, mentally reviewing the results of his recent memorization. Naturally, Asteria was still sleeping with Lancelot, the two girls sharing amusing stories. Gradually drifting into slumber amidst their laughter, the night fell into a profound silence, and the entire Vitcher was enveloped in tranquility. The following morning, as dawn broke, the orderly church began to stir awake. Awakened by the sounds outside, Johnny opened his eyes, slightly organizing his thoughts. His first impulse being to recall the universal alphabet once more. It seemed he had forgotten some parts. Hurriedly, he rolled out of bed, disregarding his clothes, and grabbed the papyrus from the table to study it. Luckily, the letters returned to him. Only then did he realize he felt a bit cold, although a fire was lit in the room. It was not quite the same as central heating. Johnny shivered as he began to don thick garments, his mind still occupied with those nauseating letters. Speaking of heating, Johnny's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He recalled seeing someone mention heating online, seemingly involving boilers and iron pipes. However, in this world of divine magic, would there be similar spells? He mused that rubber seals were probably necessary. Good grief, he didn't even know how to say rubber in the universal tongue. And it seemed unlikely such things existed here. Shaking his head, Johnny immersed himself back into the alphabet. The matters at hand were of utmost importance. Reciting softly to himself, Johnny gradually approached Udis's door. The door stood open, yet the room was empty. Johnny, Udis's voice called from behind. Come eat. Breakfast was simple, bread and hot water. After swiftly consuming his meal, Johnny lifted his gaze to Udis, who had finished long ago. Noticing Johnny watching him, Udis remarked, It's no challenge for you. First, recite the alphabet. Johnny loudly recited it. Udis nodded, then suddenly said, Start from and recite downward. Taken aback, Johnny quickly regained his composure, moving his lips a few times before smoothly reciting. Not bad. After Johnny finished, Stephen, who had remained silent, spoke up. Now recite it backward. Recite it backward. Are you jesting with me, old man? Though he grumbled internally, he knew he had to comply. Johnny furrowed his brow, struggling to think, and began to stammer through the letters in reverse order. Under Stephen's scrutinizing gaze and Lancelot's occasional jeers, Johnny finally managed to recite the entire alphabet backward. It seems you're truly not the sharpest tool in the shed. The elder shook his head. But for a dullard, your performance is commendable. Johnny felt no sense of flattery in that remark. Once breakfast concluded, they returned to their respective activities. Asteria slung her longbow over her shoulder and headed to the target range for practice, while Johnny was promptly directed by Lancelot to resume his fundamental drills. Today, just like yesterday. Fine, the movements weren't particularly familiar anyway. Johnny consoled himself, shouldering the great sword to train that he needed to vent his frustrations through thunderous shouts and physical exertion. It was frustration, not hatred. Hatred need not be elaborated upon. It should be likened to a cask of aged wine, quietly stored deep within the soul, patiently awaiting the day it is uncorked. Intoxicatingly fragrant. Yet not everyone possesses such clarity. As Johnny expressed his dissatisfaction with life, Asteria was continually nurturing her hatred, compelling herself to feel more contempt, as if forgetting would be an unforgivable sin. My father is the greatest man in the world, she confided to Lancelot while shooting arrows. I still remember when he was not yet a knight. He would often make me delightful things and bring home delicious treats. Later, as a knight of Count Delis, he would always buy me amusing trinkets to entertain me. Lancelot planted his great sword into the ground, resting his hands on the hilt, gazing intently at Asteria. But then, That accursed sun god church. Asteria exclaimed, swiftly releasing a few arrows with great force, though one went astray. If it weren't for them, my father would not have perished. Indeed, this was true, not to mention, in the eyes of the three. The entire incident was a conspiracy orchestrated by the church. Even in reality, had the church been just, they could have compelled Count Rises to withdraw his troops at any stage if Count Rises had retreated. Countless tragedies could have been averted. Yet from another perspective, had Reyes retreated, Inig the Wolf would have had more opportunities, gaining a clearer understanding of the church, and the situation could have unfolded differently. However, Asteria knew none of this, as she denounced the church for the crimes committed against her family. Lancelot recounted the atrocities of the sun god's temple, while these actions were deemed righteous in the eyes of the sun god's followers in Tanya's. They were perceived differently by others, especially by Osaden, where the girl had lost her grandmother to the invading forces. Expelling heretics, judging heretics, initiating holy wars, and ostracizing other faiths, Lancelot noted that, according to information from her grandfather, had it not been for a prior agreement to refrain from direct interference in human affairs, the actions of the sun god Dorinis' followers would have been sufficient to provoke a concerted assault from all the gods, leading to his demise. Shared hatred swiftly forges bonds between two previously unacquainted individuals. Yet this shared hatred conceals a divergence. Lancelot had never met her grandmother, while Asteria had bid farewell to her father in that final perilous moment. The seeds of hatred had long been sown, taking root and sprouting in this vast expanse of snow. No one could have anticipated how events would ultimately unfold. Yet at this moment, all was as it should be. A boy yearning for strength, a girl aspiring for power. At this juncture, they both appeared so frail, dwarfed by the valiant warriors of the north. Today, we shall learn the bedtime prayer. Following a day of training and after dinner, Udis led Johnny to his quarters. That fellow Odala, Sai, you must begin to fulfill your duties as a follower of Odin. As he spoke, Udis retrieved a book bound in sheepskin from a nearby shelf. The cover adorned with silver characters, pointing to the largest characters. Udis informed Johnny, "This is the Holy Scripture." Johnny followed the direction of Udis's finger, silently committing the silver characters to memory. "This is the Book of Prayers." Udis then directed his finger to the smaller characters below. Johnny stared at the spaced words, feeling a headache coming on. Nevertheless, he forced himself to recite them, urging himself to remember. "You can take your time with that. First, let us learn the prayer." Udis opened the book to a page, indicating to Johnny, "Right here." Johnny leaned closer and saw that he recognized each letter, yet none of the words were familiar. Confused, he looked up at Udis. "Follow along as I recite. Memorize it before examining the text," Udis instructed, then began to pray for himself. "Only your will guides me towards freedom. Only your protection allows freedom to endure as night falls. With you, I no longer fear. For you, I shall sleep peacefully. Thank you. Odin.as the dawn of a new day breaks. I shall strive harder for you and for myself. Freedom." This sentiment seemed rather straightforward. Johnny mused that is this truly the refined scripture as perfected by Stephen? Sensing Johnny's confusion and disdain, Udis spoke solemnly. "Odin rises among the common folk, offering them shelter. The prayer is merely our humble expression of gratitude, devoid of ornate language. One must approach with reverence and humility, acknowledging Odin's blessings." After a pause, he added, "Of course, you are not yet a member of the Aesir. Yet, you shall become one, and you are already a follower of Odin." Johnny pondered this. Although the formality made him uncomfortable, it seemed that the entire world adhered to such customs, and Odin appeared to be a rather benevolent deity. The Aesir also seemed a commendable nation. Regardless, this act of worship indeed pointed towards a genuine god, which was a stark contrast to certain regions of his past life. The norms observed here were centered around the concept of freedom, unlike those detestable areas he had encountered before. So be it. He resolved to accept this with an open heart. Only your will. Chapter 59. Prayer. The common tongue of Middle-earth employed an alphabetic script, somewhat akin to the English of Johnny's past life. Once one comprehended the patterns, even unfamiliar words could be deciphered phonetically, allowing for educated guesses regarding their spelling. Having spent 16 years in this land, Johnny, though unable to write, spoke the common tongue with considerable fluency. He vividly recalled the appearance and sounds of the 33 letters. Yet as he gazed at the words in the scripture before him, They appeared to congeal into a perplexing mass that a wave of dizziness washed over him. As Johnny grappled with his disorientation, Udis took up his quill and inscribed the earlier prayer. Scripture, prayer section, only your will guides me. Johnny had abandoned the effort to read, his lips moving silently as he silently recited the bedtime prayer he had just heard. However, he realized he had begun to forget parts of it. Udis soon completed his transcription. Raising his head, he noticed Johnny gazing upwards, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly lost in murmuring, and inquired, "What are you doing?" Johnny snapped back to reality. "I am reciting the prayer I just learned." "Then recite it for me," Udis prompted. "Only your will guides me. As night falls, with you, I fear no more. For you, I shall sleep soundly. Thank you, Odin. When the morrow arrives, I shall strive even harder for you, and for myself. Freedom." Upon finishing, Johnny looked at Udis with eager anticipation. Udis, resting his forehead against his hand, sighed heavily and shook his head. To memorize it after just one hearing is indeed clever. However, the prayer must not be altered, at least not while I am instructing you. Did I alter it? Johnny felt a twinge of confusion that seemed to convey the same meaning. Sleep soundly as the new day dawns. I strive for myself. Udis, noticing Johnny's bewilderment, offered guidance. And you have changed it all. Indeed it seems so, Johnny chuckled sheepishly. Udis, unwilling to chastise someone with a smiling face, merely handed Johnny the written note and reclaimed the scripture. Now, get acquainted with these words. Much like his previous experience learning English, Udis explained each term individually, interspersing discussions about phrases and grammar. Johnny endeavored to take notes, but found little to jot down. What had learning Chinese been like in his youth? He was unsure, but it had certainly not been as swift as this. The last word is freedom, as we discussed earlier, Udis said after having explained everything thoroughly. Now, repeat what you remember. Johnny could scarcely recall much. Yet, since it was a language he could speak, he could piece together meanings from the explanation that he pointed to the words, articulating their meanings aloud. This was far simpler than learning to speak, though mastering it posed a greater challenge. Udis felt a sense of satisfaction with Johnny's progress. It appeared that while the lad may not possess his own level of intelligence, he was not lacking either. Nodding, Udis pulled out another sheet of paper, setting Johnny aside as he began to write. Johnny, recognizing this as an opportunity for further testing, did not linger idly but began reviewing the paper in his hands. Soon enough, Udis had completed his writing. Explain the words in the order presented here. Return the paper you hold to me. It was the same method of randomization, yet for Johnny, this was a sure win. Thus, he proceeded to decipher the cunning of the fox, then cast the paper aside. Permitted to study and memorize at his leisure, and should he encounter confusion, he could return to ask. Udis had his own tasks to attend to. Johnny felt no lack of intelligence, though the common tongue was barely his mother tongue. Even during his initial foray into writing Chinese, he had only learned 10 characters, not the entirety of complete texts. This seemingly pedantic priest was rather inflexible, he mused to himself. Hey, this is not how a good teacher should behave. Despite these thoughts, Johnny diligently grasped the paper, quietly reciting the bedtime prayer as he recited. A peculiar sense of superiority washed over him. He recalled the passages he had memorized in his previous life, short phrases that had once vexed many. With some spending an entire week struggling to recall but the first line. Yet here he was, able to recall the essence after merely one hearing. Indeed, he was quite clever, while traversing time in search of his limits. Johnny's mindset remained unchanged. This day had imparted much knowledge. The content of the bedtime prayer was no longer a challenge for Johnny, whose intellect had surged. Observing Johnny's enthusiasm for learning, Udis recounted the morning prayer. Were it not for you, this warm sunlight would herald a day of toil. Were it not for you, the long night would stretch endlessly. Blessings upon you, my Lord, and I beseech you to bestow your blessings upon me, that I may pursue the path of freedom with ease. Freedom. Such sentiments were purely expressions of gratitude. Johnny thought, wouldn't this incite a sense of rebellion? Are these prayers mandatory for every believer to recite daily? He inquired. Not necessarily, Udis replied, shaking his head. These are optional. Yet, the devout have a greater chance of receiving Odin's blessings, and the pious shall enjoy a better existence in Odin's realm after death. The devoted always attract attention. Oh, so there is a vested interest, Johnny mused, making it easier to comprehend. Moreover, Odin was not only the chief deity, but also a national hero of the Aesir, a god of conquest, one of the founders of the Aesir, and an idol in the hearts of all martial northern folk. This information gleaned from the tale of the Day of Freedom. Understanding this, Johnny felt no resistance, having grown up under the red flag. Indoctrinated with atheism and ancestor worship, Johnny gradually began to accept the notion of faith in a true God, although he had previously acknowledged the existence of a true deity and expressed some reverence. He had never taken belief too seriously. Even after narrowly escaping the grip of that giant axe-wielding warrior, his gratitude had been but a fleeting sentiment, akin to those who, having survived dire straits, offered thanks to the heavens for their deliverance. They prayed, they worshipped, seeking merely solace. However, if there were benefits to be gained, and if this elder deity seemed rather commendable, why not fully embrace this faith? Perhaps he could even gain divine powers. The thought was indeed delightful. "Udis, my teacher," Johnny ventured. "If I am sufficiently devout and pray day and night, could I possibly attain divine powers and become a priest?" Udis, taken aback, scrutinized Johnny from head to toe, then shook his head. "Become a priest? That is not feasible. Not every devout individual can become a priest, and besides, I do not perceive you as particularly devout. Are you willing to dedicate your life to the church?" "Dedicate my life? Would I then sacrifice my youth and progeny?" "Didn't Lord Stephen retire early? He did not dedicate his entire life either," Johnny queried, unperturbed by the potential taboo of his question. Udi smiled slightly. "Even among those who have devoted their lives to the church, how many have made contributions akin to my father's? How many have achieved his level of success? Talents abound, yet like my father, there is but one that even now, he remains a devout believer. The past few days have been rather quiet. Typically, individuals from the temple or the royal city come seeking guidance regularly. Dedicating one's life is the responsibility of an Odin priest, an obligation, and also our own choice." Johnny recognized that he could not endure a life of constraint, so he smiled and continued to memorize the words and prayers. Nevertheless, he would still engage in those prayers, not merely for the potential watchfulness of Odin, but because the ritual itself held considerable allure. Utilizing magic to facilitate learning brought joy during the process, yet left one feeling a sense of loss and trepidation afterward. It was akin to exploiting brute force to exercise. At the moment, one felt in complete control, yet afterward, the weakness that followed led one to question the efficacy of the training. Upon rising, the first thing Johnny did was retrieve the paper he had brought back the previous night, examining the characters inscribed upon it, reflecting on his learning outcomes, although a sense of unfamiliarity lingered. He could recall most of it. After reading it twice, he clasped his hands beneath his chin, bowing his head as he recited, "Were it not for you, this warm sunlight would herald a day of toil. Were it not for you, the long night would stretch endlessly. Blessings upon you, my lord. May I also beseech you to bestow your blessings upon me, allowing me to traverse the path towards freedom with ease." Freedom. Upon concluding his prayer, he rose to his feet and made his way towards the dining hall. The sensation of prayer was indeed quite delightful, he mused. The following 2 days would consist of repetitive training to correct fundamental movements. Alongside the study of various prayers, Johnny had become acquainted with numerous words and had gained a solid understanding of written grammar as for the content of his studies, since they were all prayers. He found himself revisiting them daily. He had developed a profound affection for such ritualistic practices. Whenever the time for prayer arrived, or when he encountered a situation that warranted prayer, Johnny would unhesitatingly clasp his hands together under his chin and recite the appropriate invocation. This display even left Welsh, who was tasked with monitoring his training, somewhat abashed. By the 5th day of his stay, Johnny felt he had entirely rectified his erroneous movements. Under Welsh's guidance, he discovered several heavily wrapped wooden posts designated for practice. The wrappings served to protect the weapon. The great axe is fine, but the great sword may sustain some damage over time if it clashes head-on, Welsh explained. Damage. Johnny understood this, but his mind wandered to those wooden posts that had caused his weapon to break. Those feeble posts that had succumbed effortlessly under Stephen's sword. Nevertheless, he chose to defer this question until evening, as this lad, who had been conscripted by Lancelot, might not possess the answer. "I comprehend," he replied. "We generally do not use this in winter. It is primarily for when there is work in the fields. Left at home for the little ones to practice on. The skills of combat must be learned in the midst of battle. However, since you are still practicing these basic movements, Welsh glanced at Johnny while facing the wooden post. It is indeed fitting. How can basic movements be deemed unimportant? Basics, the fundamentals are paramount, Johnny thought with indignation. After all, 1 + 1 = 2 is also arithmetic's foundation. Yet, even if he recalled such associations, they would be automatically suppressed. Hi hi ya ha. Johnny struck at the wooden post with the correct form, while Welsh observed with a hint of derision. Ignoring Welsh's gaze, Johnny was immersed in reliving his previous movements. The training of the preceding days had involved mere air strikes, though he sensed progress in his posture. The feeling remained abstract that he raised the great sword, instinctively swinging it with force, the blade slicing through the air with vigor. Yet Johnny could perceive the distinction between the two. Indeed, striking with the correct posture feels far more comfortable. It conserves energy without diminishing power, Johnny murmured to himself. He then planted the great sword into the ground, the hilt resting perfectly at chin height, interlacing his fingers upon the weighted ball of the sword's grip. Johnny began to recite the prayer. I praise you, Odin. Your profound martial skills serve as my guiding goal. Your indomitable spirit fuels my efforts. Glory be to Odin, the true god who masters foot combat. May your brilliance forever illuminate the world. May your favor accompany me, guiding, teaching, and protecting me. Freedom. Speaking of which, that troublesome girl Lancelot had challenged me using brute force. What is so formidable about her? As this thought crossed his mind, Johnny turned to Welsh and inquired, Where is Lancelot? Welsh shook his head. I cannot divulge that. The chief instructed me not to tell you. Well trained indeed. That little girl, is she merely trying to distance me from Estelle? After all, we see each other every day during meals. What is the need for this? It had been quite some time since he had a proper conversation with Estelle. I have completed my practice. She is my martial arts instructor, and I require her guidance for the next step, Johnny explained. Perhaps you could fetch her? Welsh hesitated for a moment before dashing off. Before long, Lancelot arrived with Welsh in tow. Have you finished your practice? Show me a demonstration, Lancelot commanded, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of a teacher. Johnny complied, executing his movements towards the wooden post with seamless coordination of hands, waist, and legs, effectively harnessing every ounce of his strength. Not bad, Lancelot nodded slightly. Though internally she was taken aback, she had invested considerable effort to cultivate fluid and flawless movements. How could this lad from the south achieve it so swiftly? However, considering Johnny's age and the convoluted path he had taken, it was likely simpler to correct than to start anew. Lancelot's surprise quietly receded, just as it had quietly emerged. Does this mean we can commence new training? Johnny eagerly asked, surrounded by a group of ordinary farmers whose combat prowess was not far from his own. He felt immense pressure. Since you are so eager, let us begin, Lancelot readily agreed, a smile gracing her lips. As a warrior, your physical condition is crucial. You understand this, do you not? Johnny nodded, thinking it hardly needed stating. Therefore, we shall focus on enhancing your physical fitness. Lancelot's smile broadened. You do not object to weight running, do you? What could one possibly object to? There is nothing you could present that I cannot bear. Only what I might struggle to carry. Johnny nodded once more. Very well. Shortly you will accompany Welsh to the lumber storage. Select a piece of wood that you can lift, yet not so light that it would embarrass you. Every locale possesses a lumber storage, particularly in a village nestled against the forest. Then, dressed in a single layer, you shall carry the wood from one end of the village to the other, completing this round trip 50 times. Vitchell village was not large. The distance from one end to the other would take approximately 15 minutes on foot. 50 trips were not overly excessive, yet why must it be in a single layer? It is quite cold, Johnny protested. Lancelot feigned exaggerated surprise. Oh, afraid of the cold? That simply will not do. The warriors of Odin are not deterred by cold. We swim in the river even during winter. How will you manage in a few days? What? Swim in the river? Winter swimming? Johnny felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and his expression began to stiffen. This weather, while not freezing, was still quite chilly without a down jacket. If he remained still, he felt cold even while standing, and now he was expected to leap into a river mixed with ice shards. What? Are you afraid? Alas, it is understandable, being from the south. I can comprehend, Lancelot taunted, gesturing toward the gleefully anticipating Welsh. Now, jump into the river for a swim. Haha, what? Welsh's smile had not yet faded, his expression a delightful mix of joy and surprise. Me? What? Do you have an objection to my orders? Lancelot glared. Extinguishing any flicker of rebellion in Welsh's heart, he looked at Lancelot with pleading eyes, but received only a stern glare in return. Observing Johnny gradually relaxing beside him, Welsh slowly trudged alongside the pair to the riverbank, hesitantly beginning to strip off his clothing, casting pitiful glances at Lancelot as he did so. "Hurry up. If you are a warrior of Odin, act decisively." Lancelot expressed her dissatisfaction, noting Johnny's expression had begun to ease. "You have swum before. What is there to fear?" Of course, it is daunting. While every man of Odin can endure the cold and has swum in winter, the distinction between being able to and being willing is monumental. It is akin to a martial arts master. Even if you have perfected the iron head technique and can withstand all attacks, you would not relish others randomly striking your head at will, would you? However, Welsh was oblivious to such martial arts concepts. He only knew he detested the biting cold water. Johnny found amusement in the scene unfolding before him, although the training ahead may indeed be arduous. At this moment, watching the unfolding spectacle alleviated his prior shock and fear. With a splash, Welsh, who had been reluctant to enter the water, was unceremoniously kicked in by Lancelot. Fortunately, the river was not completely frozen over. Had he fallen through a hole in the solid ice, the unfortunate Welsh would have fulfilled his historical mission. Laughter erupted from Johnny, mingled with Welsh's cries of despair.